C2122 Poisonous Nether Fire Dragon. The Divine Realm, one of the upper 9 heavens, Xianxia Heaven Realm. Yang Fann originally thought that there were as many experts as there were clouds in this place, and experts were like rain. God King was no match for a dog. With Divine Emperor walking all over the place, he would be able to start a massacre once he arrived in the Xianxia Heaven Realm. He would be able to quickly unseal his combat strength, allowing him to have the combat strength of intermediate or high-level universe sovereign in a short period of time. Never would he have thought that this Xianxia Heaven Realm was such a desolate place. He had never thought that he would be able to find such a place along the way. Apart from the ruins and ruins, he couldn't see a single person. It was as if the entire civilization had been completely destroyed. Just as Yang Fann couldn't hold it any longer and wanted to return home, he finally found something. It was a place that was still considered a complete divine palace. It was a place that was tens of thousands of miles wide, and it was surrounded by a layer of strange dark green flames. It was like the Minghuo from hell. It made people's hair stand on end, and it made them tremble from the depths of their souls. The divine palace in the flames was like the ghost palace in Nether Hell. No living person dared to take a step forward. Phew, please don't disappoint me in the divine palace. After carefully examining the divine palace, Yang Fann took a deep breath. A trace of expectation flashed across his eyes. He took a step forward and strode towards the divine palace. Kai, 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 Kai. As soon as Yang Fann stepped into the divine palace, the strange dark green flames rushed towards him like maggots attached to his bones. They ignored Yang Fann's divine body and rushed towards Yang Fann's soul. The master of the divine palace. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and murmured. Although this dark green flame didn't seem to hurt him at all, it was his soul. It was no less than a quasi-universe lord. If it was someone else, even if it was a high-level universe sovereign, if one wasn't careful, the soul might have been severely injured by the flame. The master of the divine palace must not be a low-grade god sovereign. He must be at least an intermediate god sovereign, or perhaps even a top-ranked god sovereign. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's pace slowed down a little. There was a trace of vigilance in his eyes, and he was ready to leave at any time. He didn't want to fall into a trap. With his current combat strength, a high-ranked god sovereign could easily suppress him. In the next second, boom boom boom, Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique to its limit. Within his sea of consciousness, countless devouring black holes appeared, crazily devouring the strange green flames that were surging into his sea of consciousness. 10 breaths later, the green flames surrounding the divine palace were completely devoured by Yang Fann. After that, Yang Fann took a step forward and stepped into the divine palace. It was a spacious hall with an area of no less than 10,000 miles. It was filled with all kinds of natural treasures. Any one of them was enough to make Divine Emperor go crazy. However, Yang Fann turned a blind eye to this. He directly stepped across countless natural treasures and headed towards the depths of the divine palace. These heavenly treasures were merely decorations to Yang Fann. He couldn't unseal his combat strength like he was hunting a native god. As for the purpose of increasing his cultivation base and strength, it was even more of a joke. Not to mention such a small amount of natural treasures, it was even more of a joke. Even 100 times or 1,000 times more heavenly materials and earthly treasures might not be able to improve his cultivation base by even a little bit. Half an incense stick of time passed. After passing through layers of corridors and palaces, Yang Fann arrived in front of a huge palace. Boom boom boom, horrifying dragon's aura spread out from the palace, covering the sky and covering the earth. This pressure, it's a extreme middle-level universe sovereign. Yang Fann's expression turned serious. Although he wasn't a high-level universe sovereign, extreme middle-level universe sovereign wasn't someone he could deal with at the moment. Are we going to retreat just like that? Yang Fann had an unwilling look on his face. It wasn't easy for him to encounter a living being. He really didn't want to leave like this, but extreme middle-level universe sovereign. Compared to the current him, he was a whole level stronger. A strange light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Something's not right. There was something strange about the aura of the Dragon Clan. He was injured, and his injuries are not light. If that's the case, I can give it a try. Yang Fann's eyes flashed as he made a decision. Furthermore, it was only extreme middle-level universe sovereign, not a high-level universe sovereign. Even if he was at his peak, with his means, it would be very difficult for the Dragon Clan to keep him even if he wanted to leave. There was no need to worry about his safety. Being cautious didn't mean that he didn't have the courage. There was no such thing as absolute certainty in this world. If he didn't even dare to take a risk, what was the point of cultivating? He could just go home and sell roasted sweet potatoes. Pong! The heavy doors of the palace were pushed open by Yang Fann, and what entered his eyes was a strange sea of fire. It was completely formed by the strange green flame outside the divine palace. However, compared to the green flame outside the divine palace, the flame in this sea of fire was much greener. It was a few inches away from the dark green flame. It was like a terrifying poisonous liquid that could corrode everything. In the center of this sea of fire was a dark green divine dragon that was more than 100,000 meters long. Terrifying dragon's aura was radiating out from his body, boiling and boiling, covering the entire hall. However, upon closer inspection, one could find that the dragon's aura was neither strong nor weak. It was clearly unstable. This is a nefarious poison fire dragon. Yang Fann looked at the green divine dragon thoughtfully. Nefarious poison fire dragon. This was a rare species from the dragon clan. It had the three attributes of netherworld, poison, and fire. It could be said to be the king of netherworld dragons. Its netherworld poison was one of the most terrifying poison of souls in the world. It was specifically used to poison cultivators' souls. It was impossible to guard against it right at this moment. Boom! The nefarious poison fire dragon's tightly shut eyes opened. Its eyes were filled with endless ferocity and killing intent. Die rumble! The terrifying dragon claw, the netherworld poison fire that covered the soul, tore through the void and pressed down on Yang Fann. Kai, 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 kai. Wherever the dragon claw passed by, everything would be corroded by the terrifying poison fire into slag. Seeing the attack of the nefarious poison fire dragon, instead of being shocked, Yang Fann was delighted. Good indeed, as he expected, the nefarious poison fire dragon had injuries on its body. In fact, its injuries were even more severe than he had imagined. The energy that erupted from it wasn't much stronger than a low-grade low-level universe sovereign. Moreover, with his terrifying strength of soul, he could completely ignore the netherworld fire poison that was giving countless nefarious poison fire dragons headaches. Even if the netherworld fire poison was 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger, it wouldn't be able to harm Yang Fann's soul at all. It could be said that it could completely suppress the nefarious poison fire dragon. This nefarious poison fire dragon in front of him was simply a delicacy that had delivered itself to his doorstep. After finishing off this nefarious poison fire dragon, it had swept across all the powerful families in the lower 10 lands. Even if he couldn't immediately unseal the combat strength of high-level universe sovereign, he was afraid that he wouldn't be much weaker. It was the right decision to come to the Xianxia Heaven Realm. The past month had indeed not been in vain. At that moment, boom boom boom. The 9 Revolutions divine devil body was pushed to the limit by Yang Fann, and all of its power was unleashed. It transformed into a massive giant that blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, and it was as majestic as a mountain-long bug. Break it for me! Yang Fann sneered and threw a punch at the heaven-shrouding dragon claw. Needles against wheat, not giving a single inch. Aphids, you're courting death. The nefarious poison fire dragon revealed a ferocious smile and looked at Yang Fann, then at a dead man. Although he was seriously injured, his combat strength was less than 1%. It was the high-rank god sovereign who dared to use his divine body to defend against his attack without any preparation. The fire poison would surely enter his body and severely injure the soul, let alone such a low-grade god sovereign. Although he couldn't see through the cultivation base of the person in front of him, the explosive power couldn't be hidden from him. It was definitely a low-level god sovereign. Kekakekaki. Just as the old master was worrying about the lack of resources to heal himself, you came knocking on my door. A low-grade god sovereign soul, after devouring you, it should be enough for me to recover some of my injuries. Gia. C2123. The change in the realm of God's divine realm, Xianxia Heaven Realm, nefarious poison fire dragon palace. Nefarious poison fire dragon let out a strange laugh. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at a dead man. A mere low-level god sovereign actually dared to go against his netherworld poison fire without any preparation. He really didn't know what death was. Rumble. Fist and palm collided. The terrifying power seemed to want to blow up the entire nefarious poison fire dragon palace. Ah, how could this be? How could you be fine? The nefarious poison fire dragon's expression changed, and it let out a cry of disbelief. Its netherworld poison fire could even severely injure a high-rank god sovereign soul, so how could it not corrode a low-grade God-sovereign soul? You think a mere fire poison can poison my soul? You're overestimating yourself, Yang Fann sneered. If a puny middle-level universe sovereign fire poison could harm his soul, then he, a quasi-universe lord, would be too weak. He had already been killed countless times. Among the top-level universe sovereign who were his enemies, there was no lack of them who specialized in the great Tao of soul in the next second. Poochie. Yang Fann's body moved. He tore through the space and lunged at the nefarious poison fire dragon, completely ignoring the sea of fire poison around him. Long worm, take my punch as well, die now, rumble. The power of a high-level low-level universe sovereign was unleashed without holding anything back, suppressing the heavens. Roar. Aphid, you're going too far. I'm not afraid of you. Kill the nefarious poison fire dragon's eyes shone with a fierce light. The ferocity in its heart was completely ignited, and it didn't show any signs of weakness. It waved its dragon claw crazily and slapped towards Yang Fann. Hong Long. Bang. The man and the dragon were engaged in a frenzied battle. The two fists of the dragon claw kept colliding with each other. Countless mushroom clouds rose up. Large space shattered into pieces. Half an incense stick of time later. Cough, 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 cough. The nefarious poison fire dragon continuously coughed out blood. The green dragon blood that was like a small lake continuously coughed and dripped onto the ground, corroding the earth. The nefarious poison fire dragon was already severely injured, and its innate ability was the netherworld poison fire. It had become a decoration and could not be used at all. How could it be a match for Yang Fann? In just a short period of time, it had been barely evenly matched, but now it was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. They could only parry, and not fight back at all. Bang, bang, bang. The nefarious poison fire dragon desperately blocked Yang Fann's attack as it let out an indignant roar. Roar, bitch. Aphids, if the old ancestor wasn't injured, killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken. He was a quasi-high-rank god sovereign, a mere low-grade god sovereign. He wouldn't even need 3 combinations to completely suppress him, or even shred him to pieces. It was true that a tiger would be bullied by a dog, and a dragon would be trapped in a shallow pond to be toyed with by a shrimp. Unreconciled, truly unreconciled. Upon hearing this, Yang Fann curled his lips in disdain. If he was at his peak, he would be able to kill a few ants like you with a single finger-long bug. Die. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Fann's hands were like blades, and his legs were like heavy hammers as he madly attacked. Pooh, 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 pooh. The nefarious poison fire dragon blood was spat out as if it was free of charge. PCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHT. It was unknown how many dragon scales had fallen from his body. The dragon blood was like a surging flood, and it was impossible to find a complete piece of land. His aura was faintly showing signs of dropping from the universe sovereign. Roar. Stop, stop. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. As long as you stop, I'm willing to hand over all my treasures, and I swear to help you break through your bottleneck. A trace of panic flashed across the nefarious poison fire dragon's eyes as it begged. At this moment, the nefarious poison fire dragon was truly afraid. If this continued, he might really die in the hands of this aphid worm. Hand over all of your treasures and help me break through to the intermediate, God Sovereign. If it was anyone else, they might really believe you. Unfortunately, I don't need them. Yang Fann smiled coldly. There was no need for such a troublesome matter. As long as he could get rid of this nefarious poison fire dragon, his combat strength would be able to break through to the middle-level universe sovereign, and he might even break through to the top-level universe sovereign. You'd better die obediently. Ah, no, Roar, you really have to be so ruthless. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? Life and death struggle. Long worm, you think too highly of yourself. The fish will die, but the net will never break. Roar. Bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Long worm, die. Explode for me. Rumble. Heaven and earth split apart. The body of nefarious poison fire dragon had expanded to its limit. It exploded with a loud bang and exploded into powder. Buzz. Just as the nefarious poison fire dragon's dragon soul appeared, a terrifying power of devouring enveloped the dragon's soul. This aphid worm is trying to devour my soul. Good, good, good. If you don't want to walk down the path of heaven, you will definitely barge into hell. The nefarious poison fire dragon's eyes lit up. He sneered in his heart. He had lost his dragon body. With just the dragon soul body, his strength had dropped to the lowest point. Not to mention God Sovereign, he was just a slightly stronger top-rank God Emperor. He might not even be a match for them. However, it would be completely different if they entered the opponent's sea of consciousness. He refused to believe that he was competing in the strength of soul. He was a dignified first-grade high-ranked god sovereign, but he still couldn't compare to such a low-grade god sovereign. The reason why he was able to resist the netherworld fire poison was probably because he had borrowed some kind of secret treasure that could counter the netherworld fire poison. Although the netherworld fire poison was extremely vicious, it was not invincible. There were also quite a number of forces that were able to restrain it. Aphids, give it to the old ancestor. I'll wait and see how the old ancestor will take over your body and take over your body to be reborn. In the next second, the nefarious poison fire dragon gave up resisting and allowed the power of devouring to devour him into the sea of consciousness. Kekakik, Aphid, the old ancestor, I'm here. Obediently offer up your divine body. The nefarious poison fire dragon laughed strangely and arrogantly. However, very quickly, that arrogant voice was replaced by endless fear. Ah, how could this be? Your soul, how could your soul be so strong? No, this isn't real, it's not real. Compared to Yang Fann's terrifying soul, his dragon soul was like an inconspicuous little stream in front of a boundless ocean. It was millions of times inferior, and there was absolutely no comparison at all. Not to mention a high-ranked god sovereign, even a top-ranked god sovereign would never possess such a terrifying soul, let alone a mere low-grade god sovereign. He couldn't believe it, he couldn't believe it at all. Everyone in the world knew that divine strength was easy to cultivate, and it was hard to increase one's mental strength. Even some divine clans that used their mental strength to grow could have 10 times the mental strength. 100 times stronger than their own divine strength was the limit. However, this person's spirit power was actually a trillion times greater than their divine power. Was there anything more inconceivable than this in this world? Long worm, it's time to end everything. Be obedient and go on your way. Rumble, a terrifying devouring black hole suddenly appeared, crazily devouring the nefarious poison fire dragons and dragon souls as it forcefully read his memories. Ah, no, let me go, please. Let me out. You're here, and you still want to leave. Where do you think my sea of consciousness is? Just stay here obediently. Ah, no, spare me, my lord. Spare me, spare me. Roar. Bitch aphids, you're going to die a horrible death. I curse you, I curse you. One day later, Poochie, the nefarious poison fire dragon soul completely transformed into a flying ash. In the next second, buzz, bzzz, Yang Fann's combat strength increased at an insane rate. He was now a peak low-level universe sovereign. The limit of a peak low-level universe sovereign, low-grade middle-level universe sovereign. High-grade middle-level universe sovereign. Finally, extreme middle-level universe sovereign slowly calmed down. Another day passed. Kai, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a flash of understanding appeared in his eyes. I never thought that such a huge change would happen in the 9 heavens. No wonder everywhere I go, there are only ruins. C 2124 Supreme Sovereign of Destruction Divine Realm, Ming. Sha Heaven Realm, Nefarious Poison Fire Dragon Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a flash of understanding appeared on his face. No wonder the upper 9 heavens was completely different from the upper 9 heavens in old ancestor Shi Gu's memories. It was a scene of doomsday. It turned out that not long after the dusk of the gods, a great calamity had occurred in the upper 9 heavens. It seemed like there was a terrifying demonic hand secretly controlling everything. First, the spirit of heaven and earth started to thin and dry up. Then, there were all kinds of earth veins, minerals, and treasures. The divine herb, divine tree kept dying and withering. Then, it was the turn of the various divine races. The divine power in their bodies couldn't help but spread and evaporate. No matter how they tried to stop it, it was useless. Even if they used the arcane art to completely seal themselves, it would only slightly slow down the speed of their divine power evaporating. Demigod, the God, God King, Divine Emperor. Up until now, only God Sovereign and a small portion of the top-ranked God Emperor were left. Quasi-God Sovereign was struggling with his last breath. Even so, all of them were seriously injured. The nefarious poison fire dragon was a good example. A dignified quasi-high-ranked God Sovereign could only unleash the combat strength of a low-grade God Sovereign, and it was still the weakest of the low-grade God Sovereign. Before this nefarious poison fire dragon actually said that it would help him break through to the intermediate God Sovereign. It was completely an empty white wolf. Whether or not it could protect his own cultivation base was still unknown. It was simply impossible for him to break through to the next realm. During this period of time, it wasn't as if no one wanted to escape from the upper 9 heavens and head to the lower 10 earths in order to avoid this great calamity. Unfortunately, everything was just wishful thinking. It was as if the entire upper 9 heavens had been completely sealed, only entering and not leaving were allowed. Not to mention Divine Emperor's expert, even the highest grade God Sovereign was allowed to enter. There was nothing they could do about the mysterious sealing power. If it wasn't for this, how could the Consonant's ancient clan still be killed by Yang Fann? There was no wall in the world that couldn't be seen through. Although the Consonant's ancient clan kept a low profile and didn't conquer the entire Taroti, the name of the strongest race in the Taroti wasn't a joke. As long as the Jia Luo clan put in a little bit of effort, they would be able to find them. However, what puzzled Yang Fann was that he didn't feel the loss of his strength. He didn't know if it was that invisible devil hand, or if it was only targeting these native gods, or if that invisible devil hand could only deal with the universe sovereign, but not the quasi-universe lord. Or, it could be said that he had only been in Xianxia Heaven Realm for a short period of time, and hadn't lost his power yet. The loss of strength was not something that could be done overnight. For example, the nefarious poison fire dragon had only fallen to its current strength after hundreds of millions of years. As for Yang Fann, he had only been in Xianxia Heaven Realm for a short period of time. Even if he calculated everything, it had only been 2 months. It was really a very short period of time. It could be said that in a few years or a few decades, he would be able to sense it. As for what kind of possibility it is, we will know once it is tested. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. His body moved and tore the space apart. He soared into the sky and was about to leave the Xianxia Heaven Realm. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yang Fann's face darkened. An invisible force blocked his path, preventing him from leaving Xianxia Heaven Realm. Even if he used all of his strength, he wouldn't be able to move this invisible force at all. The first possibility was that it could be broken by itself. The hidden devil hand could also affect outsiders like them. Now, it seemed like the last possibility was the greatest. The environment in the upper 9 heavens was not much worse than Supreme Sovereign's imperial universe. It was very likely that a first-grade quasi-universe lord expert would be born. If that was the case, the upper 9 heavens would pose a great threat to him. Yang Fann's heart sank slightly, but he quickly suppressed the trace of uneasiness in his heart. There was always a way to go before the mountain, and when the boat reached the bridge, it would naturally be a straight line. A middle-level universe sovereign could last for hundreds of millions of years, and as a quasi-universe lord, he could hold on for at least 10 billion years. And under the strange flow of time in Path of Eternity, he only had a few 100 billion left to live during this period of time. If he couldn't successfully break through to the Universe Sovereign, the result would be the same. And once he broke through to the Universe Sovereign realm and obtained a battle power of Universe Lord that was comparable to a battle power of Universe Lord, Yang Fann didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to do anything to that seal. The Human Emperor and the few other Universe Lord could leave the Path of Eternity alive. At that time, he would be able to do the same. The most important thing right now was to find the other God Sovereign as soon as possible and completely unseal his true combat strength. Then, he would capture God Sovereign, the Venerables, and even the Quasi-Universe Lord in large numbers. He needed to prepare for his breakthrough to the Universe Sovereign. Of course, he couldn't give up during this period of time and search for the Heart of Eternity. Nefarious Poison Fire Dragon Palace, 800 light years away. There was a huge divine palace that was even bigger than Nefarious Poison Fire Dragon Palace. Its surroundings were covered in a layer of black ink. At a glance, it looked like the source of darkness represented absolute darkness. Buzz. Suddenly, the space above the divine palace started to distort. Yang Fann took a step forward. Is this the destruction of the divine palace that destroyed God Sovereign? Yang Fann looked down from above and swallowed the memory of the Nefarious Poison Fire Dragon. He knew nothing about the current Xianxia Heaven Realm. He could only run around like a headless fly and try his luck. He knew a lot of places where God Sovereign was hiding, and the destruction of the Divine Palace was one of them. It was the destruction of God Sovereign's lair. This was a high-ranked God Sovereign, and his name was renowned throughout the entire Xianxia Heaven Realm. The clan of destruction that he ruled was one of the 10 great hegemony in Xianxia Heaven Realm. Unfortunately, under the Great Calamity, the once ferocious clan of destruction had completely turned into a flying ash. He was the only one left who destroyed God Sovereign, and he was still struggling to survive until today. A high-ranked God Sovereign. Now, the combat strength of an intermediate God Sovereign is almost the limit. With my current combat strength, I'm going to devour God Sovereign to my heart's content Hong Long. In the next second, Yang Fann moved his body and stepped into the layers of destructive devil light. He turned a blind eye to the destructive devil light that could destroy a low-grade God Sovereign's divine body, allowing it to erode his divine body. In just a breath's time, the door of Divine Palace was opened. What entered his eyes was darkness. There was not a trace of light. It was as if the mouth of the terrifying giant beast was going to devour everything at this moment. Boom! A terrifying pressure that was more than 10 times stronger than the nefarious poison fire dragon rose up from the darkness. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it descended upon the world. Who are you? How dare you trespass on our divine palace? Quickly kneel down and apologize. A voice that sounded like a copper bell exploded in Yang Fann's ears like a heavy hammer. It struck Yang Fann's heart and tortured his soul. It made him kneel on the ground and repent. Insignificant skill. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. With a sweep of the soul, the negative emotions were completely eradicated in the next second. Yang Fann's eyes were staring straight ahead. There was a bright light flashing in his eyes, as if he had seen through the limitless darkness and saw the destructive God Sovereign hidden in the depths of the darkness. Unknowingly, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up slightly. Destroy God Sovereign. It seems like I have overestimated you. Although this God Sovereign was much stronger than the nefarious poison fire dragon, he was only comparable to a peak low-level universe sovereign. He was still a lot weaker than a middle-level universe sovereign. Of course, if this God Sovereign of destruction and the nefarious poison fire dragon were to fight, it wasn't certain who would win or lose. The true terror of the nefarious poison fire dragon wasn't his strength, but his innate ability. If it wasn't because of the netherworld fire poison, the nefarious poison fire dragon would have been devoured by God Sovereign a long time ago. In order to recover his strength, he hoped that he would be able to last longer under the hands of that mysterious devil. A great battle was unavoidable. The Xianxia Heaven realm was now in ruins, and there weren't many places that were still intact. It was true that the mysterious devil hand was the main culprit, but the war between these local deities had played a significant role. These gods had to live longer. They would do anything to harm their own kind. It was common for husband and wife to kill each other. Puny aphids, kneel down and apologize for your crimes. That voice seemed to have been completely enraged by Yang Fann's rudeness. It was like the roar of a heavenly duke. The thunder god was furious. It boiled and shook the void. Ant-like thing, who do you want to kneel down and apologize for your crimes? Rumble. Yang Fann was no longer suppressing his strength. Extreme middle-level universe sovereign's terrifying aura burst out from his body and swept across the universe like a tidal wave. Ah, not good. It's a quasi-high-ranked God Sovereign. C2125 Extreme Sublimation Divine Realm, Xianxia Heaven Realm, and the Destruction of Divine Palace. Boom boom boom. Extreme middle-level universe sovereign's terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Divine Palace. In an instant, God Sovereign's voice changed. There was an unconcealable panic in his voice. A quasi-high-ranked God Sovereign was nothing to him when he was at his peak, let alone a single one of them. Even if it was 3 or 4 quasi-high-ranked God Sovereign, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. However, to him at this moment, a quasi-high-ranked God Sovereign was like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down on him so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Friend, if I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. God Sovereign Annihilation's voice changed, revealing a hint of flattery. His power was inferior to others, making him have no choice but to lower his head. Misunderstanding. Do you think I'm an idiot? Yang Fann sneered. The next second, rumble. Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards God Sovereign. Hong Long. The attack was swift and decisive. Bitch it. Bastard. Don't go too far. I'm not someone to be trifled with either. Hong Long. This was going too far. This was going too far. Roar. Break for me. Rumble. An enormous pitch-black hand that was countless tens of thousands of feet long stretched out from within the Annihilation Divine Palace. The huge hand could cover the sky, just like Devil God's hand that could destroy everything. Bang! Their hands collided, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions. Large palaces collapsed into dust. Poochie. The hand that destroyed Devil Sovereign, Devil God, cracked inch by inch. Even with the help of the terrain, it was still far from being a match for Yang Fann. Roar. Stop, stop, admit defeat. I admit defeat. How about this? As long as you let me go, I'm willing to compensate you with 10,000 divine sources. Divine sources were the common currency of God Sovereign. It was equivalent to the origin of eternity in the eternal great world. 10,000 divine sources was not much, it was only equivalent to 10,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. Many top low-level universe sovereign could afford 10,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. A mighty high-ranked God Sovereign, an existence comparable to a high-level universe sovereign, was actually willing to use 10,000 divine sources to buy his life. If this was placed before the twilight of the gods, it would definitely be the most stingy act. However, it was different now. The twilight of the gods had descended. For hundreds of millions of years, he had used up most of the divine sources in his hands. These 10,000 divine sources were already half of his remaining divine sources. 10,000 divine sources, what a huge sum of money! Yang Fann sneered and continued to crush them mercilessly. 15,000 divine sources. This is all the divine sources in my hands. You are looking for me for the divine sources. Why are you being so aggressive? Enemies should be resolved rather than settled. There are no grudges between us. Let me go, what do you think? Bang. Yang Fann didn't reply this time. He used his actions to tell God Sovereign about his choice. Arg. No, bastard, do you really have to be so heartless? Roar. Bastard, you forced me to do this, you forced me to do this. The temptation and begging were futile. God Sovereign finally lost his patience, and the ferocity in his heart was ignited. Hong Long. Boom! The destructive divine veins in his body were burning. The aura around his body was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes. It was rising steadily and crazily, temporarily restoring the peak combat power. Roar. Bastard, I want you to die! Devil God of Destruction kept roaring like a furious beast. Burning his holy pulse had allowed him to recover to his peak state temporarily. However, after that, his strength would drop to the lowest point, or even to the extent that he might drop to the God Sovereign realm. It was not impossible for him to do so. At that time, he wouldn't be far from perishing. The hidden power of devouring was becoming more and more terrifying. Top-ranked God Emperor and quasi-God Sovereign wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Not to mention, there were also other God Sovereign eyeing them covetously. Everything was the fault of this bastard. It was all his fault. If he hadn't been so persistent, he was pressing forward step by step, and there was no need for him to go so far. Die! This bastard must die today. He has recovered the combat strength of a high-ranked God Sovereign. But so what? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, showing no signs of fear. With his current strength, he was indeed no match for a high-ranked God Sovereign. However, a high-ranked God Sovereign wanted to kill the current him. It wasn't an easy task either, it was just a secret technique. He could temporarily unleash the combat strength of a high-ranked God Sovereign warrior, but how long could he last? Yang Fann didn't believe it. He would lose to this God Sovereign of Destruction. Let's see who can laugh until the end. Yang Fann smiled coldly. Instead of retreating, he took the lead and charged at God Sovereign of Destruction. Rumble, 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 rumble. Yang Fann and God Sovereign collided with each other. A terrifying mushroom cloud kept rising, like 3 calamities and 9 calamities. In the blink of an eye, the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. Bitch it, why is this bastard so stubborn? God Sovereign cursed in his heart. There was a trace of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he had already destroyed countless bones of this bastard. However, his chi wasn't weakened at all, as if nothing had happened to him. Soon, another incense stick of time had passed. No, no, I can't continue like this. Otherwise, I will die in this bastard's hands. God Sovereign's destruction had once again caused Yang Fann's skin and flesh to split open, and blood and flesh to fly everywhere. However, a thought of retreating emerged in his mind. Don't look at that bastard, he was full of injuries. There was not a single intact spot on his body. The truth was just an illusion. His aura did not weaken at all. Even if he was given 2 hours, he might not be able to take down this monster. However, in at most a quarter of an hour, his extreme advancement would pass. Let's go, I have to leave immediately. Very soon, God Sovereign made a decision in his heart. Otherwise, once the evolution ended, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Bastard, die! Bang! God Sovereign of Destruction attacked with all his strength, forcing Yang Fann to retreat. The next moment, swoosh, it turned into a dark shine and soared into the sky. You want to escape? Come back. A trace of anxiety flashed across Yang Fann's eyes as he hurriedly chased after them. How could the fat meat in his mouth allow him to escape? Whether or not he could unseal the combat strength of a high-level universe sovereign depended on the destruction of God Sovereign. Bitch it, extreme middle-level universe sovereign is still a bit lacking. Bitch it seems like I have no choice but to pay the price. Seeing God Sovereign getting further and further away, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Boom! Yang Fann ignited a portion of his blood essence and forcefully increased his speed. Luckily, with the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, as long as he suppressed God Sovereign, this bit of blood essence would be able to make up for it very quickly. Bitch it, this bastard, he actually used the forbidden arts to chase after me. Bitch it, he really deserves to die. God Sovereign extermination cursed in his heart. There was also an indescribable resentment rising in his heart. Should I kill your parents or your wife and son? Do I really need to fight with my life on the line? What kind of enmity was this? What kind of grudge was this? Hurry, hurry, hurry up. In an underground space in Xianxia Heaven Realm, there was an ice coffin. In the ice coffin, there was an old man in white who had white hair and beard, and was as thin as firewood. He didn't even look like he weighed 60 kilograms. He looked like a dried corpse, as if he had been dead for who knew how many years. Rumble. Suddenly, the white-clothed old man's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine light shone brilliantly. Bang. The ice coffin instantly exploded into pieces. It's actually information about the old man who destroyed me. That old fellow is currently being pursued. Just who is it that dares to chase after old man extermination? In the next second, a white light flashed. The old man in white disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. C2126 Lord Whitebone God Realm, Xianxia Heaven Realm Rumble. Two black streams of light tore through space, one at the front and one at the back. The distance between them was rapidly shrinking. God Sovereign of Destruction, let's see where you can run to. Yang Fann grinned hideously. At most, he would catch up to God Sovereign in a minute. Bitch it, this bastard. God Sovereign of Destruction's eyes were filled with anxiety. He wanted to continue increasing his speed. However, he had already used the extreme advancement technique. How could he have any other way? And that old ghost, why hasn't he arrived yet? Bitch, I'm going to hold on. I can't hold on any longer. Time passed by. 10 million miles, 8 million miles, 5 million miles, 1 million li, 500,000 li, 100,000 miles. What should we do? Why is that old ghost so slow? God Sovereign was like an ant on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. One breath, at most one breath. That bastard would catch up to him in the past. Destroy God Sovereign. You won't be able to escape. Surrender now. Looks like I won't be able to wait for old ghost anymore. I can only rely on myself. Bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Ruthlessness flashed across God Sovereign's eyes. He was like a beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. Even if he was going to die, he would drag someone along with him. Rumble, rumble. The two dark shines collided once more. The law of destruction and the light of devouring interweved wildly, tearing apart the four-direction space. Poochie poochie poochie. Yang Fann's body was covered in cracks that looked like spider webs. It was as if his divine body was going to collapse in the next second. A large number of golden divine bloods that represented nobility were falling rapidly as if they were free. It looked like he was in a miserable state. However, not only was Yang Fann's spirit not sinking, it was getting stronger and stronger. He could feel that God Sovereign was about to reach his limit. Yang Fann seemed to have seen the combat strength of high-level Universe Sovereign and was waving at him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Kekekeka. Destroy God Sovereign. Continue, don't stop, I want to see you. Gia. Yang Fann let out a strange laugh. The corner of his mouth was bleeding, and his face looked ferocious. He looked like an evil ghost from hell, causing chills to run down people's spine. Roar. Bastard, die. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. God Sovereign was destroyed. God Sovereign kept roaring, and he was hysterical. His fists were like heavy hammers as he crazily attacked. Every punch and every attack was his most powerful attack. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, another 10 breaths passed. Ah, no. All of a sudden, God Sovereign of Destruction let out a wail of despair. The chi around his body was dropping at a terrifying speed. He was at the high rank God Sovereign. Intermediate God Sovereign, low-grade God Sovereign. In the end, he fell out of the threshold of low-grade God Sovereign. Compared to the old ancestor who was suppressed by Yang Fann previously, he was still inferior. After nearly half an hour, the limit of the advancement had finally reached its limit. In fact, it had already exceeded God Sovereign's expectation to be able to persist for so long. In the end, it was all because of God Sovereign's powerful will. Kekaki, has he finally reached his limit? After beating me up for so long, it should be my turn now, right? Yang Fann had a ferocious smile on his face. Although God Sovereign had just been beaten up by God Sovereign, with his terrifying recovery ability, it wasn't a big injury at all. However, the pain didn't reduce in the slightest. 1,000 cuts was nothing much. He had to settle this score with God Sovereign. You. What are you trying to do? God Sovereign Extermination's voice was trembling, and there was an unconcealable panic in his voice. At this moment, he was like a weak girl who had been bullied by a bully, and he couldn't find any trace of God Sovereign Extermination. What are you doing? Of course, I'm going to beat you up. Just now, you gave me a good beating number. No, enjoy the next Teodi banquet, hehehehe. Bang, bang bang. Yang Fann controlled his strength and started beating crazily. Ah, bastard, stay here. Stop, roar Dogfish, kill me if you dare kill me. God Sovereign, who had destroyed everything, roared furiously. This bastard was completely trampling on his dignity, or was he pressing him to the ground and rubbing him hard? Right at this moment, Kakaka destroyed the old man. You don't look too good. A mocking voice descended from the sky. In the next second, Poochie, the void twisted, and a skinny emaciated old man, who was dressed in white clothes, appeared in the air. It seemed like a gust of wind would be able to blow him to the ground. His turbid eyes were full of ridicule. However, deep within his pupils, there was a trace of care that was hard to see. White bone. Old Ghost. A ray of hope burst out from God Sovereign's despairing heart. Old Ghost, can you be any later? If you are a little later, just wait to collect my corpse. Bitch, Old Ghost, what are you waiting for? Quickly come and save me. God Sovereign by Gu was a hidden old monster in Mingxia Heaven Realm. His cultivation base and strength were even higher than God Sovereign's, and he had already broken through to the top-ranked God Sovereign in the entire Mingxia Heaven Realm. Almost no one knew that God Sovereign by Gu and he, who had destroyed God Sovereign, were sworn brothers who had gone through life and death with each other. The reason why he had destroyed God Sovereign was to seek help from God Sovereign by Gu. However, before God Sovereign by Gu could arrive, he had already become Yang Fann's prisoner. Old man, you are still in such a hurry. God Sovereign by Gu scolded with a smile. Then, he shifted his gaze. He turned to Yang Fann and said, "Friend, can you give me some face and spare this old man's life?" He was well aware of God Sovereign's ability to destroy God Sovereign. The fact that he was able to force God Sovereign to such an extent showed how powerful this mysterious God Sovereign was. God Sovereign by Gu wasn't willing to completely fall out with Yang Fann until the two of them became enemies. I'll give you some face. Who do you think you are? You deserve my respect. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. One of them was a top-level Universe Sovereign Warrior, and the other was a top-level Universe Sovereign Warrior. He really had no idea where he got his face from. Even those extreme top-level Universe Sovereign wouldn't dare show off his face in front of him. A hint of anger flashed across Venerable Whitebone's eyes. For so many years, no one had ever dared to not give him face. It was that top-ranked God Sovereign. Everyone had to be wary of Venerable Whitebone, but he looked like a dead dog that was being carried by Yang Fann to destroy God Sovereign. He had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart. Friend, he had to leave a trace behind so that they could meet again in the future. Why do you have to go so far? What's wrong with destroying this old man? I'm here to apologize to you on his behalf. Apologize on his behalf? Who do you think you are? Friend, do you really have to be so heartless? Skeleton God Sovereign's voice turned cold. Even a clay figurine would get angry, let alone a skeleton God Sovereign. As he spoke, boom boom boom, a terrifying pressure rose from the skeleton God Sovereign. It was more than 100 times stronger than the destructive God Sovereign, who had yet to advance to the next level. He had steadily stepped into the intermediate, and he was one of the best among them. He was no weaker than some of the higher middle-level Universe Sovereign Warriors. What's wrong? Why do you want to use force when you are too soft? Yang Fann's lips curved into a mocking smile. Unfortunately, I don't want to take this lying down bang. The force in his hand exploded, destroying everything in its path, killing both God Sovereign and his soul awe. No, destruction. The venerable white bone let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he was mourning his parents' death. Yang Fann's decisiveness had exceeded his imagination. How could he have the time to rescue God Sovereign? He could only watch helplessly as God Sovereign was destroyed in body and soul. Roar Hu, Hua Sheng, you dare to kill my brother. I want you to die, I want you to die. God Sovereign Bai Gu's eyes were filled with tears of blood. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he was hysterical. He was on the verge of going crazy. He was a lone wolf. In his life, he had destroyed one of God Sovereign's best friends. Although they had always quarreled with each other and said that they wanted to destroy the old man and the skeletal old ghost, in God Sovereign Bai Gu's heart, destroying God Sovereign's status wasn't any less than his life. Old dog, what are you barking for? You want to take revenge for your brother, right? I'll send you down to accompany him right now. C2127 Self-Destruction God Realm, Upper Nine Heavens, Xianxia Heaven Realm. God Sovereign Bai Gu's eyes were bloodshot. He was like an enraged hungry tiger that wanted to eat someone. A gurgling sound burst out from his throat. The fury in his heart was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes. God Sovereign was destroyed. He was his best friend and his most important family member. He was killed just like that in front of him. His body and soul were destroyed, and not even his bones were left. Bitch, this dogfish really deserved to die 10,000 times for his crimes right at this moment. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura was like a mountain flood that had erupted. In an instant, it had surpassed quasi-high-level universe sovereigns. Low-grade high-level universe sovereign. Middle-grade high-level universe sovereign. In the end, it stabilized at a high-level universe sovereign. The destruction of God Sovereign had caused Yang Fann's combat strength to increase by more than 1,000 times. High-rank God Sovereign, you still have the combat strength of a high-rank God Sovereign. God Sovereign Bai Gu's expression changed slightly, and a trace of disbelief flashed across his face. For hundreds of millions of years, all living beings in the upper nine heavens had their cultivation base and strength deteriorated under the mysterious devil hand. Even if he used the forbidden arts to freeze himself completely, he could only protect the combat strength of intermediate God Sovereign. What kind of cultivation base did Dogfish have before this? He was at least at the top-ranked God Sovereign, or perhaps even an invincible expert that had surpassed the top-ranked God Sovereign. God Sovereign Bai Gu hadn't witnessed the battle between Yang Fann and God Sovereign with his own eyes. He didn't know that Yang Fann only had extreme middle-level universe sovereign's combat strength, but he knew that Yang Fann had the combat strength of a high-ranked God Sovereign. However, this could also be considered a misstep. If the quasi-battle power of Universe Lord was placed in the Divine Realm, it would indeed be the invincible expert that surpassed the top-ranked God Sovereign. Destroy, destroy, how did you provoke such an old monster? A grim look flashed across God Sovereign Bai Gu's eyes. A high-ranked God Sovereign was definitely not someone he could match. But very quickly, the dignified look in God Sovereign Bai Gu's eyes was replaced by a trace of ruthlessness. Destroy. Don't worry, even if this dogfish is really an invincible old monster that has surpassed the top-ranked God Sovereign, I will drag him along with you. The next second, Hong Long, boom. The energy within God Sovereign Bai Gu's body was growing crazily. In the blink of an eye, his aura had surpassed Yang Fann's. What a good God Sovereign Bai Gu! In order to avenge God Sovereign's death, he didn't hesitate to pay any price to advance to the next level, temporarily restoring his combat strength to that of a quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign. It actually directly sublimated to the limit. Yang Fann frowned. God Sovereign Bai Gu's madness had exceeded his expectations. Was he going to kill his father or his mother? Wasn't he just a good friend? Was there a need for him to be this crazy? The ultimate advancement was their most powerful means of saving their lives. The price they had to pay was also beyond their imagination. They had to sacrifice God Sovereign's strength to obtain the peak combat power for the time being. However, deep in their eyes, there was a trace of admiration. In the cultivation world, there were many people who schemed against each other. Even husband and wife flew away when faced with a great disaster. Such sincere brotherly love was truly precious. If it wasn't for the fact that they were mortal enemies, Yang Fann would have really done it. He wanted to make friends with God Sovereign Bai Gu. Dogfish, return my old friend's life. God Sovereign Bai Gu shouted. A ghastly white bone claw tore through the sky and attacked Yang Fann. Old thing, So what if you have reached the peak of the sublimation? If you miss your old friend so much, I will send you down to reunite with him. Now the trace of admiration in Yang Fann's eyes disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by an endless coldness. Since he had already become a mortal enemy, Yang Fann wouldn't show mercy to God Sovereign Bai Jiyu just because of that trace of respect. Pucci. Yang Fann's figure moved. Instead of retreating, he advanced and lunged at God Sovereign Bai Jiyu. If extreme middle-level Universe Sovereign was still as strong as before, he would have been killed by a quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign. Yang Fann wouldn't dare to do this. He had already used the secret technique to flee far away from God Sovereign Bai Jiyu. The gap between a large realm and a few large realms wasn't something that could be easily covered. However, it was a different story now. Although he wasn't a match for the quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign, the gap between him and the opponent wasn't insurmountable since he had already unsealed the combat strength of a high-level Universe Sovereign. With his powerful divine body, Yang Fann was confident that he could grind God Sovereign Bai Jiyu to death, just like how he would grind his good friend to death, God Sovereign. Bang bang bang. The black and white rays of light collided with each other, and a terrifying tide of energy seemed to want to overturn the heavens and earth. In a place several light years away, the space collapsed, the airflow was chaotic, the space-time turbulence was endless, countless voids were obliterated into nothingness. Fortunately, the entire Xianxia heaven realm had turned into ruins, and no one was there. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died in this battle? Dogfish, die, die. Old dog, I'm not afraid of you. Kill, Kai, Kai, Kai. The indestructible light enveloped Yang Fann's entire body, and it quickly rushed towards his cracked divine body. A quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign wasn't a top-ranked God Sovereign. In fact, he was still in the high-level Universe Sovereign, and there was no difference between him and a higher high-level Universe Sovereign compared to the battle with God Sovereign. Yang Fann was obviously much better now. His skin had just cracked open, but it was always repaired by the power of immortality. The 9 revolutions divine devil body's heaven-defying recovery ability was definitely not a joke. Towards the end, the more Yang Fann fought, the more courageous he became. It was as if he was evenly matched with God Sovereign Bai Jiyu. Time slowly passed. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Roar. Great white bone technique. Bone demon, descend to the world. God Sovereign Bai Jiyu attacked crazily, unleashing his killing move and ultimate skill time and time again. However, his heart was getting more and more anxious. Damn it, why is this dogfish's divine body so weak? The terrifying force that could severely injure a peak high-ranked God Sovereign only managed to scratch the monster's skin and heal it in an instant. Hong Long. After fighting for such a long time, not to mention serious injuries, there weren't even many superficial wounds. On the contrary, he had suffered some injuries from Dogfish's extreme fist. An invincible old monster that had surpassed the top-ranked God Sovereign. This Dogfish was definitely an invincible old monster that had surpassed the top-ranked God Sovereign. Apart from those old monsters, who else could possess such a terrifying divine body? What should I do? What should I do? If this continued, even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Dogfish. However, with his current condition, let alone 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't even be able to last for 30 minutes. Kekekeka old dog, don't tell me you can't take it anymore. Roar, die Dogfish, it's you who deserves to die. White bone soul extinguishing claw. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. Bitch it, I'm about to reach my limit. Could it be that the grudge of destruction is over just like that? No, the grudge of destruction must be avenged. Even if I have to sacrifice my life for it, I will not hesitate to do so. Suddenly, God Sovereign Bai Gu's eyes were filled with unconcealable madness. Kekeki 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 Dogfish, follow me to hell. Not good. Yang Fann's expression changed, and a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. Right at this moment, Kai, 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 God Sovereign Bai Gu's body was like a balloon that had inflated, rapidly expanding. Ah! Bitch it, this old dog is going to explode. Yang Fann's face lost all color. The self-destruction of a quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign was terrifying. It was even more powerful than the full-force attacks of many intermediate top-level Universe Sovereign warriors. With his current combat strength and his divine body, which was comparable to an intermediate Universe treasure, he might not be able to withstand it. Bitch old dog, what kind of grudge is this? What grudge? No, he was just a friend. Did he need to blow himself up? Furthermore, he had even self-destructed his soul. This was a gamble, he didn't even want to reincarnate. As his thoughts spun, Yang Fann's speed wasn't slow either, and he quickly fled into the distance. Fuck, he couldn't afford to offend this madman, he really couldn't afford to offend him. It was a pity that the power of the unsealing could at least allow him to unseal the combat strength of a quasi-top-level universe sovereign, but in the end, it was all for naught. However, he didn't wait for Yang Fann to run far away. Hong Long, God Sovereign Bai Gu's divine body and his soul exploded. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Terrifying energy swept in all directions and engulfed Yang Fann in an instant. C-2128 The combat strength of a supreme universe Esper God domain, Xianxia Heaven Realm. Good friends, a lifetime in order to avenge God Sovereign's death, God Sovereign Bai Gu didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life. He directly detonated his divine body, and the soul wanted to drag Yang Fann to his death together with him. This strike was truly terrifying. Everything within a few hundred light years was reduced to dust and turned into nothingness. Even thousands of light years away, the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Countless mountains were collapsing, and the earth was cracking, forming interconnected terrifying rifts. Time passed, minute by minute. Soon, more than an hour had passed. In the center of God Sovereign Bai Gu's explosion, bang in the bottomless pit, a large hand covered in blood suddenly stretched out. In the next second, bang, the surrounding rock walls exploded and shattered rocks flew in all directions. A black shadow flashed past, and a humanoid creature with ragged clothes and a badly mutilated body soared into the sky. In the time it took to breathe, wang, wang, hum, streams of dazzling golden light burst forth from his body, transforming into warm currents that continuously washed over the terrifying wound that was so deep that one could see the bones. In an instant, the hideous wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few breaths of time, it had recovered to its original state, revealing a handsome young man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. He was none other than Yang Fann, who had asked God Sovereign Bai Gu to self-detonate and drag him down with him. Vaguely, there was a trace of lingering fear on Yang Fann's face. This God Sovereign Bai Gu was like a madman. He had almost overturned his boat in this small sewer if it wasn't for God Sovereign Bai Gu's self-destruction, which unexpectedly allowed him to obtain a large amount of the unsealing power, allowing his combat strength to be unsealed to the level of a quasi-top-level universe sovereign. God Sovereign Bai Gu would have self-detonated this time. It wasn't as simple as a minor injury. Even if he didn't die, he would have lost half of his life. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. If it wasn't for this native god, but a top-ranked universe sovereign, he might have already died. He only had one life. No more, but it was completely gone. In the cultivation world, there was no room for him to be careless. If there was any danger, it would be better to kill him in the cradle. He wasn't the only one with his life. His parents, his little sister, and the others were still in his inner world. If anything happened to him, his parents and the others would be in trouble as well. The Snow Prison Plains was the territory of the Ice God clan, one of the 24 hegemony in Xianxia Heaven Realm. The Ice God clan was the beloved child of ice and snow. They were born with the ability to control the power of ice and snow. Among the 24 hegemony in Xianxia Heaven Realm, they were ranked 9th. They were even one rank higher than the God Clan of Destruction. Just like God Sovereign, who destroyed the ice and snow, God Sovereign was also a high-ranked God Sovereign. Besides him, there were also 3 God Sovereign, 1 intermediate God Sovereign, and 2 low-grade God Sovereign in the Ice and Snow God Clan. Quasi-God Sovereign, who was at the next level, had more than 20 of them, and Divine Emperor had hundreds of expert. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. However, there was only one Ice-Snow Divine Palace on the plain. It stood alone on the plain. It looked so lonely. The Ice-Snow Divine Clan, which had countless experts in the past, only had the 4 great God Sovereign, Liao Liao, and a few other quasi-God Sovereign persisting. The other Ice-Snow Divine race had long exhausted all of their divine energy and turned into ashes. Poochie. The space above the Ice-Snow Divine Palace was torn apart by Yang Fann like a curtain. Boom. Without any hesitation, Yang Fann moved his right arm and pressed down on the Ice and Snow Divine Palace. The power of a quasi-top-level universe sovereign instantly erupted. Poochie, 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 Poochie. Wherever the power passed, boom boom. Within the Ice and Snow Divine Palace. Not good. This power is the power of a quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign. God Sovereign's facial expression suddenly changed, and a resolute look flashed across his eyes. "You guys leave quickly, I will stop him." If they were at their peak, with the help of their race's foundation, they could still fight against them, and even completely suppress them. It was not impossible. Just the Guardian formation was enough for a quasi-top-ranked god sovereign to drink a kettle of water, but now, the foundation of their race had been depleted. Because the Guardian formation didn't have enough energy, it had lost most of its function. Not to mention blocking the attack of a quasi-top-ranked god sovereign, even an intermediate god sovereign wouldn't be able to defend against it. As for him, the old ancestor of the Ice Snow Divine clan, his combat strength had also fallen drastically, almost dropping to the intermediate god sovereign's combat strength. The other three great god sovereign were even worse. Each of them was not much stronger than quasi-god sovereign. With their meager strength, there was no way they could be a match for a quasi-top-ranked god sovereign. While they were talking, rumble, the aura around God Sovereign's body increased crazily. Without any hesitation, God Sovereign chose to advance to the extreme, allowing himself to temporarily recover his peak combat power. Obviously, he was ready to sacrifice himself to fight for the chance of survival for his junior. He could die, but the inheritance of the Ice Snow Divine clan could not be broken by his hands. Ah, no, old ancestor. The three divine ice gods, God Sovereign and the remaining 6 divine ice gods, quasi-God Sovereign, let out heart-wrenching wails. "Let's go, let's go," God Sovereign urged. Without turning his head, he lunged at Yang Fann. "No, no, ancestor, we are not leaving, we are not leaving." Their rationality told them that leaving now was the best outcome. That kind of battle was not something they could intervene in. Even if they didn't hesitate to do everything in their power to improve themselves and restore the peak combat power, they would only be giving away a few more lives, and wouldn't be able to change anything. However, to make them abandon their ancestor just like that, they couldn't do it. They really couldn't. "Get lost, all of you. Get lost. You all want to die from anger. If I can't do it, I'll get lost. Don't admit it. I'm an old ancestor, but I don't have one, you unfilial sons." The Ice Snow God Sovereign kept roaring. Although the performance of the boys had touched him, now was not the time to be sentimental. "Woo woo woo, old ancestor. We, get lost." God Sovereign was almost hysterical. This bunch of bastards, did they really want to anger him to death? "Old ancestor, take care of yourself. Let's go, let's go." Tears could be seen in the eyes of the 3 great God Sovereign and 6 great quasi-God Sovereign. They couldn't bear to look at the Ice and Snow God Sovereign, so they quickly fled into the distance. "Woo woo woo, old ancestor. Consider them lucky. They have a good old ancestor." A trace of pity flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. An intermediate God Sovereign, 2 low-grade God Sovereign, and 6 quasi-God Sovereign. Together, they were comparable to the power of unsealing. It was not much weaker than killing the nefarious poison fire dragon. However, with the help of the Ice and Snow God Sovereign's desperate attempt to stop him, he was unable to do anything. The cultivation base of the Ice and Snow God Sovereign was much stronger than the one that destroyed God Sovereign. After the advancement, his combat strength was no weaker than a top-rank high-level universe sovereign. In addition to that, he was fighting with a fighting style that seemed to disregard life and death. The combat strength he unleashed was so terrifying that it was even stronger than many peak high-level universe sovereign warriors. Furthermore, this was the Ice Prison Icefield, the territory of the Ice and Snow God Sovereign. It had the geographical advantage. For a moment, it felt like they were evenly matched with Yang Fann. It was as if they were about to meet a talented person, and they were locked in a fierce fight. The power of ice and snow, the power of devouring, constantly interweaved and destroyed. Countless spaces were turned into powder. 15 minutes later, rumble, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the ice plains of the snow prison. "Fuck, these divine realm God Sovereign are all crazy. Why did he choose to self-destruct so easily?" Yang Fann cursed. Both God Sovereign by GU and God Sovereign were the same. If it wasn't because he had experience and was prepared to dodge in time, he would have suffered even more. Fortunately, even if God Sovereign self-destructed, he wouldn't have lost his ability to unseal the seal. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have been depressed to death. There were 1 and 2, and there were 3. If these God race God Sovereign were so unyielding, how could he unseal the quasi-battle power of Universe Lord? Unfortunately, it's still a little lacking. Very quickly, a hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The self-destruction of Ice and Snow God Sovereign had increased his combat strength by a lot, but he was still a little bit away from unsealing his top-level universe sovereign combat strength. The next one will be him. I think that by killing him, it should be enough for me to unseal my top-level universe sovereign combat strength. C-2129 Lord of the Dark Moon God Race, Xianxia Heaven Realm, Storm Valley. This was one of the major forbidden grounds of Xianxia Heaven Realm. The entire Storm Valley was filled with terrifying destructive astral winds. This was a terrifying astral wind that was even more terrifying than the 9th level of Thunder Astral. It was just a few top-ranked God Emperor experts. If they entered it, they would be killed by the destructive astral wind in no time. Only God Sovereign's expert could ignore the endless gale and enter it smoothly. However, everything in the world had a slim chance of survival. A terrifying clan had been nurtured within this destructive gale. It was the Storm God clan. Although this tribe was scarce in numbers, they did not have more than 10,000 people at their peak. However, their strength was extremely powerful. They were much stronger than the Destruction God race and the Ice Snow God race. Among the thousands of clansmen, the weakest was God King. Divine Emperor occupied nearly half of them, while Quasi-God Sovereign occupied more than 50. The real God Sovereign had 8 of them. The strongest was also the ancestor of the Storm clan, and God Sovereign had broken through to the top-ranked God Sovereign with a single step. In the Xianxia Heaven Realm, God Sovereign was one of the top 20, and it wasn't impossible for him to enter the top 10. It was just that now, the world had changed. The Divine Storm clan was not much better than the Divine Ice and Snow clan. Out of the 8 great God Sovereign, only 5 remained. The 3 God Sovereign did not die of exhaustion. Instead, they died at the hands of the other God Sovereign when they were fighting for resources. Back then, the world-shaking battle that swept across the entire Upper 9 Heavens had affected many of the races in the Upper 9 Heavens, including God Sovereign. For example, the Destruction God race and the Poisonous Dragon race that the nefarious Poison Fire Dragon belonged to had not only destroyed God Sovereign and the other 2, but also the other God Sovereign who had fallen in the previous war. Besides the 5 great God Sovereign, there were only 12 quasi-God Sovereign left in the Storm Canyon. Buzz. The void twisted and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. Rumble. The 9 Revolutions divine devil body circulated to its limit, and its body transformed into a massive divine being that was tens of thousands of meters tall. It then struck out with its palm towards the Windstorm Valley. Storm Valley, Storm Divine Palace. Not good, this power. Storm God Sovereign's expression changed. That terrifying strength wasn't any weaker than his peak strength. However, at this moment, he only had the combat strength of an intermediate God Sovereign. Boys, the great calamity is coming. Prepared to fight to the death. A trace of determination flashed across Storm God Sovereign's eyes. The other Storm Gods, God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign, were the same. All of them seemed to have made up their minds to die. Storm Canyon was their home, the cradle they had nurtured. Without Storm Canyon, there would be no Storm Gods. Even if it meant risking their lives, they had to protect their home. Wind Lightning, Wind Star, the 2 of you follow me and ascend to the next level. These were the 2 great God Sovereign, who were second only to him. One was a high-ranked God Sovereign, and the other was a high-ranked God Sovereign. As a quasi-high-ranked God Sovereign, they were the only ones who could interfere in the upcoming battle. It would be a waste even if the others advanced to the next level. Furthermore, everyone had advanced to the next level. Even if they could defeat their enemy, they, the Divine Storm clan, would no longer have the strength to continue guarding the Storm Canyon. Yes, Ancestor. Rumble, 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 rumble. The powerful chi of 3 paths rose from the Windstorm Valley, easily blocking Yang Fann's palm that covered the sky. He didn't run away. Good, very good. Yang Fann was not surprised but happy. These inferior goods that relied on extreme sublimation to temporarily recover peak combat powers, Yang Fann was not afraid at all. Not to mention the strongest among them, God Sovereign was only a quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign. Even if he had a true top-ranked God Sovereign, Yang Fann had full confidence that he could grind him to death. The combat strength of a quasi-top-level Universe Sovereign. As long as he didn't encounter an expert that was at the peak of the top-level Universe Sovereign or above, he could rely on his powerful divine body to defend himself, and the 9 Revolutions divine devil body's heaven-defying recovery ability. Even superior top-level Universe Sovereign and Yang Fann were confident that they would be able to fight him for a period of time. They were afraid that they would be like the Divine Ice and Snow clan, and that Old Thing would try its best to delay them, allowing those juniors to escape. These were all unsealing powers. In the next second, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. Aphids, come and die Pucci. His body moved, tearing open the space and meeting the storm god sovereign. Boom, 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 bang, the two titans slammed into each other, causing terrifying gales to sweep out in all directions. Wind lightning god sovereign, wind star god sovereign, and the other two god sovereign moved in all directions, attacking Yang Fann from time to time. They also knew that with their strength, it wouldn't be long before they were completely wiped out if they were to fight a quasi-top-rank god sovereign head-on, especially Feng Xing god sovereign, who was a quasi-high-rank god sovereign. He wouldn't be able to last more than 3 rounds before he exploded. Ha 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 ha, truly satisfying. Ha ha ha, Yang Fann laughed heartily. It had been a long time since such an evenly matched battle had taken place. The previous Ice Snow god sovereign was still a bit lacking. Bitch it, what kind of monster is this? Yang Fann was enjoying the battle, but Storm god sovereign furrowed his brows and felt a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. When his destructive astral wind landed on the monster's body, it didn't even tear its skin apart, let alone the attack of his wind lightning and wind star, the two god sovereigns' attacks. Time passed by, 1 second at a time. Soon, it was 15 minutes later. The scale of victory gradually tilted towards Yang Fann. Relying on his abnormal defense, Yang Fann gave up on defending and crazily attacked, exchanging injuries for injuries. God Sovereign Storm and the others didn't have Yang Fann's terrifying divine body's defense, which allowed them to completely ignore Yang Fann's attack. No, we don't have much time. If this continues, my Storm clan will definitely be destroyed by this fellow. Anxiety flashed across Storm God Sovereign's eyes. This is the only way to deal with this bastard. Don't be so arrogant. Die. God Sovereign Storm looked like he was going crazy. He was like an enraged beast, attacking crazily. Humph, pretending to die. Yang Fann let out a cold snort and did not budge an inch. Bang bang bang, buzz. Suddenly, a green light, like a dragon, burst out from God Sovereign's body. His speed was faster than his thoughts. Yang Fann, who was crazily beating him up, didn't even have time to react before he was trapped. Yang Fann frowned. A trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart, and the magic power in his body started to surge crazily. Roar, break for me. Buzz, 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 hum. That green light expanded rapidly, as though it would completely collapse in the next second. Right at this moment, Wind Lightning, Wind Star, I'll leave my clan to you. God Sovereign looked at Wind and Lightning with a reluctant expression. With a glance, Wind Star lunged at Yang Fann, and his body started to expand. Self-explosion. God Sovereign understood that the Wind God Lock could entrap Yang Fann, who was a quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign. How long would it take to kill him? It was his own body. Kekekeka, die with me. Ah, old ancestor, don't. Fuck, another self-explosion. Can't you be a little more creative? Yang Fann cursed in his heart. God Sovereign by Gu. Ice Snow God Sovereign and Storm God Sovereign. All of them were like this, but they only had one heart. They calmed down. The current him, he was no longer the same as when he was fighting God Sovereign by Gu. The self-destruction of a mere quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign. It couldn't hurt him at all. Not to mention, God Sovereign's self-destruction would immediately push his combat strength to the top-level Universe Sovereign, making it even more impossible for him to hurt him. In fact, it would save him some effort. Bitch it, why is this fellow so calm? Could it be that there is a trick behind it? Storm God Sovereign's smile froze, and a trace of uneasiness appeared on his face. However, at this moment, the arrow was already on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. The self-destruction had already begun, and it wasn't something he could stop just because he wanted to. I hope I'm overthinking it. Bang! A terrifying mushroom cloud rose up. Ah, old ancestor. Woo woo woo. Old ancestor. Ming Sha Heaven Realm, Dark Moon Divine Palace. This was the lair of the Dark Moon God Clan, one of the 24 hegemony. Furthermore, the strength of the Dark Moon God Clan was above the Storm God Clan, and it was ranked 3rd among the 24 overlords. The master of the Dark Moon God Clan, Dark Moon God Sovereign. He was a genuine top-ranked God Sovereign, and he was also an outstanding top-ranked God Sovereign warrior. In the entire Ming Sha Heaven Realm, he was ranked in the top 5 experts. Above the Dark Moon Divine Palace. Wang, wang, wang. Dozens of powerful auras, which were at least half-step sovereign, gathered together and collided with each other. C. 2129 Lord of the Dark Moon God race, Mingxia Heaven Realm, Storm Valley. This was one of the major forbidden grounds of Mingxia Heaven Realm. The entire Storm Valley was filled with terrifying destructive astral winds. This was a terrifying astral wind that was even more terrifying than the 9th level of Thunder Astral. It was just a few top-ranked God Emperor experts. If they entered it, they would be killed by the destructive astral wind in no time. Only God Sovereign's expert could ignore the endless gale and enter it smoothly. However, everything in the world had a slim chance of survival. A terrifying clan had been nurtured within this destructive gale. It was the Storm God clan. Although this tribe was scarce in numbers, they did not have more than 10,000 people at their peak. However, their strength was extremely powerful. They were much stronger than the Destruction God race and the Ice Snow God race. Among the thousands of clansmen, the weakest was God King. Divine Emperor occupied nearly half of them, while Quasi-God Sovereign occupied more than 50. The real God Sovereign had 8 of them. The strongest was also the ancestor of the Storm clan, and God Sovereign had broken through to the top-ranked God Sovereign with a single step. In the Mingxia Heaven Realm, God Sovereign was one of the top 20, and it wasn't impossible for him to enter the top 10. It was just that now, the world had changed. The Divine Storm clan was not much better than the Divine Ice and Snow clan. Out of the 8 great God Sovereign, only 5 remained. The 3 God Sovereign did not die of exhaustion. Instead, they died at the hands of the other God Sovereign when they were fighting for resources. Back then, the world-shaking battle that swept across the entire Upper 9 Heavens had affected many of the races in the Upper 9 Heavens, including God Sovereign. For example, the Destruction God race and the Poisonous Dragon race that the nefarious Poison Fire Dragon belonged to had not only destroyed God Sovereign and the other 2, but also the other God Sovereign who had fallen in the previous war. Besides the 5 great God Sovereign, there were only 12 quasi-God Sovereign left in the Storm Canyon. Buzz. The void twisted and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. Rumble. The 9 revolutions divine devil body circulated to its limit, and its body transformed into a massive divine being that was tens of thousands of meters tall. It then struck out with its palm towards the Windstorm Valley. Storm Valley, Storm Divine Palace. Not good, this power. Storm God Sovereign's expression changed. That terrifying strength wasn't any weaker than his peak strength. However, at this moment, he only had the combat strength of an intermediate God Sovereign. Boys, the great calamity is coming, prepared to fight to the death. A trace of determination flashed across Storm God Sovereign's eyes. The other Storm Gods, God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign, were the same. All of them seemed to have made up their minds to die. Storm Canyon was their home, the cradle they had nurtured. Without Storm Canyon, there would be no Storm Gods. Even if it meant risking their lives, they had to protect their home. Wind Lightning, Wind Star, the 2 of you follow me and ascend to the next level. These were the 2 great God Sovereign, who were second only to him. One was a high-ranked God Sovereign, and the other was a high-ranked God Sovereign. As a quasi-high-ranked God Sovereign, they were the only ones who could interfere in the upcoming battle. It would be a waste even if the others advanced to the next level. Furthermore, everyone had advanced to the next level. Even if they could defeat their enemy, they, the Divine Storm Clan, would no longer have the strength to continue guarding the Storm Canyon. Yes, Ancestor. Rumble, 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 rumble. The powerful chi of 3 paths rose from the Windstorm Valley, easily blocking Yang Fann's palm that covered the sky. He didn't run away. Good, very good. Yang Fann was not surprised but happy. These inferior goods that relied on extreme sublimation to temporarily recover peak combat powers, Yang Fann was not afraid at all. Not to mention the strongest among them, God Sovereign was only a quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign. Even if he had a true top-ranked God Sovereign, Yang Fann had full confidence that he could grind him to death. The combat strength of a quasi-top-level Universe Sovereign. As long as he didn't encounter an expert that was at the peak of the top-level Universe Sovereign or above, he could rely on his powerful divine body to defend himself, and the 9 revolutions divine devil body's heaven-defying recovery ability. Even superior top-level Universe Sovereign and Yang Fann were confident that they would be able to fight him for a period of time. They were afraid that they would be like the Divine Ice and Snow clan, and that Old Thing would try its best to delay them, allowing those juniors to escape. These were all unsealing powers. In the next second, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. Aphids, come and die Pucci. His body moved, tearing open the space and meeting the Storm God Sovereign. Boom, boom, boom. Bang! The 2 titans slammed into each other, causing terrifying gales to sweep out in all directions. Wind Lightning God Sovereign, Wind Star God Sovereign, and the other two God Sovereign moved in all directions, attacking Yang Fann from time to time. They also knew that with their strength, it wouldn't be long before they were completely wiped out if they were to fight a quasi-top-rank God Sovereign head-on, especially Feng Xing God Sovereign, who was a quasi-high-rank God Sovereign. He wouldn't be able to last more than 3 rounds before he exploded. Ha 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 ha, truly satisfying. Ha ha ha. Yang Fann laughed heartily. It had been a long time since such an evenly matched battle had taken place. The previous Ice Snow God Sovereign was still a bit lacking. Bitch it, what kind of monster is this? Yang Fann was enjoying the battle, but Storm God Sovereign furrowed his brows and felt a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. When his destructive astral wind landed on the monster's body, it didn't even tear its skin apart, let alone the attack of his Wind Lightning and Wind Star, the two God Sovereigns' attacks. Time passed by, 1 second at a time. Soon, it was 15 minutes later. The scale of victory gradually tilted towards Yang Fann. Relying on his abnormal defense, Yang Fann gave up on defending and crazily attacked, exchanging injuries for injuries. God Sovereign Storm and the others didn't have Yang Fann's terrifying Divine Body's defense, which allowed them to completely ignore Yang Fann's attack. No, we don't have much time. If this continues, my Storm clan will definitely be destroyed by this fellow. Anxiety flashed across Storm God Sovereign's eyes. This is the only way to deal with this bastard. Don't be so arrogant. God Sovereign Storm looked like he was going crazy. He was like an enraged beast, attacking crazily. Humph, pretending to die. Yang Fann let out a cold snort and did not budge an inch. Bang bang bang. Buzz. Suddenly, a green light, like a dragon, burst out from God Sovereign's body. His speed was faster than his thoughts. Yang Fann, who was crazily beating him up, didn't even have time to react before he was trapped. Yang Fann frowned. A trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart, and the magic power in his body started to surge crazily. Roar. Break for me. Buzz. 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 That green light expanded rapidly, as though it would completely collapse in the next second. Right at this moment, Wind Lightning, Wind Star, I'll leave my clan to you. God Sovereign looked at Wind and Lightning with a reluctant expression. With a glance, Wind Star lunged at Yang Fann, and his body started to expand. Self-explosion. God Sovereign understood that the Wind God Lock could entrap Yang Fann, who was a quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign. How long would it take to kill him? It was his own body. Kekekeka, die with me. Ah, old ancestor, don't. Fuck, another self-explosion. Can't you be a little more creative? Yang Fann cursed in his heart. God Sovereign by Gu. Ice Snow God Sovereign and Storm God Sovereign. All of them were like this, but they only had one heart. They calmed down. The current him, he was no longer the same as when he was fighting God Sovereign by Gu. The self-destruction of a mere quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign. It couldn't hurt him at all. Not to mention, God Sovereign's self-destruction would immediately push his combat strength to the top-level Universe Sovereign, making it even more impossible for him to hurt him. In fact, it would save him some effort. Bitch it, why is this fellow so calm? Could it be that there is a trick behind it? Storm God Sovereign's smile froze, and a trace of uneasiness appeared on his face. However, at this moment, the arrow was already on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. The self-destruction had already begun, and it wasn't something he could stop just because he wanted to. I hope I'm overthinking it. Bang! A terrifying mushroom cloud rose up. Ah, old ancestor. Woo woo woo. Old ancestor. Ming Sha Heaven Realm, Dark Moon Divine Palace. This was the lair of the Dark Moon God Clan, one of the 24 hegemony. Furthermore, the strength of the Dark Moon God Clan was above the Storm God Clan, and it was ranked 3rd among the 24 overlords. The master of the Dark Moon God Clan, Dark Moon God Sovereign. He was a genuine top-ranked God Sovereign, and he was also an outstanding top-ranked God Sovereign warrior. In the entire Ming Sha Heaven Realm, he was ranked in the top 5 experts. Above the Dark Moon Divine Palace. Wang. Dozens of powerful auras, which were at least half-step sovereign, gathered together and collided with each other. C. 2130 Trap God. Realm, Ming Sha Heaven Realm, Dark Moon Divine Palace. Buzz. Dozens of powerful auras interweaved and transformed into sage-like figures. An immortal venerable with a vertical eye on his forehead arrived. That vertical eye, it was the symbol of the Taoism clan, one of the 8 most powerful races of the eternal Great World. Great Tao Divine I, the Venerable of the Taoism clan. These dozens of people were all the Venerable of the Taoism clan. In just a few months' time, the combat strength of these Taoism clan's venerables had obviously improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to when they were in the aqua blue world, it was totally the same as when they were in the sky, and when they were in a different place. Out of the dozens of people in the aqua blue world, the lowest combat strength of a half-step sovereign was unsealed. It was the combat strength of a low-level venerable. More than 10 people, and the strongest one had the combat strength of a middle-level universe sovereign. This was a young man in white who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He was very young, and his skin looked like that of a baby. However, his eyes were flickering with an experienced look. He had a feeling that time was like water, and that time was like a song. It was very desolate, and the passage of time was within it. His aura was vast and ancient, and his immortal energy was faintly discernible. It seemed that in the next second, he would ride the wind and ascend as an immortal heavenly star Taoist. This was the supreme expert that was second only to the master of Taoism clan, and he had broken through to the quasi-universe lord with a single step. He was also the only quasi-universe lord in the Taoism clan. He was the undisputed number 2 figure in the Taoism clan. The master was high and mighty, and his whereabouts were unpredictable. Not to mention the ordinary disciples of the Taoism clan, even the venerables of the Taoism clan would find it hard to meet him. Heavenly Star Taoist was the person in charge of the Tao domain. In actual fact, he was in charge of the myriad of races and powers in the Tao domain. Sky Spill, below that is the old lair of the Dark Moon God clan, Dark Moon Divine Palace. Also, Master of the Dark Moon, are you sure you only have intermediate God Sovereign's combat strength left? Heavenly Star Taoist turned his eyes and looked at a middle-aged man in a green robe who looked like a transcendent being. His face was extremely pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Sky Spill Holy Man was one of the many high-level universe sovereign warriors in Taoism clan. Master Tao Monarch, I saw it with my own eyes. That Master of the Dark Moon really only has the combat strength of an intermediate God Sovereign. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape from his hands safely. Sky Spill Holy Man answered respectfully. It was him who had informed Heavenly Star Taoist about the Dark Moon Divine Palace and Master of the Dark Moon. It was only because of this that so many venerables of the Taoism clan had gathered here. Good Sky Spill, if I can take down this Master of the Dark Moon, you will be the first to receive the credit. Heavenly Star Taoist immediately said good 3 words, Sky Spill Holy Man. By now, he had only unsealed his low-level universe sovereign combat strength. He had just broken through the threshold of the low-level universe sovereign, and with his current strength, he was able to escape from Master of the Dark Moon's eyes. One could imagine how much Master of the Dark Moon's strength had fallen. It was impossible for him to have the combat strength of a high-ranked God Sovereign, or even an intermediate God Sovereign. He couldn't even be called an expert. Currently, his combat strength had already been unsealed, and with his powerful quasi-universe Lord combat consciousness, his true combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than these quasi-high-ranked God Sovereign barbarians. Suppressing an intermediate God Sovereign wasn't a difficult task. The only thing that worried him was the advancement of the limits of these barbarians. Master of the Dark Moon was one of the best top-ranked God Sovereign warriors, the peak combat power. Even if he couldn't compare to a peak top-level universe sovereign warrior, he wouldn't be much weaker. However, you have Zhang Liang's plan, and I have the scaling ladder. These indigenous people are able to advance to the next level. The Taoism clan has existed for so long, so how could they not have a powerful arcane art? Although it was impossible for them to be a match for a true top-ranked God Sovereign, Heavenly Star Taoist was confident that they could hold on for 1.5 hours under the hands of a top-ranked God Sovereign. As long as he could defeat this Master of the Dark Moon, his combat strength would be able to break through to the top-level universe sovereign in an instant. Thinking about it, no one had unsealed their combat strength yet. First step, step by step. At that time, his chances of winning the Heart of Eternity would be much higher. Unknowingly, a trace of excitement climbed onto Heavenly Star Taoist's face. The eyes of the surrounding Taoism clan venerables lit up. Heavenly Star Taoist could eat meat, but no matter what, they could still have a sip of soup. In the Dark Moon Divine Palace, Master of the Dark Moon and God Sovereign weren't the only ones. As one of the top 3 overlords in the Mingxia Heaven Realm, the Dark Moon God clan was incomparable to the other overlords. Even the Ice Snow Divine clan, which was also one of the top 10 overlords, was far inferior to the God Extermination clan in the peak period of the Dark Moon God clan. Besides Master of the Dark Moon, there were 19 other God Sovereign, 3 of whom were high-ranked God Sovereign, 7 of them were intermediate, and 9 of them were low-grade God Sovereign. As for Quasi-God Sovereign, who was at the next level, there were more than 100 of them. In the consecutive battles, the Dark Moon God clan had lost a lot of Dark Moon God clans. God Sovereign had more than 10 experts, while Quasi-God Sovereign had more than 50. According to Sky Spill Holy Man, Quasi-God Sovereign's combat strength had dropped to the lowest level. Only the 3 high-ranked God Sovereign could barely exert the combat strength of a Divine Venerable. As for the rest of the God Sovereign, they didn't deserve to be called Divine Venerables and couldn't unleash the power of a Divine Venerable. Otherwise, Sky Spill Holy Man wouldn't have been able to escape successfully. To them, this was a huge piece of fat meat. With their combined strength, there were 13 Venerables in total. It could be said that they had completely devoured the native God Sovereign of Dark Moon God clan. After eliminating these barbarians of Dark Moon God clan, their strength would at least be unlocked by a large margin. If they were lucky, they would be able to seize a high-ranked God Sovereign and unseal all their combat strength at every moment. The feeling of being suppressed by the will of the heavens and earth was not that pleasant. Everyone, follow me down. Heavenly Star Taoist waved his hand and took the lead. A mere divine formation, break it. Bang bang bang. The 4-directional divine formation of the Dark Moon Divine Palace seemed to have lost its energy supply and its power was easily broken through by Heavenly Star Taoist and the rest. It swept through everything with irresistible force, without any hindrance. Even the expert of the Dark Moon God clan of the Dark Moon Divine Palace seemed to be intimidated by their powerful strength, and refused to show themselves for a long time. Soon, Heavenly Star Taoist and his group arrived at the true core of Dark Moon Divine Palace, which was where Master of the Dark Moon was cultivating. Dark Moon Divine Hall. Master of the Dark Moon, let's see where else you can hide at this moment. Rumble. A terrifying aura of a top-ranked high-level venerable rose from the Dark Moon Divine Hall. A man in a dark long robe was shrouded in black fog, making it hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. He was fat and thin, as if he was in absolute darkness. A terrifying expert covered in dense fog appeared in front of Heavenly Star Taoist and the others. Almost at the same time, Hong Long rumble, rumble, rumble. Over 100 powerful auras rose around Heavenly Star Taoist and the others, surrounding them and sealing off the 4-direction space. Among these hundreds of chi, there were 9 that were as powerful as low-level Universe Sovereign. There was also the chi of 3 paths. They weren't any weaker than middle-level Universe Sovereign, especially the strongest chi. It wasn't much weaker than Heavenly Star Taoist's current chi. As for the remaining 100 chi, they were at least comparable to top-ranked God Emperor, and most of them were on par with Quasi-God Sovereign. Ah, not good, a trap. This is a trap. Heavenly Star Taoist and the rest of the Taoism clan's venerables changed their expressions. Many of the Taoism clan's venerables' eyes were filled with panic. The combat strength of a top-ranked high-level Universe Sovereign and extreme middle-level Universe Sovereign. The combat strength of 2 middle-level Universe Sovereign warriors and 9 low-level Universe Sovereign warriors. This was 10 times, 100 times stronger than what they had heard from Sky Spill Holy Man. This wasn't a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. It was the prehistoric berserk beast that was waiting for its prey with its mouth wide open. Zero-bitched old man. Sky Spill, is this how you collect information? Can you be a bit more fraudulent? The supreme experts of Taoism clan subconsciously looked towards where Sky Spill Holy Man was. Strange, where is Sky Spill? Where did he run off to? Everyone, look over there. Roar. Sky Spill, you flower boy, how dare you betray us? C2131 Dark Moon Divine Formation God Realm, Ningxia Heaven Realm, Dark Moon Divine Palace. He looked at Sky Spill Holy Man, who had unknowingly retreated to God Sovereign's side. Everything was crystal clear traps. All of these were traps. What did it mean that Master of the Dark Moon only had the combat strength of an intermediate God Sovereign? There were only 2 or 3 of them left in the Dark Moon God clan. It was almost impossible to find a few God Sovereign's combat strength. Fake. It was all fake information that Sky Spill Holy Man had fabricated. They had been sold by Sky Spill Holy Man, and had been sold by this bastard. At this moment, all the venerables of Taoism clan, including Heavenly Star Taoist, who was a quasi-universe lord, were staring at Sky Spill Holy Man. Their eyes were filled with flames of fury. If their eyes could kill Sky Spill Holy Man, Sky Spill Holy Man would have been cut into thousands of pieces by now, and his bones would have turned into ashes by now. It was one thing for the people of the other major powers to betray the Taoism clan, but Sky Spill Holy Man was the same as them. He was also a brother of the Taoism clan, and many of them were even his best friends from hundreds or thousands of eras ago. How could he be so cruel to sell all of them just like that? Could his conscience be eaten by a dog just like that? Roar. If I am able to survive today, then in the future, I will definitely hunt you down with my life on the line, and I will not rest until I die. Not only Sky Spill Holy Man, but also everyone in the Sky Spill clan would die as long as he returned to his Tao domain. He would make sure that the Heaven Evolution clan was completely removed from the eternal great world. Anyone related to the Sky Spill clan would be demoted to the lowliest slave clan. Sky Spill Holy Man felt ashamed when he saw Heavenly Star Taoist and the others looking at him as if they wanted to eat him. He lowered his head. If it was possible, why would he be willing to betray his own kind? It was just that he had no other choice. His life spirit was in Master of the Dark Moon's hands. If he did not do what Master of the Dark Moon said, he would be the one to die. In fact, Sky Spill Holy Man didn't manage to escape from the Dark Moon Divine Palace. In just one exchange, he became Master of the Dark Moon's captive. In the end, in order to save his life, Sky Spill Holy Man didn't hesitate to give up his innate soul and acknowledge Master of the Dark Moon as his master. Unlike the association of warlocks, a bunch of ants that weren't even rulers. Even if they were captured, the pride of the universe sovereign would never submit to them. However, Master of the Dark Moon was different. At his peak, he was a top-ranked god sovereign who was comparable to a top-level universe sovereign. Even though his strength had fallen drastically, he had still reached the top-ranked high-level universe sovereign. Submitting to him wasn't unacceptable to Sky Spill Holy Man. One should know that, during the entire province, he was only an intermediate high-level universe sovereign. Compared to the current Master of the Dark Moon, he was much weaker. I, Lord Tao Monarch, and everyone else, don't blame me. I was forced into a corner. Fellow Taoist, don't kill me. Even though he had lived for over 1,000 eras, he had not truly grown tired of living. After giving Sky Spill Holy Man a deep look, Heavenly Star Taoist seemed to want to deeply imprint Sky Spill Holy Man in the depths of his soul. The next second, let's go, we need to break out of the encirclement immediately. Heavenly Star Taoist activated his spiritual sense and gave the order to break out of the encirclement. No matter if it was the number of people or the strength of the expert, the Dark Moon God clan had far surpassed them. They had absolutely no chance of winning this battle. If they continued to fight with their lives on the line, perhaps even Heavenly Star Taoist would die here. Buzz. Buzz, buzz, bees. In an instant, all the venerables of the Taoism clan turned into rays of light and increased their speed to the maximum, as if they were eating milk. At that moment you want to leave. What kind of place do you think my Dark Moon Divine Palace is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Master of the Dark Moon sneered. The venerable of the Taoism clan regarded the Dark Moon God clan as a fat sheep. He was the same as well. These extrasolar evils were great tonics. After refining them, the Dark Moon God clan would be able to hold on for a long period of time. Even his strength, he might be able to recover a few more points, and once again possess the strength of a top-ranked God Sovereign Wang. A dark curtain of light rose up and covered the entire Dark Moon Divine Palace. It was the guardian formation of the Dark Moon Divine Palace. The accumulation of the Dark Moon God clan was far from what the god race of ice and snow could compare with. Even now, the Dark Moon God clan had yet to reach the end of its tether. It still had a lot of resources. For example, although the Guardian formation had less than 1% of its power, it still had a lot of resources. However, those below the top-ranked God Sovereign had almost no chance of breaking through. Even those below the top-ranked God Sovereign would have to spend a lot of effort to break through the barrier and break out of the formation. Everything that happened just now was just to lure Heavenly Star Taoist and the others into going deeper. They had deliberately shut down most of the functions of the Guardian formation. Not good. The Dark Moon Divine Palace has been sealed. Heavenly Star Taoist's facial expression changed. With a flash of his divine eye, he was able to see through the Dark Moon Divine formation by 30 to 40%. This divine formation was not something that could be broken so easily. Even if he found the eye of the formation, with his current strength, it would take him a lot of effort to break it. What they lacked the most now was time. Master of the Dark Moon. As long as their heads weren't kicked by a donkey, they couldn't just watch and let them break the formation. Bitch it, these barbarians are really watertight. In the time it took to breathe, Master of the Dark Moon and the group of God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign from the Dark Moon God clan had once again surrounded them. Master of the Dark Moon, let us leave. I swear that from today onwards, the Taoism clan and your Dark Moon Divine Palace will never interfere with each other's business. We will never cause trouble for your Dark Moon God clan. Heavenly Star Taoist looked at Master of the Dark Moon. His eyes seemed to be able to see Master of the Dark Moon hiding in the dark fog, and he promised. Ha 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 ha, evil devil, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. Right now, our Dark Moon God clan has the absolute advantage. Do you think you still have a future? Master of the Dark Moon burst into laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Do you really think you are an idiot? Even if you want to negotiate and make peace, please show some sincerity. And you will never cause trouble for our Dark Moon God clan in the future. Do you think that I should thank you for being magnanimous and not caring about the past? Despicable savage, I will kill you once I recover my full combat strength. Murderous intent flashed in Heavenly Star Taoist's heart. Ever since he broke through to the Quasi-Universe Lord, no top-level Universe Sovereign had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. If it wasn't for the suppression of the will of the heavens and earth, he would have killed this ignorant aphid with a single finger. Phew, Heavenly Star Taoist took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. He said in a cold voice, Master of the Dark Moon, don't be too full of yourself. We are not people to be trifled with. If you really want to fight to the death, you will have to pay a heavy price. To these Universe Sovereign were Quasi-Universe Lord. Although they weren't like God Sovereign, who could advance to the next level in a short period of time and unleash peak combat power, the secret techniques they controlled were not few in number. They had to pay any price. They couldn't afford to risk their lives. For example, Heavenly Star Taoist. At that time, even if he wasn't as strong as a top-level Universe Sovereign, he wouldn't be too far behind. Cut the crap. Today, none of you devils will be able to escape. Master of the Dark Moon's voice turned cold, and there was no doubt in his voice. Did he really think that Master of the Dark Moon was scared out of his wits? He had gone through so much trouble to set up such a trap. How could he retreat just because of a few words of intimidation from his opponent? If he really had the absolute advantage, he would still be afraid of this and that. What else could their Dark Moon God clan develop? They would have long been removed from this world. Not to mention, this was still their Dark Moon's lair in the next second. Without waiting for Heavenly Star Taoist to speak, boom boom boom, a terrifying power of the Dark Moon erupted from all the pores and cells in Master of the Dark Moon's body. It surged like a tidal wave and engulfed everything. Roar. Dark Moon Divine Formation, Dark Moon Buzz. Buzz. Hum. A strange dark red full moon rose up. Endless moonlight sprinkled down and covered the entire Dark Moon Divine Palace. In an instant, Master of the Dark Moon and many other God Sovereign from the Dark Moon God clan. Quasi-God Sovereign's chi was rising rapidly and crazily, especially Master of the Dark Moon, whose chi was about to break through the limit of the high-rank God Sovereign, and step into the top-ranked God Sovereign. On the other hand, Heavenly Star Taoist and the others were more or less suppressed by the blood-red moonlight, especially those half-step sovereign warriors, who were suppressed to the top dominator. The Dark Moon Divine Formation was the strongest divine formation in the Dark Moon God clan. It not only had the ability to defend, it also had the ability to attack and defend. The scale of victory was completely tilted towards the Dark Moon God clan. C 2132. The Oriole is at the back. God Realm, Ming Sha Heaven Realm, Dark Moon Divine Palace. Heavenly Star Taoist's expression was gloomy. Many of the Taoism clan's venerables had despair written all over their faces. They were already at a disadvantage. Now, under the suppression of the Dark Moon Divine Formation and Dark Moon, their combat strength had fallen by another level. On the other hand, the Dark Moon God clan's combat strength had increased exponentially. Under such circumstances, they had almost no chance of winning. Looks like I can only use that move. A flash of determination flashed across Heavenly Star Taoist's eyes, as if he had made a major decision. Under such a dangerous situation, ordinary forbidden arts techniques would not have much use other than wasting their vital energy and potential. Everyone, prepare to use the Myriad Convergence Great Technique. What? 10,000 Dao return to one great law. Lord Dao Monarch, is that really the case? This Lord Dao Monarch isn't using the Myriad Convergence Great Technique, overestimating these natives. The hearts of the tens of venerables from the Taoism clan shook violently, and a wisp of hesitation flashed across their faces. 10,000 Dao return to one great technique. it was a powerful forbidden arts created by the master of the Taoism clan, the Tao Master. It was also a profound fusion technique. The more the Taoism clan integrated with it, the stronger its power would be, and the more power it would unleash. However, the side effects were equally terrifying. Just a few universe sovereigns were enough to injure their yuan qi. And now, with dozens of universe sovereigns and a quasi-universe lord like Heavenly Star Taoist, the final backlash would probably increase by dozens, or even hundreds of times. Not to mention damaging their yuan qi, it was not impossible for them to completely shake their foundation and cut off their path of advancement, especially those low-level universe sovereign warriors. They were extremely unwilling to accept it. Apart from the main body, the rest of them had the power of backlash. That was equal. With their cultivation base, their foundation would be damaged, and their great Tao would be destroyed. There was at least a possibility of them reaching the 7th level. Other than the 10,000 Tao return to one great technique, what other methods do you have to deal with these natives? All the venerables of Taoism clan were speechless. They had a lot of secret techniques in their Taoism clan, but when they thought about it carefully, they realized that it was just some useless techniques. It was simply impossible to turn the tables. Alright, there's no time to hesitate anymore. Everyone, use the myriad convergence technique immediately, Heavenly Star Taoist ordered. If possible, why would he want to use the myriad convergence great technique? Except him, there was no one else. They were able to withstand the tremendous force, and as the main body of the fusion. The power of the backlash was the sum of everyone else. Even a quasi-universe lord like him would have to consume a large amount of yuan qi, and he wouldn't have any great fortuitous encounters. He wouldn't have been able to recover for a long period of time if he didn't have a few eras or even a longer period of time. Yes, Lord Tao Monarch. All the venerables of Taoism clan gritted their teeth and finally made up their minds. Master of the Dark Moon and God Sovereign of the Dark Moon God clan, Quasi-God Sovereign would attack them at any time, but they didn't have much time to hesitate. Roar. Myriad Tao returned to one great technique. Wang, Wang, Wang. Divine light burst out from the bodies of the 37 venerables of the Taoism clan. Like bright stars, they tore through space and entered Heavenly Star Taoist's body. In an instant, the energy in Heavenly Star Taoist's body was like a tsunami, causing his combat strength to skyrocket. Quasi-high-level universe sovereign, high-level universe sovereign, high-grade high-level universe sovereign. Top-rank high-level universe sovereign. The limit of high-level universe sovereign. His body was also growing inch by inch, and he was now 3 meters tall. 10 feet, 100 zhong. 3,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Be careful, my lord. This is a secret of the Taoism clan. Myriad returning Tao Sky Spill Holy Man cried out in alarm and reminded. It was obvious that Sky Spill Holy Man was prepared to go all the way in the dark. At this time, if Heavenly Star Taoist won, the first person he would kill would be him. There was only one way to save his life. He would try his best to help Master of the Dark Moon defeat Heavenly Star Taoist and obtain the final victory. You traitor dog, I will deal with you after I have dealt with these local aphids. Heavenly Star Taoist's voice was like a bronze bell, shaking the entire Dark Moon Divine Palace. The next second, Pucci, Heavenly Star Taoist's body moved. He tore through the spatial zone and lunged at Master of the Dark Moon. The longer they dragged on, the greater the backlash they would suffer afterwards. Roar. Indigenous aphids die now. Ruum mmmblle. After merging with the profound Tao of the Taoism clan, Heavenly Star Taoist's strength had just crossed the threshold of the top-level universe sovereign. This was under the suppression of the Dark Moon Divine Formation. Otherwise, Heavenly Star Taoist's strength would have increased by another level. Great Tao Arcane Art, Star Rain. Boom boom boom. Countless meteorites rained down on Master of the Dark Moon like a storm. This is the power of a top-ranked God Sovereign. These extrasolar evils can't be underestimated. Master of the Dark Moon's heart sank. This power had already surpassed his current strength. However, it's still not enough to turn the tables. Dark Moon, shatter bang. A corner of the blood-red moon in the sky shattered, transforming into a blood-red beam of light that enveloped Master of the Dark Moon's entire body. In an instant, Master of the Dark Moon's imposing aura rose once again, and he broke through the threshold of top-ranked God Sovereign. His body also grew infinitely, and he turned into a terrifying great god that was nearly 1,000,000 feet tall. Break for me, divine spear, moon break. Boom. With a flash of the dark shine, a black spear that was as long as 800,000 meters appeared in Master of the Dark Moon's hand. It was like a heavenly pillar. It was master of the Dark Moon's lifeblood divine artifact, the Moonbreak divine spear kill rumble. The black and silver titans collided with each other. Terrifying power spread in all directions, as if it was going to blow up the entire Dark Moon divine palace. Hiss! What a terrifying power! Retreat! Retreat! The group of Dark Moon God clans God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign and Sky Spill Holy Man quickly retreated. Under the terrifying energy tide, including the 3 high-ranked God Sovereign warriors, none of them had the strength to interfere. Especially those Quasi-God Sovereign. If it wasn't for the protection of God Sovereign, they would have fallen in the energy tide long ago. Kill Great Tao Arcane Art, 7 stars penetrates the sun rumble. Rumble. The 7 vast stars formed a line and shattered the vacuum, piercing through everything Dark Moon divine art, Heavenly Wolf star devouring a woo. A dark-colored Heavenly Wolf faced the sky and roared, devouring the stars die Great Tao Arcane Art, all things return to origin Dark Moon divine art, Moonfall. Bang. Bang bang. All kinds of divine arts and Great Tao Arcane Art crazily collided. For a time, the two of them had the courage to fight each other, as if they were going to meet a great talent. Time passed by, minute by minute, second by second. Soon, 15 minutes passed. Kekekeka, you're still far from being able to fight me next year, today will be the anniversary of your death. Gia, master of the Dark Moon let out a strange laugh. He was extremely arrogant bitch that despicable aphid Heavenly Star Taoist gritted his teeth, if I can use my Heavenly Star Wheel, I will let you be arrogant. In terms of strength, one of them had the support of the secret technique, Myriad Convergence Great Technique, while the other had the geographical advantage, the Divine Formation, Dark Moon Divine Formation. It could be said that they were evenly matched. However, in terms of other external items, Heavenly Star Taoist would suffer too much. All the universe treasures, including his vital treasure Heavenly Star Wheel, were sealed by the will of the heaven and earth, unable to unleash any power. With the same amount of power, with a divine artifact in hand and an empty object, the result could be imagined. At the beginning, relying on profound Tao techniques and the combat consciousness of a quasi-universe lord, they were still evenly matched. Later on, the scale of victory was gradually leaning towards Master of the Dark Moon. Now, Heavenly Star Taoist could only parry, and had no strength to fight back. One ha 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 ha, the majesty of His Majesty is invincible, a mere extrasolar evil dares to challenge His Majesty's dignity, he really doesn't know what death is. Yes, that's right, fight it ruthlessly, let's see how long that evil demon can last. God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign from the Dark Moon God clan were looking at Heavenly Star Taoist with excitement on their faces. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. The outcome of the battle had been decided. There was no longer any suspense. However, all the gods who were attracted by the battle did not notice that in an inconspicuous corner, a faint figure had appeared. C2133 Suppress them. God Realm, Ming Sha Heaven Realm, Dark Moon Divine Palace. Dark Moon Divine Art, Moon-splitting spear rumble. The spear light pierced through the air like a dragon. Master of the Dark Moon did not spare anyone when he got the upper hand. He attacked crazily. Heavenly Star Taoist was only able to parry the attack with the help of the divine weapon. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Poochie poochie, poochie. Layers of protective wards were mercilessly torn apart. Heavenly Star Taoist's divine body was continuously pierced through, and large holes were left in his body. Blood spurted out like pillars. A horrifying blood lake was formed on the ground. Kekekeke, evil demon, let's see how long you can last. Die. Dark Moon Divine Art. Annihilation. Master of the Dark Moon let out a strange laugh, as if victory was within his grasp. The extrasolar evil was like a fat piece of meat on the chopping board, allowing him to slaughter it as he pleased. Cough 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 cough, cough cough, 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 cough. Heavenly Star Taoist coughed out blood continuously. His eyes were filled with indignation. If he could unleash all of his strength, how could a mere top-ranked God Sovereign be so arrogant in front of him? He could easily kill him with just a simple move of his finger, taking 10,000 steps back. As long as his vital treasure Heavenly Star Wheel could unleash 1/10,000th of its power, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The Heavenly Star Wheel was a top-grade universe treasure, and it was also one of the top-grade universe treasures, even if it was only 1/10,000th of its power. It was also not something that the Moonbreak Divine Spear, which could barely be considered a high-grade universe treasure, could compare with. Bang, bang bang. Soon, another 15 minutes passed. Heavenly Star Taoist's divine body of the Great Tao had been stabbed countless times, and it was on the verge of collapse. Ah! Could it be that I'm really going to fall at the hands of this lowly peasant ant? Heavenly Star Taoist roared with unwillingness in his heart. He missed Heavenly Star Taoist, the second person from the Taoism clan, a quasi-universe lord who had broken through to the universe lord stage with a single step. Besides, he didn't even see the heart of eternity. How could universe lord, who had yet to prove his Tao, be defeated in such a small ditch? Unwilling. He really wasn't willing. He wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, the dark moon barrier was like a lightning pool, making it difficult for him to take a step forward. Even with the help of a secret magic, the power of the myriad convergence of paths had raised his combat strength to the low-grade top-level universe sovereign. However, if he wanted to break out of the barrier, he would need to spend some effort. Master of the Dark Moon, on the other hand, was not stupid enough to let him break out of the realm. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 10 breaths, ha ha ha, that evil demon is about to die. His Majesty is mighty, beat him to death, beat him to death. 30 breaths later, kekekeka, evil demon, your death has come. Explode for me. Master of the Dark Moon's face was ferocious, like a ferocious ghost from hell. Rumble, the lifeblood divine artifact, moon-splitting divine spear pierced through Heavenly Star Taoist's chest, and a terrifying force exploded within his body. Ah! No, a despairing and unwilling wail rang out. Bang! The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Heavenly Star Taoist's entire body exploded with a loud bang, turning into dozens of human figures that smashed heavily onto the ground. Heavenly Star Taoist had finally reached his limit. He couldn't withstand the 10,000 Tao return to one great technique, and completely collapsed. Arg! Puff, 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 pooh. Heavenly Star Taoist and the other elders of the Taoism clan all spat out blood. Their faces were extremely pale. There was no blood at all. Their chi was weakening rapidly. Many of them had completely lost consciousness. Their chi was extremely weak. Like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. They were already severely injured, and with the backlash from the arcane art, it was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Ha 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 ha, he won. His Majesty won. His Majesty is mighty. His Majesty is invincible. His Majesty is invincible. His Majesty is invincible. In an instant, the group of Dark Moon God clans, God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign, burst into cheers. With this group of devils, their lives would be much better in the future. At the center of the battlefield, Master of the Dark Moon looked down at Heavenly Star Taoist and the others who had fallen to the ground. His voice was filled with arrogance. Hehehehe. I have said it before, none of you devils will be able to escape today. I will never let any of you off. Cough, 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 cough. If not for the suppression of the will of heaven and earth, I would have killed you like a chicken. Cough, cough. Heavenly Star Taoist coughed out blood continuously. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. In this path of eternity, their suppression was just too great. So what? The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. Evil devils, you should just accept your fate obediently. Master of the Dark Moon sneered, but he didn't deny what Heavenly Star Taoist said. From Sky Spill Holy Man's words, he had a good understanding of the strength of these extrasolar evils. A top-ranked God Sovereign like him was only a first-grade top-level universe sovereign in the evil devil world. Compared to a quasi-universe lord, he was thousands of times weaker. In the next second, Master of the Dark Moon moved his right arm and grabbed towards Heavenly Star Taoist and the others. He didn't intend to take their lives. These extrasolar evils were the best option to absorb their divine energy bit by bit to replenish their lost energy. If they killed them, they would lose at least half of their divine energy. At this moment, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand suddenly appeared above Master of the Dark Moon and pressed down on him. Poochie poochie poochie. Wherever he passed, the space was like glass, shattering inch by inch. The terrifying power was more than 10 times stronger than Master of the Dark Moon's. It was even stronger than many superior top-level universe sovereigns. Not good, this strength. Master of the Dark Moon's heart trembled. An ominous omen swept across his soul. The scariness of this strength was comparable to his peak condition. Ah, Your Majesty, be careful. The faces of the Dark Moon God clans, God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign, changed dramatically. They had never thought that there would be such a terrifying expert lying dormant beside them. Roar. Dark Moon, break bang. The dark moon in the sky shattered once again. However, unlike the previous time, only a small portion of it had been shattered. This time, however, it was completely shattered. It turned into endless moonlight and rushed towards Master of the Dark Moon. Ka, Ka. Almost at the same time, the dark moon barrier was filled with cracks that looked like spider webs. It was as if it would completely shatter in the next second. The dark moon in the sky was the core of the dark moon divine formation, and it was the eye of the formation. Once the blood moon was shattered, the dark moon divine formation would become a decoration, and its power would be reduced to less than 1 in 10,000. Not to mention top-rank God Sovereign, even a low-grade God Sovereign could break the formation with ease. However, at this moment, Master of the Dark Moon couldn't care less about that. The huge palm that fell from the sky wasn't something he could defend against at this moment. Unless he was willing to sublimate himself to the limit, and unleash his peak combat power. However, how could the extreme sublimation be used just like that? That was a true life and death technique. He only had one chance in his life, and unless it was a life and death situation, he could not use it lightly. In comparison, although the dark moon divine formation was important, as long as there were materials and resources, it could still be set up again. Boom boom boom. Endless moonlight entered his body. Master of the Dark Moon's aura rose crazily and steadily. In just 1/10,000th of an instant, his chi had reached the superior top-level universe sovereign realm. Roar. Dark moon divine art. Gloom annihilation. Break for me. With a thrust of his spear, the dark light seemed to be able to destroy everything. Puchi. The hand that covered the sky was instantly pierced through, and with a twist of the spear, it shattered into pieces. Before Master of the Dark Moon could heave a sigh of relief, his expression changed once more. Buzz. To the space around Heavenly Star Taoist and the others twisted, and a black shadow appeared out of thin air. Boom. Almost at the same time, a devouring black hole enveloped Heavenly Star Taoist and the 37 venerables of the Taoism clan. Bitch it, bastard, what do you think? Stop it, put them down for me. C2134 Admit defeat. God Realm, Xianxia Heaven Realm, Dark Moon Divine Palace. Wang. The void twisted, revealing a black-clothed youth. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, handsome facial features, and looked very young, not even in his 20s. His aura was flat from top to bottom, without a trace of the expert's aura. He was like an ordinary person who didn't know any cultivation path, giving off a feeling of returning to his original self. However, by chance, his eyes emitted a trace of divine light. It made people feel like a deity had descended to the mortal world. They could not help but kneel down and worship him. This black-clothed youth was none other than Yang Fann. That day, Yang Fann had suppressed the Storm Clan. He had successfully stabilized his combat strength at the low-grade top-level Universe Sovereign. After that, he slaughtered 4 more hegemony in the Black Jail Divine Race, the Azure Dipper Divine Race, and the Armored Fish Divine Race. The Chiyu God Race, the Chiyu God Race and the Yukui God Race were both ranked in the top 10 of the Xianxia Heaven Realm, the hegemony. Especially the Southern Jade Fish God Race, their strength was not inferior to the Storm God Race at all. This allowed their combat strength to be unsealed to superior top-level Universe Sovereign. Just as he was about to search for his next target, he accidentally discovered the whereabouts of a group of Taoism clan's venerables. Initially, he wanted to use this opportunity to suppress them and reduce some of his competitors. He overheard the conversation of a few Taoism clan's venerables and learned that they wanted to deal with the Dark Moon God clan. He immediately suppressed the urge to attack and followed them all the way. He found an opportunity to capture all of them in one fell swoop, and the one who attacked just now was Yang Fann. Of course, Yang Fann had never thought that he could suppress Master of the Dark Moon with a single palm strike. Master of the Dark Moon's strongest trump card had been upgraded to the next level, and he hadn't even used it yet. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Master of the Dark Moon with a single palm strike. That palm strike was mainly used to attract Master of the Dark Moon's attention. Heavenly Star Taoist and the others on the ground were his true targets: a quasi-universe lord, 3 top-level universe sovereign, 11 high-level universe sovereign, 16 middle-level universe sovereign and 7 low-level universe sovereign. This was a huge piece of fat meat. The result was quite pleasant. Master of the Dark Moon was not prepared for this at all. When he finally realized what had happened, all the Taoism clans from the Taoism clan, including Heavenly Star Taoist, had become Yang Fann's belongings. Who are you? Let them go. Master of the Dark Moon stared at Yang Fann, gnashing his teeth. His gaze could kill Yang Fann, but Yang Fann had already been torn into pieces by him. He had gone through a lot of hardships, used up a lot of resources, and used up a lot of precious divine sources to obtain this bunch of extrasolar evils. Yet now, the person in front of him had taken advantage of him just like that. The fury in his heart was like a billion volcanoes erupting. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Yang Fann's powerful combat strength, he would have long ago attacked. He would have torn Yang Fann into thousands of pieces and turned him into ashes. Let them go. I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet, have you? Yang Fann sneered and looked at Master of the Dark Moon as if he was looking at a fool. He had already eaten the prey in his stomach, yet he still wanted him to spit it out. What kind of foolish words were he saying? He didn't know that he, Yang Chao, had always been a person who could only enter and not exit. Let me ask you one last time, are you going to hand it over or not? Master of the Dark Moon's voice was extremely cold. The fury in his heart had already reached the brink of erupting. Don't say it once, even if it is 1,000 times, 10,000 times, I will only have one answer. Stubborn fool, come and die. Dark Moon divine art, kill. Master of the Dark Moon finally could not suppress the killing intent in his heart. The moon-splitting divine spear tore through the space and went straight for the yellow dragon. Aphid worm, I'm not afraid of you, he sneered. Yang Fann's body grew infinitely, and he turned into a terrifying giant that was 1,000,000 feet tall. He pointed his finger at the sky and the earth, and it blotted out the sky and covered the earth. He was the sole ruler of the world, and he was the sole ruler of the world. Break for me. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them fought madly, as if two ancient giant beasts had collided. A terrifying force swept across the entire dark divine palace. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The dark moon barrier, which was already close to collapsing, instantly shattered into pieces. The group of dark moon god clans, God Sovereign, Quasi-God Sovereign, and Sky Spill Holy Man frantically retreated until they were several light years away before stopping. Ha ha ha, truly satisfying aphids, take another punch from me. Ha ha ha. Yang Fann laughed wildly as he attacked. The scale of victory gradually tilted towards Yang Fann. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Master of the Dark Moon had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. He could only parry and not retaliate, although he had fused with the core of the Dark Moon Divine Formation. The Dark Moon Divine Formation's power had raised his strength to the superior top-level Universe Sovereign Realm, which was equal to Yang Fann's current strength. However, this Dark Moon power was the rootless water. He could only use it a little bit less. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Master of the Dark Moon's strength had almost dropped to the mid-top-level Universe Sovereign Realm. Not good, His Majesty is no match for that devil. What should I do? What should we do? The group of Dark Moon God clans, God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign's hearts were burning with anxiety. Master of the Dark Moon was their spiritual pillar. If anything bad happened to Master of the Dark Moon, it would be a devastating disaster for their Dark Moon God clan. Perhaps their Dark Moon God clan would be wiped out just like that. They wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the battle, not to mention participating in the battle and helping His Majesty. Even if they did everything they could to improve themselves and restore the peak combat power, it would still be useless. Your Majesty, please don't let anything happen to you. Another half an incense stick of time passed. Kai, Master of the Dark Moon's aura fell, and his strength dropped by a small level. Ah, not good. Master of the Dark Moon's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. Can't hold on anymore. Obediently accept your death. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. In an instant, his attack became fiercer. His fists rained down like a storm. Bang bang bang. Ah, no. Master of the Dark Moon resisted with all his might. The Dark Moon power within his body started fading at a terrifying speed. 1 minute later, whang! Master of the Dark Moon's energy dropped once again, and the Dark Moon energy in his body disappeared without a trace. Ah, stop you when I admit defeat. Those devils are yours now. They are all yours now. Master of the Dark Moon wailed in grief. He finally chose to admit defeat and compromise. The Dark Moon energy in his body was about to be exhausted. At that time, he would be beaten back to his original form. How could a mere high-ranked God Sovereign be a match for this devil? Could it be that he had to use his final trump card, the ultimate sublimation? Although those extrasolar evils were important enough to support the Dark Moon clan for a long period of time, they were far from being as important as him. Furthermore, even if it was an extreme advancement, he didn't have much confidence that he would be able to completely retain Yang Fann. His combat strength at his peak wasn't much stronger than the current Yang Fann. Once the extreme advancement was useless, the Dark Moon God clan would be in real danger. However, Master of the Dark Moon had clearly forgotten one thing. If he wanted to give in, Yang Fann would have to agree to it. Not only Heavenly Star Taoist and the other venerables of the Taoism clan, but Master of the Dark Moon was also Yang Fann's target. Admit defeat. So what? You will die today. Yang Fann grinned hideously. He kept attacking and beating crazily. He wanted Yang Fann to stop just because he admitted defeat. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Ah, no, stop, stop. As long as you stop, my Dark Moon God clan is willing to compensate you with 100,000 divine sources. 300,000 divine sources, 500,000 divine sources. 1 million, 3 million, 3 million divine sources. Forget it, as long as you stop, I'm willing to hand over all the divine sources of my Dark Moon God clan. Bitch it, what exactly do you want? Do you really want to kill all of us before you stop? Roar. My Dark Moon God clan isn't someone to be trifled with either, bitch it. If you don't stop now, I won't be polite to you anymore. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? Ah, bastard, I'll fight you to the death. C2135 Explode. The Master of the Dark Moon Divine Formation God Realm, Xianxia Heaven Realm, Dark Moon Divine Palace. Boom boom boom. Master of the Dark Moon finally gave up. He knew that Yang Fann was determined to kill him. In this battle, either he died or Yang Fann died. There was no third possibility. He no longer cared about the side effects of the backlash. He began to advance to the next level. After recovering his peak combat power, his chi was even more terrifying than Yang Fann's. Ah, no, Your Majesty. The group of Dark Moon God clans God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign let out heart-wrenching wails. This was God Sovereign's final technique, the ultimate technique to kill 1,000 enemies. Even if he could defeat the evil devil, he would still lose 800 of his techniques. His Majesty was also finished. His combat strength was less than 1 in 10,000. He wouldn't be much stronger than some quasi-God sovereign. To the Dark Moon God clan, this was a devastating blow. Without Master of the Dark Moon, their Dark Moon God clan's strength would have fallen by at least half. It was hard to say when their Dark Moon God clan would be removed from the Divine Realm. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the old enemy of the Dark Moon God clan, the Light God clan, would not miss this once in 100 million chance. Evil devil, how dare you force me to advance to the next level? You deserve to die. Master of the Dark Moon's voice sounded like Devil God's roar, containing endless killing intent and fury. This bastard not only snatched the food from the tiger's mouth, but also the prey that he had spent so much effort to capture. In the end, not only did he compromise and beg for mercy, he even handed over all the divine sources in the Dark Moon God clan as compensation, but he still refused to give up and forced himself to advance to the next level. If he didn't kill this bastard, the anger in his heart would never be quelled. Die. Dark Moon Divine Art, Soul Extinguishing. Limit Sublimation, so what? Today, you will also die. Killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He was not afraid at all after unsealing superior top-level Universe Sovereign's combat strength, as long as he didn't encounter a terrifying existence comparable to a quasi-Universe Lord. Yang Fann didn't fear anyone. Even if it was those top-ranked God Sovereign warriors that were comparable to extreme top-level Universe Sovereign, he had full confidence that he could grind them to death, not to mention Master of the Dark Moon, whose combat strength was only slightly stronger than his current strength. He was just struggling on the verge of death. Poochie. Yang Fann's body moved. He stepped on the void, and instead of retreating, he advanced. Die. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the vacuum and destroyed everything. Bang, bang, bang. The two giant beasts collided once again, causing the surrounding voids to explode. Countless mushroom clouds rose up, turning the entire divine palace into ruins. May the God of creation bless us. Your Majesty must win. You must win. The Dark Moon God clan's God Sovereign, Quasi-God Sovereign, prayed silently. He had advanced to the next level. However, it was difficult to stop from the beginning. The journey had already come to an end. No matter how much they thought about it now, it wouldn't change anything. Now, they could only hope that Your Majesty could obtain the final victory. Otherwise, they wouldn't even need the help of their old enemy, the Light God clan. They would have to die right now. Time passed by, and soon, half an hour had passed. Bitch it, it's been so long, why is that evil demon completely fine? The expert of the Dark Moon God clan were anxious. Although the stronger God Sovereign's strength was, the longer he could last, the more time he could last. But even so, a top-ranked god sovereign could only last for 2 hours, and that was almost his limit. His Majesty won't, His Majesty won't. Another half an hour passed. The group of Dark Moon God clans from the Dark Moon God clan were getting more and more anxious. They were like ants on a hot pan. It had been so long, but the evil devil cheese aura did not weaken at all. Instead, it seemed like it was getting more and more powerful as it fought. Damn it, how can this evil demon be so strong? If even His Majesty can't do anything to him, what should we do? Are we just going to wait for death? Some of the Dark Moon God clan's God Sovereign rolled his eyes, as if he was preparing something. 15 minutes later, one of the high-ranked God Sovereign from the Dark Moon God clan looked at Master of the Dark Moon apologetically. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. My Dark Moon God clan can't be destroyed here just like this. Don't worry, I will definitely pass down the inheritance of my family. In the next second, whoosh, he turned into a dark shine and tore through the sky, quickly disappearing into the void. An hour had passed, but the evil demon didn't show any signs of defeat. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that their Majesty couldn't do anything to the evil demon. Once the evolution ended, it would be the time of their king's death. If they continued to stay here, there was only one outcome waiting for them, death. Your Majesty, I'm sorry Your Majesty, don't blame me. I don't want to do this either. It's just, please forgive me, Your Majesty. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I can only apologize to you. The Dark Moon God clan's God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign looked apologetically at Master of the Dark Moon, who was fighting with his life on the line. All of them turned into rays of light and tore the sky apart. In the end, it was their survival instinct that defeated their loyalty to Master of the Dark Moon. Very quickly, out of the hundreds of God Sovereign, most of them had left, leaving only Liao Liao and a few other Master of the Dark Moon's loyal followers. There was also that Sky Spill Holy Man. It wasn't because Sky Spill Holy Man was loyal to Master of the Dark Moon, but because he didn't dare to leave. His innate soul was still in Master of the Dark Moon's hands. If Master of the Dark Moon wanted to kill him, he only needed a single thought. He was not like those God Sovereign. Quasi-God Sovereign and Master of the Dark Moon were of the same race, and they were of the same race. If he dared to run away, Master of the Dark Moon would most likely detonate his innate soul and destroy his extrasolar evil. They left. They actually left. But it's also good that they left. At least our Dark Moon clan's inheritance will not be lost. Master of the Dark Moon's gaze was somewhat dull, but it was understandable. If it was him, he would probably choose to do the same. Bitch it. Anger flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He actually abandoned Master of the Dark Moon and ran away. Did these bastards still have any shame in their hearts? Bitch it. This was a huge loss, especially those 3 high-ranked God Sovereign warriors. If he could kill them, even if he couldn't unseal their combat strength, he wouldn't be much weaker than them. In the end, they were able to escape just like that. If he knew this would happen, he would have killed them first. Regret, truly regret. In the next second, boom, boundless fury erupted like billions of volcanoes, erupting from Yang Fann's heart. See. It was all this bastard's fault. How nice was it for him to surrender obediently? Why did he have to use such an extreme method to sublimate himself and fight to the death with this old man? Otherwise, how could they have taken advantage of this loophole? It was all this bastard's fault. It was all his fault. Roar. Bastard, you actually dared to let my prey escape. Die now. Bang bang bang. Yang Fann attacked furiously, and his attack instantly increased by 30%. In an instant, he had completely suppressed Master of the Dark Moon. Bitch bastard, you're still being unreasonable. You actually blame it on me. You want to kill me. Don't tell me you won't allow me to resist. Is there still justice in this world? Master of the Dark Moon was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He had seen unreasonable people before, but he had never seen such unreasonable people. Bastard, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You can't. Dark Moon Divine Art, Berserk. Boom boom boom. Countless spaces were reduced to dust and turned into primal chaos. Another half an hour passed. Ah, not good. Master of the Dark Moon's expression changed. He had reached his limit. The next moment, that 100,000-meter tall divine body. Like a leaking balloon, it rapidly shriveled up. The aura around its body also rapidly weakened at a terrifying speed. 1 mid-top level universe sovereign. High-level universe sovereign. Middle-level universe sovereign. Low-level universe sovereign. Ants, you've reached your limit, right? Go to hell obediently. Yang Fann's face was ferocious, like an evil ghost from the underworld. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand fell from the sky like a fly. Ah, no! A despairing wail escaped from Master of the Dark Moon's mouth. Bang! The sky and earth split apart. Master of the Dark Moon's divine body, which was less than 1,000 jong in size, once again became extremely concentrated. His flesh, bones, and everything else exploded, exploding into powder. His body and spirit were both destroyed. Ah, no, Your Majesty. Woo. My Majesty. Demon, you will die a horrible death. I will fight you to the death. Let's die together. Explode. C 2136. The Bright Dawn Sky Clan God Realm, Ming Sha Heaven Realm, Dark Moon Divine Palace. Boom. The Intermediate God Sovereign and the 12 Quasi-God Sovereign from the Dark Moon God Clan increased their speed to the maximum. Like a meteor, they tore through the sky. Kai. His body was like an inflated balloon, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Self-destruction. In order to avenge their master of the Dark Moon, he resolutely chose to self-detonate. Even if they knew in their hearts, a top-ranked God Sovereign like Yang Fann, with their puny cultivation base, even if they self-destructed, the possibility of success was infinitely close to zero. They didn't hesitate at all. This was their only hope for revenge. If they didn't give it a try, there wouldn't be any hope left. Evil devils, let's die together. Your Majesty, take care. This lowly one has come to accompany you. Rumble. Terrifying mushroom clouds rose into the sky. An intermediate God Sovereign and 12 quasi-God Sovereign had self-detonated together. The power of the explosion was not any weaker than the full-force attack of a top-ranked high-level Universe Sovereign. Even an ordinary high-ranked God Sovereign would be severely injured or even killed if they were careless. However, it was too obvious that they wanted to deal with Yang Fann. Yang Fann didn't even put up any defense, allowing the Dark Moon God Clan's expert to approach him and explode next to him. After killing Master of the Dark Moon, the top-ranked God Sovereign, Yang Fann's combat strength was once again unsealed. He was almost as strong as extreme top-level Universe Sovereign. A pure body defense was not inferior to a high-grade Universe treasure. With the help of the 9 Revolutions Divine Devil Body, even the explosion of a quasi-top-ranked God Sovereign would not be able to harm him, let alone these ants who were not even high-ranked God Sovereign. I almost forgot about this aphid worm. Suddenly, Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and a light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he had passed through countless spaces and saw a middle-aged man in a green robe who was fleeing at a rapid speed. It was none other than Sky Spill Holy Man, who had lured Heavenly Star Taoist and the others to the Dark Moon Divine Palace. Once Master of the Dark Moon died, he immediately became free. He wanted to avenge Master of the Dark Moon, just like those God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign who had self-destructed. What kind of joke was that? He only had hatred and no feelings for Master of the Dark Moon. If it wasn't for the fact that the innate soul was restricted by Dark Moon God Sovereign, he would have long ago become a peach-loving Yao. Rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand tore through the sky and descended from the sky, locking down the void within a 10-million-mile radius of Sky Spill Holy Man. A high-level Universe Sovereign was neither too big nor too small. It could be considered a fat piece of meat. Ah, no, my lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Please, spare me. Sky Spill Holy Man was scared out of his wits. He was screaming in pain, and he did not want to fight back at all. This was a man who could even kill a top-ranked God Sovereign Master of the Dark Moon. Not to mention the current him, his combat strength had been suppressed by more than half. He had just stepped into the low-level Universe Sovereign, and he had already recovered all his combat strength. He was absolutely no match for Evil Spirit. Ah, Lord Tao Monarch, I have let you all down. I have let you all down. Sky Spill Holy Man's last words were filled with regret. If he had known that this would be the end, why would he betray his own clansmen and friends who had been friends with him for hundreds of thousands of eras? Woo. Sinner, I am a sinner of my clan. 37 Universe Sovereigns was one thing, but Heavenly Star Taoist was the only quasi-universe lord in the Taoism clan. His death wasn't a devastating blow to the Taoism clan, but it was enough to shake the foundation of the Taoism clan. Shrine of Light. This was the lair of the Dark Moon God clan's mortal enemy, the Light God clan. Among the 24 hegemony in Ming Sha Heaven Realm, the Light God clan was ranked second. It was ranked even higher than the Dark Moon God clan, and was only ranked in the number 1 hegemony below the Ming Sha Heaven clan. At its peak, the Light God clan was ranked second among the 24 hegemony in the Mingxia Heaven realm. There were a total of 23 God Sovereign in charge. The strongest one was Lord of Light, a top-ranked God Sovereign. His strength was on par with Master of the Dark Moons. Apart from him, there were also 4 high-ranked God Sovereign, 8 intermediate God Sovereign, and 10 low-grade God Sovereign. Even now, in the vast Shrine of Light, there were still 4 high-ranked God Sovereign, 8 intermediate God Sovereign, and 10 low-grade God Sovereign. There were still 15 God Sovereign and over 100 quasi-God Sovereign in charge. They were one of the indisputable overlords of the Mingxia Heaven realm. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura that made many high-ranked God Sovereign feel despair descended from the sky. It was boiling, and it covered the entire Shrine of Light. Bang, bang, bang. The defensive grand formation of Shrine of Light could not even withstand a single breath of time before it was crushed into pieces. Ah, the grand formation of the palace was broken just like that. This aura, SSS's, terrifying. It's really too terrifying, this. Just who is this person? Within the Shrine of Light, including Lord of Light, the group of God Sovereign. Quasi-God Sovereign's face was filled with panic and fear. This pressure was so great that even Lord of Light, who was in his prime, couldn't match up to it. Not to mention, after his combat strength fell drastically, Gululu. Mo, could it be that a Heaven Lord has come to our Shrine of Light? Heaven Lord, the Lord of the Heaven Realm. This was the honorific title of the expert above God Sovereign, comparable to the quasi-universe Lord of the eternal great world. Under the devouring of the mysterious force, only the high and mighty Heaven Lords could still maintain the combat strength of top-ranked God Sovereign. Buzz. A white pillar of light rose from the Shrine of Light, and a white-robed middle-aged man walked out from it. His body was flickering with divine light, as if he was the only source of light in the world, illuminating the entire world. A loud and clear hymn lingered around him. Vaguely, one could see countless worlds and countless living beings worshipping him with sincerity. May I know which majesty has come to my Shrine of Light? I, Light, am here to pay my respects. Lord of Light bowed respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. The high and mighty Heaven Lord was not someone the Light God clan could afford to offend. Putting aside everything else, after absorbing the mysterious energy for hundreds of millions of years, he only had the combat strength of a high-ranked God Sovereign. However, His Majesty, the Heavenly Lord, could still maintain a combat strength that was even stronger than when he was at his peak. The gap between the two of them could be seen from this. To put it bluntly, if he really angered the other party, even if he had to pay any price in advance to the next level, it would still be hard to guarantee that he would be able to defeat the Light God clan. Rumble. There was no response from Lord of Light. What awaited him was a heaven-sheltering big hand that encompassed the entire Shrine of Light. Its power was terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger than Lord of Light, who was at his peak. 2. Ah, no, Your Majesty, is there any misunderstanding during this period of time? My Light God clan has never offended Your Majesty. Why did Your Majesty want to kill us? Lord of Light's facial expression changed, and his wail was filled with deep confusion. Although the Light God clan was overbearing in their actions, they would never dare to offend His Majesty, the Heaven Lord. Roar. Heaven Lord, are you really going to kill us all? My Light God clan isn't someone to be trifled with. Ah, no, bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to advance to the next level. Ah, no, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. You will receive your retribution. You will definitely receive your retribution. Bright Sunset Sky Palace, the lair of the Mingxia Heaven clan. This was the undisputed #1 hegemony in the Mingxia Heaven realm, and it was far from being comparable to the Light God clan. Even if the other 23 hegemony joined forces, they would still be no match for the Mingxia Heaven clan. Putting aside everything else, just Mingxia Heavenly Lord alone was enough to defeat the 23 overlords. This was the #1 expert in the Mingxia Heaven realm, and the name of the Mingxia Heaven realm came precisely because of him. According to the legends, this Mingxia Heavenly Lord had passed the twilight of gods more than once, and was an extremely ancient expert when he roamed the divine realm, Master of the Dark Moon, Lord of Light, and the others were still playing with mud in some corner. In the entire Mingxia Heaven clan, besides Mingxia Heavenly Lord, there were also 2 top-ranked God Sovereign, 9 high-ranked God Sovereign, 33 intermediate God Sovereign, 52 low-grade God Sovereign, and quasi-God Sovereign, who was a level lower, who had more than 1,000 of them. For hundreds of millions of years, the flames of war had been raging in the Nine Heavens realm. The other hegemony had suffered heavy losses. With Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord, this old monster, guarding the Ming-Sha Heaven clan, not many forces dared to lightly stroke their tiger whiskers. Apart from a few low-grade God Sovereign and a dozen quasi-God Sovereign, there weren't many losses. In other words, only a few of the ordinary family members had suffered heavy losses. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that caused many top-ranked God Sovereign warriors to despair descended from the sky. It swept across the entire bright sunset sky. C 2137 Insolence God Realm, Ming-Sha Heaven Realm, Bright Sunset Sky Palace. Rumble. A terrifying aura that caused many top-ranked God Sovereign warriors to despair descended from the sky, enveloping the entire bright sunset sky palace. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Under that terrifying pressure, even the palace's defensive divine formation was covered in tiny and dense fissured traces. It was as if they would completely collapse in the next second. Gulp, gulp, what on earth is going on? Just, who in the world is it that has such a terrifying pressure? Even the old ancestor is only so heavens. Your Majesty Heaven Lord, the one who has come is definitely Your Majesty Heaven Lord. I just don't know who it is that has come to my bright sunset sky palace. In an instant, the entire bright sunset sky palace was shaken. Only the Supreme Heaven Lord could possess such a terrifying power. At the same time, God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign started to guess the history of this Heaven Lord. However, they didn't panic too much. So what if he was the Heaven Lord? The Ming-Sha Heaven clan was incomparable to the other hegemony. With the Heaven Lord in charge, there was nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, boom! A powerful aura that was not inferior to the peak of Lord of Light, Master of the Dark Moon, rose from the center of bright sunset sky palace. The next second, a rainbow-colored divine light cut through the void, pierced through the heaven and earth, and a person walked out from within. This was a middle-aged man wearing a rainbow-colored divine robe, looking to be 37 to 8 years old. He had handsome facial features, and his eyes flickered with rainbow-colored light. It was as if two rainbow-colored stars were able to attract everyone's attention. He put his hands behind his back and stepped into the sky. His steps were very slow and calm. He had the calmness of a leisurely stroll, but the entire world. As he patrolled the mountains and rivers, he could not help but feel a sense of subservience in his heart. They felt like they were submitting to him. It's the old ancestor is here, the old ancestor is here. In an instant, the group of Ming-Sha Heaven clan's God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign spirits were lifted. The trace of panic and uneasiness in their hearts disappeared without a trace. As for their old ancestor, the group of Ming-Sha Heaven clan's God Sovereign, Quasi-God Sovereign had a kind of blind worship towards them. In their hearts, their old ancestor, Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord, was the strongest and invincible. Nothing could stop their old ancestor, and no one would be a match for their old ancestor. Even though the old ancestor's aura was far inferior to the mysterious Heaven Lord's, they didn't waver in the slightest. If the two truly fought, they believed that the final victor would be their old ancestor. Sir, since you're here, why hide your head and tail? Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord's gaze was fixed on a certain part of the void. It was as if he had seen through countless spaces. His voice was calm, but it penetrated everything. Ha 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 ha! Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord, you have good eyesight. With a hearty laugh, the void twisted and a black-clothed youth stepped out from it. It was none other than Yang Fann. After destroying the Light God clan and unsealing his combat strength to extreme top-level Universe Sovereign's realm, he slaughtered a few more hegemony, pushing his combat strength to the peak of extreme top-level Universe Sovereign. Finally, Yang Fann targeted the number 1 hegemony in the Ming-Sha Heaven realm, and was ready to borrow the Ming-Sha Heaven clan's strength to unseal the quasi-battle power of Universe Lord in one fell swoop. With his current strength, although he was far from being a match for a quasi-Universe Lord, with his powerful divine body's defense and abnormal self-recovery ability, it wouldn't be easy for the Lord of the province to kill him. Bright Sunset Sky Palace. This is His Majesty, the Heaven Lord. There doesn't seem to be anything special about him. Just like that lowly mortal, he doesn't seem to have a single expert. Is he really His Majesty the Heaven Lord? The group of God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign were staring at Yang Fann in bewilderment. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like the high and mighty Heavenly Lord. In the void, who are you? Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord carefully sized up Yang Fann, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. This Heaven Lord, in front of him, he couldn't even think of who he was. This obviously shouldn't be the case. He had lived for several gods in dusk, and could be said to be one of the oldest Heaven Lords in the Divine Realm. There were many Heaven Lords in the Divine Realm, and there was basically nothing he didn't know. Even if they didn't have much of a relationship, they would at least be able to get familiar with each other. Kill your people. Killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, and he spoke bluntly. He had come here today to slaughter, so there was nothing to hide. Bright Sunset Sky Palace. What did I hear? The Heavenly Lord said he wanted to kill the old ancestor. The group of Xianxia Heaven Clan's God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign's eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. When did the Heavenly Lord become so direct when he said that he wanted to kill their old ancestor? As Heaven Lords, defeating and killing were easy. If it wasn't for the fact that they were mortal enemies, they wouldn't have acted so brazenly. And just who does this fellow think he is? And why does he want to kill our ancestor? Was he not afraid that the wind would blow his tongue? In the air, Xianxia Heavenly Lord furrowed his brows and a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. He actually said that he wanted to kill him. Did he really think that Xianxia Heavenly Lord was an insignificant figure that he could kill as he wished? However, in the end, Xianxia Heavenly Lord suppressed the anger in his heart. The Heaven Lord expert that appeared out of nowhere was infinitely close to the Heaven Lord, and his current combat strength was more than 100 times weaker than the Heaven Lord's. Even with the help of the Xianxia Heaven Clan's foundation and geographical advantage, he would still lose more than a few times. Unless he was willing to give up everything and advance to the next level. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia Heavenly Lord said in a deep voice, "Sir, there must be some misunderstanding between us. I have never offended you before. Why are you so overbearing? You are right, you have never offended me, but I want to kill you." Yang Fann smiled coldly. Zero bitch. Xianxia Heavenly Lord was so angry when he heard what Yang Fann said. Motherfucker, this bastard is crazy. He didn't have any grudges against me in the past. You want to kill him for no reason. You're going too far. You're really going too far. What do you think Xianxia Heavenly Lord is? Is he a pushover that anyone can pinch? Or was it that Xianxia Heavenly Lord had not made a move for a period of time, and the world had forgotten about his means? No, there was a problem with this. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xianxia Heavenly Lord's mind. Who would be an idiot if they could cultivate to the Heaven Lord realm? Right now, this bastard had the upper hand, but it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to turn the tables. If he really forced him to use all of his strength to restore the peak combat power, he would be in serious trouble. No one would do such a thing as long as they had no enmity with each other. Unless it was those people. Evil demon, you are extrasolar evil. Xianxia Heavenly Lord stared at Yang Fann. After living for so many gods' twilight, Xianxia Heavenly Lord knew more secrets than Master of the Dark Moon and God Sovereign. Only these evil devils would kill indiscriminately without knowing the right or wrong reasons. Extrasolar evil, if you savages want to say that, you can do it. Yang Fann let out an evil laugh. He didn't deny it. Previously, his strength had been suppressed to the limit, and he had no choice but to keep a low profile. But now, there was no need for him to do that. With his current strength, if he didn't use his full strength, none of these Divine Realm aboriginals would be a match for him. And as long as he wasn't truly forced into a desperate situation, no Heaven Lord would be willing to sublimate themselves to deal with him. He was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of all living things. There was no denying that there was such a person, but it was impossible for these Heaven Lords to cultivate to the Heaven Lord realm. Which one of them didn't focus on themselves? It would be better for me to betray the world than to let the people of the world betray my Lord. Even their blood relatives might not be able to make them sacrifice themselves, let alone the so-called living beings. Although he had already thought that the person in front of him was the evil extrasolar evil, Xianxia Heavenly Lord still found it hard to believe that Yang Fann had admitted it. His eyes were wide open, and they were about to fall out of his eyes. How could this be? The Divine Realm had opened. How could this extrasolar evil have such terrifying power in such a short period of time? Although these extrasolar evils grew at an astonishing rate, far exceeding their imaginations, according to what he knew, in the past few Twilight of the Gods, these extrasolar evils had grown to the level of quasi-Heaven Lords at the earliest, and that was only half a 60-year cycle after the Divine Realm was opened. But now, just how long had it been? In total, less than a year had passed. How could he have the strength of a quasi-Heaven Lord? He couldn't believe it, he really couldn't believe it. Now you know why I want to kill you, so just obediently go on your way. C 2138 War against Heaven Lord Xianxia God Realm, Xianxia Heaven Realm, Bright Sunset Sky Palace. Boom boom boom, boundless golden light burst out from the pores all over Yang Fann's body like peerless golden dragons, sweeping across the starry sky of the universe. In an instant, his aura rose steadily and crazily. His body also grew taller inch by inch, reaching 10 feet. 10 jong, 100 jong, 3,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 10 million feet. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a 1,000,000 feet tall Triton. He was like the reincarnation of the chaotic devil god that had created the heaven and earth. He was like a towering mountain that blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. Puchi puchi puchi. In all directions, countless spaces were unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and shattered into pieces. This evil demon is actually hiding something. Xianxia Heavenly Lord's heart sank as he cursed in his heart. At this moment, the aura that Yang Fann unleashed was several times more terrifying than the previous one. It wasn't much weaker than some newly advanced Heaven Lord experts. They were truly invincible existences below the Heaven Lord realm. If it was said that he had used the resources of the Xianxia Heaven clan, there were still 3 levels that were confident in winning. Now, even the first level of hope was not enough unless he gambled everything and risked his life for it, and attained a sublimation to the extreme with a thought. Pursue the source. Bloodline returned to 1. A sound of great Tao that seemed to come from somewhere came out of Xianxia Heavenly Lord's mouth and swept across the entire Bright Sunset Sky Palace. The group of Xianxia Heaven clan's God Sovereign, Quasi-God Sovereign couldn't help but mutter with a solemn expression and a respectful expression on his face. Follow me, Shaoyuan, and unite the bloodline. Pursue me, Shaoyuan, and combine the bloodline. Pursue me, Shaoyuan bloodline, return to one. Boom boom boom. Numerous 7-colored divine light burst out from the bodies of all the expert from the Xianxia Heaven clan. It turned into a bright rainbow-colored torrent that surged towards Xianxia Heavenly Lord like a tidal wave. In an instant, Xianxia Heavenly Lord's aura skyrocketed. His body also grew rapidly, and he turned into a Triton with a buzz cut on Yang Fann's head. His aura was so powerful that it was infinitely close to extreme top-level universe sovereigns. The bloodline origin returning technique was a secret technique that Xianxia Heavenly Lord created himself. It used blood as a catalyst, and in a short period of time, he gathered all of bloodline descendants' power and merged it into his body. At the peak of the Xianxia Heaven clan, the bloodline origin returning technique had a great effect on him when he was at his peak state. If the Xianxia Heaven clan was still at its peak, he was confident that he could defeat it with this bloodline returning technique alone, and even suppress this evil devil. However, not only was the Xianxia Heaven clan's combat strength at its peak, its combat strength had also plummeted. Hundreds of millions of people had turned into flying ashes and were killed in body and soul. This caused the power of this bloodline returning technique to its source to be less than 1 in 10,000 of its peak. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia Heavenly Lord suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart. He looked straight at Yang Fann and warned, "Sir, Xianxia Heaven clan has no intention of becoming your enemy. It's still not too late for you to retreat now. I can let bygones be bygones and pretend that nothing has happened." Unlike those Heaven Lords who were determined to fight to the death with the extrasolar evil, Xianxia Heavenly Lord was much smoother. So what if it was the extrasolar evil? If he wasn't absolutely confident, he wouldn't easily make a move. It was precisely because of his smoothness that allowed him to survive through the twilight of the gods several times until now. If he had known earlier that in the twilight of the gods, the Heaven Lord was stronger than him, Xianxia Heavenly Lord. But there were many of them, and some of them were dozens of times stronger than him. But now, almost all of these powerful existences had died. He had 1,000 thoughts in his heart regarding this battle. If he was unwilling to, he would really start a war. Unless he advanced to the extreme, there was practically no chance of him winning at all. You want me to withdraw? After I finish off your Xianxia Heaven clan, I will leave, asking him to leave with just a few words. What kind of joke was this? Today, the Xianxia Heaven clan was going to be destroyed for sure, sir. It's better not to do something too extreme. We should leave a trace behind so that we can meet again in the future. My Xianxia Heaven clan, that's not it. Before Xianxia Heavenly Lord could finish his words, Yang Fann interrupted him mercilessly. You are so long-winded, are you done yet? Die now, Pucci. Yang Fann moved his body and tore open the space, lunging at Xianxia Heavenly Lord. Bang! When the power was unleashed, everything was turned into dust. Despicable devil, do you really think you can defeat my Xianxia Heaven clan? Xianxia Heavenly Lord was burning with rage. Even a clay figurine would have 3 fires of anger, let alone a Heaven Lord Supreme being like him. He had repeatedly pleaded for mercy, and it could even be said that he had lowered his voice to plead for mercy, yet he still refused to give up. A true uncle could endure, but aunt could not today. He had to teach this evil demon a lesson. Bright sunset sky pearl, let's go buzz. A rainbow-colored light rose from Xianxia Heavenly Lord's body. It transformed into a 7-colored light ball the size of a star. Numerous 7-colored glazed lights fell from the ball and covered Xianxia Heavenly Lord's entire body. Bright sunset sky orb, Xianxia Heavenly Lord's lifeblood divine artifact was a peak-grade defensive divine artifact. If placed in the eternal great world, its defense would not be inferior to some low-grade peak-grade universe treasures. Swoosh, another 7-colored stream of light cut through the void, and a 7-colored halberd appeared in Xianxia Heavenly Lord's hand. The 7-colored halberd was Xianxia Heavenly Lord's personal divine weapon. Although it was not as good as the bright sunset sky pearl, it was still comparable to a quasi-top-level universe treasure divine art, moon-splitting rumble. 7-colored divine light halberd one profound trajectory after another tore through the void, slashing towards Yang Fann. What a devil! How dare he use his body of flesh and blood to face the 7-colored divine halberd? He's courting death. Xianxia Heavenly Lord let out a ferocious laugh, as if he had seen the hope of victory. He was very clear about the sharpness of the 7-colored halberd of light. It was the true Heaven Lord expert who dared to use his body of flesh and blood to block the halberd of the 7-colored divine light. He would be sliced in half by the halberd, let alone a quasi-Heaven Lord. One, if you don't take the path to heaven, then you won't take the path to hell. Ah. No, how is this possible? All of a sudden, Xianxia Heavenly Lord widened his eyes and blocked the attack. The devil had actually used his body of flesh and blood to block the attack. The defense of this divine body was simply astounding. In the Heaven Lord expert that he knew, there was no one who could match it. At this moment, bang, Yang Fann's fist smashed into the 7-colored light, causing the 7-colored barrier to distort. A faint crack appeared on the barrier. What a powerful turtle shell! Let's see how long you can last, Yang Fann sneered. He wasn't too surprised. A Heaven Lord expert was a peerless expert comparable to a quasi-universe lord. How could he not have something good in his hand? Break for me! Bang bang bang. Yang Fann's fists were waving crazily. He kept punching out, allowing the colorful halberd to hit his body. He had no intention of defending himself at all. With the help of the 9 revolutions divine devil body, his divine body's defense was only slightly weaker than the quasi-top-level universe treasure. It was not something that the rainbow divine halberd could break through. Time passed by, 1 second at a time. Soon, an hour had passed. Kai, swish, the 7-colored barrier was covered with cracks. If one were to guard it for too long, they would lose it. The bright sunset sky pearl was exploding crazily in Yang Fann's hand. Obviously, it was about to reach its limit. On the other hand, Yang Fann had suffered countless of halberds and halberds. His face was not red, and he was not breathing. It was as if nothing had happened to him. Bitch it, how could this be? What kind of monster is this? What should I do? Could it be that we really have to use it? C2139 The power of a quasi-universe Lord God Realm, Xianxia Heaven Realm, Bright Sunset Sky Palace. Xianxia Heavenly Lord furrowed his brows. The battle had lasted for an hour. Under the frenzied attacks of the evil devil, the bright sunset sky pearl had reached its limit. In another 15 minutes at most, its defense would be completely broken. His attack was like mosquito bites to the evil devil, completely useless. The divine light halberd in his hand had slashed countless times, but it hadn't even torn the devil's skin. The only way to defeat this evil devil was to use the ultimate sublimation to unleash his true combat strength. With the power of the Heaven Lord, he could crush it with brute force. However, in this regard, the price he had to pay for sublimating to the extreme was simply too great. After that, a high and mighty Heaven Lord was reduced to an aphid that even God Sovereign was not. To him, this was a fate worse than death. What should we do? What should I do? Time passed by slowly, 1 second at a time. Bang. 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 Kekekeka. Old thing, let's see how long you can last. Gggia. Yang Fann had a ferocious expression on his face. Both of his fists were like heavy hammers as he continuously punched out Kai. The cracks on the 7-colored barrier spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bright Sunset Sky Palace. Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord, God Sovereign, and Quasi-God Sovereign all had nervous expressions on their faces. Unknowingly, their fists were tightly clenched together. Ancestor, you must win. The belief in their hearts that they would win was gradually shaken. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the one who was at a disadvantage was their ancestor. Once the defense of the bright sunset sky pearl was broken and their ancestor was defeated, it would be a matter of time. Very quickly, 10 minutes passed. On the surface of the seven-colored barrier, there were already crisscrossing cracks. They were densely packed, just like the glass that had been hammered by a heavy hammer. It was as if in the next second, it would completely explode. Why isn't this evil demon dead yet? Could it be that I really can only use that move? Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord gritted his teeth. His heart was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. Roar. Explode. A roar that sounded like devil gods was heard. Bang. The sky and earth split apart. The seven-colored barrier completely collapsed and exploded into powder. Om. 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 The bright sunset sky pearl let out a mournful cry. The pearl was dim, and it was covered with dense cracks that looked like spider webs. Swoosh. The severely injured and nearly collapsed bright sunset sky pearl turned into a ray of light and returned to Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord's body. Not good. Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord's facial expression changed, and a deep sense of unease emerged in his heart. The bright sunset sky pearl had been severely injured, and it had lost the protection of the bright sunset sky pearl. How could he possibly be a match for this monster? Old thing, your death has come. With a ferocious laugh, Yang Fann lunged forward, and his fist shattered everything in their path. Divine art, divine radiant protection. Wang. Wang. Hum. Numerous seven-colored divine lights seethed in front of Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord, and they formed layers of divine lights that formed a barrier. However, compared to the defense of the bright sunset sky pearl, these divine light barrier were not just a little bit weaker. Poochie poochie, poochie. It was like a piece of paper that was smashed to the ground by Yang Fann's attack. The divine halberd of seven colors was swung away and smashed onto Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord's divine body. Arg! Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord didn't have the terrifying defense of Yang Fann's divine body. With just a punch, his divine body cracked and he spat out blood. Ah, old ancestor. The group of Ming-Sha Heaven Clan's God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign's heart tightened. Old ancestor was in a bad situation, and he wanted to help, but with the help of the secret bloodline returning technique, most of their strength had been concentrated on the old ancestor, and they couldn't exert much of their combat strength. They didn't need to be polite. If it wasn't for the protection of the Skyguard formation, they wouldn't even be able to withstand the power of the battle. They would have been wiped out countless times, let alone helping the old ancestor. In the void, kekekeka, old fellow, what are you hesitating for? If you don't do your best, be careful. There won't be any more chances in a while. Yang Fann's voice carried a trace of ridicule, constantly provoking Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord. Bang bang bang. Both of his hands kept attacking crazily. Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord's injuries kept expanding, and blood spurted out from his mouth as if it was free. Cough 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 cough. Bastard, don't go too far. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord's eyes were spitting fire, like the wounded ferocious beast that wanted to eat someone as soon as possible. Life and death struggle. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. If you don't improve to the extreme, you will die. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Who? Bastard, you will regret it. You will definitely regret it. A hint of determination flashed across his eyes. Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord seemed to have made up his mind. Ah, not good. The old ancestor is going to. The faces of the group of Ming-Sha Heaven clan expert changed. They understood Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord's plan and wanted to persuade him, but when the words were about to come out of their mouths, they swallowed them. At this point, they had no other way to turn the tide of the battle and defeat the evil devil. Once the old ancestor was defeated, they would know what awaited them. That evil devil was going to destroy their Ming-Sha Heaven clan. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and they were no exception. It didn't matter how much they respected Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord in the past. Sacrificing the old ancestor alone was better than all of them perishing. Moreover, the old ancestor's cultivation base had fallen drastically, not really perishing. It was hard to say if the old ancestor would be able to recover his strength if he were to encounter any great fortunate encounters in the future. Evil demon, you are the one who forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. Ming-Sha Heavenly Lord's eyes were fixed on Yang Fann. He wished he could swallow Yang Fann whole. At this step, he didn't want to leave. He really didn't want to leave. It wasn't like he didn't try to escape, he was just a group of descendants. The Ming Sha Heaven clan was created by him. As long as he didn't die, he would be able to survive the twilight of gods and restore his cultivation base. Then, he would be able to create the Ming Sha Heaven clan. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have the chance to escape. The evil devil was like sticky candy, sticking to him. The next second, boom boom boom, Ming Sha Heavenly Lord's aura started to rise rapidly. His divine body, which was on the verge of collapsing, started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it had recovered to its original state. Its chi had far surpassed Yang Fann's, and it was more than 10 times stronger than Yang Fann's. Evil devil, how dare you force me to take this step? I will skin you alive, extract your tendons, and capture your soul. I will make you unable to live or die. Ming Sha Heavenly Lord's voice was like the roar of a ferocious ghost, causing one's hair to stand on end. You're not qualified to make me beg for death, Yang Fann sneered. There was no trace of fear on his face. All of this was within his expectation. No matter what, he would not be able to escape from this extreme advancement. If he wanted to kill Ming Sha Heavenly Lord in a life and death situation, no one would care about the side effects. Not to mention, if his cultivation base fell drastically and he became quasi-god sovereign, he would become a complete cripple without any hesitation. Rumble. Yang Fann's body moved, and he was the first to lunge at Ming Sha Heavenly Lord. Evil devil, you are courting death. Ming Sha Heavenly Lord's killing intent exploded. After unleashing all of his combat strength, this evil devil didn't want to run away. Instead, it dared to attack first. This was a blatant disrespect towards Ming Sha Heavenly Lord. This was a slap to his face. Divine art, moon-splitting Puchi. It was the same divine art, but the current moon slashing was more than 100 times more powerful than the previous one. In an instant, Yang Fann's right arm was torn apart, leaving a huge wound on his right arm. Kai, 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 Kai. Endless golden light burst out and turned into warm currents that washed over the wound, causing it to heal quickly. Bitch, this devil has such a strong recovery ability. Ming Sha Heavenly Lord furrowed his brows, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. This regenerative ability was something that even he, the Heaven Lord, could not match up to. Could he really kill this devil? Zero. At this moment, Yang Fann tore open the spatial zone once more and lunged forward. His heart was completely at ease. Ming Sha Heavenly Lord's strength was only comparable to a low-grade quasi-universe lord. It would take him at least 1 or 2 days to kill Ming Sha Heavenly Lord. He didn't believe that Ming Sha Heavenly Lord could hold on for so long. Ming Sha Heavenly Lord's life, he was going to die today. Quasi-battle power of Universe Lord, I'm coming. C 2140. It had shaken the divine realm. God realm, Ming Sha Heaven realm, bright sunset sky palace. Old thing, after beating me up for so long, it's my turn now. Yang Fann gave a ferocious smile, as if Devil God had descended from the heavens. Ah, no, I am not willing to accept this. I am not willing to accept this. An extremely unwilling wail was heard. In the next second, bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ming Sha Heavenly Lord's entire body exploded with a loud bang, and he completely transformed into a flying ash. Even a Heaven Lord expert like Ming Sha Heavenly Lord could only last for 6 hours under extreme sublimation. There was still a long way to go before Yang Fann could reach his limit. The Ming Sha Heaven clan had used all their strength, but they only managed to slightly injure Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann's chi rose at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the top-level Universe Sovereign and stepped into the Quasi-Universe Lord. Bright sunset sky palace. Ah, no, old ancestor, how could this be? How could this be? Woo 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 woo. Old ancestor, he might. Woo woo woo, it's not true. This must not be true. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The group of Ming Sha Heaven clans God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign were all dumbfounded, and they let out heart-wrenching wails. Although they could see Ming Sha Heavenly Lord's defeat, they still found it hard to accept that all of this had become reality. The old ancestor, Ming Sha Heavenly Lord, was the Heaven Lord expert, the invincible existence in their hearts, the pillar of their spirit. How could he be defeated? How could he be defeated? In the void, phew, Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air and a satisfied smile emerged on his face. He had finally recovered some of his strength. Although Ming Sha Heavenly Lord had yet to completely unseal his combat strength, he could still exert nearly 3 levels of combat strength. Currently, Yang Fann was a little stronger than Ming Sha Heavenly Lord, who was at his peak. He wasn't much weaker than some intermediate quasi-universe lord. The next second, Yang Fann turned around and looked at the group of God Sovereign and quasi-God Sovereign from the Ming Sha Heaven clan. He licked his red lips in an evil manner, and his eyes were flickering with blazing heat lights. These God Sovereign and quasi-God Sovereign from the Ming Sha Heaven clan. They were also not small pieces of fat, especially the two top-ranked God Sovereign warriors. At their peak, they were not weaker than Master of the Dark Moon, and Lord of Light was much weaker. He wouldn't dare to say that he had killed all of them in one fell swoop, but it was still possible for him to unseal half of the Ming Sha Heaven clan's combat strength. In the time it takes to breathe rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand that covered the entire bright sunset sky palace descended from the sky, crushing towards the bright sunset sky palace. Ah, not good. The ominous sign of the collapse finally made the God Sovereign from the Ming Sha Heaven clan come back to his senses. Now was not the time to be in a daze. Not only did that evil devil want to kill their old ancestor, it also wanted to slaughter their entire clan. Flee immediately, but very soon, they discovered in despair that fleeing was simply an extravagant hope. Even the two strongest top-ranked God Sovereign among them couldn't even move their bodies, let alone think about escaping. The bloodline origin returning technique had borrowed most of their strength. As Ming Sha Heavenly Lord fell, he suffered a backlash from the secret technique, causing his combat strength to drop to the lowest point. Not even a single low-grade God Sovereign could be found. In fact, he wouldn't be able to do it even if he wanted to advance to the next level in a short period of time. It was like the fat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Bang, bang, bang. The protective array that could withstand the attack of a top-ranked God Sovereign did not even last for a breath under Yang Fann's quasi-power of Universe Lord before it was completely destroyed. Ah, no, Master, please spare my life, please spare my life. Woo woo woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Evil demon, you will have your retribution. There will definitely be retribution. Rumble, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose up. With bright sunset sky palace as the center, a few light years of land, everything collapsed into dust. A few breaths later, Poochie, Yang Fann's body moved and tore through the space, disappearing without a trace. In the northwest of Ming Sha Heaven Realm, there was an endless desert that stretched for countless light years. In the center of the desert, under the endless yellow sand, there was a hidden hollow. This hollow was not very big, it was only less than 100 miles. In the center of the grotto heaven, there was an origin deity pool that was 100 meters in size, and it was filled with divine essence. Inside the pond was a transparent crystal. Inside the crystal was a handsome young man in white clothes, who had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Countless women would go crazy over him. Buzz. Suddenly, the young man in white opened his eyes. He couldn't hide the astonishment in his eyes. Even the Ming Sha Heaven clan was destroyed by those evil devils. Hiss. How is this possible? Under the dusk of the gods, the strength of these gods was weakening. However, there was still the trump card of sublimation. If they wanted to destroy the Ming Sha Heaven clan, which had Ming Sha Heavenly Lord in charge, the strength of the devil wouldn't be much different even if it hadn't reached the Heaven Lord realm. But now, how long had it been? It hadn't even been a year since the divine realm appeared. This shouldn't be the case. Pilglow Heavenly Realm, Pilglow Heavenly Palace. This was the core layer of the number one hegemony in the Pilglow Heavenly Realm, the hegemony's Pilglow Heavenly clan. In the center of the Pilglow Heavenly Palace, within a grand divine palace. Wang, Wang, BZZZ, a terrifying aura that made many high-level universe sovereigns' heart palpitate shot out from the divine hall. What? Even Ming Sha, old ghost, was killed by that evil devil. How could this happen? If he had known earlier, he would have known that during the twilight of the gods, the strength of a quasi-heaven lord had appeared among the evil demons. These were all events that happened several decades after the divine realm appeared, and a heaven lord expert had fallen. And it would have been 100 years later. Green Cloud Heavenly Palace, Green Cloud Heavenly Palace. A mysterious underground space that was extremely spacious. At a glance, there was only the center of the space. There was a green rock. He could vaguely make out the shape of a person from it. Kai, 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 hiss. Suddenly, the green rock started to distort and change shape. In the end, it turned into a green-clothed man with an ordinary face. If he were to be thrown into the crowd, he would immediately disappear without a trace. His body similarly did not carry any expert aura. He was just like an ordinary person, ordinary and ordinary. However, for some reason, the entire underground cave was filled with a powerful pressure. At this moment, even if it was a high-ranked god sovereign who entered the underground cave, he would still be crushed to the ground, unable to stand up straight. Ming Sha Heavenly Lord has actually fallen. How long has it been? I'm afraid the gods' twilight this time is even more dangerous than I expected. God Realm, Haze Sky. A cold pond that was enveloped by a terrifying poisonous fog all year round. Poochie. Suddenly, a large hand passed through layers of poisonous fog from the depths of the cold pond. Finally, a strange black-robed man walked out from the poisonous fog. He wore a black hat and his entire body was covered by the black robe. Layers of black fog covered his face. Even his eyes were covered by the black fog. Even old monster Ming Sha has fallen. Looks like I have to be even more careful. This time, the evil demons are far more terrifying than before. One. Crimson Afterglow Heaven Realm, in a mystic realm. A quasi-universe lord who wore a starry robe, a starry crown on his head, eyes like the sun and moon, and was surrounded by dazzling starlight had just destroyed an intermediate god sovereign, causing his combat strength to be unsealed until he reached the quasi-high-level universe sovereign realm. Before he could celebrate his victory, the smile on his face was replaced by endless horror. Someone has actually destroyed a part of the heavenly race. Damn it, are you kidding me? What kind of monster is this? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He seemed to have thought of something. This can't be that monster again, right? In the aqua blue world, there was a monster. While they were still busy preparing for the development of the Association of Warlocks' branch, it had forcefully killed the 4 major powers of the human race. In the next 100 years, it had suppressed them so much that they didn't dare to show their faces, fearing that they would run into that monster. Dawn Sky Realm. Fuck. Is there any justice in this world? Fuck, it took me a lot of effort to unseal my middle-level universe sovereign combat strength. That bastard has already destroyed a part of the heaven race. Dawn Sky Realm. Strong opponent. That guy is definitely my biggest rival in the Heart of Eternity competition. No, I have to increase my speed as well. C2141 and then the Pilglow Heaven Lord. The news of Ming Sha Heavenly Lord and the destruction of the Ming Sha Heaven clan spread across the entire divine domain like a sudden clap of thunder. The entire divine realm was shaken. Countless experts were trembling in fear. The Ming Sha Heaven clan was one of the 9 overlords of the 9 heavens in the divine realm. Ming Sha Heavenly Lord, among all the experts in the divine realm, could steadily enter the top 20, or even the top 10. However, such an ultimate expert had actually fallen just like that. It was imaginable how terrifying the strength of that evil devil was. Especially these extrasolar evils, each of them could rapidly increase their strength through killing. After eliminating the Ming Sha Heaven clan and Ming Sha Heavenly Lord, their strength would surely advance to the Heavenly Lord realm. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 expert in the 9 great heavenly realms of the God domain. If he didn't use his final trump card, he would be able to advance to the next level. Almost no one would be a match for him. If this evil demon came looking for him, among the myriad of divine races, how many people could contend against him? Many of the God race were preparing to relocate their headquarters, including the Heaven race and Heaven Lord expert. Compared to the other God race factions, these Heaven races were even more dangerous, as for those who had entered the Universe Sovereign with Yang Fann and Quasi-Universe Lord, they were no better. All of them were trembling in fear. There was only one Heart of Eternity. Their relationship with the Divine Realm natives wasn't much stronger than their relationship with the Divine Realm natives. Either they died, or they died. Of course, most of them were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. In their hearts, there really was a motherfucker that they didn't know whether to say or not. After working hard for so long, there were very few people who could restore the combat strength of high-tier universe sovereigns. In fact, there were almost none. That monster had actually unsealed the quasi-battle power of Universe Lord. Both of them were visitors from outer space. How could they be so excessive? How could the gap between them be so huge? Unknowingly, Yang Fann had already become the popular chicken in the divine realm. Countless factions and experts were discussing him. However, even if he knew, Yang Fann wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Everything was within his expectations. The Ming Sha Heaven clan was different from the other hegemony. They were the true overlords of the divine realm. It was hard not to shake the divine realm with their destruction. In the Pilglow Heaven realm, a stream of light swiftly tore through space. It was Yang Fann. After killing the entire Xianxia Heaven clan and unsealing nearly 3.5 levels of their combat strength. He had set his eyes on the other major powers. The strength of the other ordinary hegemony was limited. Even if he were to destroy a dozen or 20 of them, it wouldn't be enough for him to unseal another level of his combat strength. It was truly a waste of time and get rid of some of his competitors. These universe sovereigns were quasi-universe lord. They were the targets of these aboriginals, hoping that they could unseal their powers as soon as possible. In the eyes of a major power like the Xianxia Heaven clan, Yang Fann and the others were prey as well. Although the universe sovereigns and quasi-battle power of universe lord were greatly suppressed, the energy within their bodies was not weakened in the slightest. To these divine realm deities, they were the best prey they could use to recover their divine strength. In just half a year, the Xianxia Heaven clan had captured 32 eternal great world experts. There was even a quasi-universe lord among them. Speaking of which, this quasi-universe lord had some grudges with Yang Fann. In Aqua Blue World, Yang Fann had once suppressed one of the 5 elemental ancestors, Old Ancestor Yuan Huo. And this quasi-universe lord was none other than the 5 elemental ancestor, Old Ancestor Mu Yuan. Old Ancestor Mu Yuan was also unlucky. He had just entered the Xianxia Heaven realm, and was now in the vicinity of Bright Sunset Sky Palace. This was like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Even Yang Fann, who had just entered the Xianxia Heaven realm, wouldn't be able to survive if he appeared near the Bright Sunset Sky Palace, let alone Old Ancestor Mu Yuan, who had just unsealed his half-step sovereign combat strength. Not long after he regained his footing, Old Ancestor Mu Yuan had become a miserable prisoner. It was also Yang Fann's luck. After a period of time, when Xianxia Heavenly Lord absorbed Ancestor Mu Yuan's divine energy and restored his Heaven Lord's combat strength, it would not be easy for Yang Fann to defeat Xianxia Heavenly Lord. Even if he could defeat Xianxia Heavenly Lord, it was unlikely that he could kill him. Yang Fann's peak combat power was at most comparable to a high quasi-universe lord, and it might not even be as good. Xianxia Heavenly Lord wanted to leave, but it was really difficult for Yang Fann to keep him here. Unfortunately, Xianxia Heavenly Lord did not have that chance. Everything had been given to Yang Fann. Pilglow Heavenly Realm, Pilglow Heavenly Palace Pucci. The void distorted. Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. It was obvious that this was the second target Yang Fann had found. The one closest to Bright Sunset Sky Palace was this palace. If he didn't look for them, who else could he look for? In the next second, rumble, a terrifying pressure burst out from Yang Fann's body, crushing down towards Pilglow Heavenly Palace. It covered the entire Pilglow Heavenly Palace. Ah, not good, this pressure. It's not much weaker than the Old Ancestor at his peak. Gulp. It's the terrifying devil that destroyed the Xianxia Heaven clan. In the Pilglow Heavenly Palace, the expert of the Pilglow Heavenly clan were filled with terror. The only one who possessed such a terrifying pressure was the evil demon. They couldn't think of a second person. In an instant, endless panic spread throughout the Pilglow Heavenly Palace. The strength of their Pilglow Heavenly race wasn't much stronger than the Xianxia Heaven clan. Since that evil demon was able to kill the Pilglow Heavenly race, there was naturally a high chance that it could destroy their Pilglow Heavenly race. Woo woo woo. What should we do? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Bitch it, why did this devil come so quickly? Xianxia Heaven Lord's heart was filled with hatred. After learning of the news of Xianxia Heaven clan's destruction, he was ready to move his clan to Xianxia Heavenly Palace. As the overlord faction closest to Bright Sunset Sky Palace, the next target of that evil devil was very likely to be Xianxia Heavenly Palace. However, he had never expected that the evil devil would come so quickly. At the same time, there was a trace of regret in his heart. He regretted not being able to part with such a small fortune. If he left immediately after receiving the news, he wouldn't have been stopped by the evil devil at his doorstep. That old man Xianxia, he was simply a trash. Even if he were to die, he would have to make this evil demon pay some price. Why was it completely useless? To think that he had lived through so many gods' twilight. After so many years, had he lived on the body of a dog? Today, I am unable to escape calamity. Even if that evil demon were to let everyone go, he would never let this Heaven Lord expert go. Just him alone would bring far more benefits than all the people of the Pilglow Heaven race combined. And with his current strength, unless he used the ultimate sublimation, escaping was simply an extravagant hope. However, if he used the ultimate sublimation, even if he was lucky enough to survive, it would still be a fate worse than death for him. Forget it, let me do the final bit of strength for my boys. With a thought, the Pilglow Heaven Lord began to have a sliver of a will to die in the next second. Boom boom boom. The Heaven Lord's energy was raised by 10 times, 100 times, and instantly surpassed the limit of top-ranked God Sovereign. He has actually reached the maximum level. This Heavenly Lord of the Pilglow Heavenly Lord is quite decisive. Yang Fann's eyes flashed, but there was no trace of fear in them. He was just struggling on the verge of death. Everyone, leave immediately, quick, very quickly. A powerful spiritual consciousness swept across Pilglow Heavenly Palace. In the next second, boom, the Pilglow Heaven Lord soared into the sky and lunged at Yang Fann. This old thing wants to sacrifice himself to create an opportunity for these aphids to escape. Yang Fann frowned. The Pilglow Heavenly race wasn't weaker than the Xianxia Heaven clan, and killing them was more than enough for him to unseal half of his combat strength. However, just as Yang Fann was about to attack, the Pilglow Heavenly Lord had already locked him down. Ah, ancestor. Woo 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 woo. God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign from the Dan Shah group were in extreme grief. However, they still gritted their teeth and turned into streams of light that fled into the distance. If they continued to stay behind, they would only let down their ancestors' efforts and sacrifice their ancestor for nothing. Woo woo woo. Evil demon, just you wait. One day, we will stab your bones and scatter your ashes, and avenge the old ancestor. 2 hours later, rumble. A huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky above the Pilglow Heavenly Palace, destroying everything within several hundred light years. At the edge of the mushroom cloud, peef, Yang Fann spat out a mouthful of blood. He still had lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, I really would have fallen into this old thing's trap. The self-destruction of a quasi-universe lord wouldn't be much weaker than universe lord's all-out attack. Even if Yang Fann unsealed all of his combat strength, he couldn't guarantee that he would survive the explosion, let alone the fact that he only knew half of the 3rd level of seal. If he really was at the center of the explosion, he would only die. Nearly 7 levels of strength have been unsealed. With another Heaven Lord, this Lord should be able to unseal all of my strength. 3C2142 Return to full strength. The realm of the gods, the realm of the azure clouds, and the palace of the azure clouds. This was the heavenly palace closest to the Pilglow Heavenly Palace. Compared to the Pilglow Heavenly Palace and the bright Sunset Sky Palace, the strength of the Azure Cloud Heavenly Palace was clearly much stronger. Apart from the Heaven Lord expert, the Azure Dawn Heavenly Palace also had 5 top-ranked God Sovereign experts. The strongest one was much stronger than Master of the Dark Moon, Lord of Light, and the others. He could be considered one of the top-ranked God Sovereign experts, not much weaker than a quasi-Heaven Lord who had just stepped into the Heaven Lord realm. Even now, he still had the combat strength of a top-ranked God Sovereign warrior. There were more than 20 high-ranked God Sovereign warriors, intermediate warriors, and 150 low-grade warriors. Furthermore, Heavenly Lord Ching Sha's cultivation base was also much stronger than Heavenly Lord Dan Sha and Ming Sha Heavenly Lord. If he was placed among the Quasi-Universe Lord, he would be a mid-grade Quasi-Universe Lord. It was also because of his powerful strength that even after knowing that the Ming Sha Heaven clan had been destroyed by the extrasolar evil, there were still no major changes. He only strengthened his guard and didn't have the slightest bit of preparation to migrate. The Green Cloud Sky clan had full confidence in the strength of their own celestial race. Even if that evil devil really came to their doorstep, they could still deal with it with ease, defeat the strong enemy, and protect the Heavenly Palace. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, surging and boiling, enveloping the entire Green Dawn Heavenly Palace. Poochie poochie poochie. In all directions, the space cracked inch by inch. Even the guardian formation of the Green Cloud Heavenly Palace let out mournful cries. Faintly, one could see tiny cracks. Ah, Xie, evil, it's that evil demon, not good, this is bad, this pressure, we all underestimated that evil demon, bitch it, please don't let anything happen to him. Within the Green Cloud Heavenly Palace, the hearts of the Green Cloud Sky clan's God Sovereign tightened. A hint of panic flashed across his eyes. A hint of uneasiness. The Skyguard formation of the Green Cloud Sky clan. This array was set up by the Azure Cloud Heaven Lord, who had gathered a large number of peak God array masters. Even after all these years, due to the lack of resources, its power had decreased. This was not something that an ordinary Heaven Lord's expert could crush with just its aura alone. Intermediate Heaven Lord, that evil demon might have the power of an intermediate Heaven Lord. In the center of Green Cloud Heavenly Palace, the Green Dawn Heavenly Lord frowned. a hint of regret in his heart. He regretted being so careless in that terrifying pressure. Compared to him at his peak, he wasn't any worse. In fact, he was even better. If he didn't use his ultimate trump card, his Azure Dawn Heavenly Palace's foundation would only be slightly stronger than an ordinary Heaven Lord expert. It would be enough to deal with an ordinary Heaven Lord expert, but it was still a bit lacking to deal with an intermediate Heaven Lord. If he had known earlier that this day would come, he would have planned to leave this place with his clansmen. Bitch it, how could this evil demon grow so quickly? How long has it only been the Azure Dawn Heavenly Lord cursed in his heart? After unsealing the 6th level of his combat strength, Yang Fann's speed had increased significantly. Before the news of the destruction of Pilglow Heavenly Palace reached the Azure Dawn Heavenly Palace, Yang Fann had already arrived. Otherwise, the Azure Cloud Heavenly Lord wouldn't have such doubts. Sigh, I hope that this evil devil is afraid of me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be sad today. The Heaven Lord sighed and turned into a ray of green light that shot into the sky. He had to face what he had to face. Even if this evil demon let everyone go, it would never let him go. If he chose to escape, without the support of the Heaven Race's foundation and using ultimate biochemistry, his strength would be slightly weaker than the quasi-Heaven Lord's. At that time, he would only die even faster. Wang. With a flash of azure light, the Azure Dawn Heaven Lord appeared within the void. Ah, it's the old ancestor. The old ancestor is here, the old ancestor is here. Phew, it's good that the old ancestor is here. It's good that he's here. In an instant, God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign felt as if they had found their backbone. All of a sudden, they felt relieved. Whether it was the Xianxia Heaven clan, the Pil Dawn Heavenly Race, the Azure Dawn Heavenly Race, or any other heavenly race, the Heaven Lords were the heavens. Earth was their spiritual pillar. As long as the Heaven Lord ancestors were present, they would have nothing to fear. At this moment, Poochie, the space in front of the Azure Cloud Heavenly Lord distorted, and Yang Fann took a step forward, looking down at the world below. This is that devil. The Azure Cloud Heavenly Lord's heart tightened, and his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Although the aura of the person in front of him was ordinary, and he looked like an ordinary person who didn't know any cultivation path, he could feel that the thin body contained an unimaginable power. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering and destroy the world. The Azure Cloud Heaven Lord took a deep breath and said, Your Excellency, our Azure Cloud Celestial race has no intention of becoming your enemy. As long as you retreat now, our Azure Cloud Celestial race can act as if nothing has happened. The Azure Cloud Heaven Lord took a deep breath and said, Your Excellency, our Azure Cloud Celestial race has no intention of becoming your enemy. As long as you retreat now, our Azure Cloud Celestial race can act as if nothing has happened. Noisy before the Azure Dawn Heaven Lord could finish speaking, Yang Fann shouted coldly and interrupted him. He pushed the 9 Revolutions Divine Devil body to its limit, causing Yang Fann's body to grow infinitely taller, turning into a trident that was millions of feet tall. A terrifying aura crushed everything, and in an instant, space was torn apart as he lunged at the Azure Dawn Heaven Lord. He didn't come all the way here to listen to the Azure Dawn Heavenly Lord's nonsense. Today, either he dies, or I die. There was no third option. Die. Yang Fann grinned hideously and struck out with his palm. Bitch it, this bastard, he really thinks that he can defeat us. A hint of anger flashed across the Azure Cloud Heaven Lord's eyes. He did not say anything else. The demonic god had already made a move, and it was clear that he was unwilling to let them go. What else was there to say? Azure Cloud Arcane Art, Reverse Life Force, Fuse Life Force. Wang. 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 Rays of green light that gave off boundless life force rose from the bodies of God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign, turning into a green river that flowed into the divine body of the Azure Dawn Heavenly Lord. In an instant, the Azure Dawn Heaven Lord's aura soared several times, surpassing the Heaven Lord's bottleneck and regaining the Heaven Lord's strength. Azure Cloud Arcane Art, the reversing of life force and fusing of life force, was a top-notch forbidden arts created by the Azure Sunset. Heaven Lord Burning Longevities was similar to Burning Longevities. However, compared to Burning Longevities, this secret technique was far more powerful, and it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Not only could it burn one's own body and bloodline, but it could also perfectly merge the converted energy into one for its own use. In just a split second, God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign had already used up 10 million years of their longevity, and it was still burning. Buzz. A treasure light cut through the void, and an ancient flag with endless divine imprints engraved on it appeared above the Azure Dawn Heavenly Lord. It grew with the wind, and expanded endlessly. Kai, 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 Kai. Rays of green divine light descended and enveloped the azure cloud heaven lord's body. The eternal evergreen flag, the lifeblood divine artifact of the azure dawn heavenly lord, its defensive power was much stronger than Xianxia heavenly lord's bright sunset sky pearl, and it was comparable to a peak intermediate universe treasure. At that moment, bang! Yang Fann's palm struck the green light barrier, causing it to distort violently. There was a faint crack on the barrier. Intermediate heaven lord, this devil definitely has the power of an intermediate heaven lord, and it's not even at the early intermediate heaven lord realm. The azure cloud heaven lord was secretly shocked. A newly advanced intermediate heaven lord definitely did not have that kind of power. A single palm had cracked open the evergreen barrier. What a great turtle shell! I would like to see how long you can last. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face. His hands were like sharp blades and his legs were like divine weapons. He attacked wildly and continuously. Bang! 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 Roar! Demon, don't be so arrogant. Eat this old ancestor's sword. The divine sword Greenwood carried with him split into two, 2 into 4, and 4 into thousands. A sky full of sword chi appeared. It was dense and majestic as it rushed towards Yang Fann. Kai, 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 Kai. Time passed by. In the bright sunset sky palace, those god sovereign were still alright, but the group of quasi-god sovereign was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the green cloud heaven lord's secret technique, these god sovereign and quasi-god sovereign would lose 10 million years worth of longevity in each breath. Unlike the universe sovereigns of the eternal great world, these god sovereigns' combat strength was not weak, not weaker than the universe sovereigns. However, the difference in strength between these longevities was like the difference between heaven and earth. These god sovereigns of god sovereign were not much stronger than Yang Fann's. Even the heaven lord expert wasn't limitless in terms of longevities. As for quasi-god sovereign, he had rarely seen more than 2 billion years. 10 breaths, 30 breaths, 80 breaths, 100 breaths, Poochie Poochie, Poochie. Dozens of quasi-god sovereign didn't even have the time to scream before they turned into flying ash. This was only the beginning. Almost every breath of time, there would be several quasi-god sovereign who turned into flying ash. As a large number of quasi-god sovereign turned into ashes, the aura of the azure cloud heavenly lord was weakening while Yang Fann's aura was slowly strengthening. For some reason, just like the self-destruction of these gods, after quasi-god sovereign died, Yang Fann also received the power to unseal the seal, causing his power to be unsealed. As a result, Heaven Lord Xianxia, who was originally able to fight evenly with Yang Fann, was completely at a disadvantage. In 10 moves, he couldn't even fight back 2 moves. 120 breaths. Old ancestor Xianxia was only able to parry and did not have the strength to retaliate at all. 150 breaths later. Poochie. As the last quasi-god sovereign died from exhaustion, the Heaven Lord's aura rapidly fell, finally dropping to the Heaven Lord realm. Roar. Explode. After absorbing the unsealing power of hundreds of quasi-god sovereign, Yang Fann once again unsealed half of his combat strength. Meanwhile, Wangu Chengqing, who had almost reached his limit, was bowing to the flag. After the Heavenly Lord's combat strength dropped drastically, he could no longer hold on any longer. The evergreen barrier shattered with a loud bang, and the eternal evergreen flag almost became a piece of cloth. Kekaki Heaven Lord Xianxia, go to hell obediently. After destroying the eternal evergreen flag with a single punch, Yang Fann charged straight at Heaven Lord Xianxia like a hot knife cutting through butter. Ah, no, devil, you really have to be this ruthless. Roar, evil demon, I'll fight you to the death. At this critical moment, the Azure Cloud Heavenly Lord no longer hesitated. He finally used his final trump card, sublimating himself to the extreme, unleashing his most powerful strength. Rumble, a terrifying aura that was several times stronger than Xianxia Heavenly Lord erupted from the Azure Dawn Heavenly Lord's body. Under the support of the hundreds of God Sovereign's life force, the Azure Dawn Heavenly Lord's current combat strength was even stronger than when he was at his peak, catching up to a high-level Heavenly Lord, who was also a high-level quasi-universe Lord. Roar, evil demon, I will definitely make you pay the price. The Azure Cloud Heaven Lord's voice was hoarse and hoarse, as if he had gone mad. Putting aside the deaths of hundreds of quasi-God Sovereign, even he was about to become a cripple. This grudge and hatred were irreconcilable. What are you barking for? I'll send you on your way right now, Yang Fann sneered. There was not a trace of fear in their confrontation. Previously, He would not be afraid of the Green Cloud Heavenly Lord who had advanced to the next level, let alone now that his combat strength had increased significantly, he would not be afraid at all. Kill without waiting for the Azure Dawn Heavenly Lord to attack, Yang Fann tore open the space and shattered the void with a punch, destroying everything in sight. Evil demon, you are courting death. Killing intent exploded in the Azure Cloud Heavenly Lord's eyes. Greenwood's sword chi was like a dragon swimming through the universe, piercing through everything. Bang bang bang. Fist shadows and sword chi crisscrossed and collided crazily, crushing the endless void's buzz. Buzz, buzz. The defensive formation of Greenwood's heavenly palace was on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse in the next second. Boom 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 boom. Countless mushroom clouds covered a radius of several light years with the Green Cloud Heavenly Palace as the center. For a moment, the two of them felt as if they were about to meet a worthy opponent. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. Poochie, 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 Poochie. The group of low-grade God Sovereign could not hold on any longer. The longevity dried up and turned into flying ashes. The balance between Yang Fann and the Azure Cloud Heavenly Lord was completely broken, and the scale of victory was tilted towards Yang Fann. Another hour passed. Out of the 73 intermediate God Sovereign, not a single one was left alive. All of them were flying ash. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura rose, and he instantly recovered to his 7th level of combat strength, stepping into the threshold of a high quasi-universe lord. His strength was more than double that of the Azure Dawn Heavenly Lord, and he was able to suppress the Azure Dawn Heavenly Lord. 2.5 hours later, there were only 5 top-ranked God Sovereign left, and they were still struggling to hold on. All 24 high-ranked God Sovereign had turned into powder, and their bodies and souls had been destroyed. Yang Fann once again unsealed half of his combat strength, and the Azure Cloud Heaven Lord finally collapsed. He could only rely on the Heaven Lord's expert's powerful life force to hold on. Azure Cloud Heaven Lord, let's see how long you can last. Yang Fann sneered and started beating crazily. Kai, 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 Kai. The Azure Cloud Heaven Lord was like a tattered sack of cloth, allowing Yang Fann to beat him up. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as his aura rapidly weakened. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Roar. Heaven Lord Xianxia, die. No, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Seemingly aware that his death was approaching, the Azure Cloud Heaven Lord let out an extremely unwilling wail. Bang. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The Azure Cloud Heaven Lord's mighty divine body was like a balloon that had been pierced through. It was extremely concentrated, and in the end, it completely exploded, turning into powder in the next second. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura was like a mountain. His body and mind had never been relaxed before. At this moment, all the suppression disappeared without a trace. C. 2143. The number one beauty of the realm of the gods, the realm of the gods, the realm of the blue clouds, and the palace of the blue clouds. Rumble. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura exploded like a mountain flood. After killing the Azure Dawn Heavenly Lord, Yang Fann had finally unsealed all of his combat strength. The restrictive force that was constantly enveloping his body disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. A few breaths later, after exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally unsealed all of his combat strength. There was finally no need for him to waste it like this in the future. To be honest, he had mercilessly killed the expert one after another. Yang Fann didn't feel so good in his heart. It was fine if it was those God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign, but it was different for Xianxia Heavenly Lord and the other Heaven Lord experts. That were comparable to Quasi-Universe Lord. Although each of them had exhausted their divine energy and their combat strength had dropped drastically, the strength of origin that they could obtain after absorbing them was not something that extreme top-level Universe Sovereign could compare with. Even if it was a true Quasi-Universe Lord, it wouldn't be much different. After all, the source of their soul hadn't changed in the slightest. In essence, it was still the Heaven Lord expert. It was only because there wasn't enough energy for them to absorb and refine that their divine power was exhausted in order to unseal their own strength and kill them. This was a complete waste of resources for every Heaven Lord expert he destroyed. Resources, all of these were his resources if not for the fact that devouring a Heaven Lord expert took too much time, and now that he was racing against time, Yang Fann would never have wasted them like this. Shaking his head gently, Yang Fann turned his gaze to the remaining 5 top-ranked God Sovereign from the Azure Dawn sky. At this moment, the 5 top-ranked God Sovereign were all dumbstruck. In their eyes, there was only despair. Woo. Dead, old ancestor. He died just like that. Finished. Finished. Our Azure Dawn Sky clan is completely finished. Although there was still a small portion of our clansmen who were stranded outside, without these top-grade experts, just those quasi-god sovereign alone would not be able to accomplish much. He was afraid that he would soon become the prey of others, completely vanishing in the long river of history. It wasn't that the 5 top-ranked god sovereign hadn't thought of escaping, but under the terrifying pressure of the evil devils, it was difficult for them to even move their bodies. In fact, they couldn't even think of sublimating themselves to the extreme and exploding their peak combat powers, let alone escape. Aphids, come here. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. 5 top-ranked god sovereign warriors could be considered a big fat piece of meat, especially god sovereign, who had a full body of strength of origin, which was no less than extreme top-level universe sovereigns. Over the years, Yang Fann had captured a lot of top-grade god sovereign, but the maximum number of god sovereign he had was less than 2 hands, even less than the quasi-universe lord he had captured Wang. A heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, like an eagle catching a chicken, grabbing towards the 5 top-ranked god sovereign warriors. Ah, no, Hua Sheng, you will die a horrible death. Curse, I swear on the soul, I curse you. Dawn Sky Realm, Dawn Sky Palace. Between the Xianxia Heaven Realm and the Pill Cloud Realm, the Dawn Sky Lord, the Dawn Sky Clan's God Sovereign, and Quasi-God Sovereign, there was no way they would have thought that Dark Star, Yang Fann, would come looking for them so quickly. When they finally realized what had happened, there was no way they could make it in time. The strength of the entire Dawn Sunset Heaven clan was only comparable to the Xianxia Heaven clan. Apart from the Dawn Sunset Heaven Lord, who was a low-level Heaven Lord, there was also the Dawn Sunset Heaven Lord. There were also 2 top-ranked God Sovereign, dozens of God Sovereign, and hundreds of quasi-God Sovereign. Yang Fann could suppress this power even before unsealing the quasi-battle power of Universe Lord, let alone the current him, who was even stronger than many high-level Heaven Lords. The Dawn Sky Lord was still hesitating whether or not he should try his best to sublimate himself and fight to the death, but he was ruthlessly suppressed by Yang Fann. Without the Dawn Sky Lord as the pillar of support, the Dawn Sky Clan's God Sovereign and Quasi-God Sovereign were like monkeys that were about to fall. They were easily suppressed by Yang Fann, and it was as easy as blowing off dust. Buzz. With a movement of his body, Yang Fann's figure quickly disappeared, leaving behind a pile of ruins. Time was limited. Yang Fann wanted to take down as many Celestials as possible before he exposed himself. There was no wall in the world that could not be exposed. The news of the destruction of the Dansha Heaven race and the other great celestial races could be concealed for a period of time. There was absolutely no way to hide it forever. Once the news was leaked, it would be no different from finding a needle in a haystack if he wanted to hunt down the Heaven race. There was almost no possibility of that happening. These Celestials were no fools. Even though they knew that they were no match for him, they still remained where they were, waiting for him to harvest them. At that time, they probably would have already fled to an unknown place. The divine realm was vast and boundless, endless and endless. It was in the great realm, and it was in the 9 heavens above. Even though it wasn't as large as 1,000th of the total area of the divine realm, it was still incomparably vast. Coupled with the world mystic realms of the various subordinate heavenly realms, it was even more vast. A Heaven Lord expert was bent on hiding. Even if Universe Lord were to personally take action, without extremely powerful tracking methods, everything would still be worth it. Universe Lord was strong, but he wasn't omnipotent. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many quasi-Universe Lord in the eternal great world who wouldn't listen to Universe Lord's rule and left the world. In the sky above, a huge palace that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Poochie. The void twisted. Yang Fann took a step forward and looked down at the sky. Boom. The terrifying strength of soul swept across everything without any restraint. Haze Heavenly Palace. The Haze Heavenly race was a level stronger than the Xianxia Heaven clan, but they were still much weaker compared to the Green Cloud Heavenly race. At his peak, he was a quasi-intermediate Heaven Lord who had stepped into the intermediate Heaven Lord realm. Apart from that, there were also 3 top-ranked God Sovereign Heaven Lords overseeing the Haze Heaven Palace. 2 hours later, rumble. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose with Haze Palace as the center, sweeping across several hundred light-years of land. At the edge of the mushroom cloud, Yang Fann's expression was somewhat gloomy and unhappy. It was as if someone owed him several hundred million, but he was still a step too slow. He had allowed the Haze Heavenly Lord to sublimate to the extreme, and a Heaven Lord expert had been destroyed in front of him. If he could devour this Haze Heaven Lord, his strength would at least increase by a level. Fortunately, he was one step ahead of the other heaven race experts and suppressed them all. Furthermore, Yang Fann had found a quasi-universe lord among the captives of the Haze Heaven race, which was a way to comfort his gloomy heart. Astral Ancestor. This was another quasi-universe lord of the stellar race. Together with ancestor Xingyuan, they were called the two ancestors of the stellar race. The reason why the stellar race was able to become one of the top families in the eternal great world, second only to the 8 most powerful races, was because of the presence of the two old ancestors, Old Ancestor Starry and Ancestor Xingyuan. Now, the two old ancestors had been taken care of by Yang Fann. The Star family was truly unlucky. After the path of eternity ended, the Star family would become a common high-rank family. If they were not careful, they might even be wiped out. Relying on the power and influence of Old Ancestor Starry and Old Ancestor Xingyuan, other than the 8 most powerful races and a small number of top-grade clans, there were no other clans that they had put in their eyes all these years. The number of high-grade clans that they had offended was not small. Previously, with Astral Ancestor backing them up, there was naturally nothing wrong with it. Now that Patriarch Starry was gone, Ancestor Xingyuan's future life would be very difficult for them. Patriarch Starry was truly unlucky. It wasn't easy for him to unseal his high-level Universe Sovereign combat strength. Among the many Universe Sovereigns, he was considered one of the best quasi-Universe Lord warriors, but he had to face Heaven Lord Haze. In front of the Misty Cloud Heaven Lord, who had maintained the combat strength of a peak top-level Universe Sovereign warrior, the combat strength of Astral Ancestor, who had just broken the seal, was nothing. Even running away was an extravagant hope. Next, Xianxia Heavenly Palace, Xianxia Heavenly Palace, Xianxia Heavenly Palace. Xianxia Heavenly Realm, Xianxia Heavenly Palace. In the center, in a magnificent divine palace. A peerless beauty with snow-white skin, a graceful figure, and a tall figure were pacing back and forth in the hall. Her flawless face was flawless, causing countless devastatingly beautiful women to feel ashamed of themselves. However, there was a faint trace of uneasiness between his brows. The spiritual consciousness continued to envelop Xianxia Heavenly Palace, and from time to time, it would emit urging sounds. This peerless beauty was none other than the Lord of the Dazzling Dawn Heavenly Palace, the Dazzling Dawn Heavenly Lord. She was also one of the few female Heaven Lords in the Divine Realm, and she faintly had the title of the #1 beauty in the Divine Realm. In the entire Divine Realm, countless experts had fallen to her pomegranate skirt, and there were even some Heaven Lord experts among them. Heavenly Lord Xianxia was not the strongest of all the Heaven Lords in the Divine Realm. In fact, she could even be said to be ordinary. She only had the cultivation of a low-level Heaven Lord, but if one were to talk about a Heaven Lord that one could not afford to offend, Heavenly Lord Xianxia could be said to have firmly entered the top 10, or even the top 5. No matter which world it was, beauty was one of the most powerful weapons, one that the world did not lack. It was those flower guardians, the people who cherished flowers. No one knew how many Heaven Lords would be provoked if they moved against a Heavenly Lord. But now, that unparalleled beauty of the Divine Realm made her feel insecure. The extrasolar evil was the mortal enemy of their gods. Her beauty was enticing. If the gods were placed in front of these extrasolar evils, they might not be so useful. And just now, she received a sensational piece of news. After the Mingxia Heaven Clan, the 4 great celestial races of the Pilglow Heaven Clan, Blue Dawn Heaven Clan, Haze Heaven Clan, and Dawn Heaven Clan were all wiped out by the extrasolar evil. Brutal, truly savage to the point of making one's hair stand on end. The 5 great celestial races were an entire 5 great celestial races. And in the vast Divine Realm, there were only so many celestial races. Besides the 9 great celestial races that appeared on the surface, there were no more than 30 other celestial races that were hiding in the dark. In the past, in billions of years, there might not have been a single celestial race that had perished, but now, in just a few short days, 5 great celestial races had been destroyed. In this world, there was something even more terrifying than this. Moreover, the Azure Sunset Heaven race wasn't an ordinary heaven race. The Azure Sunset Heaven Lord was an intermediate Heaven Lord, several times stronger than her, but she still couldn't escape the hands of that evil demon. From this, one could see how terrifying that evil demon was. It was not something the Azure Sunset Heaven race could contend against. Retreat. They had to retreat immediately, otherwise, once that evil demon came knocking on their door, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for seeking the help of the Heaven Lord, This thought had just flashed through her mind when she nipped it in the bud. In this moment of life and death, she had several suitors that she could rely on, but the Heavenly Lord didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. No matter how much she liked someone, at the moment of life and death, even a mortal would hesitate, let alone these high and mighty Heaven Lord experts. No matter which Heaven Lord it was, they would always place themselves first in their hearts if they wanted to defeat that evil demon. There was only one way. That was to sublimate at all costs and restore the peak combat power. Otherwise, given their current strength, even if all of her flower protectors were present, they would have no chance of winning. Just having the Heaven Lords help her sublimate her cultivation, was that even possible? Time slowly passed. Very quickly, half an hour passed. Haven't you finished packing? Heavenly Lord Xianxia urged. Not long after, her voice suddenly changed as she directly slapped the board and said, "All right, don't pack anymore. Everyone, gather at the Goddess Palace and prepare to set off." An ominous feeling began to well up in the Heaven Lord's heart. If he didn't leave soon, he would be in grave danger. His Majesty has ordered everyone from the Celestial Maiden Palace to gather. Hurry up, everyone gather at the Celestial Maiden Palace. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky trembled as a terrifying pressure that caused many quasi-Heaven Lords to despair descended from the sky, covering the entire Sunglow Heavenly Palace. Bitch it, why did he come so quickly? Woo, it's over, my Crimson Afterglow Sky Clan is finished. C2144 Ruined Flowers. The realm of gods, the realm of Sunglow, the realm of Sunglow. The Heavenly Lord's face was filled with despair. Damn it, it really was that evil demon, it really was him. What should he do? What should I do? In the many heavenly palaces in the realm of the gods, nearly no one dared to casually provoke them. But that wasn't because they were strong, but because they feared their complicated relationship as the gathering place for the number one goddess in the divine realm. There were some hegemony factions in the divine realm that had God Sovereign overseeing them. Almost all of them had marital relations with them. Who knew how many major powers would be involved if Xianxia Heavenly Palace was touched? In this world, the most powerful wind was none other than Xianxia. In terms of strength, Xianxia Heavenly Palace, on the other hand, was very ordinary. Apart from her, who was the Heaven Lord, there was only one top-ranked God Sovereign in Xianxia Heavenly Palace. There were less than 50 people in the other 3 grades, including God Sovereign. As for that evil devil, it could even destroy the Heavenly Palace, let alone the Heavenly Palace. It was all over. Their dazzling Dawn Heavenly Palace's inheritance that had lasted billions of years was about to be destroyed at this moment. A deep sense of regret washed over the Heaven Lord like a surging river, flooding him with heart seas. Why did he care about that? If he had just received the news and left the Sunglow Heavenly Palace, the current disaster would not have happened. More importantly, he could have just left without saying anything. It was just the Sunglow Heavenly Palace. As long as she, the Heaven Lord, didn't die, it wouldn't take long for her to rebuild the Sunglow Heavenly Palace. Unfortunately, there was no chance at all. No, I can't just sit there and wait for my death. A glimmer of hope flashed across the Heaven Lord's eyes. No matter how slim the hope was, she had to give it a try. Buzz. Bzzz. One after another, streams of light flashed in front of Heavenly Lord Xianxia before disappearing without a trace. Within the void, is this asking for help from other forces? Yang Fann's eyes flashed. The secret that Heavenly Lord Xianxia had done had not been concealed from Yang Fann's eyes and ears, but Yang Fann did not stop him. Instead, he allowed the distress messages to spread out at this time. The one who could make Heavenly Lord Xianxia ask for help was most likely the Heavenly Lord expert. The others, even the quasi-Heaven Lord, would not be able to change anything no matter how many people came. If the Heaven Lord expert really came to save them, Yang Fann would only be happy. He was worried that he would not be able to find them 9 great heavenly realms of the divine realm. Apart from Bright Sunset Sky Palace, Green Dawn Heavenly Palace, and Pilglow Heavenly Palace, the other Heaven Lords were all elusive. Up until now, Yang Fann still didn't know where the other Heaven Lords were hiding. It was as if most of the Universe Sovereigns didn't know about the Quasi-Universe Lord. In the divine realm, most of the God Sovereign only knew about the Heaven Lord's name, let alone their whereabouts. Perhaps the Dawn Sky Lord knew the whereabouts of those Heaven Lords. However, Yang Fann didn't have the time to search his soul. Second, Yang Fann didn't dare to casually search his soul. The Heaven Lord wasn't God Sovereign, so he didn't have much to worry about. If he wasn't careful, Yang Fann might suffer a backlash, and his memories would be in chaos. causing his personality to split. Even if these heaven lords weren't as old as quasi-universe lord, or even 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a million, they wouldn't be able to match up to a quasi-universe lord's age. But each and every one of them had lived for tens of billions of years. Their lives were glorious, and Yang Fann could never compare to them. It would be best if a few heaven lords came. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. As for his own safety, Yang Fann wasn't too worried. A group of inferior heaven lords could only display their strength for a few hours at most. Even if a dozen or 20 of them came at once, it would be nothing more than a plate of vegetables. Buzz. The void twisted, an array of light flashed in front of Yang Fann. The heavenly lord appeared in front of Yang Fann and bowed to him. It was a snowy white scene. I have seen you, my lord. May you have your blessings. The voice was extremely soft and tempting. It was even more soul-stealing than all kinds of charming techniques. Even if someone was willing to take the risk and come to rescue him, it would still take some time. The only thing she needed to do now was to stall the demon and buy time for the reinforcements to arrive. As she spoke, the heaven lord bent down a little, and the beautiful spring in her chest could be seen with a single glance. Boom boom boom. HMPH. Yang Fann frowned and snorted coldly. The next second, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike toward the heaven lord. Wanting to seduce him was truly laughable. Other than Yunuo and the other girls were nothing more than skeletons in Yang Fann's eyes. If Yang Fann really wanted any beauty, with his current strength and status, what kind of beauty was there that he could not get? Heavenly Lord Xianxia was peerlessly beautiful, but it was not that there were no beauties on the same level as him. The reason why he had the reputation of being the divine realm's #1 beauty was because of this. More importantly, it was because of his identity as a heaven lord that gave him a lot of points. There were countless beauties in the realm of the gods, but there were very few female heaven lords. Just like the mortals in the mortal world, they were both equally beautiful. One was a princess of the royal family, while the other was just an ordinary commoner. Naturally, the princess of the royal family was even more sought after by the world. Ah! Bitch it, how could that be? This bastard, is he still a man? The heaven lord's face paled in disbelief. With her charm, as long as she was a normal man, she shouldn't be so heartless. I am the #1 beauty of the divine realm, #1 beauty. Demonic night star, protect Wang. A black crystal pearl that glowed with brilliant colors and looked like a dreamy star rose from the top of heavenly lord Xianxia's head. It let out streams of black light that covered an area of 30 meters and protected his entire body. Mei Yi star, the most powerful protective treasure of heavenly lord Xianxia. Its grade was not lower than some low-grade top-grade universe treasures. Rumble. Yang Fann slammed his palm onto the charm night barrier, and the high-level power of the universe exploded forth with full force. He had no intention of holding back. He had also sent out a request for help. This heavenly lord Xianxia had already lost her usefulness, so what was the point of keeping her alive? Poochie poochie, poochie. In an instant, fine cracks appeared on the charm night barrier. Those cracks continued to expand, becoming bigger and bigger. Even the dreamy charm night star seemed to have cracks appearing on it. Not good, this power. It was definitely not an intermediate heaven lord, a high-level heaven lord. He's a high-grade heaven lord. Heaven Lord Xianxia's face was filled with despair. Not only had his palm almost destroyed the charm night barrier, but it was also extremely powerful. It's not something an intermediate heaven lord can do. As for a high-level heaven lord, he was practically the strongest expert in the divine realm. He could count them all with a single hand. What should I do? What should I do? The heaven lord was burning with anxiety. If this continued, the charm night barrier would not be able to last more than 10 breaths of time. Right now, she wasn't at her peak state. She was only at the top-ranked god sovereign, and she couldn't unleash the true power of the charm night. Don't tell me I'm going to advance to the next level. Hesitation flashed across the eyes of heavenly lord Xianxia, but even if he was going to reach the pinnacle of sublimation, he would only be able to hold on for a short period of time in the hands of the sinister devil. Even if those people were willing to come and rescue him, they wouldn't be able to make it to the Sunglow Heavenly Palace in time. Moreover, even if they could live and sublimate themselves to the extreme, their fates would still be extremely tragic. The reason why those heaven lords did not use any special methods to obtain her was not because they were unwilling, but because they did not have much confidence. Once she fell, for quasi-god sovereign, these people wouldn't be polite to her. The best result would be that she would become a plaything exclusive to a heaven lord. If one's luck was slightly worse, it could be said that it was just a little bit of red lips. In the divine realm, There were simply too many people who were interested in her. The number one beauty without sufficient strength to protect her. Beauty was also a type of original sin. No, that won't do. Even if I die, I won't be willing to live that kind of life. Heavenly Lord Xianxia's heart trembled. Becoming a woman, or even a plaything, was nothing. However, if he were to become one of those 1,000 riders, he might as well just die. The thought of restoring the peak combat power to its peak was quickly nipped away by the Heaven Lord at this moment. Bang! The Charm Knight barrier finally could not hold on any longer and exploded with a loud bang. The surface of the illusory glazed glasses Charm Knight star was densely covered with cracks. Poochie! The horrendous hand descended from the sky and grabbed Heavenly Lord Xianxia. Ah, no, stop sir, please stop. As long as sir is willing to let me go, I am willing to be your servant and serve you. 3C2145 The big fish took the bait. The realm of gods, the realm of Sunglow, the realm of Sunglow. The Heavenly Lord of the realm of Sunglow was begging for mercy in order to live. Heavenly Lord Xianxia put down all of his dignity and pride. He was willing to be his slave, and even directly give up his body, even if it meant nothing at this moment, as long as Yang Fann was willing. Even if he wanted Heavenly Lord Xianxia, Heavenly Lord Xianxia would not dare to resist at all. He would only try his best to cater to him. However, Heavenly Lord Xianxia had clearly expressed her wrong feelings. Yang Fann was not one of her suitors, and each and every one of them prostrated themselves in front of her pomegranate skirt. As long as they could win the beauty back, they were willing to do anything. Boom! Yang Fann circulated the energy in his body. Without any hesitation, he completely sealed the Heavenly Lord. Become a slave, he couldn't afford to use the Heaven Lord as a servant. It was better to use such a great expert as nourishment for his growth. At Xianxia Heavenly Palace. Woo. How could this be? Palace Lord, she. Palace Lord, she. Despair. Endless panic and despair spread throughout the palace. It had only been a few breaths of time, and the pillar of support in their hearts. The Sunglow Heavenly Lord had been ruthlessly suppressed. How could the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals be a match for that evil demon? They were dead for sure. All of them were dead for sure. In the sky, wang! With a flash of light, Yang Fann kept the Heavenly Lord back into his inner world. The next second, he turned around and looked at the Sunglow Heavenly Palace below. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Compared to the other heavenly palaces, the strength of the dazzling Dawn Heavenly Palace was clearly much weaker. Putting aside the fact that there was only one top-ranked God Sovereign Warrior, even the number of high-ranked God Sovereign Warriors was not more than a handful. There were only Liao and the other three. The other intermediate warriors and low-grade God Sovereign were also pitifully few. There were less than 40 of them. This was the name of the number one celestial in the Xianxia Heavenly Realm. There was really something wrong with what he said. However, Yang Fann's movements were not slow. With a wave of his hand, a palm covered the entire Xianxia Heavenly Palace, suppressing it. No matter how small the mosquito was, it was still meat. Ah, no, sir, please spare my life, please spare my life. Woo. Spare me, my lord, please spare me. Ah, my lord, as long as you let me go, I'm willing to be your slave. I will serve you for the rest of my life. Ah, Hua Sheng, you devil, you're going to die a horrible death. Ah. Hua Sheng, you'll have your retribution. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. A few moments later, the Sunglow Heavenly Palace that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was a gigantic bottomless sinkhole. Now it all depends on the status of the Sunglow Heavenly Lord in the hearts of those Heaven Lords. A hint of anticipation flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He was not in a hurry to head to the next Heavenly Palace since Heavenly Lord Xianxia already knew that he had destroyed the 5 great celestial races. The Crimson Afterglow Heaven race and the other 3 great celestial races should have also received news of the destruction of the 5 great celestial races. At this moment, it was very likely that he had already fled far away from the other side. He was not a fool. Even though he knew that staying behind would result in certain death, he was still foolishly standing there and not fleeing. If he rushed over now, it was very likely that his efforts would be in vain. He might as well stay here and see if there were any unexpected gains. Yang Fann clearly remembered that the Heaven Lord had sent a total of 9 distress messages, which meant that there were 9 Heaven Lord experts with all 9 Heaven Lords present. Yang Fann didn't dare to dream about it. However, as long as there were 1 or 2 of them, he would be able to earn a fortune. Buzz. Yang Fann moved his body and concealed his tracks. Time passed by, 1 second at a time. Soon, a day had passed. It's already been a day, why hasn't anyone come over yet? Could it be that those heaven lords have given up? Yang Fann's face darkened. Although these heaven lords had been greatly weakened due to the decline in their strength, a day had passed. Putting aside the other 8 heaven realms, the local heaven lords of the Xianxia heaven realm were more than enough for them to rush to the Xianxia heaven realm. The faster reinforcements came, the better. Forget about the other heaven lords, they would never forget the native heaven race of the Xianxia heaven realm. Soon, another day passed. The disappointment on Yang Fann's face was obvious. 2 days had passed. It was time for the other heaven lords to arrive. Looks like I'll have to wait for nothing this time. The charm of the number 1 beauty of the realm of the gods, Heavenly Lord Xianxia. But that's all. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. No matter what, the Sunset Sky clan was a celestial race. The least she could do to save face and ask for help was at least a quasi-heaven lord level expert now. With the severe divine power consumption and a massive decline in strength, even a quasi-heaven lord would be able to make the heaven lords fear him if they were careless. They would be in danger of dying. Although beauties were good, no one would be willing to sacrifice their lives in pursuit of beauties. Let's wait another day. If no one comes, I'll leave. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann still did not want to give up. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Soon, 6 hours had passed. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a wisp of surprise flashed across his eyes. He's finally here. He really told me to wait. A few seconds later, boom. A stream of light cut through the void and appeared in the sky above the ruins of Xianxia Heavenly Palace. In the next second, a blue-robed middle-aged man with blue hair and beard walked out from within. The space between his brows was filled with dignity, and his entire body was sparkling. Vaguely, it was as if a vast ocean world had appeared around him. His imposing manner was even stronger than many of the peak top-level universe sovereign experts. Not good, I'm still a step late. Xianxia, Palace Lord, I'm afraid she has already arrived. This is bad, I'm still a step too late. Xianxia, Palace Lord, I'm afraid that she has already. This was how the number 1 beauty of the god realm was. Sigh, the heavens are truly jealous of a beautiful woman at this time. It's not late, not at all. I came just in time. A faintly discernible voice entered the blue-robed middle-aged man's ears. What? The blue-robed middle-aged man's expression changed, and a strong sense of danger rose in his heart. He was just about to dodge when Yang Fann had already arrived in front of him. Yang Fann's palm crushed everything in its path, and completely suppressed him. He didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. The blue-robed heaven lord wasn't scary, and even if he recovered his peak combat power, Yang Fann had absolute confidence that he would be able to suppress him. But if that was the case, all his efforts would be in vain. A crippled heaven lord was useless. His source was even inferior to the lowest level god sovereign. Even swallowing 1,000 and 10,000 wouldn't be able to increase his strength by much. Ah, high heaven lord, this is the power of a high heaven lord. Roar, evil demons, you are that evil demon. The blue-robed middle-aged man let out a despairing howl. At this moment, finally, he recognized Yang Fann. At this moment, there was such a terrifying power in the divine realm. Who else could it be other than the fiendish demon who had destroyed the 5 great celestial races? In an instant, boundless resentment flooded his heart. But it wasn't directed at Yang Fann, but at the heaven lord. Roar, Xianxia, you lowly servant, how dare you cheat me? I'm going to kill you, lowly servant. If it weren't for the distress letter from Heavenly Lord Xianxia saying that he had encountered a quasi-heaven lord demon instead of speaking the truth, he wouldn't have gotten himself involved in this mess. It was true that he liked Heavenly Lord Xianxia, but that didn't mean that he was willing to pay with his life for the sake of the Heavenly Lord. He didn't even have time to hide from that fiendish demon, so how could he make him his enemy? Oh, it seems like that Heavenly Lord Xianxia didn't tell them it was me. Yang Fann's eyes lit up when he heard this. Although he had sensed Heavenly Lord Xianxia's request for help, he didn't know the exact details. If it was only a quasi-heaven lord, then with the heaven lord's strength, their own resources, and the heaven lord's group, even if they didn't use their ultimate sublimation, they would still have a great chance of fighting him. And even if they weren't a match, if they wanted to leave, it would be very difficult for the quasi-heaven lord to stop them. There wasn't much danger, and the fact that they could win the favor of the number 1 beauty of the divine realm, Heavenly Lord Xianxia, meant that many people would be willing to make a trip. As for almost 3 days, there was only one person who arrived. Perhaps it was because the distance was too far. While Yang Fann was looking forward to it, another 6 hours passed. Wang. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up again. All right, another big fish came. C2146A Light Harvest, the Divine Realm, the Realm of Sunglow, the ruins of the Palace of Sunglow. Pucci. A heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and grabbed a white-robed middle-aged man. Boom! A terrifying force surged into the young man's body, sealing off all of his divine power and his soul. Buzz. The void began to distort. Yang Fann appeared out of thin air, unable to conceal his excitement. This was the third Heaven Lord expert. Under his sneak attack, these 3 Heaven Lord experts were mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann before they could even use their ultimate sublimation. One had to admit that the Heaven Lord was truly a good person. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have gained so much. Without this Heaven Lord, the 3 Heaven Lords would have been lucky enough to sweep away the remaining members of the Crimson Afterglow Heaven race, the 3 Heaven Lords, and the other 2 Heaven Lords. At most, there would be God Sovereign, Quasi-God Sovereign, and the other 3 Heaven Lords. All of them, including Quasi-God Sovereign, couldn't even compare to a Heaven Lord. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Boom! A bright red light descended from the sky. It was like the hottest flame, burning all the voids in the surroundings. The next second, Kai, the red light retreated and a red-haired red-browed man walked out. He was a terrifying man whose entire body was covered in burning flames. He was like the ancestor god of fire who controlled all flames in the world. With a single thought, he could send down an endless divine fire and destroy the universal world. The aura was so terrifying that it was much stronger than the 3 Heaven Lords that had arrived. It was comparable to extreme top-level universe sovereign. The divine fire Heaven Lord was an ancient existence. It was not much smaller than Mingxia Heavenly Lord, an old monster who had experienced the twilight of the gods several times. His strength was several times greater than Mingxia Heavenly Lord's, not much weaker than the Azure Dawn Heaven Lord that was killed by Yang Fann. He was an intermediate Heaven Lord. Among the many pursuers of the Heavenly Lord, the Divine Fire Heavenly Lord was one of the strongest, and he was also one of the most obsessed people. Ah, not good, something has happened to Xianxia Palace Lord. An unconcealable anxiety flashed across the Divine Fire Heaven Lord's eyes. At this moment, Pucci, a horrendous hand suddenly appeared and instantly appeared above the Divine Fire Heaven Lord's head. Ah, not good. The Divine Fire Heaven Lord's expression changed dramatically as an ominous omen of collapse enveloped his body. He wanted to resist, but the heaven-sheltering big hand had already grabbed him. Under the sublimation of the extreme, the gap between extreme top-level universe sovereign and the quasi-universe lord was just too great and too great. Furthermore, he was killed because of the accident that happened to Heavenly Lord Xianxia. It would be strange if he could still resist. It's the 4th one. Perhaps I really hope to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with anticipation. If he could capture all the 9 Heaven Lords in one fell swoop, he would be able to earn a fortune. He had worked so hard for so long, but he had only managed to take down 16 quasi-universe lord. 2 Heaven Lords were only Heaven Lords, but 9 Heaven Lords were more than enough to take away most of the goods. Time slowly passed, and 2 hours passed. 6 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. Yang Fann's brow furrowed. It had been a day, but no Heaven Lord had appeared. One had to know that the 4 Heaven Lords had only been here for less than 8 hours. Soon, another day passed. He still hadn't seen the 5th Heaven Lord. At this moment, Yang Fann finally dispelled the last trace of hope in his heart. The remaining 5 Heaven Lords really would not appear. It had been 5 days. What should have come a long time ago. Even the Jade Dawn Heavenly Realm, the furthest away from the Crimson Sun Realm, was more than enough time for the Heaven Lord's expert. Indeed, one's desires are limitless. What a pity. Yang Fann laughed self-deprecatingly. In the beginning, he had only wanted 1 or 2 Heaven Lords, but now, he was still not satisfied even after capturing 4 Heaven Lords. This was a person who would never be satisfied. If there was 1, there would be 2, and if there was 2, then there would be 3. Wang. Yang Fann's body moved and turned into a ray of light, tearing the space apart. The 5 Heaven Lords would not come. Staying here would only be a waste of time. Crimson Afterglow Heavenly Realm, Crimson Afterglow Heavenly Palace. Other than the palaces that were connected for tens of thousands of miles, there was not a trace of human habitation within. There was no life at all, as if they were tombstones. Although their crimson afterglow heavenly race was ranked in the top 3 of the divine realm's 9 great celestial races, they were much stronger than the azure dusk heavenly race. The crimson afterglow heaven lord was a quasi-high-rank heaven lord at his peak. Even now, he still retained the strength of a quasi-heaven lord, and a top-ranked god sovereign was even stronger. There were 7 of them. However, they still did not have much confidence in dealing with that fiendish demon. That fiendish demon had killed 5 heaven races in a row, and his strength was very likely to have reached the intermediate heavenly lord realm. Even if he could defeat that fiendish demon, the crimson afterglow heaven lord would still have to reach the pinnacle of sublimation. This price was too great, so great that they couldn't afford it. They might as well avoid it for now. After their old ancestor refined many evil devils and restored the peak combat power, they would come back and find that evil devil to wash away their shame. Pucci. The void was forcefully torn apart like a curtain. The next second, Yang Fann took a step forward and looked at the empty red dawn heavenly palace. There was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Indeed, this crimson afterglow heavenly clan still ran away. Although he had long thought of this outcome, it had already been so many days. It was impossible for the crimson afterglow heavenly clan to foolishly wait for him to go over. But if all of this really came true, Yang Fann still felt a little disappointed in his heart. Taking a deep look at the crimson afterglow heavenly race, Yang Fann's figure moved and he headed towards his next target, the Dawn Sky race. Although he understood in his heart that the Dawn Heavenly Palace might very well be empty like this crimson afterglow heavenly palace. What if the Dawn Sky Lord really was kicked in the head by a donkey? Or was it because he had full confidence in his own strength and was confident that he could fight him? The Dawn Sky race was faintly known as the number 1 celestial race among the 9 great celestial races. In the entire divine realm, they were ranked in the top 5 of all the celestial races, and they were even stronger than the crimson afterglow heavenly race. At the peak of the Dawn Sky Lord's era, he was a genuine high-level heaven lord. In any case, with his speed, rushing to the Dawn Sky Palace would not take much time. Unfortunately, he still returned in disappointment. Like the crimson afterglow heavenly palace, the Dawn Sky Palace didn't even leave behind a dog. There is only the last Jade Dawn Sky left. You must not disappoint me. 6 hours later, Jade Dawn Heavenly Palace. Boom. Yang Fann arrived in the sky with a disappointed expression on his face. Even the Crimson Afterglow and Dawn Sky clans chose to flee. The Jade Dawn Sky clan, whose strength was slightly weaker than the 2 clans, did not dare to continue staying in the Jade Dawn Heavenly Palace with his own strength. He swept through the 9 great heavenly realms and allowed the 9 great celestial races to flee in all directions. This battle result was enough to be remembered in the divine realm's divine history and cause countless god races to tremble in fear. All of them are cowardly bandits. They are really quick to escape. Yang Fann secretly spat, his figure moved, descended from the sky, and entered the empty Jade Dawn Heavenly Palace. It wasn't that he discovered anything, but rather that he found a temporary place to settle down, so that he could take a look at his harvest for the next period of time. During this period of time, in order to unseal his own combat strength as soon as possible and capture even more heaven race experts, he had been racing against time along the way and hadn't carefully tapped on his spoils of war. It was likely that he would not be disappointed, not to mention the heaven race's tens of billions of years of accumulation. There were all sorts of treasures. Just the universe sovereigns that they had captured were not few in number. The Pilglow heaven race. This was a good example. They might be able to find a few quasi-universe lord warriors and give him a big surprise. C. 2147 Great Sweep. The realm of the gods, the realm of the blue clouds, and the palace of the blue clouds. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a bright light, revealing traces of anticipation. After entering the divine realm for the last 9 days, he swept through the land, wiping out a large number of hegemony and celestials. Each and every one of them was a major power that had existed for billions of years, even tens of billions of years. Apart from divine source energy, divine crystals, and other divine treasures, there were also many other divine artifacts and treasures. Rumble. A terrifying mental energy swept through everything like a cosmic storm, quickly sweeping through the heaven lords and god sovereign spatial divine artifact. Pucci. The layers of restrictions were easily destroyed like paper. Large amounts of treasures kept appearing in Yang Fann's sea of consciousness. 1 week later, Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. He had roughly pointed out the properties of the heaven and hegemony. He did not have much divine source. The 6 heaven lords, hundreds of god sovereign, and all of them combined were less than 10 billion divine source. To Yang Fann, it was just a drop in the bucket. Not to mention 10 billion divine sources, even 100 billion divine sources wouldn't be enough for him to take the most crucial step in his cultivation, breaking through to the half-step sovereign. Of course, Yang Fann was prepared for this. Under the twilight of the gods, God Sovereign and the Heaven Lord could not even protect their own combat strength. It would be strange if divine sources and other treasures that could replenish divine power were left behind in large numbers. The real big deal was still the other treasures. If they were exchanged for Origin of Eternities, they would be worth at least 10 billion Origin of Eternities. Just the top-tier universe treasures alone were enough for Yang Fann to find 12 of them. All of them were the Heaven Lord's lifeblood divine artifacts and divine weapons. Unfortunately, more than half of them were heavily injured. If he wanted to repair them, he would need to spend a large amount of resources. However, even the top-tier universe treasures that were injured, the value of these universe treasures was far from being comparable to high-tier universe treasures. Apart from the 12 top-grade universe treasures, the lower-grade high-grade universe treasures had over 100 of them. The number of intermediate and low-grade universe treasures was even greater. There were thousands of them. The upper 9 heavens weren't large, less than 101 in the entire divine realm. However, they were blessed by the heavens and blessed by countless treasures. Even in the eternal great world, it was very difficult for the 8 supreme imperial realms to compare to him thousands of universe treasures. There were also 12 top-grade universe treasures. In the vast eternal world, there was probably no other race besides the 8 most powerful races that could take out these 8 most powerful races. Yang Fann's value alone was enough to crush many of the top families, and he was now chasing after the 8 most powerful races. This wasn't all. The numerous universe sovereigns and quasi-universe lord experts that he had suppressed had fallen into Yang Fann's hands. Naturally, all the treasures in their possession had become Yang Fann's. Every quasi-universe lord had at least 500 billion cubic meter worth of Origin of Eternities in their possession. Currently, Yang Fann had more than 20 quasi-universe lord warriors under his control. Nearly 3 of the quasi-universe lord warriors who had entered the path of eternity had become Yang Fann's prisoners. Apart from the 14 quasi-universe lord warriors who had been suppressed in the aqua blue world, as well as old ancestor Yuan Mu and old ancestor Xing, Yang Fann had also found 4 quasi-universe lord warriors in the spatial divine weapons that Heavenly Lord Xianxia and the other heaven lords had captured. Among them, old ancestor Wuji, who was captured by the divine fire Heavenly Lord, was a high-level quasi-universe lord. His strength wasn't any weaker than Yang Fann's, perhaps even greater. Unfortunately, in the path of eternity, old ancestor Wuji, whose combat strength had just been unsealed to the middle-level universe sovereign, could not even withstand a single strike from the divine fire Heavenly Lord, and was turned into a captive. All of these combined together. At this moment, the wealth of Yang Fann's family was simply astounding. Even if he didn't have 100 trillion Origin of Eternity, he would still have a 50 trillion Origin of Eternity. Once this news spread out, even the 9 great universe lord would go crazy for it. If he could obtain such a huge amount of resources, he would be able to obtain it with his own hands. It would be enough for all the powerful races to increase their overall strength by a huge margin. However, to Yang Fann, what he really wanted was the 20 quasi-universe lord and the 6 heaven lords. After devouring and refining them, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to raise his cultivation base to a higher level, or even a peak half-step sovereign. At that time, he wouldn't fear anyone below Universe Lord. Buzz. In a flash of light, a person appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was the Heaven Lord he had captured, Don. However, Yang Fann did not want to immediately devour the Dawn Sunset Heaven Lord. Instead, he wanted to interrogate him to find out more where the Heaven Lord's expert was hiding. Currently, he was the indisputable number 1 person in the divine realm. However, if those Heaven Lords absorbed enough universe sovereigns, the quasi-universe lord's strength of origin would recover its combat strength, or if the quasi-universe lord killed enough native experts and completely unsealed its combat strength, it would be very difficult to deal with them. Since he still had an advantage, he had to maximize this advantage and eliminate more opponents. These quasi-universe lord and heaven lord experts would be his greatest opponents in the future. Jade Dawn Heavenly Realm, Southeast Region, Hell Volcano. This was once the forbidden land of the countless god race in the Jade Dawn Heavenly Realm, a place of no return. Anyone who entered this hell volcano had never returned. There was no lack of god sovereign's expert. Even 2 top-ranked god sovereign warriors had mysteriously disappeared from this hell volcano. Hell volcano. Under the endless magma, there was a hidden cave. The surroundings of the grotto heaven were covered by layers of divine seals. Even the Heaven Lord expert would find it hard to find the center of the grotto heaven if one didn't go deep into the magma. In the center of the heavenly abode, a handsome young man wearing a black phoenix robe was sitting with his legs crossed. In front of him was a top-level universe sovereign. His face was twisted, and his eyes were spitting fire. He was like an enraged beast, staring at the young man in the phoenix robe. If his eyes could kill someone, the young man would have died a long time ago. One world strength of origin after another surged out of the top-level universe sovereign's body like a great river, surging into the body of the young man in the phoenix robe, causing his dried divine power to recover at a visible rate. The underworld phoenix Heaven Lord was the first underworld phoenix in the divine realm. After experiencing the twilight of the gods, it finally settled down in this hell volcano. And the name of hell volcano's death also came because of it. All those who entered the hell volcano, whether it was God Sovereign's expert or ordinary gods, were all nourishment for him to recover his divine power. Buzz. Suddenly, the void twisted and a black-robed young man appeared. It was Yang Fann, a wise man who understood the situation. In order to live, Yang Fann didn't need to force him. The Dawn Sky Lord, and the other 6 Heaven Lords all began to speak of the Heaven Lords they knew, as if they were beans being poured out of a bamboo basket. As for whether these old friends of theirs would be in danger or not, that wasn't their concern. 3 fellow Taoists die, don't die me. Who are you? The underworld phoenix Heaven Lord stared fixedly at Yang Fann, a trace of uneasiness appearing in his heart. To be able to appear in front of him without making a sound, this person was definitely not simple. The entire Dark Phoenix Paradise was covered by layers of divine seals. Even the quasi-heavenly Lord's expert could not enter the Dark Phoenix Paradise so easily. Could it be that he has already restored the Heaven Lord's combat strength? The news of a peerless fiendish demon sweeping through the 9 great celestial races spread like wildfire, but not all Heaven Lords knew about this. The underworld Phoenix Heaven Lord, who had been cultivating in the volcano of hell, was one of the few Heaven Lords who had never heard of Yang Fann's fierce name. At this moment, rumble, a terrifying force that was more than 10 times more terrifying than when he was at his peak covered his surroundings. It instantly suppressed the top-level universe sovereign, sealing all of his power. It made it impossible for him to improve even if he wanted to. Hong Long. Ah, no, how is this possible? It's so high Heaven Lord, how can you recover the power of a high-price Heaven Lord so quickly? Jade Dawn Heavenly Realm, Duan Tianya. Legend has it that in the previous era of gods, this was the #1 divine mountain in the Jade Dawn Heavenly Realm. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, as if the legendary heavenly pillar was supporting the entire world. However, during the last twilight of the gods, several Heaven Lords fought here and broke apart the divine mountain. The surrounding mountains and land turned into a vast ocean. The former #1 divine mountain had become the current broken horizon. Around Duan Tianya were spatial turbulence and spatiotemporal storms. The Heaven Lord's expert was far more powerful than anyone could imagine. Even after 10 billion years, the remnants of its power were still extremely terrifying, causing Duan Tianya to become a forbidden land for countless gods, not daring to take even half a step beyond the lightning pool. Roar, evil demon, you will die a horrible death. Suddenly, the sound of an extremely powerful enmity's curse could be heard from Duan Tianya. I curse you, I curse you. C2148 advancing to the half-step venerable realm, the realm of jade clouds. Dawn Heavenly Realm, Crimson Afterglow Heavenly Realm. Dawn Sky Realm, Underworld Phoenix Heaven Lord, the Kengshui Heaven Lord, Dragonwing Heaven Lord, the Sin God, under the betrayal of Heavenly Lord Xianxia, the Divine Fire Heaven Lord, and the others, all the hidden secular worlds were quickly swept away. The numerous Heaven Lord experts were mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann, and even the number of quasi-universe Lord warriors was slowly increasing. During these days, many unlucky Heavenly Lords had appeared in their territories, and there were many quasi-universe Lord warriors who were mercilessly suppressed in the face of such a huge gap in strength. Even if it was a quasi-universe Lord that had heaven-defying means of preserving his life, it would still be useless. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, a year had passed. A secret canyon in the azure sunset heaven realm Wang. The void twisted and Yang Fann stepped out from it. The disappointment on his face was obvious. From the captured Heaven Lords, he learned that there was a Heaven Lord expert living in seclusion within the God Concealment Valley. Heaven Lord Fei Lian had experienced the twilight of gods once, an intermediate Heaven Lord. However, when he arrived at the God Concealment Valley, not to mention Heaven Lord Fei Lian, he didn't even see a ghost. It was obvious that Heaven Lord Fei Lian had left the God Concealment Valley many days ago. Looks like this time sweep is over. Yang Fann pondered for a moment and made a decision. This was the fourth time he missed. It was clear that these hidden Heaven Lords had already received news of his large-scale sweep of the Heaven Lords expert, and they had all evacuated their homes and fled. Although the 9 heavens were inferior to the 101 in the entire divine realm, a Heaven Lord who was focused on hiding was like a needle in a haystack trying to find them. Even searching for several tens of thousands of years, even dozens, or even millions of years was likely all in vain. If he had that much time, he might as well devour and refine all the expert resources in his hands as soon as possible, converting them into his own strength. When those quasi-universe lord and Heaven Lord experts recovered their peak combat powers, he didn't have much of an advantage over those high-level quasi-battle power of universe lords. Furthermore, he had already obtained enough benefits from this massive sweep. A total of 12 Heaven Lords had been captured, and with the addition of the Radiant Sunset Heaven Lord, the Dawn Sunset Heaven Lord, and the other 6 Heaven Lords, as well as the 4 fallen Heaven Lords, the number of Heaven Lord Xianxia Heavenly Lords he had lost had reached 22. It had to be known that in the entire divine realm, even if all the Heaven Lords were added together, there would only be dozens of Heaven Lords. 22 Heaven Lords, even if not half of them, had 3 or 4 Heaven Lords. At the same time, the number of quasi-universe Lord prisoners in Yang Fann's hands had increased by another 8. Reaching a terrifying 28, including those quasi-universe Lord prisoners who had concealed their auras just like him. There wouldn't be more than 100 of them who had sneaked into the eternal world, excluding those who were unfortunately captured by the natives, experts. There were probably no more than 50 quasi-universe Lord in the divine realm now. As for those universe sovereigns, there wouldn't be more than 3,000 of them. It had to be known that the number of Yang Fanns lost to Yang Fann alone was close to 3,000. This was only because they had just entered the field not long ago. They hadn't even seen the shadow of the Heart of Eternities. In the end, those who were able to leave Path of Eternity alive were estimated to be less than 1,000 people, or even more than 500 people. This year's Heart of Eternity competition was definitely the most dangerous one in history. One should know that during the previous opening of Path of Eternity, the casualties were the most severe, and more than 3,000 universe sovereigns had returned alive. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. They were not his family or friends, nor were they his family or friends. He didn't care if they died. It would be best if all of them died. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about them competing for the Heart of Eternity with him. Yang Fann's figure moved. He tore open the space and appeared in an ancient divine hall. The Fei Lian Divine Hall was the place where the Fei Lian Heaven Lord cultivated. Yang Fann didn't intend to continue searching for a place to cultivate in seclusion. Instead, he went into seclusion in Fei Lian Divine Hall. Hong Long. A divine light flashed in front of Yang Fann's eyes, and a low-level universe sovereign appeared in front of him. The next second, rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. A devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, crazily devouring the low-level universe. Sovereign strength of original life. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He didn't know if it was because of the difference in the environment of the God domain or some other reason, but the speed at which he absorbed and refined here was actually much faster than when he was in the aqua blue world. It was completely different from how he was in the past. His speed was more than 10 times, or even 100 times faster. In the aqua blue world, it would take at least 2 to 3 days for Yang Fann to devour a low-level universe sovereign. However, in the divine domain, Yang Fann was confident that he could completely devour this low-level universe sovereign in less than half an hour. No wonder those Heaven Lords were confident that they could absorb half of the origin of a quasi-universe lord in just a few thousand to tens of thousands of years to restore their combat strength. Before this, even Yang Fann had no hope of refining more than half of a quasi-universe lord in just a few thousand years. Quasi-universe lord, the size of its origin was far greater than that of a top-level universe sovereign. Even the weakest quasi-universe lord had an origin that was no less than 1 trillion cubic meters of origin of eternity. Furthermore, compared to directly refining the origin of eternity, the difficulty level of refining a quasi-universe lord was much higher. A quasi-universe Lord Warrior was not a origin of eternity, he would allow you to refine it without any resistance. Good in this way, I might be able to completely refine the experts in my hands in less than 1,000,000 years. Yang Fann said 3 good words in a hurry through the mouths of the Heaven Lords. Yang Fann knew that during the twilight of the gods several times, the great fortune would appear at different times. It would appear for millions of years at most, but it would never exceed 100,000,000 years at most. Although he wasn't sure about the so-called great fortune, it was the heart of eternity that they had been searching for, but the chances were extremely high, at least more than half according to the legends, that great fortune surpassed the secrets of the Heaven Lord. The Heaven Lord was comparable to a quasi-universe Lord, surpassing the Heaven Lord, even if it wasn't Universe Lord. It was also Universe Lord's first great expert. Yang Fann didn't think there were so many fortuitous encounters like this. With his previous refining speed, it was impossible for him to completely convert all the resources in his hands into his own strength within 100,000,000 years. If that great fortune was born in 1,000,000 years, it was hard to say whether Yang Fann could refine a quasi-universe Lord. There would never be a qualitative leap in his combat strength, and reaching the quasi-top-grade Universe Lord was his limit. With his current strength, Yang Fann really didn't have much confidence in successfully taking down that great fortune. At that time, he was facing the Heaven Lord, a quasi-universe Lord, who was at his peak state. And among these Heaven Lords, among the quasi-universe Lord, there were quasi-top-grade battle power of Universe Lords. There was more than one, and even a true top-level quasi-universe Lord or even extreme quasi-universe Lord did not exist. However, it was good now. As long as he could convert all the resources in his hands into strength, even if it was only half of his strength, Yang Fann was confident that he could raise his combat strength to extreme quasi-universe Lords. At that time, he would at least have the confidence to obtain the great fortune of the 5th level Hong Long. The power of devouring continued to erupt, surging like a tide, devouring everything. 15 minutes later, Pucci, the low-level universe sovereign, used up all his strength of origin and turned into a flying ash. It was even faster than Yang Fann had expected. At this moment, Yang Fann was confident that he could convert all the resources in his hands into his own strength within 1,000,000 years. 10 days later, 368 low-level universe sovereign and 473 low-grade god sovereign. Not a single one of them was left alive. They all turned into quasi-god sovereigns. Unfortunately, these quasi-god sovereign, and low-level universe sovereign were just appetizers for Yang Fann. He only had a taste of them. Not to mention breaking through to the half-step sovereign, he didn't even see the shadow of a half-step sovereign. 1 year later, all the intermediate god sovereign, middle-level universe sovereign, were dead in body and spirit. 10 years later, apart from the 28 quasi-universe Lord and 18 Heaven Lord experts, the large group of captives only had 83 top-level universe sovereign warriors left. Yang Fann's cultivation base had reached the peak of the top dominator, and he could faintly see the shadow of a half-step sovereign warrior. A 60-year cycle later, out of the 83 top-level universe sovereign warriors, only 11 were left, extreme top-level universe sovereign. Yang Fann's cultivation base was only a step away from the half-step sovereign, and it seemed like he would break through in the next second. Another 60-year cycle passed. To rumble, Yang Fann's strength rose like a tsunami, and his aura rose rapidly. C2149 His combat strength skyrocketed. The realm of the gods, the realm of azure clouds, the valley of hidden gods. Boom boom rumble. The divine light around Yang Fann's body shone brightly, and his aura grew exponentially. In the past 2 60-year cycles, he had absorbed and refined over 10,000 quasi-god sovereign, nearly 1,000 low-grade god sovereign, low-level universe sovereign, over 1,000 intermediate god sovereign, middle-level universe sovereign. More than 200 high-ranked god sovereign, high-level universe sovereign, and 86 top-level universe sovereign. Yang Fann's cultivation had finally taken that critical step and broke through to the half-step sovereign. Cruelty, if this were to spread out, it would definitely scare countless experts. With so many half-step sovereign and universe sovereign, he had only taken half a step forward. Could he still be a little bit more perverted? If it was anyone else, if he could devour so many resources, he would be able to break through to the quasi-universe Lord with ease. Pucci Pucci, Pucci. The space within a radius of several hundred light-years instantly collapsed into dust. Countless spatial turbulence killed everything. Furthermore, as Yang Fann's aura continued to rise, the area of destruction continued to expand in all directions. 500 light years, 800 light years, 1,200 light years, 1,800 light years, 2,500 light years. Fortunately, the current Azure Dawn heavenly realm was different from the past. It was in ruins. There were very few living beings. In a few hundred or tens of millions of light years, they might not even be able to see a living person. And the hidden God Canyon that the Felian Heaven Lord had chosen was just like its name, extremely secretive. In the surrounding 10 billion light years, there were no traces of anyone. There was no need to worry about anyone discovering Yang Fann's breakthrough and coming to cause trouble. Kai. A large amount of strength of original life gushed out from the remaining 6 extreme top-level universe. Sovereign, crazily rushing into Yang Fann's body. The divine bodies of the 6 extreme top-level universe sovereign began to shrivel up at a visible rate. 5 years later, Pucci, the last extreme top-level universe sovereign, turned into a flying ash. Buzz. A ray of light flashed, and 39 top-ranked God Sovereign appeared in front of Yang Fann. Bang, bang, bang. 39 top-ranked God Sovereign, with a speed equivalent to 1.5 a month, were destroyed compared to those extreme top-level universe sovereign. These top-ranked God Sovereign warriors, whose divine power had been depleted and their combat strength had dropped drastically, were still much weaker. Another year and a half passed. Out of the 39 God Sovereign, only 4 remained. Furthermore, all of them were as thin as firewood, and none of them seemed to weigh more than 60 kilograms. It was as if a random gust of wind could blow them to the ground. It was extremely tragic at this moment. Yang Fann's soaring aura had finally calmed down. His cultivation base had finally stabilized at the half-step sovereign. Very quickly, a month had passed. Pong. The last top-ranked God Sovereign exploded into powder the next second. Boom! Yang Fann slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. The golden light was so bright that it seemed like the first ray of light in the world was illuminating the universal world. Feeling the explosive power in his body, a satisfied smile unknowingly climbed onto Yang Fann's face. A half-step sovereign was indeed a half-step sovereign, not something a limit ruler could compare with. Between the two, there were 2 completely different concepts. The current him, compared to before his breakthrough, his strength had increased by more than 10 times, or even more than 100 times. Just the pure strength of body alone had increased by more than a few times. Yang Fann was sure that his current combat strength had absolutely surpassed most top-level quasi-universe lord. However, it was hard to tell whether he was a peak quasi-universe lord warrior or not. He would have to fight the real extreme quasi-universe lord first. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the gap between each grade. The gap between extreme quasi-universe lord and a top-level quasi-universe lord and a high quasi-universe lord was huge. The current him could be considered to have squeezed into the top group of people below Universe Lord. Even if those quasi-Universe Lord and God Realm Heaven Lords recovered their peak combat powers, his current combat strength was enough to rank in the top 5, and he even had the chance to charge into the top 3. But this wasn't enough. What he needed to do was crush the top 5, and even extreme quasi-Universe Lord. Even if all the quasi-Universe Lord and Heaven Lord experts joined forces, he would still have enough strength to fight them. He was determined to obtain that so-called great fortune, and it was none other than him. If a god stood in his way, he would kill a god, and if a devil stood in his way, he would kill a devil who. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann waved his hand. Su. A beam of light flashed, and a low-grade Heaven Lord appeared in front of him. The god sovereigns of those god sovereign were just the appetizer. These Heaven Lords, quasi-universe lord, were the real highlights. Rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great law was pushed to its limit, transforming into devouring black holes as it crazily devoured the lower-level Heaven Lord's strength of original life. Chi. One after another, extremely pure strength of origin flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center. The Heaven Lord was the Heaven Lord, even though his divine energy was depleted and his combat strength was weaker than a peak top-level universe sovereign. The purity of his origin was dozens of times greater than extreme top-level universe sovereigns. Yang Fann's cultivation base was advancing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 3,000 years later, Pucci, the lower-level Heaven Lord, used up the last bit of his life force and was completely devoured by Yang Fann, turning into a flying ash. Yang Fann's cultivation base was stable at the peak of the low-grade half-step sovereign. He believed that 2 more low-grade Heaven Lords would be enough for him to advance to the middle-grade half-step sovereign. 8,000 years later, A large portion of the origin energy of the third low-grade Heaven Lord was devoured by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's aura once again skyrocketed. Swept out in all directions at this moment. Anyone below the quasi-universe lord who dared to step into this land of tens of thousands of light years would be severely injured or even killed by the terrifying extreme top-level universe sovereigns within a short period of time. Another 1,000 years passed. Bang! The fourth low-grade heavenly lord turned into powder, and Yang Fann's cultivation base stabilized at the intermediate half-step sovereign. At this moment, Yang Fann was sure that his combat strength had steadily squeezed into the ranks of extreme quasi-universe lord. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 15,000 years. 10 low-grade heaven lords, including the number 1 beauty of the divine realm, heavenly lord Xianxia, were all devoured by Yang Fann. How could a beauty be more important than her own strength? Not to mention the number 1 beauty of the divine realm, even the number 1 beauty of the eternal great world, the number 1 beauty of the universe. As long as it could increase his cultivation, Yang Fann would not hesitate at all. Very quickly, another 50,000 years passed. 15 low-grade quasi-universe lord turned into flying ashes and followed the footsteps of the 10 low-grade heaven lords. Yang Fann's cultivation base had entered the quasi-high-level half-step sovereign, and he was only a step away from the high-level half-step sovereign. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 300,000 years. The 6 intermediate heaven lords and the 8 intermediate quasi-universe lord were completely wiped out in the long river of history, not even leaving a single trace behind. Yang Fann's cultivation had once again broken through to the peak of the high-level half-step sovereign. At this moment, his combat strength was terrifying. Compared to when he was at the intermediate half-step sovereign, it had increased by more than 10 times, and it seemed like he was about to surpass extreme quasi-universe lord. There are still 2 higher heaven lords, 4 higher quasi-universe lord and 1 top-level quasi-universe lord. After devouring them, it's impossible for them to advance to extreme half-step sovereign in one go. Yang Fann calculated in his heart, but a peak half-step sovereign is a sure thing. The next second, whoosh, a divine light flashed as a high-grade heaven lord fell into the devouring black hole. C2150 The ultimate treasure was born, the realm of the gods, the realm of azure clouds, the valley of hidden gods. Boom boom rumble. Yang Fann's aura was rising steadily. Boundless golden light burst out from all the pores and cells in his body, dyeing the entire hall. It made him look like a deity that had descended to the mortal world, holy and unparalleled. A high heaven lord was a high heaven lord, far more powerful than an intermediate. The strength of origin was several times stronger than an intermediate heaven lord. A single person absorbing and refining it was no less than refining 10 trillion cubic meters of origin of eternity. Very quickly, another 200,000 years passed. The divine fire heaven lord and the dragonwing heaven lord used up all their strength of origin energy and turned them into flying ashes. Yang Fann's cultivation had stabilized at the limit of the high-level half-step sovereign. He was only 1 step away from the peak half-step sovereign in the next moment. With a flash of light, the yin-yang ancestor who was first suppressed by Yang Fann appeared in the devouring black hole. Rumble. The power of devouring rolled like a surging tide, instantly swallowing yin-yang ancestor. Waves of pure yin-yang strength of origin continuously flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 600,000 years. Yin-yang ancestor was like a dried corpse. He had lost all of his flesh and bones. He looked like he weighed less than 50 kilograms. With a casual poke, he seemed to have turned into ashes. Rumble. The aura around Yang Fann once again soared crazily, multiplying. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had broken through to the peak half-step sovereign in one go. Boom boom boom. With Yang Fann as the center, the spatiotemporal storm, which had expanded to millions of light years ago, once again spread out in all directions. 1. 5 million light years. 1. 8 million light years. 2. 3 million light years. 3. 2 million light years. 4. 5 million light years. 6 million light years. That terrifying spatiotemporal storm seemed to be able to kill everything. Anyone below the quasi-universe lord, even extreme top-level universe sovereign, would find it hard to get close to the center of the storm. Otherwise, he would be instantly shredded to pieces. It was truly terrifying. After breaking through to the peak half-step sovereign, Yang Fann's combat strength. Although there was a fundamental difference between him and Universe Lord, there was still a fundamental difference. However, he had already surpassed extreme quasi-universe lord. An ordinary low-level quasi-universe lord In his eyes, he was just a slightly stronger ant. With a wave of his hand, he was able to suppress him. Even fleeing was just wishful thinking. Another 10,000 years passed. Fuchi. Yin-Yang ancestor was completely destroyed and turned into powder. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the peak half-step sovereign the next second. Whoosh! With a flash of light, another high-grade quasi-universe lord appeared in the devouring black hole. He was also an old acquaintance of Yang Fann, one of the 5 elements' old ancestors, Old Ancestor Yuan Huo. Time passed year by year. Unknowingly, Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. Out of the 18 Heaven Lords and 28 Quasi-Universe Lord, only the last top-level Quasi-Universe Lord was left. Although top-level Quasi-Universe Lord and strength of origin were several times stronger than high-grade Quasi-Universe Lord, Yang Fann still wasn't confident that he could break through to Extreme Half-Step Sovereign in one go. In order to break through to Extreme Half-Step Sovereign from Top Half-Step Sovereign, the amount of energy required to break through to the next realm was far beyond Yang Fann's imagination. It was more than 10 times more than breaking through from the high-level half-step sovereign to the peak half-step sovereign. If he could break through to the peak half-step sovereign, he would break through to the early stage, the late mid-stage, the peak, and a few small realms. The current Yang Fann had only just broken through to the late stage, and he hadn't even seen the taillights for breaking through. This was the result of devouring 3 high quasi-universe lord experts. Among them, the strongest one, Old Ancestor Ming Mie, had even stepped into the top-level quasi-universe lord. While Yang Fann was in seclusion, the situation in the 9 heavens suddenly changed. This was especially the case when those heaven lords recovered all their strength and continued to fight. From time to time, a heaven lord would erupt, and a battle between quasi-universe lord would erupt. Countless voids would be destroyed, and the remnants of the heaven lord would be left behind. The power of quasi-universe lord would envelop a large area of space, giving the 9 heavens realm a large number of forbidden lands and perilous lands. He wasn't worried that his whereabouts would be exposed, and that he would attract the attention of Yang Fann, this fiendish demon. This time was different from the past. Previously, they were afraid of Yang Fann and had no choice but to hide in another place. That was because their combat strength had fallen drastically. Even if they didn't hesitate to pay any price and advance to the next level, they would only be able to last for a few hours. This little bit of time was nothing to the true Heaven Lord expert. As long as the difference in strength between 2 Heaven Lords was not too great, it was common for them to fight for a few days or even months, let alone a few hours. It was common for a victor to be decided. However, things were different now. They had all recovered their full strength. So what if they ran into fiendish demon? Even if they couldn't beat him, they had full confidence that they could escape from his hands. They were both Heaven Lords, quasi-universe lord. Even the weakest Heaven Lord would find it hard to stop him if he wanted to leave. In other words, a limit Heaven Lord had a high chance of suppressing a low-level Heaven Lord, but he was only confident, not certain. Some of the high-level Heaven Lords even hoped that Yang Fann would find them so that they could wash away their shame. They were like stray dogs, forced to abandon their homes and flee. This was a complete disgrace to them. Very quickly, another 500,000 years passed. Pucci, top-level quasi-universe lord, Old Ancestor Qian Kun had completely collapsed, turning into powder. Yang Fann let out a faint sigh, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. He was so close to breaking through to the extreme half-step sovereign realm, but he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the next realm. After devouring Old Ancestor Qian Kun, his cultivation base had only reached the limit of a peak half-step sovereign. If he wanted to break through to the next realm, he would need at least one top-level quasi-universe lord. I don't know about Ben. Is the origin of eternity in my hand enough? Yang Fann did not have much confidence in himself. He had quite a lot of origin of eternities in his hand. Out of the 28 quasi-universe lord, there were at least 100 billion cubic meters of origin of eternity. Most of them were over 500 billion cubic meters of origin of eternity. For example, the number of top-level quasi-universe lords in the hands of a top-level quasi-universe lord like Old Ancestor Qian Kun was close to 5 trillion. When combined, there were more than 20 trillion origin of eternities. In addition to the many origin of eternities he had, the total number of origin of eternities he had was close to 30 trillion. Even so, they were only equivalent to 2 or 3 high-grade quasi-universe lord. There was still a big gap between them and top-level quasi-universe lord warriors. Why are you thinking so much? Won't you know everything after you devour that origin of eternity? Boom boom, boom, the heaven-devouring earth. Devouring great technique was pushed to its limit. Within the inner world, the vast ocean that was completely formed from universe sources began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless origin of eternities rapidly fused into the inner world, causing the world that had expanded by more than 100 times to once again slowly expand in all directions. Compared to swallowing quasi-universe lord, directly swallowing origin of eternities was more than 10 times faster. In less than 50,000 years, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to devour nearly 3 trillion cubic meters of origin of eternities. 30,000 years later, nearly 7 levels of the origin of eternity sea had disappeared at this time. Outside the divine palace, the terrifying spatio-temporal storms with the hidden God Canyon as the center had already covered 30 million light-years of land. Boom boom boom, all of a sudden, streams of light fell from the sky. Each of them looked like a god that had descended from the heavens. Their auras were extremely terrifying, and they were 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than top-level universe sovereign warriors. If an ordinary low-level universe sovereign dared to approach them, they would instantly be crushed into pieces. All of them were the most powerful experts in the world. If they weren't quasi-universe lord, then they were the heaven lord experts of the divine realm. 30 million light-years of land was not small. It was almost 1/1000th the size of the Azure Dawn heavenly realm. Finally, it attracted the attention of some heaven lords and quasi-universe lord warriors. What a powerful spatio-temporal storm! Just the outer region alone has the power to kill high-ranked god sovereign warriors. How terrifying is the core of the storm! Even if we, the heaven lords, rashly enter the core of the storm, we will still be in danger of dying. However, from the looks of it, there hasn't been any world-shaking battle in the vicinity. Why would there be such a dangerous place for no reason? Hiss. Difficult. Could it be that a supreme treasure has appeared? C-2151 instant kill of the High Heaven Lord, the realm of the gods, the realm of the blue clouds. The terrifying spatio-temporal storms that swept through 30 million light-years finally attracted the attention of the other experts. The Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord looked at the spatio-temporal storm from afar, their eyes flashing with seriousness. That terrifying power made their hearts palpitate. Just the outermost storm alone had the power to kill high-ranked God Sovereign, high-level Universe Sovereign, and the core of the storm. How terrifying was that? Even Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord like them could die in it if they were not careful. In the next second, the horror in the eyes of the Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord warriors were completely replaced by burning desire and greed. Danger, and opportunities coexisted. With such a rare phenomenon, there would definitely be a great treasure that would descend upon the world. It might not even be the top-grade universe treasure. This was a supreme treasure that even Universe Lord would be tempted by. Even extreme quasi-universe lord might not be able to obtain a supreme-grade universe treasure. If they could obtain that supreme treasure, their combat strength would surely skyrocket. Challenging those who were stronger than them would be a piece of cake. At that time, the chances of them competing for the heart of eternity, great fortune, would be much higher. I must obtain this precious treasure no matter what. Heavenly Lords, Quasi-Universe Lord, he made up his mind in his heart. However, when he looked at the terrifying spatio-temporal storm, no one dared to attack him without permission. No one was confident that they would be able to enter the core of the storm and seize the mysterious treasure. If they made a move at this time, it would only be a waste for others. It wouldn't be too late to make a move after the storm dispersed and the supreme treasure truly appeared. No one suspected that this wasn't some supreme treasure's birth phenomenon at all, but rather a result of a certain expert's cultivation breakthrough. What kind of joke was this? This was not a dimensional realm, a boundless world. This was the divine realm where spatial barriers were far more powerful than the eternal great world. Even if extreme quasi-universe lord cultivated, it was absolutely impossible for such a terrifying phenomenon to occur. It was possible for Universe Lord to appear in this divine realm. But, was it possible for Universe Lord to appear here? As for the native gods of the divine realm, if they had supreme Universe Lords comparable to Universe Lord, then this heart of eternity could be considered a great fortune. How could there be a human sovereign and the others? They would have long been robbed of everything by the supreme expert that surpassed the Heaven Lord. Even if he couldn't use such a supreme treasure, he would never let an outsider benefit from it. It was good to keep it in the treasury as a collection. In the center of the spatio-temporal storm, hidden God Gorge. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He said, "Good," 3 times in a hurry, ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. These guys have come at the right time. There is hope for me to break through. Currently, he was worrying about the lack of origin of eternities, and the difficulty of advancing to extreme half-step sovereign. These heaven lords had come at the right time. There were a total of 3 heaven lords, 5 quasi-universe lord, 3 heaven lords, 1 was a high-level heaven lord, and the remaining 2 were intermediate heaven lords. Of the 5 quasi-universe lord, there were no high-level quasi-universe lord, but there were 2 quasi-high-level universe lord, and the remaining 3 were mid-level quasi-universe lord. The strength of both sides could be said to be equal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to coexist peacefully, and they would have started fighting long ago. Quasi-universe lord and these native heaven lords were natural enemies. Once they encountered each other, it was basically a single word, and that was do. Whether it was the 3 heaven lords or the 5 quasi-universe lord, they would rather this supreme treasure fall into the hands of the other quasi-universe lord, heaven lords, than to let it fall into the hands of these native gods extrasolar evil. With these heaven lords and quasi-universe lord combined together, the strength of origin would never devour the 3 high-level quasi-universe lord in the afternoon. Adding the remaining 10 trillion origin of eternities, Yang Fann had at least 6 levels of hope to step out of that door unknowingly. Yang Fann's eyes turned, and they shone with a dangerous light, as if he was preparing for something. Hidden God Canyon, southeast direction. A middle-aged man wearing a scaly robe stood proudly. He had an arrogant expression on his face and his aura was overbearing. He was the overlord of the heavens. As he stood in the air, the voids in the surroundings began to emit rustling sounds, as if they were worshipping him. His entire body was emitting a terrifying aura of danger, causing one to feel an instinctive fear. Even that extreme top-level universe sovereign was trembling in fear under his aura, and his legs were trembling. The divine void heavenly lord was an ancient existence of the divine realm, one of the rare old monsters of the divine realm. He was so old that he wasn't inferior to the Xianxia heavenly lord that Yang Fann had killed. However, his strength was far beyond what Xianxia heavenly lord could compare with. He was the only high-level heavenly lord present. Buzz. Suddenly, the void behind the divine void heaven lord twisted. A terrifying giant hand shattered space itself as it hurtled towards the divine void heaven lord. Ah, this isn't good. In that instant, an ominous omen of collapse enveloped the divine void heaven lord's entire body. That power was terrifying. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Compared to a high-level heaven lord like him, this power was thousands, tens of thousands of times stronger. Just what kind of power was this? Not even a peak heaven lord could compare. He wanted to dodge, but to his dismay, he discovered that in such a short period of time, that terrifying power had already sealed off the 4-direction space. It made him lose the chance to escape. Roar. Divine void shield, come out. Buzz. A divine light flashed and a massive bronze shield that was engraved with countless ancient runes appeared in the skies above the divine void heaven lord. It grew with the wind and covered 1,000 feet of voids. Countless runes flashed as if the most loyal soldier of the army was protecting the divine void heaven lord. Ah, poof, poof. This wasn't the end. The divine void heaven lord opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life-blood essences onto the divine void shield. Buzz. Buzz. In an instant, the light of the rune increased, and its defensive power increased exponentially. Although the divine void shield was his vital treasure, one of the divine realm's 10 great defensive divine artifacts, and even a peak heaven lord wouldn't be able to break through the divine void shield's defenses. Under that invincible power, the divine void heaven lord still didn't have much confidence. That power was something he had never seen before in his life, something that the heaven lord absolutely couldn't possess too. Rumble. The horrendous hand struck the divine void shield for an instant. Puff whoosh poochie. The divine void shield was like glass, directly exploding into countless fragments. With the support of the divine void heaven lord's life-blood essence, the divine void shield's defensive power increased by more than 10 times. Even extreme quasi-universe lord was unable to do anything to the divine void shield. Unfortunately, he was facing Yang Fann. When he was at the middle half-step sovereign, Yang Fann's combat strength was no less than extreme quasi-universe lords. When he was at the high-level half-step sovereign, he had almost surpassed extreme quasi-universe lord. Now that he had broken through to the peak half-step sovereign, and had almost reached the critical point of extreme half-step sovereign, his strength was terrifying. He had completely surpassed the quasi-universe lord, and had reached a whole new realm. Although he wasn't sure if he had the strength to fight universe lord head-on, he still wasn't sure. However, there was one thing he was sure of. If he really wanted to leave, universe lord wouldn't be able to stop him. Unless he was courting death and recklessly entered those large domains controlled by Universe Lord. Whether Universe Lord had the support of a large domain or not was a completely different matter. As for the other Universe Lord, once he recklessly entered one of the big domains, there was a high chance that he would be ruthlessly suppressed as well. At this moment, Yang Fann's strength was terrifying. Compared to extreme top-level Universe Sovereign, his combat strength was more than 10 times, or even 100 times stronger. His all-out attack was simply not something that the Divine Void Shield could defend against. Ah, poof. The Divine Void Heaven Lord's complexion was 100 times better than before. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak, rapidly weakening. He wasn't much stronger than some of the lower-level Heaven Lords. The Lifeblood Divine Artifact shattered and the Divine Void Heaven Lord was instantly severely wounded. Ah, no. With an extremely unwilling howl, the Divine Void Heaven Lord was like a little chicken that was caught in his hand. Ah, this. How is this possible? This is not true. It is not true. C-2152. The altar descended from the sky, the realm of the gods, the realm of the blue clouds. The eyes of the 2 Heaven Lords and 5 quasi-universe Lord warriors widened, as if they were about to fall out of their sockets, their faces filled with disbelief. Gulp gulp. No, this was impossible, impossible. How could the Divine Void Heaven Lord possibly do this? How could this be? The 2 Heaven Lords found this even more difficult to accept. The Divine Void Heaven Lord was one of the top 5 experts of the Divine Realm, and he even had the Divine Void Shield, a top defensive divine artifact. Even if he were to face a peak Heaven Lord, the Divine Void Heaven Lord wouldn't cower in the slightest. He was actually suppressed just like that, and was instantly killed in less than a breath of time. Was there anything more inconceivable than this in this world? Right at this moment, rumble, another horrendous hand tore through the void, instantly suppressing a quasi-high quasi-universe lord. Ah, it's true, it's all true. At this moment, the remaining 2 Heaven Lords and the 4 quasi-universe Lord finally believed this frightening reality. Their hearts were filled with sorrow. Since when did these Heaven Lords, quasi-universe Lord, have such a lowly time? Ah, run now, very quickly. Each and every one of them shivered and reacted. This was not the time to be sighing with emotion. Even a high-level Heaven Lord like the Divine Void Heaven Lord wouldn't be able to last for even a single breath of time. This strength far surpassed their imaginations. It was simply not something they could contend with. You want to escape? It's too late. A mocking voice resounded by the ears of the 6 great experts. It was as if the sound of great Taos in the dark were announcing their fates. While they were still in a daze, Yang Fann had already sealed off the surrounding space. Ah, no, how could this be? Roar. Blood sacrifice of origin, break it for me. Break, no. I'm not willing. Let me go, my lord, let me go. The Heaven Lords and quasi-universe Lord let out despairing howls. The seal that Yang Fann had laid down was not something a intermediate quasi-universe Lord like them could break. Even if they used the forbidden arts to burn their potential, it would only be a futile effort. Hidden God Gorge, rumble. The terrifying soul power that was more than 10 times stronger than extreme quasi-universe Lord swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body. It forcefully broke through the 5 quasi-universe Lord Eternal World, as well as the Divine Void Heavenly Lord and the other 3 Heavenly Lords, spatial divine tools. One day later, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The bountiful harvest had somewhat exceeded his expectations, especially the 3 Heaven Lords. At first, Yang Fann didn't have much hope for them, but he didn't expect to find nearly 3 trillion Yang Fanns in their hands. It seemed like these 3 Heaven Lords had probably captured quasi-universe Lord warriors before. It was almost impossible to gather so many universe sovereigns just by relying on Origin of Eternities. Even extreme top-level universe sovereign rarely had more than 50 billion cubic meters worth of Origin of Eternities on him. In addition to the quasi-universe Lords possessed by the 5 quasi-universe Lord warriors, Yang Fann now had nearly 10 billion cubic meters more Origin of Eternities in his hands. This was a strength of Origin that was comparable to a high quasi-universe Lord warrior. He was only confident in breaking through to the 6th level, but now, he had the confidence to break through to the 8th layer and advance to extreme half-step sovereign. Boom boom boom. Very quickly, Yang Fann withdrew his mind and continued refining the Origin of Eternities. 18,000 years later, Kai. The vast ocean of Origin was empty. The last drop of Origin of Eternity was swallowed by Yang Fann. In the next moment, Swoosh, with a flash of light, a intermediate heaven lord fell into the devouring black hole. 100,000 years passed. Out of the 3 heaven lords and 5 quasi-universe lord, only 3 remained. 2 were quasi-high-level quasi-universe lord, and there was also the divine void heaven lord. Yang Fann's cultivation had successfully stepped into the peak of a top half-step sovereign. He was only a step away from reaching his limit. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. 100,000 years had passed, and the spatiotemporal storm had expanded to 35 million light years. There were also many experts that were attracted over. This time, there were 18 people who had sent over experts. It was more than twice as many as before. However, the quality of the experts was inferior by more than 1 level. Most of them were top-rank God Sovereign, top-level Universe Sovereign, Heaven Lord, and Quasi-Universe Lord. There were only 3 Quasi-Universe Lord, 1 Intermediate Heaven Lord, and 2 low-grade Quasi-Universe Lord. Even when combined, they still couldn't compare to a high-level Heaven Lord. At most, it was half a level, but it was enough for him to advance by half a level with a thought. Yang Fann attacked. The strongest was only an Intermediate Heaven Lord. Yang Fann had never thought that he would deal with them one by one, and with just a single palm, he would be able to wrap them all up. High-grade Heaven Lords, there was still a slight possibility of escaping from his hands. An Intermediate Heaven Lord's chances of survival were infinitely close to 0. As for those low-grade Quasi-Universe Lord and even those who weren't even Quasi-Universe Lord, God Sovereign and the Universe Sovereign, there was no need to even mention them. Ah, no, this Intermediate Heaven Lord, his chances of survival are infinitely close to 0. As for those low-level Quasi-Universe Lord and even those who aren't even Quasi-Universe Lord, that's even more so for God Sovereign and the Universe Sovereign. What kind of power is this? No, this is impossible. How can there be such an expert in this world? Universe Lord. This is Universe Lord's power. How is this possible? How could Universe Lord enter the path of eternity? Buzz, buzz, wang. Year after year passed, and the spatiotemporal storm continued to expand in all directions. In the end, Yang Fann even split a bit of his attention to proactively push the spatiotemporal storm to expand. The 2 great harvests had given Yang Fann a taste of the sweetness. This was much more convenient than searching for those Heaven Lords. It was much easier for him to track down the whereabouts of Quasi-Universe Lord experts. Furthermore, Yang Fann had even taken out many top-grade universe treasures to stimulate their treasure lights, using them as bait to create the illusion of a supreme treasure appearing. He was putting on a show, and if he wanted to disguise himself, he had to disguise himself. After suppressing so many Heaven Lords, Yang Fann had plenty of supreme treasures in his hands. Just the top-grade universe treasures alone numbered more than 20. It was a pity that the numerous Quasi-Universe Lord's supreme treasures were still sealed. Once they left the inner world, they would be tough and sharp weapons, unable to unleash even the slightest bit of power. This could also be considered the will of the heavens and the earth, and it was a form of protection for the native gods. Without the help of the vital treasure, the quasi-battle power of Universe Lord would be suppressed by at least 2 or 3 levels, much weaker than Heaven Lords of the same level. Otherwise, with the addition of many Quasi-Universe Lord vital treasures, the treasured light would be at least 10 times more dazzling, and it would be much more dazzling than the birth of many supreme-grade universe treasures. Even from millions and billions of light-years away, one could still see the treasure light soaring into the sky. But even so, it still attracted the attention of a large number of experts. Swoosh. From time to time, experts would tear through space and move towards the spatiotemporal storm. Soon, 300,000 years had passed. During this period, Yang Fann seduced 7 Heaven Lords and 11 Quasi-Universe Lord. As for God Sovereign and the Universe Sovereign, there were hundreds of them. In the end, none of them returned, and they were all mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. Not even the peak top-level Quasi-Universe Lord Old Ancestor was spared. It could only be said that this Old Ancestor was quite unlucky, and it happened to be after Yang Fann broke through to the extreme half-step sovereign realm. After all, after advancing to extreme half-step sovereign, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. If not, Patriarch Senluo was really confident that he could escape from Yang Fann's hands. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why he had underestimated his opponent. A top-level Quasi-Universe Lord warrior could easily retreat even if he were to face extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, and he wouldn't be able to defend himself at all. But now, Yang Fann's harvest had almost reached its limit. 3. After all, the Azure Cloud Heavenly Realm was only one of the 9 great heavenly realms, and there were only so many experts in it. Time passed. Another 500,000 years had passed during this period of time. Other than a low-grade heaven lord, a dozen or so god sovereign and universe sovereign, there were no other experts that were attracted over. Buzz, buzz, wang. All of a sudden, one of the 9 great heavenly realms of the divine realm went dark. It was as if the entire divine realm had sunk into the limitless darkness. At this moment, time seemed to have come to a halt. After an unknown period of time, maybe a second, maybe a moment. Poochie. The sky split open. Everyone could see the ancient altar emitting 7-colored divine light slowly falling down from the hole. Endless 7-colored divine light spread out continuously, as if the only light in the universe was illuminating the entire world. C2153 Eternal Heart, the realm of the gods, 9 days. Wang, wang, hum. A mysterious, ancient altar tore through the heavens and descended from the sky. Endless divine light erupted from within, expelling the darkness in all directions. It was like the only light in the world was illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earth. This altar wasn't very big. It was only the size of 10,000 acres of farmland. In the entire upper 9 heavens, it was like a drop in the ocean, so tiny and inconspicuous. However, the strange thing was that in the upper 9 heavens, all the intelligent lives, even those divine emperor who were lucky enough to survive, could see the location of the altar. It was as if at this moment, the mysterious altar had completely ignored the countless spatial zones and appeared in front of them. Ha 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 ha. Good, 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 the world creation altar has finally appeared. This time, the Genesis, no matter what, must not fall into the hands of those extrasolar evils. Ha 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 ha. The world creation altar, here I come. Genesis, I'm determined to get it. God will kill God if God stands in my way. Devil will be killed if devil stands in my way. I have finally waited for this day to come. Whether I can take that step and advance to the Genesis realm will depend on this time. The Heaven Lord experts' eyes flashed with divine light as the divine power within their bodies surged. They tore through space and headed toward the mysterious altar. It's the eternal altar. Has the heart of eternity finally appeared? Good good good. Last time, I had the human emperor snatch the heart of eternity first. This time, the heart of eternity must be mine. In the eternal great world, the 9th most powerful god clan will belong to the Asura clan. The heart of eternity will belong to me. Almost at the same time, the group of quasi-universe lord warriors also tore through space and headed towards the mysterious altar. The news about the heart of eternity from a top-level universe sovereign like Demon King of Black Cove was that he had opened 9 of his 10 apertures. He knew nothing about it, he only knew that he was in the path of eternity. There was a heart of eternity, the human emperor. Divine Emperor and the others had relied on the heart of eternity to advance to Universe Lord, but that didn't mean that they didn't know anything about the quasi-universe Lord. Once they left the path of eternity, and the various memories of the path of eternity, a quasi-universe Lord would still be able to resist it. More or less, it would be able to leave behind some memories. Especially those extreme quasi-universe Lord, who could almost resist most of the mysterious force. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not only the quasi-universe Lord warriors, but even the remaining universe sovereigns were tearing through space and rushing towards the eternal altar. The eternal altar was no longer a big secret in the divine realm. In the eternal great world, there was a mysterious force restricting the quasi-universe Lord, preventing them from revealing any information about the heart of eternity. However, in the path of eternity, there was no such thing as a mysterious force restricting them, and the reason why they took such a huge risk to enter the path of eternity was to seize the heart of eternity. Seeing the heart of eternity right in front of them, how could they not give it their all? What if they were lucky enough to obtain the heart of eternity? Back then, when human sovereign realm warriors entered the path of eternity, they only had one universe sovereign, and they were lucky enough to obtain the heart of eternity. In the end, he successfully merged with the heart of eternity and broke through to the quasi-universe Lord in one fell swoop, advancing to the position of universe Lord. They pushed the human race, a high-rank race that was ranked outside of the top 100, into the ranks of the strongest race. If the human sovereign realm could do it, they also had hope. Hidden God Gorge. Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. I never thought that the eternal altar would appear so quickly. Over the years, Yang Fann had absorbed the memories of many heaven lords and quasi-universe lord. Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord Heaven Lords as he devoured and refined the Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord Heaven Lords. The memories from before this, his strength of soul was limited, so he didn't dare to search the soul of the Heaven Lord or Quasi-Universe Lord. However, after reaching the peak half-step sovereign, he didn't have much to worry about. Although he didn't know if his soul could be compared to Universe Lords, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that it had far surpassed the realm of Quasi-Universe Lord. In other words, searching the soul of extreme Quasi-Universe Lord would be a burden to him. At this moment, Yang Fann had an understanding of the path of eternity and the heart of eternity. In the divine realm, Yang Fann believed that he could be ranked in the top 5, or even the top 3. The combat strength of the gods in the divine realm was not weaker than the ruler of the eternal great world, the Venerable One. However, their longevity was far inferior to the ruler. 1/10,000th of the supremacies, even the Heaven Lord, had died because of the exhaustion of the longevities. This could only be described as a day's irony. And this heart of eternity was the genesis that the gods spoke of. It was their great fortune, their hope to transcend worldliness, but it was also their great calamity. The dusk of the gods had come because of the heart of eternity. Up in the 9 heavens, countless gods had exhausted their divine power and died, all for the sake of nurturing this heart of eternity. At its peak, the protoss of the 9 heavens realm were countless, trillions of trillions of trillions of trillions of trillions. They were all nourishment for the heart of eternity, and there were also countless divine sources and minds that were absorbed. One had to know that the resources of the 9 great heavenly realms were not much inferior to the land of a region in the eternal great world. With so many resources, the heart of eternity that was nurtured contained 1,000 times more energy than before. It was more than 10,000 times greater than a quasi-universe lord. No wonder it was able to make someone take the most crucial step to break through to the quasi-universe lord, universe lord. Unfortunately, this heart of eternity was born a little too early. There was a faint trace of regret in Yang Fann's heart. Currently, he still had 2 heaven lords. 3 quasi-universe lord had yet to be refined. This was no ordinary heaven lord, quasi-universe lord, and all of them were high quasi-universe lord heaven lords. And there was also the top-level quasi-universe lord ancestor, the Senluo ancestor. It would be enough for his strength to increase by another level. But soon, Yang Fann shook his head and rid himself of the regret in his heart. Although he hadn't done his best, with his current strength, it was enough to suppress everything. After extreme half-step sovereign, even if it was extreme quasi-universe lord, if he didn't escape immediately, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to completely suppress him. This strength was far from what a quasi-universe lord could compare with. Yang Fann even had the feeling that Universe Lord was the real Universe Lord. He was afraid that this was all there was to it the next second. Poochie. Yang Fann's body moved and tore open the space and disappeared without a trace. In the center of the morning dawn heavenly realm, the eternal altar finally stopped descending, steadily floating in the sky. On top of the eternal altar, a 7-colored crystal ball the size of a basketball was floating above it. Endless 7-colored divine light burst out from within and broke through the limitless darkness. Within the 7-colored crystal ball, there was a terrifying energy that was difficult to describe with words. Even a top-level quasi-universe lord was no match for it. Once it exploded, it would definitely destroy the entire divine realm. This rainbow crystal ball was none other than the heart of eternity that caused countless heaven lords and quasi-universe lord warriors to go crazy. 3. Rumble. A dark shine tore through space, and the powerful aura of a low-level heaven lord swept out in all directions. In the next second, from within the dark shine, a terrifying bird with black feathers all over its body and a strange snake head and a fox tail appeared. Kekeki, Kekeki, I am the first, ha ha ha. Luck, what a great luck. Kekekeka Genesis, be obedient and come at me, ha ha ha. Amidst the strange laughter, the snake-headed strange bird went straight into the eternal altar and clawed at the heart of eternity with its claws that were shaped like tiger claws. There was no one around. If he didn't take it now, when was he going to do it? In the blink of an eye rumble, a terrifying lightning spear tore through the sky like the judgment of the god of thunder. The sky flew towards the 2-headed strange bird. Almost at the same time, an incomparably sharp brilliant sword light shattered the void, destroyed everything, and attacked. Ah, not good. The 2-headed strange bird's heart trembled. Its body moved, and it couldn't be bothered to continue grabbing the heart of eternity. The lightning spear and the sword light made it feel a deep aura of death. If he didn't dodge, he would die. However, he was obviously a little too late. He dodged the lightning spear's attack, but he didn't dodge the sword light. His divine body was pierced through, and he was minced into pieces. A soul tore through space and vanished without a trace. In less than an instant. Boom boom boom, a few more terrifying auras swept out from the eternal altar's surroundings. Was still increasing rapidly. C 2154 clear the area, the realm of the gods, the realm of dawn. Boom boom rumble. Around the eternal altar, heaven lords and quasi-universe lord auras kept colliding with each other. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. In all directions, tens of thousands of light years, countless spaces were unable to withstand the violent pressure and collapsed into dust. Endless streams of air were flowing in reverse, collapsing, and raging. At this moment, below the Heaven Lord, even those top-ranked God Sovereign who dared to approach the eternal altar for 100 light years would be instantly minced into dust. The heart of eternity is mine, it must be mine. Roar. Genesis, my Genesis. In the end, there is a way to get the heart of eternity. The Heaven Lords and quasi-universe lords stared at the heart of eternity on the altar with burning greed on their faces. They wished they could swallow the heart of eternity whole. However, none of them dared to attack first. All of them suppressed the impulse in their hearts. The Dark Wing Heaven Lord was the best example. His divine body had been crushed by the sword, and only one residual soul had managed to escape. If they dared to act recklessly, they would definitely become the target of everyone. At that time, they would not even be able to leave behind a single residual soul, and they would truly die. Currently, there were 27 Heaven Lords and 33 Quasi-Universe Lord gathered around the eternal altar. Even a top-level Quasi-Universe Lord who dared to seize the heart of eternity would be instantly killed. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 seconds had passed. Rumble, a pressure more than 10 times more terrifying than that of a peak Heaven Lord. It descended from the sky, covering tens of thousands of light-year voids. Not good, this is. The pressure of a limit Heaven Lord, Quasi-Universe Lord, 27 Days Lord, 33 Quasi-Universe Lord's heart trembled. Limit Heaven Lord, Quasi-Universe Lord, that was the indisputable strongest person in the divine realm. Even if they gathered all their strength, they could only suppress a Limit Heaven Lord, Quasi-Universe Lord. With the interference of these ultimate experts, their hopes of capturing the heart of eternity would plummet by more than half. Poochie. The void twisted and a person appeared out of thin air. This was a young man wearing a silver robe. He looked very young, not even in his 20s. However, his eyes were filled with an unconcealable vicissitude. There were traces of the passing of time, and the feeling of the passage of time was like a song. Numerous gentle silver lights shot out from his body. It was like the bright sun in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Rumble. Myriad Star Heaven Lord, this is. The Myriad Star Heaven Lord. This. How is this possible? A high-level Heaven Lord stared. The Myriad Star Heaven Lord was an ancient existence before the twilight of the gods, and it had been 18 billion years since then. And although they, Heaven Lords, had lived longer than God Sovereign, but 150 billion years was almost the limit. No one had ever heard of anyone who could live past 180 billion years. It's actually the indigenous Heaven Lord. Things aren't looking good. The 33 Quasi-Universe Lords' hearts sank. The hatred between these indigenous Heaven Lords and their Quasi-Universe Lord was obvious, as long as their strength allowed them to do so. Regardless of whether it was the indigenous Heaven Lord or Quasi-Universe Lord, they would deal with them first. Everyone knew this. No matter which side fused with the heart of eternity and advanced to Universe Lord, the first thing they would do was cleanse the other side. The number of Heaven Lords in this land would be lower than Quasi-Universe Lord. The cleansing of the human sovereign back then had played a significant role. Not only the human sovereign, but the other Tao Lords, Devil Emperor, Divine Emperor and Great Universe Lord, also cleaned up these native Heaven Lords. One had to know that in the first twilight era of the gods, there were far more local Heaven Lords than Quasi-Universe Lord. In the end, after the Tao Lord advanced to Universe Lord, he was almost completely slaughtered, with less than a tenth remaining. Otherwise, Divine Emperor might not have been able to successfully obtain the Heart of Eternity during the second twilight of the gods. Rumble. Another terrifying pressure that was not the slightest bit inferior to the Myriad Star Heaven Lord descended from the sky. In the next second, boom, a violet light that represented nobility cut through the void, and a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe walked out from within. He looked to be around 37 years old, and there was a peerless dignity between his brows. His entire body seemed to be filled with an inexplicable nobility, as if he was born above all living things. He was superior to everyone else. Like the Lord of the Myriad Stars, the Violet Extreme Divine Lord was also an old antique, an old monster who had lived for hundreds of billions of years. Compared to the Lord of the Myriad Stars, it was only one less twilight of the gods. Bitch it, another limit heaven lord. What should I do? What should we do now? The hearts of the 33 quasi-universe lords sunk to the lowest point, and cold sweat began to form on many of their foreheads. A limit heaven lord and 27 heaven lords, this power had far surpassed their combined strength, and with the addition of the Violet Extreme Heavenly Lord, they had no chance of winning at all. Was the heart of eternity really going to fall into the hands of these natives? Once these natives advanced to Universe Lord, they would be in danger. Furthermore, with Universe Lord in their possession, would they still be able to seize the heart of eternity in the future? Brother ZG, we can't allow the Genesis to fall into the hands of these extrasolar evils no matter what. We will first work together to deal with these devils before deciding on the ownership of the Genesis. What do you think? The Myriad Star Heaven Lord suggested. That's right, Brother Wan Xing's words are reasonable. These extrasolar evils all deserve to die. No matter what, the Genesis cannot fall into their hands. At the end of his words, a terrifying killing intent surged out from the body of the Violet Extreme Heavenly Lord. All of his family members had perished in the hands of these extrasolar evils. This enmity was greater than the heavens, and deeper than the sea. All of these evil devils deserved to die. Both of you are right. The Genesis belongs to my divine realm. How could it fall into the hands of these sinister devils? These shameless evil demons are also worthy of coveting our divine realm's supreme treasure. The Genesis is ours. It's ours. The 27 heaven lords all agreed. After clearing up these extrasolar evils, the chances of them obtaining the Genesis would be much higher. Zero, not to mention that many of them had a deep sea of blood with these extrasolar evils. Over the last 2 million years, there had been countless wars. Countless heaven race experts had fallen at the hands of quasi-universe lord warriors. Good, it's settled then. Let's get rid of this bunch of evil devils first, the Myriad Star Heaven Lord decided. At this moment, a contemptuous sneer came from the eastern sky, and it resounded in the ears of the Heaven Lords and quasi-universe lord experts. A bunch of natives want to clear the area. You think you are qualified? In the next second, dong, 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 the eastern sky trembled violently, as if an all-creation being was trampling over it. A mighty man, who was 1,000 feet tall and wearing a beast robe, stepped into the air. His face was filled with pride as he looked down at the world. It was as if there was no one in the world that could make him take it to heart. Every single move he made was filled with an instinctive fear. Ah, it's Patriarch Pure Heaven from the Pure Heaven ancient clan. Many quasi-universe lords' eyes lit up. Patriarch Pure Heaven was an ancient existence from the same era as the Heavenly Emperor. He had been extreme quasi-universe lord since 1,000 eras ago. With Patriarch Pure Heaven here, although they were still slightly weaker than these heaven lords, they weren't as powerless as before. Brother Pure Heaven, you don't know. There are no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys call themselves kings. They're just a bunch of aboriginals. We can only show off our might in front of these juniors. Before he could finish speaking, a streak of white light landed not too far away from Patriarch Pure Heaven. A frivolous white-robed Gongzi appeared, holding a white paper fan in his hand. His aura was ordinary, as if he had never cultivated any cultivation technique. He looked like a wealthy young master, but the cold shine that occasionally blossomed in his eyes made even peak heaven lords' hearts palpitate. Its ancestor Red Dust, like old ancestor Pure Heaven, old ancestor Red Dust was also an extreme quasi-universe lord, and he loved playing the game of Red Dust the most in his life. Countless worlds had left behind his legends. 2 limit heaven lords, bitch demons. The expressions of the Violet Extreme Heaven Lord and the Myriad Star Heaven Lord froze. This power was not much weaker than theirs. If not for the divine armament advantage, they would have been at a disadvantage. But soon, the expressions of the Violet Extreme Heaven Lord and the Myriad Star Heaven Lord changed once more, a hint of panic in the depths of their eyes. Not good. How could this be? C-2155 powerful attack the realm of the gods, the realm of the blue clouds. Rumble rumble. Almost at the same time, 2 terrifying auras descended from the sky. None of them were below the Myriad Star Heaven Lord or the Violet Extreme Heaven Lord. The Limit Heaven Lord was a first grade to the expert of the Limit Heaven Lord in the next second. Boom boom, two streams of light landed not too far away from Patriarch Pure Heaven, from which two peerless experts appeared. One of them was a peerless swordsman, surrounded by the sword chi soaring through the clouds. The terrifying sword chi shattered the space. It was like a sheathed supreme divine sword. His eyes seemed to be able to see the world of the sword. Countless sword cultivators were washing the sword and cultivating it. Countless truths of the sword Tao flashed within. He was like the ancestor of the sword Tao. With just a glance, he could make countless sword cultivators advance by leaps and bounds. Sword ancestor Moji legends had it that he was the #1 divine sword in the eternal great world. The divine sword had taken form. The other person was an old man dressed in a long green robe. He had white hair and a youthful face, looking like a transcendent being. From top to bottom, his entire body emitted traces of an otherworldly aura, as though he was floating in the air like an immortal, as if in the next second, he would ride the wind to the west. Patriarch Qing Yun was a great robe cultivator, old ancestor of the eternal great world. It was said that he was the first green cloud to take form in the eternal great world. It was ethereal and indefinite. It was a game of the human world, free and unfettered. He had no relatives, nor did he have any descendants of his clan. He could be said to be one of the most mysterious quasi-universe lord in the eternal great world. Furthermore, he was the most carefree and uninhibited person in the world. It was as if nothing in the world could make him pay too much attention to it. Even the heart of eternity wasn't as urgent to him. This was the 5th time the path of eternity had opened. However, it was only this time that he entered the path of eternity for the first time. Bitch it, where did that devil come from? Heavenly Lord ZG and Heavenly Lord Myriad Stars stared at Patriarch Qing Yun, their hearts sinking. Last time, during the twilight of the gods, only 3 heaven lords had appeared in these extrasolar evils. In truth, the 2 of them had been prepared for this, and they had relied on the help of their divine artifacts. With their strength, if they were 3 limit heaven lords, they would have been able to put up a fight. Now that it was 4-2, even if they had the advantage of a divine artifact, they still had no chance of winning. As for the other 27 heaven lords, they could not hide their panic. Boo-hoo, the heavens were unfair. The heavens were unfair. He had failed to obtain the Genesis 4 times in a row. Not only had he been obtained by those evil demons, but he had also failed to give them any hope. This time cruel. This was really too cruel. Woo. They were the true natives of the divine realm. Why did the heavens side with these sinister devils? Why did they side with them? Just what sins have we committed? What sins have we committed? Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. A bunch of aboriginals want to be arrogant in front of us. Now you know how powerful we are. Kekaki, a bunch of lowly aboriginals. They want to compete with us for the heart of eternity. Why don't they take a look at their own faces? They want to clear the area. Even you are worthy. The quasi-universe lord laughed maniacally, as if they wanted to vent all the grievances they had suffered just now. Bitch it, this bunch of dogs are using their power to bully others. The Myriad Star Heaven Lord and the Violet Extreme Heaven Lord gritted their teeth. They had never been mocked like this before, and they were just a bunch of fellows who were far weaker than them. They wanted to teach this bunch of dogs a lesson, but they were afraid of Patriarch Pure Heaven and the other 3's strength, so they didn't dare to rashly start a war. Right at this moment, Brother Hongchen, Sword Master, eccentric Qingyun, let's get rid of these natives first. We'll decide the ownership of the Heart of Eternity after a final battle. What do you think? Patriarch Pure Heaven's voice was like a copper bell, and it was peerlessly domineering. At this moment, it seemed as if the Heart of Eternity was already theirs. I have no objections, Brother Pure Heaven, do as you say. Patriarch Red Dust and the other 2 agreed without any hesitation. As for the opinions of the other quasi-universe lord warriors, they didn't take them seriously at all. Only the other 3 could be regarded as their opponents. The rest of the quasi-universe lord warriors didn't have the qualifications to compete with them for the Heart of Eternity. During the last Heart of Eternity battle, if it wasn't for the sudden situation, a peak native heaven lord would have exploded and sent the Heart of Eternity into the chaotic space, causing it to lose track of the Heart of Eternity. They wouldn't have let a junior like the human sovereign take advantage of it. With that, Patriarch Red Dust and the other 3 split into 2 groups and charged at the Myriad Star Heaven Lord and the Violet Extreme Heaven Lord. Evil demons, don't go too far. Kill the Myriad Star Heavenly Lord and the Violet Extreme Heavenly Lord did not shrink back at all. No matter how slim their hopes were, they still had to fight for the Genesis come out. Myriad Star Demon subduing spear. Boom, with a flash of starlight, a 10-meter long spear fell into the hands of the Myriad Star Heaven Lord. Myriad Star Demon Subduing Spear. The Myriad Star Heaven Lord's divine spear was just a hair away from breaking through to a supreme-grade universe treasure. With this spear in hand, the Myriad Star Heaven Lord's aura began to rapidly rise. Buzz. The silver light flashed, and a shining silver armor covered his entire body. Boom 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 in all directions, countless streams of starlight ignored space and time as they converged on the Myriad Star Heavenly Lord. In that instant, the defensive capabilities of the Myriad Star Heavenly Lord increased exponentially. The Star Source armor was one of the Divine Realm's 10 great defensive divine artifacts, and it was ranked 3rd. Almost at the same time, Heavenly Lord Violet Extreme was also fully armed. He summoned his own lifeblood divine artifact. If they wanted to win this battle, the only thing they could rely on was their supreme treasures and divine artifacts. Die Divine Art, Evil Extermination 2. Rumble, 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 rumble. 2 Heaven Lords and 4 Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord collided, and the terrifying power seemed to be able to shatter the entire Azure Cloud realm. Gulp gulp gulp. This is the power of the Heaven Lord Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord? Terrifying, truly terrifying. The Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord retreated frantically, especially those who saw the power of the Limit Heaven Lord for the first time. All of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They were like lowly aphids on the ground. Not to mention participating in the battle, even Yu Yun couldn't withstand it. Can this sovereign really seize the heart of eternity from their hands? If he couldn't even withstand a single strike, what right did he have to compete with them for the heart of eternity? No, that's not right. Back then, the human emperor was only at the top-level universe sovereign, but he was still able to snatch the heart of eternity. This sovereign was more than 100 times stronger than him. Why is there no hope? Perhaps this heart of eternity would be thrown into the chaotic flows of space just like the last time. The current heart of eternity was protected by the eternal altar, and no attack could affect him. However, once he leaves the eternal altar, things will be different. The 6 supreme experts and the many heaven lords that were fighting didn't notice that in the sky above the 6 supreme quasi-universe lords. No one knew when this person had appeared. 2 heaven lords and 4 great extreme quasi-universe lord. And so many heaven lords, quasi-universe lord. After devouring all of them, even if I can't break through to the universe sovereign realm immediately, I'm afraid it won't be much different. Yang Fann squinted his eyes, full of greed and excitement. With that heart of eternity, I might be able to break through to the middle-level universe sovereign immediately. At that time, even if it was the 9 great universe lord. After leaving my realm, there's a high chance that he won't be a match for me. Kekaki 1 aphids, obediently become my nourishment for my growth. Rumble. The Yang Fans within Yang Fan's body began to rage crazily. He circulated all of his magic power to the limit, not holding back at all. This was Yang Fan's most powerful attack. Its invincible strength was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than extreme quasi-universe lords. It encompassed tens of thousands of light years of land. Poochie poochie, poochie. Wherever the power passed, all the spatiotemporal storms and spatial turbulence would be obliterated into nothingness. Ah, no, this power, you Universe Lord. This is Universe Lord's power. No, impossible, this is impossible. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. C2156 The Eternal Heart, the realm of the gods, the realm of dawn. Ah, no, this is impossible, impossible. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, it's fake, it's all fake. This included the Myriad Star Heaven Lord, Patriarch Red Dust, and the other Heaven Lords, including Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord. All of the Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord experts widened their eyes in disbelief, especially Ancestor Red Dust and Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, who let out hysterical howls. This power was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than any of them. Such a terrifying power had completely exceeded the realm of Quasi-Universe Lord. Even the true Universe Lord wouldn't be much weaker than him. It wasn't something that Quasi-Universe Lord could possess. Only the high and mighty Universe Lord could possess such invincible power. However, wasn't that Universe Lord blocked outside of the path of eternity? How could he appear here? As for what he said, if that was really the case, how could outsiders like them be so arrogant in the past few years, competing with these natives for supremacy? They would probably be ruthlessly suppressed the moment they appeared. Roar. Greater star teleportation. They were horrified, but the Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord weren't slow at all. The Myriad Star Heaven Lord burned his star origin and used his most powerful life-saving technique. Endless starlight shot out from all directions, enveloping his body and breaking free from the restraints of the surrounding energy, quickly tearing apart. Space. Boom boom boom, aurora blood escape. A flash of determination appeared in the eyes of Heavenly Lord ZG. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of his natal blood essence, which turned into a ray of purple light that ignored space and vanished in a flash. Red dust unfettered steps. Boom, Patriarch. Red dust steps were light, and he was moving in a profound pattern in the air. He was floating in the air, free and unfettered. It was as if even the terrifying power around him had disappeared without a trace. Pure heaven evasion. Boom, a gray chaotic energy rose from under Patriarch Pure Heaven's feet and enveloped his entire body. With a flash of gray light, it vanished into the void. Vanishing azure clouds. Bang. Patriarch Qing Yun transformed into his original form and exploded into a wisp of green smoke. He disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared before. Mo Ke Wuliang, Sword World. Sigh. As expected, these old monsters are not so easy to suppress. Looking at the rapidly disappearing Heaven Lord, Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord and Yang Fann faintly sighed. The cooked duck flew away just like that. 2 Heaven Lords and 4 Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord. If he could suppress and devour all of them, it would be enough for his strength to increase by a large amount. What a pity. Forget it. Limit Heaven Lord and Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord were the strongest experts below Universe Lord. Even if Universe Lord was here, he wasn't confident that he would be able to keep them alive, let alone a half-step sovereign like himself. The current him might have a chance to face the power of Universe Lord head-on, but he would still lose more than he could win. He recalled the terrifying pressure he felt from Universe Lord when he was outside the Gate of Eternity all those years ago. Up until now, Yang Fann still had a trace of fear in his heart. In the next second, Yang Fann looked at the Heaven Lords who were struggling on the verge of death. The disappointment in his heart dissipated. It wasn't as if he hadn't gained anything. Of the 27 Heaven Lords and 33 Quasi-Universe Lord, apart from 1 Peak Heaven Lord and 2 top-level Quasi-Universe Lord, he had used the arcane art to forcefully break free from his restraints. The remaining 26 Heaven Lords and 31 Quasi-Universe Lord were all saved by him. 1 Peak Heaven Lord, 3 top-level Quasi-Universe Lord Warriors, 3 high-grade Heaven Lords, 8 high-grade Quasi-Universe Lord Warriors, 9 intermediate Heaven Lords, and 12 middle-grade Quasi-Universe Lord Warriors. 13 low-grade Heaven Lords and 9 low-grade Quasi-Universe Lord could devour them, and the strength of origin they could obtain wouldn't be much worse than refining an extreme Quasi-Universe Lord. Ah, woo 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 woo. No, sir, please spare my life, please spare my life. No, don't kill me, sir. Please, don't kill me. As long as my lord spare my life, I am willing to be a slave and pledge my loyalty to my lord to the death. I am the direct son of the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly King of Divine Capital. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, I, Royal Father, will not let you go. I am the #1 Devil King of Devil Clan, the great Dark Sky Devil King. If you dare to hurt me, my Devil Clan will never forgive you. Sir, I am Feng Shi, God King of the God Race. Please give me face and let me go. My God Race will never be able to thank you enough. Eternal Altar, 100 million light years away. Poochie. Space was torn apart as the Myriad Star Heaven Lord stepped out. But the current Myriad Star Heaven Lord, there was no longer the insufferably arrogant and condescending look he had before. His face was extremely pale. It was as if he had just recovered from a major illness, and his aura had weakened by more than a level. Compared to some of the high-level Heaven Lords, he was much weaker. Not much stronger. Burning a wisp of origin energy and using stellar teleportation had greatly damaged his Yuan Qi. Without several tens of millions of years of recuperation, he would not be able to recover. Woo woo woo. How can there be such a terrifying existence in the divine realm? Woo woo woo. Genesis, my Genesis Heavenly Lord. Myriad Star's eyes were dripping with blood, his face filled with despair. Unlike the extreme Violet Heaven Lord, the Genesis struggle this time was fruitless. He could still wait for the next opportunity. He was truly too old. Nearly 200 billion years was nothing in the eternal great world. Any random god would have lived for more than a few years. But in the realm of the gods, all of the longevities that increased the number of divine herbs, as well as the secret technique, forbidden arts, he had basically used all of them. There were at most 100 million years left. That was when his body and soul would be destroyed, and the next dusk of the gods would take at least 10 billion years. Even if he waited until he died, it would be impossible for him to wait until the next Genesis appeared. Hundreds of millions of light years away from the myriad star heaven lord, a purple light appeared out of thin air. In the end, it transformed into a purple-clothed man. It was none other than the extreme violet heaven lord. The enmity looked at the eternal altar, then quickly fled into the distance. In the future, he would have to act like a human with his tail between his legs again. Although he didn't see the person who attacked, there was one thing he was certain of. The person who had attacked was definitely not the native heaven lord of the divine realm. He had lived for so long, and if he really was a native heaven lord, it was impossible for him not to know. It was impossible for such an expert to appear without a trace. Even if he had never interacted with it before, he would have definitely heard of it, and once that extrasolar evil successfully fused with the Genesis and became the evil lord, it would be the end of the world for these local heaven lords. From ancient times until now, countless heaven lords had been discovered by those evil lords and turned into ashes, not to mention, that evil lord had yet to advance, but he already had such a terrifying power. Once he advanced, how terrifying would that be? A limit heaven lord like him might not even be able to escape. Swoosh. In the other directions, Patriarch Red Dust, Patriarch Pure Heaven, and the others were all fleeing at top speed with lingering fears in their hearts. All of them had made up their minds that they had to keep a low profile and keep a low profile from now on. They would find a secret place to hide and wait for the path of eternity to close. They didn't dare to have any delusions about the heart of eternity. The monster had yet to fuse with the heart of eternity, but it was already able to crush the six of them, Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, and the other expert. What could they use to compete with it? It was better to wait patiently for the next time. In any case, their longevity was limitless, and the universe wouldn't be destroyed. If they didn't die, why would they foolishly fight with that monster? From that move just now, it could be seen that the monster would definitely not be lenient to them because of that bit of friendship between fellow villagers. Wang. With a thought, Yang Fann ignored all the heaven lords and quasi-universe lords' pleas for mercy and kept all of them in his inner world, completely suppressing them in the next second. Yang Fann's gaze turned to look at the eternal altar. His eyes flickered with a blazing heat that was difficult to conceal. Heart of Eternity, your mind. C. 2156. The eternal heart, the realm of the gods, the realm of dawn. Ah, no. This is impossible, impossible. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, it's fake, it's all fake. This included the myriad star heaven lord, Patriarch Red Dust, and the other heaven lords, including Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord. All of the heaven lords and quasi-universe lord experts widened their eyes in disbelief, especially Ancestor Red Dust and Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, who let out hysterical howls. This power was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than any of them. Such a terrifying power had completely exceeded the realm of Quasi-Universe Lord. Even the true Universe Lord wouldn't be much weaker than him. It wasn't something that Quasi-Universe Lord could possess. Only the high and mighty Universe Lord could possess such invincible power. However, wasn't that Universe Lord blocked outside of the path of eternity? How could he appear here? As for what he said, if that was really the case, how could outsiders like them be so arrogant in the past few years, competing with these natives for supremacy? They would probably be ruthlessly suppressed the moment they appeared. Roar. Greater star teleportation. They were horrified, but the heaven lords and quasi-universe lord weren't slow at all. The myriad star heaven lord burned his star origin and used his most powerful life-saving technique. Endless starlight shot out from all directions, enveloping his body and breaking free from the restraints of the surrounding energy, quickly tearing apart space. Boom boom boom. Aurora blood escape. A flash of determination appeared in the eyes of Heavenly Lord ZG. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of his natal blood essence, which turned into a ray of purple light that ignored space and vanished in a flash. Red Dust unfettered steps. Boom. Patriarch Red Dust steps were light, and he was moving in a profound pattern in the air. He was floating in the air, free and unfettered. It was as if even the terrifying power around him had disappeared without a trace. Pure Heaven evasion. Boom. A gray chaotic energy rose from under Patriarch Pure Heaven's feet and enveloped his entire body. With a flash of gray light, it vanished into the void. Vanishing azure clouds. Bang. Patriarch Qing Yun transformed into his original form and exploded into a wisp of green smoke. He disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared before. Mo Ke Wuliang, Sword World. Sigh. As expected, these old monsters are not so easy to suppress. Looking at the rapidly disappearing Heaven Lord, extreme quasi-universe lord, and Yang Fann faintly sighed. The cooked duck flew away just like that. 2 heaven lords and 4 extreme quasi-universe lord. If he could suppress and devour all of them, it would be enough for his strength to increase by a large amount. What a pity. Forget it. Limit Heaven Lord and Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord were the strongest experts below Universe Lord. Even if Universe Lord was here, he wasn't confident that he would be able to keep them alive, let alone a half-step sovereign like himself. The current him might have a chance to face the power of Universe Lord head-on, but he would still lose more than he could win. He recalled the terrifying pressure he felt from Universe Lord when he was outside the Gate of Eternity all those years ago. Up until now, Yang Fann still had a trace of fear in his heart in the next second. Yang Fann looked at the Heaven Lords who were struggling on the verge of death. The disappointment in his heart dissipated. It wasn't as if he hadn't gained anything. Of the 27 Heaven Lords and 33 Quasi-Universe Lord, apart from 1 Peak Heaven Lord and 2 top-level Quasi-Universe Lord, he had used the arcane art to forcefully break free from his restraints. The remaining 26 Heaven Lords and 31 Quasi-Universe Lord were all saved by him. 1 Peak Heaven Lord, 3 top-level Quasi-Universe Lord Warriors, 3 high-grade Heaven Lords, 8 high-grade Quasi-Universe Lord Warriors, 9 intermediate Heaven Lords, and 12 middle-grade Quasi-Universe Lord Warriors. 13 low-grade Heaven Lords and 9 low-grade Quasi-Universe Lord could devour them, and the strength of origin they could obtain wouldn't be much worse than refining an extreme Quasi-Universe Lord. Ah, woo. No, sir, please spare my life, please spare my life. No, don't kill me, sir. Please, don't kill me. As long as my lord spare my life, I am willing to be a slave and pledge my loyalty to my lord to the death. I am the direct son of the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly King of Divine Capital. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, I, Royal Father, will not let you go. I am the #1 Devil King of Devil Clan, the great Dark Sky Devil King. If you dare to hurt me, my Devil Clan will never forgive you. Sir, I am Feng Shi, God King of the God Race. Please give me face and let me go. My God Race will never be able to thank you enough. Eternal Altar, 100 million light years away. Poochie. Space was torn apart as the Myriad Star Heaven Lord stepped out. But the current Myriad Star Heaven Lord, there was no longer the insufferably arrogant and condescending look he had before. His face was extremely pale. It was as if he had just recovered from a major illness, and his aura had weakened by more than a level. Compared to some of the high-level Heaven Lords, he was much weaker. Not much stronger. Burning a wisp of origin energy and using stellar teleportation had greatly damaged his Yuan Qi. Without several tens of millions of years of recuperation, he would not be able to recover. Woo. How can there be such a terrifying existence in the divine realm? Woo. Genesis, my Genesis Heavenly Lord. Myriad Star's eyes were dripping with blood, his face filled with despair. Unlike the extreme Violet Heaven Lord, the Genesis struggle this time was fruitless. He could still wait for the next opportunity. He was truly too old. Nearly 200 billion years was nothing in the eternal great world. Any random god would have lived for more than a few years. But in the realm of the gods, all of the longevities that increased the number of divine herbs, as well as the secret technique, forbidden arts, he had basically used all of them. There were at most 100 million years left. That was when his body and soul would be destroyed, and the next dusk of the gods would take at least 10 billion years. Even if he waited until he died, it would be impossible for him to wait until the next Genesis appeared. Hundreds of millions of light years away from the Myriad Star Heaven Lord, a purple light appeared out of thin air. In the end, it transformed into a purple-clothed man. It was none other than the extreme Violet Heaven Lord. The enmity looked at the eternal altar, then quickly fled into the distance. Sigh. In the future, he would have to act like a human with his tail between his legs again. Although he didn't see the person who attacked, there was one thing he was certain of. The person who had attacked was definitely not the native Heaven Lord of the Divine Realm. He had lived for so long, and if he really was a native Heaven Lord, it was impossible for him not to know. It was impossible for such an expert to appear without a trace. Even if he had never interacted with it before, he would have definitely heard of it, and once that extrasolar evil successfully fused with the Genesis and became the evil Lord, it would be the end of the world for these local Heaven Lords. From ancient times until now, countless Heaven Lords had been discovered by those evil lords and turned into ashes. Not to mention, that evil lord had yet to advance, but he already had such a terrifying power. Once he advanced, how terrifying would that be? A limit heaven lord like him might not even be able to escape. Su, su, swoosh. In the other directions, Patriarch Red Dust, Patriarch Pure Heaven, and the others were all fleeing at top speed with lingering fears in their hearts. All of them had made up their minds that they had to keep a low profile and keep a low profile from now on. They would find a secret place to hide and wait for the path of eternity to close. They didn't dare to have any delusions about the heart of eternity. The monster had yet to fuse with the heart of eternity, but it was already able to crush the six of them, Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, and the other expert. What could they use to compete with it? It was better to wait patiently for the next time. In any case, their longevity was limitless, and the universe wouldn't be destroyed. If they didn't die, why would they foolishly fight with that monster? From that move just now, it could be seen that the monster would definitely not be lenient to them because of that bit of friendship between fellow villagers. Wang. With a thought, Yang Fann ignored all the Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lords' pleas for mercy and kept all of them in his inner world, completely suppressing them in the next second. Yang Fann's gaze turned to look at the eternal altar. His eyes flickered with a blazing heat that was difficult to conceal. Heart of Eternity, your mind C 2157 advancing to the Universe Supremacy Divine Realm, Dawn Sky Realm, Eternal Altar. After sweeping through all the Heaven Lords, Quasi-Universe Lord, and seizing the Heart of Eternity, Yang Fann did not stay any longer. Although there were still many altars around the Eternal Altar, waiting for an opportunity to strike, wanting to be like the human emperor and be the lucky one. However, Yang Fann didn't have any intention of suppressing them. He no longer had any interest in these universe sovereigns. Green Cloud Realm, Hidden God Gorge. Wang. The void twisted, and a person stepped into the air. His black clothes fluttered in the wind, and his chi was normal. It was as if he didn't know any cultivation path. He was none other than Yang Fann. After more than 2 million years of seclusion, Yang Fann had gotten used to this secluded valley. In any case, with his speed, it wouldn't take much time for him to return. Very quickly, Yang Fann began to count his gains this time. Rumble. Yang Fann's strength of soul, which was 10 times, 100 times stronger than Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord's strength of soul, violently broke through all the Heaven Lord spatial divine tools. There were also 31 Quasi-Universe Lord Eternal World. After more than 2 million years of fighting, whether it was the local Heaven Lords or Quasi-Universe Lord, they had accumulated a huge amount of resources. At least one of them had accumulated hundreds of billions of cubic top-level Quasi-Universe Lords, and at most, one top-level Quasi-Universe Lord. The amount of origin of eternities he had was almost 10 million cubic meters, 26 Heaven Lords, and 31 Quasi-Universe Lord. The total amount of origin of eternities he had was close to 800 billion cubic meters, which was comparable to 8 high-level Quasi-Universe Lord. Of course, this was only a small profit. The real biggest profit was still the Heart of Eternity. The energy within was 10,000 times greater than that of a top-grade Universe Lord. Once he refined this Heart of Eternity, he would be able to break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign. It was not impossible for him to break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign in one go. Currently, his combat strength was almost on par with Universe Lords. Once he broke through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign, his combat strength would skyrocket to another level. It was hard to say what the entire universe would be like. Universal World would have to respect him. It was exciting just thinking about it. Rumble. Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to the limit by Yang Fann. He crazily devoured and refined the sea of origin of eternity that was once again filled with origin of eternities. Boom 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 boom. Boundless origin of eternities fused into the boundless world, causing the boundless world to undergo a final transformation towards the eternal world. 30,000 years later, Pucci, the last drop of seawater in the origin of eternity ocean had been devoured by Yang Fann, and it had completely dried up. In the next moment, buzz, a ray of light flashed past, and a low-grade Heaven Lord appeared in front of Yang Fann. A 60-year cycle passed. Bang! The Heaven Lord completely collapsed and turned into a flying ash. With Yang Fann's current strength, devouring a low-level Heaven Lord was a simple matter, but a low-level Heaven Lord that had once allowed his cultivation to improve was now only able to slightly increase his cultivation. He hadn't even seen the shadow of the Universe Sovereign. Beneath the Heaven Lord, even the Quasi-Heaven Lord was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Yang Yan. Swallowing 10 or 100 wouldn't be able to increase him by much. And in the 9 great heavenly realms of the divine realm, even if all the quasi-heaven lords were added together, they wouldn't be able to surpass 100. This was also the reason why he didn't attack. He had killed all the universe sovereign and the native god sovereign in one fell swoop. These ants really made him unable to arouse the desire to attack. He didn't have a hobby of killing people for fun. As long as they didn't seek death themselves, Yang Fann wouldn't bother with them. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, there was a precious treasure like the Heart of Eternity. Otherwise, even if these Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord devoured all the remaining Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord, it would still be very difficult for him to advance to the Universe Sovereign realm. In the next second, Yang Fann did not think too much and continued to devour the next low-grade Heaven Lord. 3,000 years later, not a single one of the low-level Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord were left alive. Yang Fann began to devour the intermediate Heaven Lords. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 200,000 years. Apart from a peak Heaven Lord and 4 top-level Quasi-Universe Lord, the rest of the Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord were all devoured and refined by him. This allowed Yang Fann's cultivation to barely break through a small realm, reaching the late extreme half-step sovereign realm. If this were to spread out, even 9 great universe lord would be scared to death. Including the 3 quasi-universe lord that had yet to be refined, it was a total of 59 quasi-universe lord experts. Not to mention that there were nearly 80 billion cubic meters of origin of eternities. Such a huge amount of resources. Even they, universe lord, could improve by absorbing and refining them. But the result was that they couldn't let a half-step sovereign break through to the universe sovereign realm. There was something even more terrifying than this in this world. With a flash of light, the peak Heaven Lord fell into the devouring black hole. In more detail, this peak Heaven Lord had some grudges with Yang Fann. He was the number 1 person in the upper 9 heavens, the Heavenly Lord of Dawn. Perhaps this was the destiny of the Heavenly Lord of Dawn. Back then, he had escaped Yang Fann's pursuit with great difficulty, but in the end, he still ended up in Yang Fann's hands. Rumble, rumble. Waves of extremely pure strength of origin continuously surged into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, entering the vast universe. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 300,000 years. Poochie. The Dawn Heaven Lord used up the last bit of his origin energy and turned it into a flying ash. A hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's face once more. A peak Heaven Lord was able to match up to a half-step sovereign and quasi-universe lord. If it was that Heaven Lord, he would be in for a huge blow. Perhaps just one of them would be enough to break through 2 minor realms in a row. Unfortunately, in the end, the myriad star Heaven Lord and the others were still able to escape. Was he too greedy back then? If he had focused his strength on one of them, perhaps he wouldn't have gained nothing. Very quickly, another 300,000 years passed. Of all the Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord, only one person was still struggling in the devouring black hole. Yang Fann's cultivation broke through another small realm, reaching the peak of extreme half-step sovereign. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 680,000 years. Wang! A rainbow-colored light cut through the void, and the Heart of Eternity appeared in front of Yang Fann. Next, we'll have to depend on this Heart of Eternity. Yang Fann took a deep look at the Heart of Eternity in front of him, then took a deep breath. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique circulated wildly. His body transformed into a devouring black hole, crazily devouring the Heart of Eternity. Boom boom boom. Waves of eternal energy that were 100 times purer and more than 1,000 times purer than origin of eternity surged into Yang Fann's body like a great river, causing his cultivation base to rise at a visible rate. The Heart of Eternity was a Heart of Eternity, a supreme treasure that could allow one to break through to the quasi-universe lord. It was incomparable to those Heaven Lords. Every breath, every second, Yang Fann would devour a universe sovereign, and he was no less than an ordinary middle-low-level universe sovereign. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, 5 million years had passed. The amount of energy he had absorbed was no less than 40 to 50 top-level quasi-universe lord. However, compared to the Heart of Eternity, it was like a drop in the ocean, and no changes could be seen at all. Another 5 million years passed. The Heart of Eternity finally had some changes. It had shrunk to a centimeter in diameter. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the critical point of extreme half-step sovereign. He was only a step away from breaking through to the universe sovereign realm. 12 million years later. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, the divine light around Yang Fann's body increased dramatically, and his aura started rising crazily. The spatiotemporal storm, which had already spread out for 80 million light-years, started expanding in all directions at a terrifying speed. 100 million light-years, 180 million light-years, 300 million light-years, 500 million light-years, 800 million light-years, 2 billion light-years, 2 billion light-years. At the same time, the entire azure dawn heavenly realm surged with multicolored light. Golden lotuses surged on the ground, immortal music drifted about, and strange phenomena appeared. Furthermore, these phenomena were rapidly spreading to the other heavenly realms, and it seemed as if it would cover the entire upper 9 heavens. Multicolored light is surging, the earth is surging with golden lotuses. This is the phenomenon of God Sovereign's advancement. Is there someone who has advanced to God Sovereign? But this is the phenomenon of God Sovereign. Hiss. This. How many light years had it been? Is this really something a human can do? C2158 Imprisonment broken. The realm of the gods, 9 days. God Sovereign and the Heaven Lord looked up at the sky in shock, not daring to believe their eyes. Illusion. Illusion. This must be my illusion. Divine light surged. The golden lotus on the ground surged. These phenomena of God Sovereign were nothing all of them had experienced and seen it before, especially those heaven lords. They had seen it 100 times, 1,000 times, but there were still many of them, but not to mention seeing it before, they had never even heard of such a vast phenomena like God Sovereign. One should know that it was already considered pretty good for an ordinary quasi-God Sovereign to be able to connect 10,000 light-years of distance with God Sovereign's unusual phenomenon after advancing to the position of God Sovereign. The outstanding ones among them were only dozens or hundreds of light-years. Even if it was the Heaven Lords, when they advanced to God Sovereign's phenomenon could connect to 1,000,000 light-years of land. This was the limit, and this phenomenon was so vast that not to mention millions of light-years, even 1 billion light-years and 10 billion light-years were far more than that. It completely exceeded their imaginations. It was even to the extent that the phenomenon was still expanding in all directions. It was as if there was no end to it. Gulp gulp, how could there be such a monster in the world? The range of God Sovereign's abnormal phenomenon was entirely dependent on the strength of God Sovereign's advancement. The stronger God Sovereign's combat strength was, the greater the coverage of God Sovereign's unusual phenomenon. With such a vast and unusual phenomenon, once that person advanced, he would immediately have the strength to fight or even suppress the Heaven Lord. There was a difference of 4 major levels between God Sovereign and the Heaven Lord, dozens of minor levels. Challenging someone above his level. What kind of joke was this? Not to mention a low-level God Sovereign challenging the Heaven Lord. Even a low-level God Sovereign would never be able to challenge a high-ranked God Sovereign, let alone a low-level God Sovereign. There must be a mistake. It must be us who made a mistake. It just looks like God Sovereign's unusual phenomenon. In fact, it wasn't the case at all. Since it isn't God Sovereign's phenomenon, then what is it that caused such a huge commotion? Could it be that some supreme treasure has appeared? Some of the Heaven Lords and God Sovereign's hearts began to race once more. Such a terrifying disturbance, and the treasure's grade was absolutely terrifying. It might even be a treasure on the level of Genesis if he could obtain that treasure. At that time, even if the evil demon refined the Genesis and advanced, they would still have the strength to resist. Azurglow Heaven Realm, Hidden God Gorge. Boom boom boom. The power in Yang Fann's body was like a tsunami, growing exponentially. 1-fold, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, 30 times, 100 times. Poochie, poochie, poochie. That terrifying spatiotemporal storm covered a land of 10 billion light-years, but it still did not give up. It continued to spread out in all directions at a terrifying speed. 1 billion light-years, 15 billion light-years, 20 billion light-years, 30 billion light-years, 50 billion light-years, 80 billion light-years. It was a force that could sweep through the entire azure dawn heavenly realm. Everything within it, including buildings, matter, and air. It would all be minced into pieces. At this moment, even the Heavenly Lord expert was unable to get close to the 1 million light-years area in the center of the storm. Boom boom boom. From time to time, experts would descend and appear outside of the spatiotemporal storm. However, no one was able to get close to the center of the spatiotemporal storm, which was 1 million light-years away. 100,000 years later. That God Sovereign's phenomenon had already covered the entire 9 heavens. If not for that mysterious force sealing off the entire 9 heavens, then perhaps God Sovereign's phenomenon would have already spread throughout the entire divine realm. Also, the spatiotemporal storm had expanded to 800 billion light-years away, almost covering half of the Azure Dawn heavenly realm. During this period of time, countless experts arrived, including Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord. Back in the Eternal Altar, Yang Fann had suppressed Heaven Lords, but not all of them were Quasi-Universe Lord. There were also many Heaven Lords, and because of the distance, Quasi-Universe Lord had not been able to arrive in time. Unfortunately, no one was able to get close to the center of the storm. 300,000 light-years was the limit. Luckily, Yang Fann was in the middle of a big breakthrough and had no time to care about them. If not, those universe sovereigns would be fine, but Yang Fann wouldn't be interested in them. He was afraid that none of these Heaven Lords or Quasi-Universe Lord could escape. Another 10,000 years passed. The spatiotemporal storm finally stopped expanding. Within the Azure Cloud heavenly realm, all the experts heaved a sigh of relief. If the spatiotemporal storm continued to expand, the entire Azure Cloud heavenly realm would be finished. Hidden God Gorge. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. A golden light burst out and destroyed everything at this moment. Even extreme Quasi-Universe Lord's divine body was instantly penetrated by the golden light. He was severely injured, and even his soul was completely destroyed. His body and soul were both destroyed. Powerful. It was a power that couldn't be described with words compared to extreme half-step sovereign. He was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger after his breakthrough. Just the pure strength of body alone was enough for Yang Fann to suppress some top-level universe sovereign warriors. The defense of his divine body was also enhanced by countless times, and it wasn't much weaker than some top-grade universe treasures. If he used the 9 Revolutions divine devil body, even a top-grade universe treasure wouldn't be able to tear his skin apart. At this moment, if he ran into Ancestor Red Dust and the other Heaven Lords, Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, and Yang Fann, he was confident that even if he couldn't keep all of them, he could at least keep half of them. This power wasn't considered weak even amongst the 9 Great Universe Lord. At least, it wouldn't be weaker than the human sovereign realm. Among the 9 Great Universe Lord, the weakest was undoubtedly the human sovereign realm. After all, Universe Lord had only advanced to 1,500 eras ago, and his advancement time was the shortest. Furthermore, the human race wasn't a top-grade family, so their resources were limited. Of course, the final outcome would have to be decided after a battle. Devil Emperor was a very good opponent. Yang Fann had memorized all the debts of the past in his heart. Hong Long. A cold light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, and his gaze once again fell upon the Heart of Eternity. At this moment, the Heart of Eternity had clearly shrunk by a large size, and the energy within it had almost been reduced by a level. It was about 1,000 top-level Quasi-Universe Lord warriors. Phew, thank goodness I came to the path of eternity. Otherwise, if he stayed in the eternal great world, he wouldn't be able to think about advancing to the Universe Sovereign for the rest of his life. One should know that in the entire eternal great world, there were less than 1,000 Quasi-Universe Lord, let alone a top-level Quasi-Universe Lord. Unless he could take down Universe Lord, but was that even possible? Even Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that he could take down a Quasi-Universe Lord, let alone Universe Lord who had suppressed him. There are still 9 levels of energy left. I wonder if it can help me break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign smoothly. Yang Fann's voice didn't sound very confident. Hong Long. Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit and continued to refine the Heart of Eternity. After advancing to the Universe Sovereign level, Yang Fann's devouring speed also increased by dozens of times. Not only that, it could not be mentioned in the same breath. A million years later, rumble, the Yang Fann's divine body shook, and the aura around its body rose explosively. Its cultivation base had advanced by a grade, and it had reached the mid-low-level Universe Sovereign. The Heart of Eternity shrunk once again, and it was only the size of a volleyball. It had lost 3.5 layers of energy. There are still 6.5 layers of energy left. Looks like it's impossible for me to break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign in one go. Yang Fann smiled bitterly. Just one level and he had already used up 2.5 levels of energy. The energy required for the next few small levels would only be more. With just 6.5 levels of energy, it was unknown whether he could break through to the peak low-level universe sovereign. Soon, another 5 million years had passed. Bang! The Heart of Eternity used up the last bit of its origin energy and disappeared without a trace. Almost at the same time, the sound of something shattering seemed to ring in the ears of all the intelligent lives in the Nine Heavens realm. Whether it was the Universe Sovereign, Quasi-Universe Lord, God Sovereign, or Heaven Lord, all of them felt relaxed, as if they had broken some sort of seal in their bodies. 3. Break. The Nine Heavens' imprisonment has been broken. Could it be that the monster has completely refined the Genesis? Hiss. This. How is this possible? How long has it been? How could he possibly refine the Genesis? C2159 Sweep the realm of the gods, 9 days. Whether it was God Sovereign, the Heaven Lord, the Universe Sovereign, or the Quasi-Universe Lord, all of their eyes were wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. The seal had been removed, and the mysterious imprisonment that shrouded the upper 9 heavens had been removed just like that. How was this possible? How was this possible? One had to understand that according to what they knew, there was only one possibility to break through that mysterious restriction. That was that someone had completely refined it. Genesis, Heart of Eternity. But was this possible? From that Genesis, Heart of Eternity coming into being. Up until now, it had only been 18 million years. And before this, every single time, it had taken a dozen or 2 billion years. Only then did he successfully refine the Genesis, Heart of Eternity. In fact, it was the longest time. It had been a total of 8 billion years. If it wasn't for, as long as the Genesis, Heart of Eternity, was born, the mysterious power of devouring. Such a long period of time. All God Sovereign below the Heaven Lord and Quasi-Universe Lord. The Universe Sovereign had long since been sucked dry of all its divine energy. The magical energy had turned into flying ashes. Even the Heaven Lord and Quasi-Universe Lord had divine energy. His energy was depleted, and he had less than 100% of his energy left. 18 million years, and a dozen or even billions of years. The gap between them was more than 10 times. Even if that person was far stronger than the Heaven Lord and extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, he shouldn't have been this fast. Although strength was a factor in fusing with the Genesis, Heart of Eternity, it wasn't the most important factor. For example, the human emperor back then was only a mere top-level universe sovereign, not even a quasi-universe lord. However, in the end, he only spent 2 billion years to completely fuse and refine the Genesis. If that guy wanted to completely absorb the Genesis, Heart of Eternity, he would need at least a few 100 million years, even if it would not take more than 1 billion years. However, the disappearance of the confinement couldn't be faked. Gulp, gulp. The monster had probably really been refined. Genesis, Heart of Eternity. No, I have to hide for the next 10,000 years. I must not expose my whereabouts, otherwise, I will be finished. Soon, the Heaven Lords and God Sovereign made up their minds. Once these extrasolar evils successfully refined the Genesis, they would slaughter these native gods in large numbers. This was the true calamity of the twilight of the gods. As for the Universe Sovereign and Quasi-Universe Lord, although they didn't have the same strong sense of danger as the native gods, they were obviously much more cautious. They made up their minds to minimize their movements in the outside world. If they were unlucky enough to run into that newly advanced Universe Lord, their ending wouldn't be too good. Even if they didn't die, one of them would definitely become a slave. Almost at the same time, in the eternal great world, chaotic domain. Rumble. The gate of eternity that had been gone for a long time once again appeared. It was unknown when, but it was once again filled with countless mysterious runes. Just like before, these mysterious runes were being stripped away at a speed of 10 per second. Ah, it's the gate of eternity. The gate of eternity has appeared once again. How long has it been? How can it be so fast? Very quickly, 9 great universe lords' attention was focused on the gate of eternity. Although their true selves had left long ago, 9 great universe lords still left a trace of the spiritual sense to keep an eye on the gate of eternity. Not only 9 great universe lord, but also many universe sovereigns and even quasi-universe lord who were also paying attention to the gate of eternity. Since the birth of the eternal great world, countless eras had passed. Among them, there were quite a number of quasi-universe lord warriors who had entered the path of eternity. Not all of them, not all quasi-universe lord warriors were willing to take the risk to enter the path of eternity. With their cultivation base, as long as they didn't provoke 9 great universe lord, their lives wouldn't be in danger. They weren't like those heaven lords who had to struggle because of the shackles of the longevity, so there was no need for them to risk their lives. Of course, even if they didn't have the courage to take this risk, it didn't mean that they didn't care about the path of eternity. After all, this was related to the 10th Universe Lord. Putting aside everything else, it was also good to recognize one's face, in case they offended someone they shouldn't offend. Could it be that something has happened in Path of Eternity? The opening of the Path of Eternity. From the beginning until now, it had only been over 20 million years, not even 25 million years. This period of time was really too short, it had far exceeded their expectations. Don't tell me that God Realm native stole the heart of eternity. If that was really the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. With the hatred that those Divine Realm natives had towards them, once they seized the heart of eternity and advanced to Universe Lord, they would surely madly seek revenge on those outsiders. Universe Lord's scariness was absolutely not something that a quasi-Universe Lord could compare with, let alone that Universe Lord, who had a geographical advantage. If he could refine the entire God domain and turn it into his own domain, he would be able to destroy all the Universe Sovereign. Quasi-Universe Lord wasn't a difficult task. Unwittingly, 9 great Universe Lords' heart tightened. Even if they were heavily attacked, there would still be over 200 Universe Sovereigns entering the Path of Eternity from the human race who entered the least. The Heaven race had over 1,000 Universe Sovereigns. If they were completely wiped out, it would be enough to shake the foundations of the 8 major races. Moreover, there was a Universe Lord in charge of the Divine Realm. What else could they do with the Heart of Eternity in the future? If they, Universe Lord, couldn't enter the Path of Eternity, even if they gathered all the remaining quasi-Universe Lord in the Eternal Great World, they absolutely wouldn't be a match for Universe Lord. After tens of thousands of eras, the indigenous people of the Divine Realm would be able to accumulate a few or even dozens of Universe Lord. Right now, the Path of Eternity seemed to have been completely sealed, and the indigenous people of the God domain wouldn't be able to leave the Path of Eternity. However, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any loopholes in the seal in the future. If that day really came, it would be the end of all of them. In the last 10,000 eons, besides the Tao Master, Divine Emperor, Devil Emperor and the human sovereign realm experts who used the Heart of Eternity to advance to Universe Lord, there had never been a single Universe Lord in the Eternal Great World. Without the Heart of Eternity, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the other quasi-Universe Lords past had been completely severed. As for those native people of the Divine Realm, they had the Heart of Eternity, which provided them with an endless supply of Universe Lord. The consequences could be imagined. Even if they had the advantage of being in a different realm, they would only be able to hold on for a few more days. The power of dimensions wasn't invincible. In his own domain, he could fight 2, 3, and 4 at the same time. However, if he was surrounded by 7 or 8 Universe Lord at the same time, he could only be defeated. Everything will depend on 10,000 years later. Don't let the worst result happen. According to the usual practice, 10,000 years was the time when the Gate of Eternity would be opened once again. At that time, all the living beings in Path of Eternity, including Universe Lord, would be expelled from Path of Eternity. God Realm, Azure Cloud Heavenly Realm, Hidden God Gorge. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. It was a bright divine light, but there was a trace of regret in the depths of his eyes. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to reach the peak low-level Universe Sovereign. Unfortunately, the Heart of Eternity had used up the last drop of its origin energy. There's still 10,000 years left. I hope I can gather all the resources needed to break through. Yang Fann murmured softly. After returning to the Eternal Great World, it would be difficult to capture Heaven Lords and Quasi-Universe Lord in large numbers. The Eternal Great World was different from the Divine Realm, and it was millions of times wider than the Divine Realm. Not only that, but there was also an even wider starry universe beyond the Eternal Great World. A Quasi-Universe Lord hiding his tracks wholeheartedly. Even if Yang Fann's divine ability was 100 or 1,000 times greater, it would still be like finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, it wasn't as if there were no supreme experts in the Eternal Great World that could match his strength. The 9 great Universe Lord couldn't be underestimated, especially the Heavenly Emperor and Wu God. They had lived for tens of thousands of eras, and the heavens and earth had just been born. Who knew if they had any trump cards in their hands that could put him in danger? The next second, rumble, the terrifying soul power, which had increased by more than 10 times, pierced through his body and swept across the land of trillions of light years, covering almost 1% of the azure cloud realm. Zero horrifying, it was the limit of the limit heaven lord. When he unleashed his spiritual sense with all his strength, it would be able to cover 100 million light years. The divine realm was different from the boundless universe. In the dimensional realm, the stronger the spatial barrier was, not only did it suppress speed and destructive power, but it also suppressed speed and destructive power. Even the spiritual sense was greatly suppressed. Found it, an intermediate quasi-universe lord. My first target is you. C-2160 Return the realm of the gods, the azure cloud realm, the Chirax world. This was one of the many auxiliary worlds of the azure dawn heavenly realm, and could be considered as one of them. A large world, spanning 800 light-years, was once filled with a hubbub of voices. A large number of divine races lived there. However, following the arrival of the dusk of the gods, just like the 9 great heavenly realms, all of these auxiliary worlds had their spirit energy sucked out. Many minerals were used to nurture Heart of Eternities. Currently, the world of Mojang was a desolate land. At a glance, it was filled with ruins, and no signs of life could be seen at all. Mojang World Center. In the World Center, there was a small hollow that was created by someone, and it was hidden underneath 1,000,000 feet of rock. The heavenly abode wasn't very large, less than 10,000 miles in circumference. The entire heavenly abode was covered by layers of formations and divine seals. Apart from some warning formations, most of them were concealment formations that concealed one's aura. Even some extreme heaven lords and extreme quasi-universe lord wouldn't be able to find the heavenly abode if they didn't go deep into the ground and get close to it. With just the spiritual sense alone, they wouldn't be able to find the location of the heavenly abode. Old Ancestor Hao Jun. This was a quasi-universe lord from the eternal great world, who had advanced 1,000 eras ago. After 1,000 eras of hard work, he was now a middle-grade quasi-universe lord. Just like Patriarch Qing Yun, he had not created his own clan. He was one of the rare rogue quasi-universe lord. Pucci. Suddenly, the heavenly passage crystal wall was like a piece of paper that was easily torn apart. In the next second, Yang Fann took a step forward, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. He passed through the layers of space and saw Ancestor Haojun in the center of the space. Ah, not good. In an instant, an ominous sign of falling apart enveloped old Ancestor Yuan Jun's entire body, and he was able to appear in his heavenly passage silently. Even a top-level quasi-universe lord wouldn't be able to do it. Most likely, it was extreme quasi-universe lord, or even that Red Lotus world-breaking technique. Without any hesitation, Ancestor Rong Jun immediately used the forbidden arts, Red Lotus world-breaking technique. Breaking into someone else's paradise without even greeting them was an extremely rude thing to do. It was obvious that the other party had come with ill intentions. Whether it was extreme quasi-universe lord or that even more terrifying existence. They were far from what a middle-grade quasi-universe lord like him could fight against. Hong Long. A bloody light rose from under his feet and turned into a strange blood lotus that wrapped around Ancestor Hu Jun's body. Trying to escape, is that possible? Yang Fann sneered. A mere intermediate quasi-universe lord. When he was still extreme half-step sovereign, it was impossible for him to escape from his hands. Not to mention, after devouring the Heart of Eternity, after breaking through to the low-level universe sovereign, if old Ancestor Hao Jun could escape. What was he cultivating for? He just needed to find a rope. He would just slit his throat and save himself the embarrassment. He didn't see Yang Fann make any moves. In the entire world, the world crystal wall was crazily strengthening itself, making it 10 million times sturdier than before. Not only that, even extreme quasi-universe lord wouldn't be able to easily tear the space apart. Ah, no, please spare my life, Your Majesty, please spare my life. Old Ancestor Hao Jun let out a wail of despair. In his eyes, there was only despair. This terrifying power was not something extreme quasi-universe lord could possess. It was that universe lord, the newly advanced universe lord. Let me go, Your Majesty. Please let me go. As long as Your Majesty spare my life, I, Hao Jun, will be a dog under Your Majesty's feet from now on. Your Majesty, you want me to go east. I will not go west. You want to be my dog. You are not worthy. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. The Forest Ocean world was similar to the world of the Mangjiang world. It was also a subsidiary world of the Azure Cloud Heavenly Realm. In this forest ocean world, there was a Heaven Lord expert hidden. A divine sea Heaven Lord was an ancient existence in the divine realm. He had already crossed the third twilight of the gods, and he was able to successfully cross the third twilight of the gods. There was only one secret, and that was to fight for it. The divine sea Heaven Lord was well aware of his own strength. Among the many Heaven Lords, he was considered quite good. Let alone comparing himself to the 10,000 star Heaven Lord and the other peak Heaven Lords, he could even compare himself to a peak Heaven Lord. They were much weaker, and there was no need to even mention. There was also a massive number of experts comparable to the Heaven Lord's expert, but these Genesis. There was only one Genesis, and this was simply too low. Too low, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was infinitely close to zero. Including this time, he had never competed for the Genesis during the four twilight of the gods. Every time, he would pass the twilight of the gods. Without any danger. He originally thought that this time, it would be the same as the previous 3 times. He never expected that the good fortune would play tricks on people. When people sat in their homes, disasters would come from the heavens. Ruumble. A pressure that was 1,000 times more terrifying than the Heaven Lord descended from the sky, locking down the entire world of the forest sea. Ah, no, why did this happen? I never caused trouble, so how could I have such misfortune? No, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Time passed year by year. Heaven Lord Guyun, Heaven Lord Feng Ying, Ancestor Si Bo, Ancestor Hao Hu, Heaven Lord Qian Yu. The Heaven Lords and Ancestors were mercilessly suppressed and captured by Yang Fann. It had to be said that Yang Fann had underestimated the foundation of this god realm. The number of experts in the god realm was much more than he had expected. Even quasi-universe lords were much more than what he had seen. Earlier, he had swallowed and refined the Heaven Lord experts. More than 50, 52. Including the Heaven Lord who had fallen in the hands of the other quasi-universe lord, this god realm Heaven Lord. At least 60 of them had fallen. In his opinion, he didn't expect that, in just 5,000 years, he had managed to suppress 23 Heaven Lords. And that quasi-universe lord, from the start, Yang Fann didn't have much hope either. He had devoured and refined. In addition, the number of quasi-universe lord that had fallen in the hands of those Heaven Lords had now exceeded 80. And what he saw before entering the path of eternity. However, there were 53 of them, including those he hadn't discovered. To have 8 to 90 people was probably the limit. He didn't expect that in the past 5,000 years, the number of quasi-universe lord he had found was actually greater than the number of heavenly lords. There were even more of them, a total of 28 of them. It could only be said that back then, he was still too young, and his eyesight and abilities were limited. He couldn't see through the disguises of those quasi-universe lord warriors. However, this was a good thing. The more quasi-universe lord warriors there were, the easier it would be for him to advance. Soon, another 4,000 years passed. The Heaven Lord Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had captured had reached 38. There were more than 50 quasi-universe lord warriors, 53 of them. Amongst them, there were 8 peak Heaven Lords and top-level quasi-universe lord warriors. The only flaw was that Yang Fann had never captured a single peak Heaven Lord or extreme quasi-universe lord. Sure enough, these old monsters were as slippery as loaches, and they weren't easy to deal with. Ah, no, my lord, let me go. Please, let me go. Ah, Hua Sheng, you're going to die a horrible death. Roar, I'm going to kill you. Explode for me. Eternal great world, chaotic domain. Poochie Poochie Poochie. The densely packed mysterious gate of eternities on the gate of eternity had already fallen off 9 layers and 9 layers, leaving only a small portion at the bottom. In a month at most, all the runes would completely fall off. In the blink of an eye, a month's time quietly passed. Poochie. The last few mysterious runes disappeared without a trace. The next second, boom boom boom, 0 endless 7-colored divine light burst out from the gate of eternity and swept across the 4 directions starry sky. Ah, the gate of eternity was about to open. I wonder who will obtain the heart of eternity this time. Sigh, don't ever fall into the hands of that divine realm native. May the great Tao bless us, and hope that our people can return safely. Also, old ancestor, please, don't let anything happen to us. Otherwise, our race will be in danger. C2161 Human Emperor vs Demon Emperor. Eternal Great World, Chaotic Domain. All the Universe Sovereign, quasi-universe lord, and even 9 great universe lord were staring at the gate of eternity. Their eyes were filled with apprehension. Even to the 8 most powerful races, each universe sovereign was the cornerstone of their respective clans. Not to mention those high-rank clans. Every universe sovereign was the pillar of their clan. Every loss of a universe sovereign was enough to shake the foundation of their clan. Furthermore, this was related to the news of the 10th universe lord. No matter what, the entire situation in the eternal great world would have to be completely rewritten. The 8 most powerful races would have to become one of the 9 most powerful clans. Within the divine realm, rumble, one mysterious force after another enveloped the universe sovereign. The quasi-universe lord's entire body carried them as they transformed into streams of light that shot into the sky. The universe sovereigns were all right, but the group of quasi-universe lord heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they could leave this bitched divine realm. In these short 10,000 years, that terrifying pressure had pressed down on them until they almost couldn't breathe. They were deeply afraid that Dark Star would ruthlessly come looking for them and mercilessly suppress them. As for the Heaven Lords, they were almost celebrating. In these 10,000 years, even though the evil Devil Lord had never attacked God's sovereign, it was still a huge disaster for them, the Heaven Lords. In the past few times, the evil Demon Lord had only suppressed a dozen Heaven Lords, not a single one of them exceeding 15. But this time, the number of Heaven Lords suppressed by the evil Demon Lord was at least 40, if not 50. This was still the first time a large number of Heaven Lords had been suppressed, or else the number would have increased by quite a bit. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. If the evil Demon Lords still didn't leave, the Heaven Lords would definitely be finished. God Realm, Jade Dawn Heavenly Realm. Boom! The magic power in Yang Fann's body was surging violently. He wanted to break free from the restraint of the 7-colored divine light, but what disappointed him was that even if he used all his strength, he could only slightly shake off the 7-colored divine light. He was still far from being able to completely break free from the restraint of the 7-colored divine light. In an instant, because of the universe sovereign, Yang Fann's combat strength was comparable to universe lords, causing his heart to swell up and dissipate. Although he was powerful now, he was still far from being invincible in this world. This 7-colored divine light alone was not something he could deal with right now. If he wanted to harm him, that's not a matter of minutes. If he wanted to truly feel the loneliness of being invincible, he would have to wait until he advanced to Universe Lord. Even Universe Lord, it was still far from enough. The endless chaos was not limited to just one universe. Universe Lord was able to dominate the entire native universe, but if he were to leave the universe, he was afraid that it would only be an ordinary expert, who, after exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann stopped struggling. Since he couldn't resist, he would just obediently allow the 7-colored divine light to bring him out of the god domain. After so many times, nothing unexpected had happened. Now that he thought about it, nothing would happen. Eternal Great World, Chaotic Domain, Gate of Eternity. Look, they're coming out. They're coming out. They're all coming out. Phew. The Great Tao bless us. Old Ancestor, please don't let anything happen to you. Boom boom, boom. Under the gazes of everyone present, streams of 7-colored light shot out from within the Gate of Eternity. In the next second, bang, the Gate of Eternity shattered and disappeared without a trace, as though it had never appeared. Ah, how could this be? This, am I seeing things? Why are there only so few people here? No, Old Ancestor, how is it possible for Old Ancestor to come out? Woo woo woo, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. In an instant, all the Universe Sovereign and Quasi-Universe Lord in the surroundings widened their eyes. Many of them even let out cries of despair. There were less than 1,000 people who had returned from the 10,000 Universe Sovereign and Quasi-Universe Lord, only less than a tenth of them remained. Amongst them, there were less than 20 Quasi-Universe Lord warriors. This had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. One should know that in the previous 4 losses, the one that suffered the most was only a loss of 5 levels. As for the Quasi-Universe Lord, they had returned with more than half of them. The rate of loss had never exceeded 2 levels. Gulp, gulp, could it be that the Divine Realm native really obtained the Heart of Eternity? 9 great Universe Lords' heart sank to its lowest point. Besides this explanation, they really couldn't think of any other way to cause such a huge loss. Furthermore, among the nearly 1,000 people who had returned, none of them had found out who had advanced to Universe Lord. It was basically impossible for that person to hide himself. Universe Lord, He was basically the strongest person in the universe. Even if he had just advanced and was weaker than them, it was impossible for them to kill a universe lord unless they entered the realm they controlled. There was no need to hide anything. Furthermore, even if they were to hide, with their eyesight, they would naturally be able to see some clues. If that was really the case, it would really be troublesome. At this moment, the group of Universe Lord couldn't care less about the losses of the various clans. Compared to that great trouble, the Universe Sovereign and Quasi-Universe Lord that fell from the various clans were nothing. Once those Divine Realm natives truly grew up, even they, Universe Lord, would be in danger of dying. Rumble. All of a sudden, a force stronger than extreme Quasi-Universe Lords 100 times more terrifying, more than 1,000 times more terrifying devil might descended from the sky. It swept through the starry sky in an imposing manner, and finally enveloped a handsome young man dressed in black clothes. Human aphids, I want to see where you can run to this time. A creepy voice swept over from all directions. It was boiling, covering a large part of the starry sky. Very quickly, everyone's eyes were focused on black-clothed youth. 2EH, it's him. He still dares to show himself. How dare he? Doesn't he know that Devil Emperor wants to shred him into pieces and scatter his ashes? Black-clothed youth was none other than Yang Fann. Unlike when he first entered the Path of Eternity, Yang Fann had no choice but to disguise himself as the venerable of which clan in order to avoid attracting Devil Emperor's attention. Currently, he had full confidence in himself. Even if he couldn't defeat Devil Emperor, he would at least be able to remain undefeated. He would be able to get rid of all his disguises and return to his original appearance. With just a glance, he was recognized by Devil Emperor. He could recognize Yang Fann, who had broken the 18 major realms of the Devil Clan in chaotic domain and destroyed his thousands of eras. Plan. Even if Yang Fann was turned into ashes, he would still recognize Yang Fann. In an instant, the worries of those indigenous people from the Divine Realm were replaced by endless fury. Even if something unexpected happened during the seal, it would still take thousands of eras for those indigenous people from the Divine Realm to threaten him. Now, it was better to deal with this bitchable human bastard first. I can use this Devil Emperor to test my combat strength. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. There was only eagerness in his eyes. Although he believed that his current strength was no weaker than these Universe Lord, or perhaps even stronger than them, he still needed to fight a real battle to determine his strength. Without a doubt, this Devil Emperor was the best test stone. However, he did not wait for Yang Fann's counterattack. Rumble. Another terrifying pressure that wasn't any weaker than Devil Emperor descended from the sky and covered Yang Fann's body, blocking Devil Emperor's brilliant devil might. Devil Emperor, you attacked me right in front of me. Do you really think that there is no one left in the human race? It was the human sovereign. It wasn't easy for them to produce a quasi-universe lord. How could they let him be destroyed by Devil Emperor just like that? As for the little conflict between Yang Fann and his subordinates, it was nothing. If they could seize the opportunity to subdue Yang Fann, not only would they be able to make up for their losses in the Path of Eternity, their strength would also increase by a notch. A quasi-universe lord wasn't something 100 or so universe sovereign could compare with. Not to mention 100 and dozens of universe sovereigns, even if it was 300 or 400, if it could be exchanged for a quasi-universe lord, great universe lord wouldn't even frown. So it is, under the protection of the human emperor. No wonder he dared to show himself. A look of realization appeared on the faces of all the expert. They were all universe lord, but the human sovereign was no weaker than Devil Emperor. With his protection, Devil Emperor would naturally not be able to do anything to him. Human sovereign realm warriors, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? That Hua Sheng is not a member of your supreme court. Boom boom boom. The dense devil chi corroded the starry sky and transformed into ferocious fiendish demon. All humans are my subjects. Trying to touch the people of my human race in front of me. Ask the divine sword in my hand first. Human Emperor said righteously. Not only that, he also wanted to subdue Yang Fann. If Devil Emperor really threatened him with just a few words, he would just stand by and watch. He didn't want the name of Human Emperor anymore. How was he going to lead the human race in the future? Good Human Emperor, let this Emperor see how you have improved in these 100 eras. C2162 The Great War Demon Emperor Eternal Great World, Chaotic Domain. Human Emperor Devil Emperor and Great Universe Lord stood opposite of each other, ready to fight. Human Emperor was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. He looked to be less than 40 years old, and his body exuded the aura of emperor. He looked mighty and extraordinary, as if everything in the world was under his control. All living beings in the world had to kneel before him and bow to him. Devil Emperor, who was standing opposite Human Emperor, was one of them. The cold-looking young man was wearing a black devil armor. The devil chi on his body was dense. It was like numerous terrifying demon dragons were corroding the four-direction starry sky. It was as if he could turn the entire world into a devil kingdom with a single thought. Every single move he made caused people to feel an instinctive fear. Puchi puchi, puchi. The endless devil chis and the brilliant emperor's chi collided continuously in the void, and countless spaces were obliterated into dust. At this moment, even a quasi-universe lord who dared to appear between the two of them would be severely injured or even killed in an instant. All the expert in four-direction starry sky, including the heavenly emperor and universe lord, focused their attention on Human Emperor and Devil Emperor. At this moment, it was as if all the sadness, melancholy had come to an end. All of them were left in the clouds, and all of their attention was drawn to them. Universe Lord was the highest grade expert in the eternal great world. In the past, there might not even be a single battle that would break out in a few dozen or even hundreds of eras. Even amongst the many quasi-Universe Lord warriors, not everyone was lucky enough to witness Universe Lord's battle. Not to mention the second-grade Universe Sovereign, 8th layer, or even the 9th-grade Universe Sovereign, Universe Lord had never seen him fight before. This might be their only chance to witness Universe Lord's great battle. If they could comprehend something from it, perhaps it would allow their cultivation base to improve immediately. Universe Lord was the highest-grade expert in the universe. Every strike and attack was the purest evolution of the Great Tao. They were the incarnations of the Tao, the 3,000 great Taos that could be mastered at will. On the side of the starry sky, Yang Fann didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was clearly the main character of this matter, but now, he had become a figure at the edge of it. What was this? He still wanted to use this opportunity to verify his true strength. Of course, he had accepted the favor of the Human Emperor, even though the Human Emperor wanted to use this opportunity to subdue him out of selfishness. However, he had still helped him after all. Forget it, for the sake of the human ruler, let's just forget about the grudge between me and the human ruler. Yang Fann would never forget the bounty that Heavenly Capital King had placed on him all those years ago. As one of the human sovereign kings, to a certain extent, Heavenly Capital King. It could be said that he represented the entire human sovereign court. Heavenly Capital King's bounty wouldn't attract so many universe sovereigns to hunt him down. Before this, Yang Fann had wanted to return to the eternal world. He wanted to find the human sovereign court and vent the anger in his heart. Rumble, 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 rumble. The auras of the human sovereign realm and Devil Emperor and Great Universe Lord increased exponentially. The voids within a radius of 1,000,000 light-years shattered into pieces. The quasi-universe Lord warriors retreated crazily from the quasi-universe Lords. Very quickly, other than the other 7 Great Universe Lord and a few top-grade Extreme Quasi-Universe Lords, Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, no one was able to get close to the 2 Emperor who were millions of light-years away. Good, good, good. Devil Emperor and the human sovereign horse are about to start a war. This is going to be the most intense battle in the world. I will be waiting for it. A Extreme Quasi-Universe Lord hurriedly said, "Good," 3 times. He was a little impatient at this moment. Puchi. The void twisted and a person appeared between Human Emperor and Devil Emperor. It was Yang Fann, and he was grateful for the human sovereign's help. However, Yang Fann wouldn't really let the human sovereign fight Devil Emperor on his behalf. He still wanted to use Devil Emperor as a whetstone to test his true combat strength. If the human sovereign was the first to fight, it would be difficult for him to fight Devil Emperor in the future. If there was nothing important, it was almost impossible for 9 Great Universe Lord to leave his realm. No matter how confident Yang Fann was, he wouldn't dare to fight against Devil Emperor in Devil Domain. Whether or not he was in his domain was a completely different concept. Under the enhancement of the realm power, Universe Lord's strength had increased by more than 10 times or 100 times. On the other hand, once the others entered another realm, under the suppression of the realm's will, their strength would immediately drop by several levels, or even more. Under such circumstances, the gap between them would only be greater. If one was careless, it wasn't impossible for him to be completely suppressed by Devil Emperor. However, when this scene entered into the eyes of the surrounding people, it scared the expert to death. Fuck, I didn't see wrongly, right? Does he not want his life anymore? He still dares to participate at this time. However, he is able to withstand the pressure of the two great emperor. I'm afraid that his strength is not inferior to extreme quasi-universe lords. It seems like we have underestimated him. Two great emperors' pressure collided. This wasn't 1 + 1 = 2. Compared to universe lord's pressure alone, it was several times more terrifying. Even extreme quasi-universe lord, who was slightly weaker, had to use his full strength in order to withstand the pressure. On the other hand, Yang Fann seemed to be quite at ease. This strength was likely not considered weak amongst extreme quasi-universe lord. Your Majesty, there is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Just leave this devil emperor to me. Yang Fann turned around and smiled at the human emperor. His voice was light and he did not put devil emperor, universe lord, in his eyes at all. What, did I mishear him? Is he challenging devil emperor? Who does he think he is? How dare he challenge devil emperor like this? Crazy, he must be crazy. In an instant, all the experts in the surroundings looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a madman. Although extreme quasi-universe lord was powerful, he was still far from being comparable to the real universe lord. To put it bluntly, in universe lord's eyes, although extreme quasi-universe lord could save his life in universe lord's hands, he had never heard of anyone who could withstand 2 strikes from universe lord. Yang Fann, I will help you defend the formation, the human emperor said in a low voice. It was good to let Yang Fann suffer. Once he knew how terrifying universe lord was, he would be able to subdue him better. In any case, with him around, devil emperor would never be able to kill Yang Fann under his watch. Initially, he thought that Yang Fann was just an ordinary quasi-universe lord, but he never thought that it would be an extreme quasi-universe lord. What a pleasant surprise! 1 should know that in the vast eternal world, there were at least a few hundred quasi-universe lord. If it was in the entire universe, there would be a lot more of them. Because they had offended 9 great universe lord, there were many quasi-universe lord who had escaped from the eternal world. However, extreme quasi-universe lord definitely wouldn't have more than 20 of them. It was unknown whether there were even 10 of them. If an extreme quasi-universe lord could join their human sovereign court, it would be enough to boost their overall strength by a huge margin. He would be able to surpass the Devil Clan, Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Taoism Clan in one fell swoop and enter the top 4 of the 8 most powerful races. Unlike the other quasi-universe lord, he only had a chance of escaping from universe lord. Furthermore, the possibility was still very low. Not even a top-level quasi-universe lord could surpass the 3rd level. As for extreme quasi-universe lord, as long as he didn't enter the realm controlled by universe lord, even the heavenly emperor, who had the title of the #1 expert in the eternal great world, wouldn't have much confidence in him. He would definitely be able to keep extreme quasi-universe lord alive. Even universe lord wouldn't dare to offend extreme quasi-universe lord too much. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was half a universe lord. In the 8 most powerful races, apart from the heaven race, the witch clan was the #1 and #2 race. No other powerful race had ever heard of extreme quasi-universe lord. The more he thought about it, the hotter the human emperor's gaze became when he looked at Yang Fann, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. However, devil emperor opposite him had an extremely ugly expression. His face was as green as ink, as if it could drip ink. Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of a quasi-universe lord daring to challenge universe lord. This was definitely the first time. If word of this got out, no matter how the world looked at devil emperor, they would all regard him as the weakest of the 9 great universe lord. Otherwise, a mere quasi-universe lord. Where did he get the courage to challenge him? Not to mention, this human aphid had a monstrous hatred towards the Devil Clan. Under the new and old hatred, the surging killing intent was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes. Endless magma erupted crazily, wanting to devour everything. Human aphids, this emperor wants you dead. C 2163 Expose eternal great world, chaotic domain. Rumble, endless devil cheese shot out from devil emperor's body. Countless ferocious devils roared and roared, corroding the 4 directions starry sky into a devil kingdom. Both of his eyes were red, like a terrifying sea of blood, causing one's hair to stand on end. Die, this little son Yang Fann must die. Destroying his plan was the first thing he did, destroying the efforts of the devil clan over 1,000 eras. Now, he was recklessly provoking this devil emperor. He deserved to die 10,000 times over. and he deserved to be unpardonable if he didn't kill this kid. How could he still have the face to stand in this world? How could he still lead the Devil Clan? Boom! All of a sudden, a devil light burst out from Devil Emperor's body. It tore through the space and attacked Yang Fann. This is Universe Lord's strength. Yang Fann frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Although this devil light was terrifying and could easily injure or even kill a quasi-universe lord, it was in fact only a dozen times stronger than extreme quasi-universe lord's all-out attack. With such strength, he could defeat or even severely injure a extreme quasi-universe lord. However, it was absolutely impossible to kill a extreme quasi-universe lord, or should it be that I overestimated these universe lord? With just this bit of strength, he was much weaker than when he had just advanced to the extreme half-step sovereign realm. If Universe Lord only had such combat strength, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to kill Devil Emperor even with the help of the dimensional force in his domain. Yang Fann, who was a high-low-level universe sovereign, was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than when he had just advanced to the extreme half-step sovereign realm. Or is there some kind of conspiracy behind this? Buzz. Suddenly, a change occurred. The black light expanded and turned into a black light barrier that enveloped Yang Fann and Devil Emperor. Ah, not good. Devil Emperor, you're cheating. The human ruler's expression changed. He had seen that the attack wasn't much stronger than extreme quasi-universe lords. He didn't think of stopping it, but he didn't expect it to be so. It was just a pretense. This barrier was the true killing move. It had completely sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for him to save Yang Fann, giving Devil Emperor the chance to kill Yang Fann. Roar! Devil Emperor, if you dare to hurt Yang Fann, I will fight you to the death. Rumble! As he spoke, a golden light flashed in Human Emperor's hand. It was the vital treasure. The Human Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, the aura around Human Emperor's body rose rapidly. Roar! Break for this Emperor! Boom boom boom! Boundless sword chi rolled out like tidal waves, transforming into a sword chi dragon that slashed towards the black light barrier. Kekakekaki! Human Emperor, don't waste your time. Without 10 breaths of time, you won't be able to break through this Emperor's barrier. Ha ha ha! Devil Emperor laughed complacently. Everything was within his calculations. If he didn't seal the spatial zone, if extreme quasi-universe lord wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Not to mention, there was still human sovereign realm experts watching from the side. It was even more impossible for him to kill Yang Fann. It's over, this Yang Fann is completely finished. From all directions, all the experts looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. 10 breaths of time was not a long time, and it was nothing in the eyes of ordinary mortals. However, to these universe sovereigns, Universe Lord could kill a person tens of thousands of times, but who can be blamed for this? He asked for it, that's right. He clearly has the protection of the human sovereign, but he still wants to show off. Does he really think that with extreme quasi-universe lord's strength, he can challenge Universe Lord's dignity? Within the black light barrier. Little aphid, let's see how this Emperor will torture you. Devil Emperor looked down at Yang Fann from above, as if he was looking at a toy that he could toy with. You want to torture me to death? With just you? Yang Fann smiled disdainfully. His eyes were indifferent, and there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in them. What a reckless aphid! How dare you be so stubborn when you are about to die? Let's see how you will continue to be so stubborn after I crush all the bones in your body. Boom! Endless devil cheese. They rolled and rolled. It was like a raging ocean, surging and surging with huge waves. In the end, it transformed into a devil chi hand that covered the sky and covered the sun, suppressing everything. Its power was terrifying. Compared to extreme quasi-universe lord's attack, it was more than 1,000 times stronger. This was the true power of Universe Lord. Hiss. Is this the power of Universe Lord? Terrifying, truly terrifying. A mere trace of his power is enough to kill me thousands of times. All of them were intermediate and low quasi-universe lord who had witnessed Universe Lord's power for the first time. Despite being millions of light years away, they still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What, if it were them? If the heaven-sheltering big hand had not even touched them, it would probably have crushed them into pieces. This power was not something they could resist at all. Even running away was an extravagant hope. Bastard Devil Emperor, how dare you! If anything happens to Yang Fann, I won't let you go. Human Emperor let out a hysterical roar. Both of his eyes turned red like the eyes of an enraged beast. A extreme quasi-universe lord. A true extreme quasi-universe lord that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. If one of them died here, it would be difficult for their human race to produce a second one. For example, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan had been the most powerful race since 10,000 eras ago. However, even now, not a single extreme quasi-universe lord had ever appeared. In the blink of an eye, Devil Emperor, you want to break all the bones in my body with this little strength. I'm afraid you're still awake, aren't you? Yang Fann's voice was filled with disdain as usual. There was also a trace of disappointment. Devil Emperor's strength. It was not much stronger than when he was at extreme half-step sovereign's realm. Compared to the current him, it was still far from enough. Boom boom boom, boundless golden light burst out from Yang Fann's body. His body grew infinitely, and in an instant, he turned into a countless number of light years tall terrifying great gods. He stood within the void, as if he could support the entire universe. Kai, swoosh. The black light barrier shook and twisted violently from all directions, as if it would shatter in the next second. Free roar, break for me rumble. An angry roar sounded like the wrath of the heavens. The thunder god roared, and the terrifying human-shaped reel who destroyed everything. Poochie, heaven-shrouding devil hand, ghastly devil cheese. In less than an instant, they were all shattered into pieces. Am I seeing things? He blocked it. He actually blocked Devil Emperor's attack. Gulp gulp. This. How was this possible? How can extreme quasi-universe lord fight the power of universe lord head on? No, wrong, we were all wrong. Universe lord. He was universe lord. It wasn't extreme quasi-universe lord at all. In all directions, all the universe sovereign and quasi-universe lords' eyes widened, as if they had understood something. They were able to block Devil Emperor's attack so easily. This was something only universe lord could do. Gulp gulp. Strange. No wonder he dared to challenge Devil Emperor. Yang Fann was not overestimating his own abilities. He truly had the strength to fight Devil Emperor. Suddenly, many universe sovereign and quasi-universe lords' expressions changed once again. Deep in their eyes, there was an unconcealable fear, as if they had thought of something terrifying. It's him who sees the heart of eternity. C. 2164 Force Eternal World, Chaotic Domain. What? It was him who sees the heart of eternity. The surrounding universe sovereigns caused quasi-universe lord's heart to tremble. But after thinking about it carefully, if it wasn't for this, how could Yang Fann have the strength to fight Devil Emperor? In an instant, many of the universe sovereigns' eyes were filled with hatred. Many of them, including some quasi-universe lord old ancestors, had fallen in Dark Star's hands. Hiss. I never thought that it would be him who sees the heart of eternity. It seems like I have worried about him for nothing. Human Emperor smiled bitterly in his heart. His anxiety had gone to waste. As universe lord, even though he had just advanced and was no match for Devil Emperor, it was impossible for Devil Emperor to kill him. Not to mention Devil Emperor, even the Heavenly Emperor, who was known as the #1 universe lord, could not do it. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. How could there be a human today soon? A hint of surprise climbed onto human sovereign's face. With Yang Fann, this newly advanced universe lord, from now on, only the heaven race could suppress the human race. Even the witch clan was ranked after the human race. Within the black light barrier, Devil Emperor's face was ashen, as if he had just eaten a fly. How could this be? Why did this aphid worm snatch the heart of eternity? In this way, wouldn't the Devil clan be completely trampled on by that lowly human? The Great Tao was unfair. The Great Tao was unfair. Human race, such a lowly race, how could they have two universe lord right at this moment? Rumble. A terrifying pressure that was even stronger than Devil Emperor descended from the sky, passing through the black light barrier and crushing towards Yang Fann. Yang Fann, you have suppressed my son, the heavenly king of the divine capital. Release my son at once. While speaking, a man stepped into the sky and arrived. He was a middle-aged man in a purple golden robe. He was in his 40s, and his aura was extremely noble. He was the only one in the world who could dominate him. His appearance was like the only light in the world, attracting everyone's attention. It was none other than the Emperor of the Eternal Great World, the #1 person in the Eternal Great World. The laws of Path of Eternity were completely different. Even within the universe sovereign and the fall of a quasi-universe lord, there would be no reaction from the Eternal Great World. The soul lamp, soul pagoda, and other treasures that represented life and death were all perfectly intact, without a single crack. It was also because of this that before the Path of Eternity closed, no one knew how many Path of Eternities there were. A quasi-universe lord had already fallen in the Path of Eternity. When they were fighting over the Heart of Eternities, Yang Fann did not clean up the universe sovereigns. When he saw Divine Capital Heavenly King being mercilessly suppressed, there was more than one person, including many Heaven Race universe sovereigns. It was just that they hadn't been able to see Yang Fann's true appearance. It was fine for the other Heaven Race universe sovereigns, but once they entered Path of Eternity, they were prepared to die. However, Divine Capital Heavenly King was different. Not only was he one of the few quasi-universe lord in the Heaven Race, but he was also the only quasi-universe lord among his many heirs. He was his most beloved direct son. Rumble, 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 rumble. Almost at the same time, another 4 terrifying pressures descended from the sky, crushing towards Yang Fann. Not a single one of them was under Devil Emperor's pressure. All of them were Universe Lord. Poochie Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The black light barrier that could support the human emperor's attack for 10 breaths of time did not even last for a single breath before it completely collapsed and turned into powder. Yang Fann, is my Taoism clan's Heavenly Star Taoist in your hands? Yang Fann, hand over the 7-colored Phoenix King at once. Or else, I won't divorce you. Yang Fann, as long as you hand over my auspicious child, I won't bother with anything else. Apart from Wu God from the Witch Clan and the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan who had a good relationship with the human race, the other 4 great universe lord went to find Yang Fann. Putting aside the universe sovereign, quasi-universe lord was the backbone of all races. Especially the Taoism clan and the Phoenix clan, they only had Heavenly Star Taoist, and the 7-colored Phoenix King was a quasi-universe lord warrior. They couldn't afford to lose him. In order to save them, they wouldn't hesitate to break the agreement. Hiss. What a good Yang Fann, he had offended almost all of the supreme races. Arg, all the experts in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cold air. He was truly bold and reckless. Even the other universe lord, who was at most a quasi-universe lord who could suppress the most powerful enemies, wouldn't dare to act so crazily. If he really offended the public, even universe lord wouldn't be able to live a good life. Yang Fann, you are really a troublemaker. Human emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for their human race to have such a universe lord in his shoes. It was impossible for him to provoke so many supreme races at the same time. In the next second, with a sway of his body, the human emperor appeared beside Yang Fann. Heavenly Emperor, Phoenix Emperor, Divine Emperor and the Tao Lord, what do you want to do? The life and death of the Path of Eternity is determined by fate. No race is allowed to take revenge after this. This is a common agreement between us. What, do you all want to break the rules? No matter what, Yang Fann was still universe lord of the human race. At this moment, he couldn't allow himself to be bullied by the Heavenly Emperor and the others. Furthermore, this was the true chance for the rise of the human race. No matter what, he had to protect Yang Fann. Once he missed this chance, it would be impossible for another universe lord to appear. Human sovereign, as long as Yang Fann hand over my son's capital, I won't make things difficult for him. That's right. There's also my clan's 7-colored Phoenix King, Heavenly Star Taoist, Tian Rui, my son. Phoenix Emperor, Tao Master 4 Great Universe Lord all echoed. Rules. Those were just the rules used by the expert to restrain the weak. They had not broken the rules previously, but they had not touched their bottom line. In Path of Eternity, life and death are determined by fate. Since you want to fight for the Heart of Eternity, you must have the resolve to die. It's impossible for me to let them go, Yang Fann said forcefully. Not to mention the few people they wanted, Divine Capital Heavenly King and Heavenly Star Taoist had already been devoured by him, leaving nothing behind. How could he hand them over? Of course, even if he didn't devour them, Yang Fann wouldn't hand them over. He did not have the habit of eating the fat in his stomach and continuing to spit it out. So what if it was 5 Universe Lord? At most, it would just be a battle. After a short exchange with Devil Emperor, Yang Fann had gained some understanding about these Universe Lord. These so-called Universe Lord did not have the support of their respective realms. His strength was probably not as great as when he had just advanced to the Universe Sovereign. Even if he faced 5 Universe Lord at the same time, with his current strength, he had a high chance of winning. Even if he was really no match for them, he still wanted to leave, but these Universe Lord wouldn't be able to stop him. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Yang Fann, Are you really unwilling to let them go? The Heavenly Emperor's face darkened, and the cold shine in his eyes flickered. I said I won't let him go, so I won't let him go. Yang Fann's attitude was firm, and it just so happened that he could use them to test his limits. A single devil emperor was far from enough. Good Yang Fann, you are the first one who dares to not give this emperor face. The Heavenly Emperor's killing intent flashed. In the depths of his eyes, there was a faint hint of a conspiracy succeeding. The reason why he was determined to retrieve the Heavenly King of Divine Capital was partly because of his feelings for the Heavenly King of Divine Capital, and partly because he wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of Yang Fann. He would never allow any race to threaten the status of the Heaven race. It was enough for the human race to have a human sovereign. And now was the best time to kill Yang Fann. They would gather all 6 of their power of Universe Lord to deal with Yang Fann. A newly advanced Universe Lord. Even with the help of the human sovereign realm, they had 7 or 8 levels of confidence that they would be able to kill Yang Fann. Once he missed this day, it would be difficult for him to kill him once he established his realm and established a supreme foundation with the support of the realm power. Even the Dragon Monarch and Wu God would find it very difficult to completely suppress him. In fact, it wasn't just the Heavenly Emperor who had such thoughts. The Phoenix Emperor, the Tao Master, Divine Emperor, and the others had such thoughts. They also wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of Yang Fann. Humans were a lowly race. They weren't even true gods when they were born. How could such a lowly race have the right to ride on their heads? The human sovereign realm had already been established. They had no choice but to not allow Yang Fann to leave this place alive. In the next second, boom boom boom, horrifying killing intent rose from the bodies of the Phoenix Emperor, the Tao Master, and the others. It surged like a tidal wave, crushing towards Yang Fann. Yang Fann, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand it over or not? C-2165 War against the Lords of the 5 Great Cosmoses. Eternal Great World, Chaotic Domain. Rumble, rumble, the Heavenly Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor, the Tao Master, Divine Emperor and 5 Universe Lord were all surrounded by murderous auras. They surrounded Yang Fann and the Human Emperor and stared at them covetously. The terrifying pressure had completely sealed off the 4-direction space, and not even a drop of water could leak out. Yang Fann, I will ask you one last time. Are you going to hand it over or not? Divine Emperor's voice was extremely cold. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. As long as Yang Fann dared to say no, he would certainly unleash a thunderous strike and kill Yang Fann here. Humph, not to mention saying it once, even if it was 1,000 times, it would still be the same. It's impossible. Yang Fann coldly harumphed. His attitude was extremely firm, and there was no doubt about it. Hiss. This Yang Fann actually dares to refuse. Isn't he afraid of offending the public? From all directions, all the Universe Sovereign and Quasi-Universe Lords' eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, any normal person would know what to do. Otherwise, they would truly infuriate the Heavenly Emperor and Universe Lord. Even with the help of the Human Emperor. In the end, it would be a hopeless situation. Although Yang Fann was also Universe Lord, he had just broken through after all. Compared to the Heavenly Emperor and the others who had advanced for countless eras, he was still much weaker, let alone Yang Fann, who was outnumbered. There was even less of a chance for him to win. If he was not careful, it was not impossible for him to become the first fallen Universe Lord in the universe without his own realm, and with just a slight breakthrough, Yang Fann's foundation was really far inferior compared to the other Universe Lord. However, there were a lot of Quasi-Universe Lords, Quasi-Universe Lord. Deep in their eyes, there was a glimmer of hope. In their hearts, there was a voice that kept saying in their ears, kill Yang Fann, this beautiful boy. During the trip to Path of Eternity, Yang Fann had offended more than half of these high-grade and top-grade clans. They wished they could eat Yang Fann's meat and drink his blood. He didn't know how many of them there were. It was just that he was afraid of Yang Fann's terrifying strength, so he didn't dare to show it. But now, the great Tao really had eyes. Yang Fann was courting death. He had offended 5 of the most powerful clans at the same time. This was their only chance to take revenge. Yang Fann, you bastard, your death has come. Within the void, Yang Fann, you're courting death at this moment. The fury in the hearts of the Heavenly Emperor, Divine Emperor, and the rest of 5 Universe Lords seemed to have been completely ignited by Yang Fann. Their killing intent skyrocketed, and like cosmic storms, they soared into the sky and swept across the starry sky of the universe. Kekekeka good little Wa Sheng, This time around let this emperor see how you die on the side. Devil Emperor, who thought that there was no hope for revenge, never thought that there would be such a huge turning point. It is truly a hopeless situation where there is no way out. At this moment, Devil Emperor seemed to have already seen the beautiful scene of Yang Fann being mercilessly killed. He had gathered the Heavenly Emperor, Divine Emperor, and the other 5 great power of Universe Lords, but Yang Fann did not have his own realm. He had his own domain that could be used. If the Heavenly Emperor and the others wanted to kill Yang Fann, they wouldn't have the confidence to do so even if they were at the 7th or 8th level. Why are you so long-winded? If you want to take my life, I'm afraid you won't have the ability to do so. As he spoke, PFF'd. Yang Fann moved his body and lunged at Divine Emperor, who was the closest to him. Fuck, he actually took the initiative to attack. This lord's eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? All the experts in the surroundings can't believe their eyes. They are clearly at the absolute disadvantage, yet they still dare to attack first. Fuck, is this something a normal person would do? Or is it that this Yang Fann, knowing that he is going to die for sure, gave up on himself? Yang Fann is really. Human Emperor smiled bitterly in his heart. At this moment, he really did not know whether to say that Yang Fann's courage was commendable or that he did not know what was good for him. However, his body was not slow. He turned into a ray of sword light and followed closely behind. Now, he and Yang Fann had both honor and loss. The decision he made had to be made with tears. No matter what, the human domain was his backup plan, and his life was still guaranteed. Right at this moment, rumble, a beam of demonic light tore through the starry sky and blocked the path of the Human Emperor. Human Emperor, you better obediently stay here. For this emperor it was Devil Emperor. It wasn't easy for him to have the chance to kill Yang Fann. How could he let the human sovereign destroy it? Bastard, get lost. Human sovereign had a ferocious expression. Without his help, Yang Fann, a newbie, wouldn't be able to hold on for long in the face of 5 Universe Lords' attack. However, Devil Emperor was obviously not that easy to get rid of. He was like a sticky candy that clung tightly to Human Emperor, making it difficult for him to escape. Yang Fann grinned hideously. He turned around and threw a palm at Divine Emperor. Yang Fann didn't hold back at all in this palm strike. The energy in his body erupted with all his strength. It was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than the previous strike of Devil Emperor. Oh no, how is this possible? In an instant, an extremely dangerous aura enveloped Divine Emperor's entire body, causing him to let out a sorrowful cry that sounded as if he had lost his parents. This power was more than 100 times more terrifying than the old Universe Lord who had advanced 6,000 eras. It faintly had the power of a middle-level Universe Lord. But was this possible? According to what he knew, it was the strongest Heavenly Emperor, the one who was a step away from the middle-level Universe Lord. There was still a long way to go. As for Yang Fann, he was just a weakling who had just advanced. How could he possess such terrifying strength? Fake, this must be fake. Roar. God's Tower boom. A beam of golden light shot up into the sky and transformed into 100,000 feet tall 9-layered golden tower. Countless rays of divine light glittered as a solemn god appeared within it. Golden streams of light fell down to protect Divine Emperor's entire body. The God's Tower, Divine Emperor's vital treasure, had faintly surpassed the scope of universe treasures. There was also a trace of the embryonic form of original treasure. Bang! Yang Fann slammed his palm onto the golden barrier. In less than an instant, the countless gods on the God's Tower wailed and collapsed. The entire golden barrier was extremely distorted, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Extreme low-level Universe Lord. You really are the extreme low-level Universe Lord. At this moment, Divine Emperor finally believed in this cruel reality. His God's Tower was a quasi-original treasure that surpassed top-grade original treasures. Only the extreme low-level Universe Lord had that kind of power. With just a single strike, he had nearly destroyed the defense of the God's Tower. What? Extreme speed, extreme low-level Universe Lord. 2 number. This is impossible. In an instant, including Wu God and the Dragon Monarch who were watching the show, 6 great Universe Lords' eyes widened like fish eyes. They felt like they were going to burst out of their eyes. The Heavenly Emperor had been here since 18,000 eras ago. But now, he had only barely stepped into the peak and low-grade Universe Lord stage, while the other Dragon Emperors. The Phoenix Emperor was only hovering outside of the high and low-grade Universe Lord stage. They were not beginning. Yang Fann, A young man who had just advanced to Universe Lord and had only been here for 10,000 years, how could he catch up to them and surpass all of them, reaching the limit of the Universe Lord stage base? One had to know that after achieving Universe Lord's position, every bit of progress would take 10 million years, 100 trillion years, and every advancement would require thousands or even thousands of eras. For example, it had been 1,500 eras since the human sovereign realm had verified Universe Lord's position. But now, he had only stepped into the intermediate low-level Universe Lord stage. This was fast. Devil Emperor had proven Universe Lord's strength. He had over 3,000 era of the year's warriors, but he still hadn't broken through to the intermediate low level. Divine Emperor, it seems like this is all he has got, Yang Fann sneered. Although Divine Emperor was slightly stronger than Devil Emperor, the feeling he got from Divine Emperor was only comparable to him when he just broke through to the Universe Sovereign Realm. Die bang bang, Yang Fann's fists were like meteors as he madly punched out. Every single punch, every single strike, was an ultimate attack, as if they were going to blow up the entire eternal great world. Grug grug grug. On the gods' tower, many gods quickly collapsed. The golden barrier and the criss-crossing cracks spread and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack C-2166. It collapsed. Eternal great world, chaotic domain. Divine Emperor was so anxious that he almost cursed. These bastards. They were still in a daze. Did they know what time it was? If this continued, it wouldn't take more than the time for an incense stick to burn. His barrier of the gods would be completely destroyed. Low-grade intermediate Universe Lord, limit low-grade Universe Lord. The gap of 3 ranks was more than 10 times. 100 times was not something he could fight against. If he wanted to truly contend with this monster, he had to borrow the power of dimensions in the divine realm. That was the only possibility. He secretly decided in his heart that if this bunch of bastards still didn't make a move, he wouldn't accompany them. It was impossible for him to fight this monster to the death alone. Gulp. Really? This monster is really an extreme low-level Universe Lord. The Heavenly Emperor and the other 3 great Universe Lords swallowed their saliva with difficulty and finally believed this frightening reality. If it wasn't for the extreme low-level Universe Lord, it would absolutely be impossible for Divine Emperor to make Divine Emperor shamelessly ask them for help. Among the 9 great Universe Lord, Divine Emperor was famous for his pride. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't hold on any longer, he wouldn't have asked for help so casually. The next second, regret welled up in the hearts of the Heavenly Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor, and the Tao Master, great Universe Lord. If they had known that Yang Fann was such a ferocious newcomer, they would never have forced him to do this. The gap between each grade of Universe Lord was that of a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Even if they gathered all 5 of their power of Universe Lord, they could not guarantee that they would be able to defeat Yang Fann. Furthermore, if a limit Universe Lord wanted to leave, there was no need to talk about the 5 of them. No matter how many of them there were, 5 or 10 of them would be of no help. On the other hand, they had offended a low-level Supreme Universe Lord. Their future days would probably be sad. If they were not careful, they might even be completely suppressed by him, unless they could stay in their own realm and never leave. He really had a cheap mouth. Wasn't he just a quasi-Universe Lord? If he suppressed it, then so be it. At most, he would just have to pay a little price to cultivate another one. Why would he have to keep pestering them? He wouldn't let it go. Now, he had offended a monster like Yang Fann. Once this monster advanced, its combat strength would far surpass theirs. It wouldn't be impossible for it to break through to the middle-level Universe Lord in the future. At that time, they wouldn't be safe even if they hid in their own realm. Middle-level Universe Lord, their divine abilities were beyond their imagination. It wasn't impossible for them to break into their realm and kill them. However, their movements weren't slow. Each and every one of them tore open the spatial zone and lunged at Yang Fann. They had already offended those who deserved to be offended. At this moment, even if they withdrew their attacks, would Yang Fann accept their kindness? It was obviously impossible, not to mention that it was under the eyes of everyone present. They were all people who cared about their reputation. At this moment, if they chose to run away without saying anything, their faces. Would they still want it? 5 Universe Lord didn't even dare to fight a battle with them even when he joined forces with them. What would the people of the world think of them? Yang Fann, take this Emperor's sword. Boom! A golden light tore through the sky. In the sky, the Heavenly Emperor's sword appeared in the Heavenly Emperor's hand. He slashed out with his sword, unleashing the sword chi. It turned into a world of sword chi, densely packed together as it charged towards Yang Fann. Each sword chi was no weaker than the full-powered strike of an extreme quasi-universe lord. It could easily injure or even kill a low-grade quasi-universe lord. Great Tao Divine Eye, activate. Boom. The Great Tao Divine Eye between the Tao Master's eyebrows opened up and shot out a divine light of the Great Tao. It was like the judgment of the Great Tao. Its speed was so fast that it almost surpassed the reaction of a quasi-universe lord. Feng Wu 9 Heavens chirp. A high and mighty phoenix cry sounded. A terrifying fire phoenix with wings that stretched for who knew how many light years soared into the sky. Divine flames overflowed into the heavens, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. Wherever it passed, time, space, matter and matter would appear. Everything was burnt to ashes. Tao destroying halberd, Tao severing. Boom. The light of chaos in Heavenly Emperor's hand flashed, and a 3-meter-long halberd appeared in his hand. His body grew infinitely taller, and in an instant, he turned into a terrifying great god who was only a head taller than Yang Fann. He slashed out with his halberd, and it was as if Devil God had destroyed the Tao, annihilating 3,000 great Taos. Insignificant skill. A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He ignored the attacks of the 4 men. His fists were like heavy hammers as he continued to attack frenziedly. It would be better to break one of his fingers than to injure his 10 fingers. Instead of struggling with this 5-universe lord, he might as well seize the opportunity to get rid of this divine emperor first. Yang Fann had full confidence in his own defense. After advancing to the universe sovereign, his divine body's defense, it was no weaker than some top-tier universe treasures. After breaking through 2 levels in a row, his divine body's defense had increased by a lot once again. It was not inferior to a top-tier intermediate universe treasure. With the support of the 9 revolutions divine devil body, its defensive power was terrifying, even if it was compared to a top-grade universe treasure. It wasn't much weaker than a top-grade intermediate universe treasure. Although the attacks of the Heavenly Emperor and the others were not bad, they were still unable to destroy a top-grade universe treasure. At most, it would only cause him some minor injuries. And with his heaven-defying recovery ability, a minor injury was nothing. In fact, it wasn't even considered an injury. One had to know that even if his divine body was destroyed, as long as there was still a strand of soul left, he would be able to recover in an instant. Bitch it, this bastard. What kind of grudge does this emperor have with you? Why are you chasing after this emperor like this? Divine Emperor circulated the god's tower with all his strength and struggled to hold on. In his heart, he was cursing and cursing. He only needed to send his regards to Yang Fann's 18 generations of ancestors. This is a good opportunity. The eyes of the Heavenly Emperor, Phoenix Emperor, and Great Universe Lord lit up. As for Divine Emperor's life and death, it had nothing to do with them. They were just a temporary union of interests. There weren't many friendly relationships between them. They even hoped that Divine Emperor would die in Yang Fann's hands, so that they could seize the opportunity to take over the god domain. However, very soon, the faces of the Heavenly Emperor, the Phoenix Emperor, and Great Universe Lord changed. It was as if they had swallowed a fly. Disgusting. Bitch it, how could this be? Their ultimate attack had only torn apart Yang Fann's skin, not even his bones. Such a minor injury was child's play to those domain gods and imperial lords, let alone universe lord. It was totally negligible. That terrifying defense, even Wu God, who had the strongest defense amongst them, was far from being able to defend against it. How should we fight this battle? Unknowingly, the Heavenly Emperor and the other 3 great universe lord felt a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts. In terms of strength, even the strongest Heavenly Emperor among them was more than 10 times weaker. Furthermore, his defense was also so terrifying. The ultimate attack of the 4 of them was only able to break through his defense. They were unable to fight him. They were truly unable to fight him. As I expected, Yang Fann sneered and completely ignored the attacks of the Heavenly Emperor and the others. He grabbed Divine Emperor and struck him with his hammer. Jihia Jihia Divine Emperor, let's see how you're going to die. Jihia. Yang Fann's face was ferocious, and his voice was like that of an evil ghost from hell, causing one's hair to stand on end. Bang bang bang. The cracks on the golden barrier expanded endlessly. They were dense like spider webs, covering the entire barrier. 0. Bitch it, this bastard has completely set his eyes on this emperor. In at most 10 breaths of time, the God's Tower's defenses will be completely destroyed. Divine Emperor's heart was burning with anxiety. Suddenly, a hint of determination flashed through his divine eye. No, I can't just sit and wait for death like this. This monster was not someone they could match at all. There was no chance of victory in this battle at all. As for the God's Tower, it was his vital treasure. Once he was severely injured, the losses would be huge. If he was not careful, it might even harm his origin energy. In this life, his cultivation would no longer be able to progress an inch. Yang Fann, just you wait. This matter will not end like this. After giving Yang Fann a deep look, as if he was going to engrave Yang Fann into his sea of consciousness, Divine Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which turned into a pair of blood wings. With a flap of his wings, his speed increased by thousands of times. Even Yang Fann was not able to catch up with him. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Yang Fann's sight. Bitch it, this bastard Divine Emperor actually ran away. The Heavenly Emperor cursed in his heart. However, his speed wasn't slow. A golden light covered his entire body, instantly tearing apart the space around him. Even the 5 of them couldn't do anything to Yang Fann, let alone the 4 of them. They were running slower. We might have to pay some more. The Great Tao's Invisible Phoenix Blood Shield C2167 suppress the Demon Emperor. Eternal Great World, Chaotic Domain. Silence in 4 directions. Starry Sky. All the Universe Sovereign and Quasi-Universe Lord had their mouths wide open. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed their necks, making them unable to utter a single word. Gulp gulp. What did they see? The Heavenly Emperor, Divine Emperor, the Tao Master and the Phoenix Emperor, 5 Universe Lord, joined forces. The Heavenly Emperor, the Divine Emperor, the Tao Master, and the Phoenix Emperor, 5 Universe Lord. Furthermore, it had only been half an incense stick of time. In less than half an incense stick of time, 5 Universe Lord had already fled. Was there anything more unbelievable than this in this world? Who on earth was the newcomer who had just advanced? He couldn't believe it, he really couldn't believe it. Within the void, Yang Fann's face was filled with disappointment. 5 Universe Lord, any one of them who could absorb and refine the strength of origin wouldn't be weaker than the heart of eternity. Especially the Heavenly Emperor, if he could absorb and refine it, it would be comparable to refining several or even more heart of eternities. At that time, his cultivation base would surely skyrocket, and he would be able to break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign in one go. It wasn't impossible. Unfortunately, he had let them escape right under his nose. Sure enough, it was easy to defeat these Universe Lord, but it was extremely difficult to completely suppress them. Furthermore, after this battle, it would be even harder to deal with them in the future. Relying on the advantage of the realm, even he didn't dare to say that he would be able to defeat the weakest Divine Emperor. If it was the Heavenly Emperor, he might even be suppressed by him if he wasn't careful. Look at my memory, I almost forgot about him. Suddenly, Yang Fann patted his own forehead with some self-blame. Even though the Heavenly Emperor, the Tao Master, and the others had fled, Devil Emperor was still there. Although Devil Emperor's cultivation base could be said to be the lowest among the 9 great Universe Lord, and was only slightly stronger than the human sovereign realm, after devouring him, the harvest would only be much more than 1 heart of eternity. It was hard to say whether he was at the middle-level Universe Sovereign, but he was still confident that he would be able to reach the peak of the low-level Universe Sovereign. At that time, his combat strength would increase by another level. Although he might not be as strong as some middle-level Universe Lord warriors, he would not be much weaker than some quasi-middle-level Universe Lord warriors who had just broken through to the middle-level Universe Lord. The next second, Poochie, Yang Fann moved his body and quickly tore open the space. Roar, human ruler, you bastard, hear this emperor shall scram. Devil Emperor was in a frenzied state, and he let out a hysterical roar. He didn't hesitate to use the forbidden arts to forcefully increase his own strength. With his speed, he wanted to break through to the human sovereign realm. The battle between Yang Fann and the Heavenly Emperor did not escape from his spiritual sense. Initially, he thought that the Heavenly Emperor and the others would be able to suppress Yang Fann with irresistible force. Unexpectedly, the result was the exact opposite. At this moment, how could Devil Emperor dare to continue tangling with the human emperor? Once that monster arrived, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, at this moment, if Devil Emperor wanted to leave, he would need the human sovereign realm's permission. It wasn't easy for him to see a chance to completely suppress Devil Emperor. How could the human emperor be willing to let him leave just like that? Once Devil Emperor returned to Devil Domain, it would be difficult for them to suppress him anymore. Even if they gathered the too great power of Universe Lord, they wouldn't have much confidence. Roar, Devil Emperor, leave this Emperor here. Seal of Heaven and Earth, burn the human sovereign let out a ferocious laugh. He had already invested a lot of money, burning the supreme grade space treasure, the spatial origin of the Seal of Heaven and Earth. This was the most brutal way to use a supreme treasure. If it was light, it would cause its grade to drop drastically, and if it was heavy, it would directly become a waste, losing all of its power. Human Sovereign Realm warriors only had one top-grade space treasure like the Heaven and Earth Seal. If they exchanged it for Origin of Eternity, they could easily sell it for hundreds of thousands of trillion. Even if they sold many of Extreme Quasi-Universe Lords' they might not be able to gather so many Origin of Eternities. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, the Heaven and Earth Seal shone brightly, and the might of the Heaven and Earth barrier increased tenfold, more than 100 times. Ah, no, bastard, you're crazy. Devil Emperor let out a heart-wrenching wail. This was a top-grade space treasure, the entire eternal great world. They might not even be able to find 10 of them, but they would have to compete with their vital treasure. Human Emperor, this bastard, actually said that he would burn them. Burning them, he was determined to keep them here. Roar. Break for this Emperor. Bang, bang, bang. Devil Emperor crazily attacked. The devil flames were overflowing from his body and his terrifying strength was not any weaker than the low quasi-high-rank Universe Lord. However, what made Devil Emperor despair was that when his attack landed on the barrier, it only caused the barrier to distort and not even a crack could be seen on it. Under the burning of the Supreme Treasure's origin, the power of the Seal of Heaven and Earth had already surpassed the vital treasure of Great Universe Lord, and was now chasing after the original treasure. As for the original treasure, it was a supreme treasure that surpassed the universe treasure. It was the manifestation of the universe source, a supreme treasure that even middle-level Universe Lord warriors would go crazy over. Even the Heavenly Emperor, who was once the #1 person in the eternal great world, did not possess a single original treasure. What a powerful spatial seal. Good Yang Fann, get closer to the universe seal. He was immediately delighted. The surrounding space was extremely solid. Even if he wanted to break it, it would take him the time of a breath. A low-level Universe Lord like Devil Emperor, even if he had to put his life on the line, he didn't hesitate to shake his foundation and use the forbidden arts. In less than half the time it takes to burn an incense stick, half the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he wouldn't even be able to break the four-direction space. If it was only the human sovereign realm alone, not to mention the time it took for half a cup of tea to burn, even a year or half a year would be useless. However, with him, Yang Fann, they were two different concepts. He was definitely going to eat this Devil Emperor. Devil Emperor, obediently become my nourishment for my growth. Yang Fann's eyes were blazing hot, as if he was looking at the fattest and most beautiful prey. Rumble, he struck out with his palm, and a terrifying devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, devouring everything in its path. Bitch it, that bastard is here in an instant. An extremely dangerous aura swept across Devil Emperor's body. Roar, Netherworld Demon Lotus, block it for me. Boom. The dark light underneath Devil Emperor's feet erupted, turning into a dark lotus bed with millions of petals blooming. Endless dark light rose up, firmly blocking the devouring black hole's devouring. Devil Emperor, let's see how long you can last. Break for me. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's hands were like blades and his legs were like heavy hammers as he madly attacked. Every punch and every kick was a full-powered attack, and they were all low-level power of Universe Lords. Poochie poochie, poochie. Zero. The Netherworld Demon Lotus trembled intensely. The petals of the lotus fell unceasingly, and the dim darkness barrier was even extremely distorted. Faint and dense cracks faintly appeared on it. Damn it, how could this little flower be so strong? Devil Emperor looked anxious. Although he felt that he had overestimated Yang Fann's strength, when he really received Yang Fann's attack, he realized that he had still underestimated Yang Fann. Under such a fierce attack, not to mention the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he would not be able to hold on for even a minute. Yang Fann, it was this Emperor's fault before this. How about this? As long as you let this Emperor go, this Emperor is willing to offer 10,000 trillion Origin of Eternities to compensate for your loss. Devil Emperor finally chose to give in. He was stronger than others, and he had no choice but to give in. However, Devil Emperor's saber didn't stop attacking the barrier. 10 trillion origin of eternities. Are you trying to get rid of beggars? Yang Fann sneered. He continued to attack like a violent storm. 10,000 trillion origin of eternities was enough to buy his life. Did he really think Yang Fann was an idiot? It was not easy to fool him. With such a small amount of origin of eternities, even human sovereign realm warriors would not be able to make up for their losses. Yang Fann, 100,000 trillion Yang Fanns. 300,000 trillion 500,000 trillion 800,000 trillion 1 million trillion. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to offer you 1 million trillion origin of eternities. Devil Emperor gritted his teeth. 1 million trillion origin of eternities was almost all he had. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was unmoved. 1 million trillion origin of eternities was equivalent to over 100 top-level quasi-universe lord warriors. It was not even comparable to the energy of a single heart of eternity. Not to mention, once he suppressed Devil Emperor, everything that belonged to Devil Emperor would belong to him. Roar. Yang Fann, are you really going to be this ruthless? Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? Ah, bastard, this Emperor will fight you to the death. Netherworld Demon Lotus, Origin Ignition. Your final struggle, let's see how long you can last. Roar. Devil Emperor Blade Origin Ignition, break for this Emperor break. Ha 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 Devil Emperor, everything is over. Break for me bang. Ah, no, I am not willing to accept this I am not willing to accept this. C2168 Tremendous shock to the eternal world eternal great world, chaotic domain. Ah, no, I'm not willing to accept this I'm not willing to accept this. Devil Emperor let out an extremely unwilling wail. He, Devil Emperor, was the Emperor of the Devil Clan. The Master of Devil Domain, one of the 9 great universe Lord of the eternal great world. Even if the universe was destroyed, he wouldn't be destroyed. How could he just die here? In the hands of Human Jr., who had yet to grow all his hair. Regret, endless regret, like a surging river, it swept across Devil Emperor's soul. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have dared to challenge Yang Fann's dignity. Wasn't it just destroying the painstaking efforts of thousands of eras? This was not a big deal. Compared to his life, it was not worth mentioning at all. There was nothing he couldn't bear. Silence in the vast starry sky, for a moment, it was as silent as a grave. What did they see? Suppress one of the 9 great universe Lord, Devil Emperor, was suppressed just like that. Hong Long. This isn't a dream, is it? They couldn't believe it, they really couldn't believe it. This was even more unbelievable than the fact that Yang Fann had defeated the Heavenly Emperor and the Tao Lord had come. Since ancient times, Universe Lord was synonymous with invincibility. He had never heard of anyone ruthlessly suppressing Universe Lord. Illusion. Illusion. This must be the illusion of the original body. It must be the illusion of the original body. Within the void, Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air. God and Devil's body, which was as tall as an unknown number of light years, rapidly shrunk. Finally, he was able to suppress Devil Emperor. As expected, none of these Universe Lord were easy to deal with. If it was later at night, it was likely that all of his efforts would have been for naught, allowing Devil Emperor to break out of the seal. At the last moment, Devil Emperor didn't hesitate to pay any price. He burned the vital treasure, the source of Devil Emperor's saber, the power that Devil Emperor had unleashed. It was not much weaker than the legendary original treasure. It directly increased Devil Emperor's strength by more than 10 times. It was comparable to a top-grade low-level Universe Lord, compared to the number 1 expert in the eternal great world, the Heavenly Emperor. They were all even more powerful, at most 10 breaths of time. The entire barrier would completely collapse. In the next second, Yang Fann moved and appeared next to the human sovereign. Your Majesty, thank you for your help. I, Yang Fann, am very grateful. As he spoke, Yang Fann took all the treasures in Devil Emperor's inner world, including the nearly 1 million trillion origin of eternities. He kept all of them into a space treasure and handed it to Human Sovereign. This time, Human Sovereign had played a great role in suppressing Devil Emperor. If it wasn't for the fact that he had decisively ignited the space treasure, the origin of the Seal of Heaven and Earth was going to be destroyed. The Seal of Heaven and Earth was a top-grade space treasure, and it wanted to seal Devil Emperor. There was no way he could suppress Devil Emperor. Repaying a peach for a plum, no matter what Yang Fann did, he would never let the Human Sovereign suffer a loss. Not to mention, the Human Sovereign had stood firmly on his side from the beginning until the end. He would never forget this kindness in his heart. Yang Fann, This is too much. I didn't. The human emperor declined and suppressed Devil Emperor. From beginning to end, apart from destroying the heaven and earth seal, which was a top-grade space treasure, Hong Long. It was all because of Yang Fann. If Yang Fann divided the spoils of war into 2 or 3 layers, he would naturally accept it, but Yang Fann, he felt guilty for giving all of Devil Emperor's belongings to him. Putting aside the other treasures, just the 1 million trillion origin of eternities was enough to make up for his loss, and it was even more than that. Your Majesty, there's no need to decline. All of this is what you deserve. Yang Fann interrupted human sovereign's words and stuffed the space treasure into his hand. Compared to Devil Emperor, this space treasure was much more valuable. This amount of origin of eternity and many treasures were nothing. Yang Fann even felt that it was a little too little. After all, Devil Emperor's 2 most precious treasures, Devil Emperor's saber and the Netherworld Demon Lotus, had both burned their origin, causing their grade to drop drastically. They were not much better than some low-grade universe treasures. Forget it, Yang Fann, I'll be ashamed to accept it. Gulp. It's true. All of this is true. Devil Emperor. He was really suppressed. After a long time, the Quasi-Universe Lord finally believed this horrifying fact with all the Quasi-Universe Lords in the surroundings. Ah no. His Majesty Devil Emperor woo-woo-woo. How could this be? How could His Majesty Devil Emperor be like this? Woo-woo-woo. What should we do? What should we do now? His Majesty Devil Emperor. In an instant, all the venerables and devil kings of the Devil clan looked like they had lost their parents. Their minds had completely collapsed. The spiritual pillar in their hearts had collapsed. It was as if all their strength had been sucked out in an instant. Their eyes were lifeless, like a walking corpse. Ha 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 ha, we won, we won. His Majesty Yang Fann's divine might, His Majesty's divine might, His Majesty Yang Fann's divine might, His Majesty's divine might. On the contrary, the expert of the human race erupted with heaven-shaking cheers. They had won, they had actually won. From now on, in the starry sky of the universe, all the races in the universe should respect the human race. Ah, this isn't good. What am I doing? Run, run. Suddenly, the faces of many of the Devil clan's venerables changed, and their bodies shivered. Was this the time for self-pity? Human race was their Devil clan's mortal enemy. Without the protection of His Majesty Devil Emperor, the human race would surely let them go a chance to beat a drowning dog. Even if that monster Yang Fann didn't attack, the human sovereign realm alone would be enough to suppress all of them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in an instant, all the venerables and devil kings of Devil clan turned into rays of light and fled in all directions. Each of them used the forbidden arts to forcefully increase their speed. All the side effects were thrown out of their minds. Trying to escape, stay behind for this emperor. The cold shine in human emperor's eyes flashed. How could he let go of such an opportunity to capture all the Devil clans from the Devil clan in one fell swoop? Not only human emperor, but also the other human universe sovereigns. Ah, no, spare me. Human sovereign realm warriors spared their lives. Let me go, I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Ah. No human race life roar, I'm going to stake it all against you, explode for me. It's over, the Devil clan is completely finished around them, the universe sovereigns of the other races. Quasi-Universe Lord's heart was filled with concern. Path of Eternity. Devil clan had lost a large number of universe sovereigns, and with the addition of these thousands of Devil clan venerables, they had lost a lot of Devil clans. Devil King, the entire Devil clan, that could still survive was probably less than 100. Even compared to many of the top families, he was much weaker. Moreover, most of them were at the middle or low-level universe sovereign, and they didn't even need the humans to kill them all. The other major families could completely erase the Devil clan from the eternal world. The Devil clan had always been a lawless place, and they had killed countless people. He didn't know that he had offended them. There were so many major families, but with the presence of Universe Lord, Devil Emperor, no one dared to take revenge on them. But now, Devil Emperor had been ruthlessly suppressed. Not even a tenth of the venerables and Devil kings of the Devil clan were left alive. If they didn't take revenge on the Devil clan now, when would they? The heavens are going to change. In the future, there will only be 7 supreme races in the 8 most powerful races. Very quickly, the Heavenly Emperor, the Tao Lord 5 Universe Lord, was defeated by Yang Fann. The news of Devil Emperor being mercilessly suppressed spread to the chaotic domain and the entire eternal great world at lightning speed. Hiss. He defeated 5 Universe Lord and completely suppressed Devil Emperor. How is this possible? Gulp, gulp, not to be trifled with, not to be trifled with. From today onwards, the number one person in my eternal great world will be Yang Fann. Human, what a good human, there is a human emperor first. And now there is the even more abnormal Yang Fann. Could it be that the human race is really the beloved child of the great Tao? Ha ha ha, devil clan, you all have today as well. The great Tao has eyes, the great Tao has eyes. Men, gather all the combat weapons in your clan. Today, I will destroy that horn thorn devil clan. Kekaki kekaki, I've finally waited for this day to come. Four-armed horn devil, it's time for all of you to die. C 2168 Tremendous shock to the eternal world, eternal great world, chaotic domain. Ah, no, I'm not willing to accept this, I'm not willing to accept this. Devil Emperor let out an extremely unwilling wail. He, Devil Emperor, was the emperor of the Devil clan. The master of Devil domain, one of the 9 great universe, lord of the eternal great world. Even if the universe was destroyed, he wouldn't be destroyed. How could he just die here? In the hands of Human Jr., who had yet to grow all his hair. Regret, endless regret, like a surging river, it swept across Devil Emperor's soul. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have dared to challenge Yang Fann's dignity. Wasn't it just destroying the painstaking efforts of thousands of eras? This was not a big deal. Compared to his life, it was not worth mentioning at all. There was nothing he couldn't bear. Silence in the vast starry sky, for a moment, it was as silent as a grave. What did they see? Suppress one of the 9 great universe, lord, Devil Emperor, was suppressed just like that. Hong Long, this isn't a dream, is it? They couldn't believe it, they really couldn't believe it. This was even more unbelievable than the fact that Yang Fann had defeated the Heavenly Emperor and the Tao Lord had come. Since ancient times, Universe Lord was synonymous with invincibility. He had never heard of anyone ruthlessly suppressing Universe Lord. Illusion, illusion. This must be the illusion of the original body. It must be the illusion of the original body. Within the void, Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air. God and Devil's body, which was as tall as an unknown number of light years, rapidly shrunk. Finally, he was able to suppress Devil Emperor. As expected, none of these Universe Lord were easy to deal with. If it was later at night, it was likely that all of his efforts would have been for naught, allowing Devil Emperor to break out of the seal. At the last moment, Devil Emperor didn't hesitate to pay any price. He burned the vital treasure, the source of Devil Emperor's saber, the power that Devil Emperor had unleashed. It was not much weaker than the legendary original treasure. It directly increased Devil Emperor's strength by more than 10 times. It was comparable to a top-grade low-level Universe Lord, compared to the number 1 expert in the eternal great world, the Heavenly Emperor. They were all even more powerful, at most 10 breaths of time. The entire barrier would completely collapse. In the next second, Yang Fann moved and appeared next to the human sovereign. Your Majesty, thank you for your help. I, Yang Fann, am very grateful. As he spoke, Yang Fann took all the treasures in Devil Emperor's inner world, including the nearly 1 million trillion origin of eternities. He kept all of them into a space treasure and handed it to Human Sovereign. This time, Human Sovereign had played a great role in suppressing Devil Emperor. If it wasn't for the fact that he had decisively ignited the space treasure, the origin of the Seal of Heaven and Earth was going to be destroyed. The Seal of Heaven and Earth was a top-grade space treasure, and it wanted to seal Devil Emperor. There was no way he could suppress Devil Emperor. Repaying a peach for a plum, no matter what Yang Fann did, he would never let the Human Sovereign suffer a loss. Not to mention, the Human Sovereign had stood firmly on his side from the beginning until the end. He would never forget this kindness in his heart. Yang Fann, this is too much. I didn't. The Human Emperor declined and suppressed Devil Emperor. From beginning to end, apart from destroying the Heaven and Earth Seal, which was a top-grade space treasure, Hong Long. It was all because of Yang Fann. If Yang Fann divided the spoils of war into 2 or 3 layers, he would naturally accept it, but Yang Fann, he felt guilty for giving all of Devil Emperor's belongings to him. Putting aside the other treasures, just the 1 million trillion origin of eternities was enough to make up for his loss, and it was even more than that. Your Majesty, there's no need to decline. All of this is what you deserve. Yang Fann interrupted Human Sovereign's words and stuffed the space treasure into his hand. Compared to Devil Emperor, this space treasure was much more valuable. This amount of origin of eternity and many treasures were nothing. Yang Fann even felt that it was a little too little. After all, Devil Emperor's 2 most precious treasures, Devil Emperor Saber and the Netherworld Demon Lotus, had both burned their origin, causing their grade to drop drastically. They were not much better than some low-grade universe treasures. Forget it, Yang Fann, I'll be ashamed to accept it. Gulp. It's true. All of this is true. Devil Emperor. He was really suppressed. After a long time, the Quasi-Universe Lord finally believed this horrifying fact with all the Quasi-Universe Lords in the surroundings. Ah no. His Majesty Devil Emperor woo-woo-woo. How could this be? How could His Majesty Devil Emperor be like this? Woo-woo-woo. What should we do? What should we do now? His Majesty Devil Emperor. In an instant, all the venerables and devil kings of the devil clan looked like they had lost their parents. Their minds had completely collapsed. The spiritual pillar in their hearts had collapsed. It was as if all their strength had been sucked out in an instant. Their eyes were lifeless, like a walking corpse. Ha 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 ha, we won, we won. His Majesty Yang Fann's divine might, His Majesty's divine might, His Majesty Yang Fann's divine might, His Majesty's divine might. On the contrary, the expert of the human race erupted with heaven-shaking cheers. They had won, they had actually won. From now on, in the starry sky of the universe, all the races in the universe should respect the human race. Ah, this isn't good. What am I doing? Run, run. Suddenly, the faces of many of the devil clan's venerables changed, and their bodies shivered. Was this the time for self-pity? Human race was their devil clan's mortal enemy. Without the protection of His Majesty Devil Emperor, the human race would surely let them go a chance to beat a drowning dog. Even if that monster Yang Fann didn't attack, the human sovereign realm alone would be enough to suppress all of them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in an instant, all the venerables and devil kings of Devil Clan turned into rays of light and fled in all directions. Each of them used the forbidden arts to forcefully increase their speed. All the side effects were thrown out of their minds. Trying to escape, stay behind for this emperor. The cold shine in human emperor's eyes flashed. How could he let go of such an opportunity to capture all the devil clans from the devil clan in one fell swoop? Not only human emperor, but also the other human universe sovereigns. Ah, no, spare me. Human sovereign realm warriors spared their lives. Let me go, I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Ah. No human race life roar, I'm going to stake it all against you, explode for me. It's over, the devil clan is completely finished. Around them, the universe sovereigns of the other races. Quasi-Universe Lord's heart was filled with concern. Path of Eternity. Devil Clan had lost a large number of universe sovereigns, and with the addition of these thousands of Devil Clan venerables, they had lost a lot of Devil Clans. Devil King, the entire Devil Clan that could still survive was probably less than 100. Even compared to many of the top families, he was much weaker. Moreover, most of them were at the middle or low-level universe sovereign, and they didn't even need the humans to kill them all. The other major families could completely erase the Devil Clan from the eternal world. The Devil Clan had always been a lawless place, and they had killed countless people. He didn't know that he had offended them. There were so many major families, but with the presence of Universe Lord, Devil Emperor, no one dared to take revenge on them. But now, Devil Emperor had been ruthlessly suppressed. Not even a tenth of the venerables and Devil Kings of the Devil Clan were left alive. If they didn't take revenge on the Devil Clan now, when would they? The heavens are going to change. In the future, there will only be 7 supreme races in the 8 most powerful races. Very quickly, the Heavenly Emperor, the Tao Lord 5 Universe Lord, was defeated by Yang Fann. The news of Devil Emperor being mercilessly suppressed spread to the chaotic domain and the entire eternal great world at lightning speed. Hiss. He defeated 5 Universe Lord and completely suppressed Devil Emperor. How is this possible? Gulp, gulp. Not to be trifled with, not to be trifled with. From today onwards, the number 1 person in my eternal great world will be Yang Fann. Human, what a good human. There is a human emperor first. And now there is the even more abnormal Yang Fann. Could it be that the human race is really the beloved child of the great Tao? Ha ha ha, Devil Clan, you all have today as well. The great Tao has eyes, the great Tao has eyes. Men, gather all the combat weapons in your clan. Today, I will destroy that horn-thorn Devil Clan. Kekaki, I've finally waited for this day to come. 4-armed horn devil, it's time for all of you to die. C 2169 Control of Demon Territory, Eternal Great World, Celestial Domain, Heavenly Emperor World. What a good Yang Fann. Even Devil Emperor was killed by him. The Heavenly Emperor furrowed his brows. The heavens and earth were created. For tens of thousands of eras, Universe Lord was synonymous with invincibility. There had never been a Universe Lord that was suppressed by someone. But now, this destiny was broken just like that. Unknowingly, the Heavenly Emperor's heart was filled with sorrow. Now, Devil Emperor was being suppressed. It was hard to say when it would be his turn. That monster had such a terrifying strength the moment he advanced to Universe Lord. If he was given another few hundred to 1,000 eras to cultivate, it might even be possible for him to break through to the middle-level Universe Lord. Sigh, from now on, the title of the strongest clan in the eternal world will be given to us. The Heavenly Emperor's heart was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. He thought that the Heavenly Emperor, as the #1 Universe Lord in the universe, had cultivated bitterly for nearly 20,000 eras. Yet, he still couldn't compare to this hair-raising boy. What kind of irony was this? Dao territory, Great Dao Palace. Devil Clan has fallen this time, they've completely fallen. The master smiled bitterly. Without Devil Emperor, the Devil Clan would be like a tiger without claws and claws, let alone losing so many universe sovereigns and demon king experts. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Devil Clan existed in name only. If there's no need, I'd better not leave my Dao domain in the future soon, the master made up his mind. Although his cultivation base was slightly stronger than Devil Emperor's, it was only slightly stronger. If Yang Fann could suppress Devil Emperor, it was also possible that Yang Fann could suppress him. The previous intimidation had offended Dark Star. Why am I being blinded by pig oil? Isn't it just a heavenly star Taoist? Is it really worth it to offend Universe Lord for him? Phoenix Domain, Phoenix Heavenly Palace. Sigh, how could this be? Could this human really be the illegitimate child of the Great Path? Why does the Great Tao favor humans so much? The Phoenix Emperor let out a long sigh, and in her eyes, she could not figure it out. She really could not figure it out. In terms of talent and foundation, in the 8 most powerful races, the human clan was undisputed at the bottom. Not to mention comparing them to the 7 great supreme races, but also comparing them to many high-rank races. They were all inferior to the human race. They were born with humble origins. Not to mention that there are no innate abilities, but the result is, it was such a lowly race that first produced the human emperor, Universe Lord. And now, there was a monster like Yang Fann. On the other hand, the Phoenix clan was a clan of divine beasts that had existed since the beginning of the world. They were pure-blooded phoenixes. They were born as domain gods, and when they matured, they were the rulers. Yet, they were being ridden by such a lowly race. The Great Tao was so unfair, so unfair. Dragon Realm, Dragon God Palace. The human race has truly risen to prominence. This time the Dragon Monarch was filled with emotion. Back then, the human race had to rely on the support of the Dragon Clan to be able to fight against the Devil Clan. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, not only had they surpassed the Dragon Clan, even the strongest race, the Heaven race, had been trampled under the feet of the human race. The world was unpredictable, the world was truly unpredictable. Even now, he felt as if he had fallen into a dream. Which domain? Wu God Palace. This Yang Fann is really a monster. Sigh, what a pity for the Devil domain. A trace of regret flashed across Wu God's eyes. The current Devil domain was like a fat piece of meat on a chopping board. Anyone could take a bite of it. If it was any other time, he would stick his hand into it no matter what. However, this matter was related to Yang Fann. It could only be said that he couldn't afford to offend Yang Fann. Although the Witch clan could run amok, it didn't mean that their brains were full of muscles. Even the Heavenly Emperor and the Tao Master, 5 Universe Lord, wouldn't be able to last more than an incense stick of time in the hands of that monster, Yang Fann. Wu God was slightly weaker than the Heavenly Emperor. He was even slightly weaker than the monster Yang Fann. The gap between them wasn't small at all. God Realm, God Emperor Palace. Bitch it, this little son Yang Fann. He has just broken through, and he already has a limit of low-level power of Universe Lords. He can even be called a monster in the great chaotic world. Divine Emperor gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. In this little son Yang Fann, he will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. In the past, with just a single strike from Devil Emperor, he was able to destroy all 18 major realms of the Devil Clan. Today, I have completely offended him. He will definitely not let this matter rest. With my cultivation base, even with the help of the realm, facing that brat, the outcome will most likely be 50-50. Once he breaks through to the middle-level Universe Lord, even fleeing will be an extravagant hope. No, I can't just sit there and wait for my death suddenly. A ruthless look flashed across Divine Emperor's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. It seemed like this was the only way. Little son Yang Fann said, "You are the one who forced me to do this. You are the one who forced me to do this. Eternal Great World, Devil Domain. Let's go now. What are you packing up for? Your life is almost gone, hurry up and leave Wuwu. How could this be? His Majesty Devil Emperor, how could he? How could it be? Wuwu. There were not many major changes in the ordinary Devil Clan, but those high-level Devil Clan with the Universe Sovereign were like ants on a hot pan, running in circles anxiously. Many of them even fled in panic, not daring to stay in Devil Domain for long. No one could guarantee that Dark Star would kill his way to the Devil Domain at any time. If he didn't run, would he stay and wait for his death? Even the invincible Emperor in their hearts was mercilessly suppressed, let alone these small fries. The power of dimensions could only be exerted by Devil Emperor's Imperial Censor. With their limited authority, they couldn't even unleash 1/10,000th of the power of the will of Devil Domain. They could barely fight a quasi-Universe Lord, but to fight a Universe Lord and suppress their abnormal monster was just a pipe dream. Poochie. The void in Devil Domain started twisting, and Yang Fann took a step out from it. In the Eternal World, even if it was a top Everworld, the current Yang Fann didn't put him in his eyes, but the Devil Domain was different. This was the lair of Devil Emperor. One of the 9 major domains of the Eternal Great World. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a miniature Eternal World. Possessing the Devil Domain would be a great help to Yang Fann. Not to mention the huge amount of resources in the Devil Domain. When combined, it would definitely be even more powerful than a Heart of Eternity. In the next second, rumble, the strength of soul that was more than 10 times more terrifying than the Heavenly Emperor burst out from Yang Fanshihai's body. In an instant, it covered the entire Devil Domain and searched carefully. Bang bang. Whether it was the Venerable One of the Devil Clan or the Venerable One of the various races who wanted to beat the crap out of them, they were all crushed to the ground. Under the terrifying strength of soul, they were like lowly aphids, unable to put up any resistance at all. Gulp gulp. I'm afraid. Frightening, truly terrifying. Zero. It's coming. It's coming. Dark Star had arrived. Woo woo woo. He's dead for sure. We are dead for sure. Woo woo woo. Why did I lose my head? How dare he try to snatch the food from Dark Star's mouth? Is it because I don't want to die fast enough, or is it because of something? Time passed, seconds after seconds. Soon, it was a day later. Boom. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, found it destroy it rumble. The soul turned into a blade and slashed at Devil Emperor's wisp of origin will. Arg. In the darkness, a miserable wail sounded in the ears of all the living beings in Devil Domain. The next second, wang, wang, hum, Yang Fann's mind was in an endless state of mind. He went deep into the origin of the Devil Domain and branded his soul's will into it. In an instant, Yang Fann's strength increased exponentially. It seemed like everything in the Devil Domain was under his control. At this moment, if he were to face the Heavenly Emperor, Tao Master, and the other 5 Universe Lord, he was confident that he would be able to suppress all of them, leaving none of them alive. Powerful, incomparably powerful. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. The next second, boom 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 boom, mountains and rivers changed, spiritual energy surged, and all living things were revived. The dense Devil Domains that covered the Devil Domain were like stains that were quickly washed away. The mountain of Devil Cheese was filled with danger zones and death lands, turning into immortal mountains and blessed lands. They were beautiful and filled with immortal energy. C2170. The origin of the universe has appeared. Eternal Great World, Devil Domain. Looking at the changed Devil Domain, Yang Fann smiled with satisfaction. He wasn't from the Devil Clan, and he didn't cultivate the Devil Dao. That ghastly appearance of the Devil Chi, how could he look at it? How could he be unhappy about it? It was true that the Devil Clan had turned this immortal mountain into a land of spiritual energy. They weren't afraid of being frightened by it. Now, it was full of spiritual energy and immortal chi. The appearance of an immortal paradise was much more pleasing to the eye. In the next second, Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared into the void. Once again, he reappeared and entered Devil Emperor's lair, Devil Emperor Palace. He didn't find trouble with the Devil Clan in Devil Domain. They were just a bunch of ants that weren't even top-level Universe Sovereign warriors. Yang Fann really couldn't raise his desire to fight them. To put it bluntly, Yang Fann wasn't interested in devouring even some low-grade quasi-universe lord. A low-grade quasi-universe lord. With the strength of origin, he would at most have a few trillion cubic meters of origin of eternity. But now, if he wanted to make a big breakthrough, he would need at least a few 100 million cubic meters of origin of eternity. With just a low-grade quasi-universe lord, he would be able to devour 1,000 of them. It would still be very difficult for him to make a breakthrough. He might as well keep these Devil Clan as the whetstone for the human race. Without Devil Emperor, the Devil Clan, which had lost a large amount of Devil Clans, wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. This was also the intention of the human sovereign realm. Once the human race lost their enemies, it was very likely that they would bring disaster to the desolate wall, and they had no choice but to defend against it. Ah, we are not dead, we are not dead. Woo woo woo. That's great, we survived, we survived. No need to die, we don't have to die. Woo woo woo. It's so good to be alive, it's so good to be alive. Sensing the terrifying spiritual sense enveloping their bodies disappearing without a trace, the group of Devil Clan venerables. There were also spiritual senses that wanted to take advantage of the situation, and all of them broke out into cheers, as if they had just survived a disaster. For someone like Yang Fann, if he didn't kill them now, it would be impossible for him to attack them. Universe Lord had his own pride. But for safety's sake, it's better to leave this place as soon as possible. Yang Fann would let them off once, but that didn't mean that he would allow them to continue occupying every part of Devil Domain. Devil Emperor Palace, Devil Emperor's Treasure Vault. Devil Emperor, don't disappoint me. Yang Fann looked at the entrance of the treasure vault and narrowed his eyes. The next second, rumble, the eternal world within Yang Fann's body trembled slightly. A terrifying strength of world swept out, destroying everything in its path. Swoosh swoosh poochie. The layers of magic formations that could withstand the attacks of Universe Lord were like paper that was easily crushed by Yang Fann. Under the enhancement of the will of Devil Domain, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 10 times. Even if he was a middle-level Universe Lord, he was confident that he would be able to fight him. The terrifying power that was comparable to a middle-level Universe Lord was not something that a mere Devil Seal could withstand. 10 breaths later, boom boom boom, the door of the treasure vault slowly opened, and endless treasure lights shot out from the crack in the door. It was dazzling and dazzling to the extreme. Hiss. This was Devil Emperor's collection. Although he had already thought that Devil Emperor's collection must be an endless amount of treasures, when he saw everything in the treasure vault, Yang Fann couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The collection of top-level quasi-universe lord treasures that he had captured was not even 1 in 10,000. Even if it was given to Devil Emperor, the human sovereign realm, it would still be far from enough. Just the origin of eternity alone was more than 1,000,000 trillion cubic meters. With all the other supreme treasures and natural treasures combined together, even without 5 million trillion cubic meters of origin of eternity, it would still be more than 3 million cubic meters. Yang Fann had painstakingly plundered for so long. If he didn't include that heart of eternity, it wouldn't even be a fraction of the treasure vault. As expected of one of the greatest overlords of the eternal great world. The wealth of his wealth was far beyond the imagination of the world. Furthermore, was this all of Devil Emperor's belongings? A cunning rabbit has 3 holes. These old monsters who had lived for countless eras, how could they not arrange some backup plans for themselves? In the future, even if there were any mishaps, they would still have the capital to make a comeback and come back again. Unfortunately, those resources did not have much hope anymore. Quasi-Universe Lord, even extreme Quasi-Universe Lord, Yang Fann was fully confident that he could conduct a soul search. However, Yang Fann didn't dare to take such a risk for a Universe Lord like Devil Emperor. At least, before he advanced to the middle-level Universe Sovereign, Yang Fann wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. If he forcefully searched his soul, he might suffer a backlash if he wasn't careful. He might be affected by Devil Emperor's memories, and might even be turned around by Devil Emperor. An old monster like Devil Emperor couldn't be underestimated. No one could guarantee that he had some trump card that could corrode his soul and corrode his memories. Amongst the myriad of races in the world, even if the Devil Clan couldn't be considered the number 1 expert in the Tao of Soul, they could still enter the top 10. That is. Suddenly, Yang Fann's body trembled, and an indescribable joy flashed across his face. His eyes were fixed on a purple treasure box, and countless seals were engraved on the surface of the box. Within the box lay a fist-sized chaotic crystal ball. It couldn't be wrong. The universe source was actually the universe source that he had inherited from his memories, the great universe's eternal divine arts. He had inherited it for tens of millions of years, but unfortunately, he was unable to break through to the beginning due to the lack of the universe source. Previously, if he could break through to the divine arts beginning, how could he let the Heavenly Emperor and 5 universe lords slip away right under his nose? One should know that the eternal divine arts was only a beginning, and the pure strength of body alone was enough to kill universe lord. At that time, he would be able to unleash all of his combat strength, and even those middle-level universe lord warriors wouldn't be a match for him, let alone those 5 heavenly sovereigns who were only at the quasi-top grade. Sigh, what a pity. Not long after, a hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The chaotic crystal ball in front of him was indeed a universe source, but in terms of quantity, it was far from enough. In order to ensure the eternal existence of the divine arts beginning, one needed at least 1 cubic meter of universe source. As for this ball of universe source, let alone 1 cubic meter, it was not even 1 cubic thousandth of a cubic meter 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 of a cubic meter. Perhaps there are other universe sources in this treasure vault. Unwillingness surfaced in Yang Fann's heart. The spiritual sense penetrated his body and searched the treasure vault carefully. There were many treasures inside. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Yang Fann's face was filled with disappointment. He had searched through the entire treasure vault and was only 3 feet away from digging the ground. In the end, not to mention the second universe source, he did not even see the shadow of the universe source. It seemed like Devil Emperor really only had this one universe source. But at least it proved that there was indeed a universe source in the eternal great world. Among the 9 great universe lord, Devil Emperor could be considered to be the weakest among them. Moreover, he had only achieved Tao verification for 3,000 eras. His strength and foundation were far from being comparable to the Heavenly Emperor and the others. Even Devil Emperor was able to collect a universe source. The Heavenly Emperor and the others had at least 8 to 9 universe sources in their possession, perhaps even more than one. Perhaps, he might even be able to plunder all the universe sources in their hands. He was not far away from the eternal divine arts beginning of the great universe. After letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann did not think much about it. Although he did not know if the Heavenly Emperor and the others had the ability to use the universe source, he was certain that it was absolutely impossible to obtain the universe source from their hands with empty words. At that time, he would definitely have to fight with them. The top priority right now was to convert the resources in his hands into strength. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would be impossible for him to snatch the universe source from the Heavenly Emperor and the others. In the next second, buzz, Yang Fann moved his spiritual consciousness. All the treasures in the treasure vault, except for the vast ocean of origin of eternities, were kept into his inner world. Especially the universe source, which was kept by Yang Fann in a serious manner. One breath later, bang, Yang Fann jumped into the sea of origin of eternities. Boom boom boom. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique circulated to its limit. All the pores on his body turned into square devouring black holes, crazily devouring the surrounding origin of eternities. What's going on? How could it be? C2171 top-level low-level universe supreme expert eternal world, Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace. Yang Fann frowned slightly. Nearly 100 cubic meters of origin of eternity per second. 8,600,000 square cubic meters of origin of eternity per day, and nearly 2 billion square cubic meters of origin of eternity per year. This speed could not be described as not terrifying. Once this news spread out, it would be terrifying. Countless origin of eternities would be scared to death. One should know that even the Heavenly Emperor might not be able to refine 10,000 cubic meters of origin of eternities in a year. However, Yang Fann was not satisfied with this at all. 1 year was only close to 2 billion cubic meters of origin of eternities. If he wanted to completely absorb and refine nearly 1 million cubic meters of origin of eternities, he would need close to 400 million years. Even if his cultivation base made a breakthrough in the future and his devouring speed improved, he would need at least 300 million years. Compared to a single heart of eternity, 1 million cubic meters of origin of eternity was not even comparable to the energy of the first layer of the heart of eternity. But before Yang Fann refined the heart of eternity. That was all. Comparing the two, it was like comparing heaven and earth. One in the ground, the difference was more than 10,000 miles. Something was not right. Something was not right at all. Could it be that the Cost Lord's great Tao of Devour had regressed? Bitch it, I forgot, I'm no longer in the God domain. Suddenly, Yang Fann slapped his own forehead and reacted. The eternal great world was different from the divine realm, it didn't have the special laws of the divine realm supporting it. Currently, he was completely relying on his own strength to absorb and refine this origin of eternity, so his speed naturally fell by more than 100 times. In the next second, Yang Fann smiled bitterly in his heart. This time, I have to suffer a lot. Just this million trillion origin of eternities would require 300 to 400 million years of his time, not to mention that he still had Devil Emperor, the universe's master, in his hands. Without a few billion years, he would not be able to come out of seclusion smoothly. Thinking about how he was born until now, it had only been 300 million years, but now, he had to enter seclusion for billions of years. Just thinking about it made him feel bitter. Unfortunately, Yang Fann didn't have a good idea about this. Path of Eternity had disappeared without a trace. Even with his strength of soul, he couldn't find any trace of it. It was as if it didn't exist in this world. Of course, even if he discovered the Path of Eternity, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take a step further than the lightning pool. Since the Path of Eternity could expel him from the God domain so easily, it was obvious that the power wasn't something he could fight against now. Sigh. Yang Fann let out a faint sigh. He did not think too much about it. It could not be changed. In that case, he could only accept his fate. He couldn't give up on refining these origin of eternities and devouring Devil Emperor just because he had been in seclusion for too long. Boom boom boom. Countless devouring black holes once again began to circulate, crazily devouring the origin of eternities in the surroundings. Large amounts of origin of eternities continuously flowed into Yang Fann's body through the Yang Fanns, pouring into the vast eternal world, stabilizing the foundation of the eternal world, causing it to slowly expand in all directions. Time passed year by year. In human domain, Supreme Court, numerous universe sovereigns led a large number of human experts to migrate to Devil domain. They occupied numerous immortal mountains and blessed lands, opening up numerous divine city and reproducing. This was also the agreement between Yang Fann and Human Emperor. In the entire Devil domain, except for the core of Devil Emperor's world, all the other major worlds were governed by the human sovereign court. As for Yang Fann, he was just a shopkeeper who let go of all his responsibilities. Every major world in the Devil domain would receive half of the profits every year, and he would unconditionally send them to the Devil Emperor world in Yang Fann's hands. Yang Fann's subordinates were still a little weak. After tens of millions of years, each and every one of them had improved a lot. However, it wasn't easy to break through to the next realm. Apart from Long Wu and the other three great universe sovereign, no one else had broken through to the next realm. It was still possible for them to take charge of the Devil Emperor realm, but it was still far from enough to take control of the entire Devil domain. One had to know that the Devil domain was vast, and it was even larger than the human domain. It couldn't possibly allow a half-step sovereign to become the master of a great world. Yang Fann couldn't afford to lose face, so he might as well become an officer and let the human sovereign court worry about these trivial matters. With his current strength, he couldn't afford to lose face. As long as the human sovereign court wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, there was no way he would betray the human sovereign court and take away his share of resources. Not to mention that there was also the realm's will as a regulator. Whoever dared to extend their hands would simply feel that their lives were too long. After taking control of the resources of two regions, the strength of the human race was like a snowball that was rapidly expanding. One after another, young experts emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain. There were also a large number of high-rank races that surrendered to the human race's imperial court, and even a quasi-universe lord. A good bird chooses a tree to live on. Yang Fann had just broken through, and he was already able to suppress 9 great universe lord. If he was given another few hundred or even a few thousand eras, it would be terrible. At that time, perhaps the entire eternal great world and even the entire universe would have to respect the human race. Adding flowers to a brocade was far from being as timely as providing charcoal in the snow. Currently, the human race did not have a single quasi-universe lord. Once they joined the human race, they would be the first quasi-universe lord. Even if there were other quasi-universe lord who joined the human race in the future, the human race wouldn't treat them unfairly. In less than 100 million years, the overall strength of the human race had increased by nearly 5 levels. Even if Yang Fann wasn't included, the overall strength of the human race had already surpassed the Dragon Clan. The Phoenix Clan was only below the Heaven and Witch Clan. On the other hand, the Devil Clan had become a street rat. Everyone was clamoring for a fight. Less than a tenth of the Devil Clan had survived. Most of the remaining Devil Clan had chosen to leave the eternal Great World. Although the resources in the Great Realm were scarce, they were still heading to the 3000 Great Realm. It was almost impossible to give birth to Universe Sovereigns, top dominator. Half-step Sovereign was the limit. Once they took root in the 3000 Great Realm, their strength would only get weaker and weaker. In the end, they would become a member of the Great Realm and lose the chance to return to the Eternal World. However, it was still better than dying immediately. There was only hope when one was alive. It was hard to say when the human race would suffer such a huge setback. 300 million years later. Boom boom boom. The aura around Yang Fann's body increased crazily and steadily. After devouring nearly 950 trillion origin of eternities, Yang Fann, who was already at the peak of the low-level Universe Sovereign, finally took that crucial step and broke through to the peak of the low-level Universe Sovereign in one go. Luckily, Yang Fann was in seclusion in Devil Emperor's palace. As the Devil Palace that Devil Emperor had carefully built, the grade of Devil Emperor's palace was no less than some top-grade universe treasures. With the suppression of the realm's will, it could easily suppress the phenomenon that happened when Yang Fann broke through. If he broke through in chaotic domain, that terrifying pressure would definitely destroy a large realm. God Realm, God Emperor Palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large number of natural treasures were refined into mysterious array flags by Divine Emperor. A terrifying grand array that seemed to envelop a great world was slowly taking form. Little son Yang Fann, just you wait. Your death date is about to arrive. Very quickly, another 8 million years passed. After breaking through a rank, Yang Fann's devouring speed increased by quite a bit. The remaining 50,000 trillion origin of eternities were devoured by Yang Fann in a short 8 million years. Unfortunately, these 50,000 trillion origin of eternities were like a stream of water. They did not even stir up any waves, let alone a small realm. He didn't even see the shadow of a peak low-level Universe Sovereign mid-stage, which allowed him to stabilize his cultivation base. Wang! A ray of light flashed. A Heaven Lord appeared in front of Yang Fann, a high-level Heaven Lord. One Yang Fann had no interest in devouring those intermediate, low-grade, quasi-universe lord, and quasi-universe lord Heaven Lords. He only had a few trillion, or even a few dozen trillion origin of eternities. They were not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 3,020 million years. Poochie. The last top-level quasi-universe lord was completely crushed into powder. The next second, whoosh, a demonic light cut through the void, and Devil Emperor appeared in front of Yang Fann. Devil Emperor, don't disappoint me. Whether I can advance or not will depend on you. See 2172 Goddess Treasure Hunting Group. Eternal World, Devil Domain, Devil Emperor Palace. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Universe Lord was a quasi-universe lord, and the difference between them was just a word, but a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. This was a creature that was on two different levels of life. To put it bluntly, even if there were 100 or 1,000 extreme quasi-universe lord, it would still be difficult for them to compare with a real universe lord. Not to mention, Devil Emperor was not as simple as universe lord, he was just a step away from breaking through to the intermediate. He was a quasi-intermediate low-level universe lord. The strength of origin in his body was twice as strong as universe lords, who had just broken through. He had absorbed and refined the strength of origin. Even if this Devil Emperor couldn't compare with refining two Heart of Eternity, he wouldn't be much weaker. I just don't know what realm this Devil Emperor can raise my cultivation base to, but I wonder if he can help me break through to the middle-level Universe Sovereign in one go. Although he knew that this wasn't a very big possibility, the bottleneck between the intermediate and low-level Universe Sovereign wasn't something that could be easily overcome. Yang Fann still had a trace of anticipation in his heart. What if he really succeeded? At that time, his combat strength wouldn't be much weaker than those middle-level Universe Lord warriors. Even if he forcefully broke through, he believed that he would have a high chance of victory in Celestial Domain and Tao Domain. At least, if he couldn't defeat them, he would be able to retreat with ease. How dare he threaten and besiege me, the Heavenly Emperor, the Tao Master, Divine Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor. I will always remember this score in my heart. One day, I will settle this score with them. Furthermore, Yang Fann believed that this day would not be too long ago. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann concentrated. With all his concentration, he circulated the heaven swallowing earth devouring great technique to the limit and began to refine Devil Emperor with all his might. Boom 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 boom. Waves of extremely pure strength of origin gushed out from Devil Emperor's body. It was like numerous origin dragons were rushing into Yang Fann's body through the Yang Fanns. Hiss. Universe Lord is Universe Lord. As expected, he is not someone those quasi-Universe Lord warriors can compare with. In an instant, Yang Fann's body trembled, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. The purity of Devil Emperor's strength of origin was 100 times, or even 1,000 times purer than the origin of eternity. It was on a completely different level, and it was even slightly better than the heart of eternity. Yang Fann's cultivation base began to rise at a speed that could be seen with his naked eyes. A peak low-level universe sovereign early stage. Peak low-level universe sovereign early stage. Top grade low-level universe sovereign mid-stage. Peak low-level universe sovereign mid-stage. Late grade low-level universe sovereign. Peak late low-level universe sovereign. Time passed quickly. 2 billion years had passed. Devil Emperor had lost a lot of weight. He had lost nearly 3 levels of his origin, and his cultivation base had dropped to the low-grade late stage. Hong Long. All of a sudden, Yang Fann's aura skyrocketed once again, and the energy within his body started to grow like a tsunami. He was at the limit of the low-level universe sovereign. After 2 billion years of hard work and absorbing nearly 3 levels of Devil Emperor's origin, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally broken through to another level. A million years later, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes. Divine light glittered in his eyes, as if countless worlds were being destroyed in his eyes. There are still 6.5 levels of origin left. Sure enough, it won't be easy to break through to the middle-level universe sovereign in one go. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 5 billion years. Devil Emperor was no longer human. He was like a bag of bones, unable to find a single piece of flesh. It was as if a gust of wind could make him fall to the ground. His cultivation base seemed to have dropped slightly from Universe Lords. 3 billion years had passed, and Yang Fann had devoured nearly 6 layers of the strength of origin. In at most 5 years and 100 million months, Yang Fann would be able to completely refine Devil Emperor. God Domain, God Emperor Palace. The mysterious grand formation that was as vast as a great world was finally fully formed. Little son Yang Fann, your death is coming. A trace of ferociousness flashed across Divine Emperor's face. He looked like an evil ghost from hell, making one's hair stand on end. The next second, one mysterious rune after another. Numerous mysterious Divine Emperors burst out from Divine Emperor's body. They shone brightly, making him look holy and unparalleled. He was mumbling something in his mouth, as if he was worshipping something sincerely. 2 hours later, boom! A terrifying pressure that made many low-grade Universe Lord tremble spread out from the mysterious grand formation. Bang! Divine Emperor bent his right leg. He knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Ignates greets Godfather." Fortunately, there was only one Divine Emperor in the entire Divine Hall. Otherwise, countless people would have been scared to death. Divine Emperor was one of the 9 great Universe Lord in the present world, one of the top expert in the eternal great world. Who could accept him kneeling down? Even the number 1 person in the universe, Yang Fann, was far from qualified to do so. Although Divine Emperor was no match for Yang Fann, he could still defeat Divine Emperor. He wanted to leave, but Yang Fann couldn't stop him unless he could obtain another top-grade space treasure. It was just a top-grade space treasure. How could it be so easy to encounter it? Since the birth of the eternal great world, the number of top-grade space treasures had never exceeded 2 hands. Not to mention, in the Divine Realm, Divine Emperor could even suppress Yang Fann. Ignates, my child, you actually discovered an original universe. 9 Universe Lord have already been born. However, they were all low-level Universe Lord, and there was no Universe Lord who unified the entire original universe and defended King of the Universe. Even with the support of the Cosmic Will, it was nothing. Ignates, prepare yourself. I will send Brumo over immediately. Hiss. It's actually Brumo, Commander-in-Chief. Divine Emperor couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this. Commander-in-Chief Brumo was one of the 4 great commander-in-chief of their clan. He was Godfather's right-hand man, and his strength was more than 10,000 times greater than his. When he left, he was already a middle-level universe lord. After so many eras had passed, Commander-in-Chief Brumo, even if he hadn't broken through to the high-level universe lord, he wouldn't be much weaker. The next second, a cruel smile appeared on Divine Emperor's face. Little son Yang Fann, just wait for Death 3. Chaotic Domain, Great Desolate Realm. This was an ancient realm with a history of thousands of eras. Among the more than 200 great realms in Chaotic Domain, the Great Desolate Realm was ranked in the top 10. There were 268 eternal worlds in the entire realm. On the surface, there were more than 400 universe sovereign. Even though they had just experienced the path of eternity and lost a lot of universe sovereign, the total number of universe sovereign in the heavenly desolate realm was still above 400 people. The ruler of this realm, Sovereign Tian Huang, was a powerful extreme top-level universe sovereign. There was only a slight gap between him and the quasi-universe lord. In the heavenly desolate eternal world, relying on the authority of a sector lord, even many low-grade quasi-universe lord might not be a match for him. Shamama, this was a peak-grade divine mountain in the heavenly desolate great realm. It did not belong to any eternal world. Legend had it that this Shamama was the Tao field of Old Ancestor Hong Lan. Old Ancestor Hong Lan was a quasi-universe lord from 3,500 eras ago. He wasn't even an ordinary low-grade quasi-universe lord. His cultivation base had already reached the middle-rank quasi-universe lord realm. However, when the Path of Eternity opened for the 3rd time, he entered the Path of Eternity and never returned. In the past 3,500 eras, countless experts had entered deep into the Shamama, wanting to enter Ancestor Hong Lan's dojo and seize Ancestor Hong Lan's inheritance. Among them, there was no lack of top-level universe sovereign, and even Sovereign Tian Huang had entered the Shamama more than once. Unfortunately, everyone had returned empty-handed, and they didn't even see the shadow of Ancestor Hong Lan's dojo. Shamama, in front of an inconspicuous valley. Yang Fann, who was dressed in white, looked at the ordinary-looking small valley. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. I have finally found Old Ancestor Hong Lan's Tao Arena. And beside Yang Fann, there were 4 beautiful women dressed in colorful luo kyun. Each and every one of them had a top dominator cultivation base. In the Great Desolate Realm, they could be considered as an expert. This was the treasure hunting group that Yang Fann had formed, the Goddess Treasure Hunting Group. Unlike Yunuo and the other girls, they were almost unwilling to leave Yang Fann's inner world. Even in the inner world, the girls only saw a small part of it. The attraction of the eternal great world to them was really relaxing. Along with Yang Fann's advancement to the universe sovereign, the inner world had transformed into the eternal world, and its area had expanded by more than 10,000 times. Its area was so vast that it was comparable to the human domain, which was one of the 9 domains. It was just that Yang Fann loved to move. No matter how vast the inner world was, it would not be able to calm her heart of taking risks everywhere. Regarding this, Yang Fann also let her character be. Today was different from the past. Currently, he was virtually the uncrowned king of the eternal great world. He had given him many life-saving means. As long as he didn't enter the domain controlled by Universe Lord, Yang Fann would be able to hold on for some time in Chaotic Domain even if the Heavenly Emperor attacked her personally. During this period of time, it was enough for Yang Fann to arrive in time. The eternal great world was vast and boundless. Many rulers wouldn't be able to cross the eternal great world even if they spent a single era. However, to Universe Lord, running a lap around it wouldn't take more than 15 minutes. Sis Cece, are you sure this is that old ancestor Hong Lan's dojo? C2173 Hong Appendix is born Great Desolate Realm, Shamama. A beautiful young girl dressed in purple with long purple hair looked at Yang Fann hesitantly. Sis Cece, are you sure that this is that old ancestor Hong Lan's dojo? It was not that she did not believe Yang Fann, but it was really too inconceivable. Since ancient times, in the 3,500 eras, how many experts had gone to ancestor Hong Lan's Tao Plaza? There was no lack of universe sovereigns that had bitterly searched for tens of millions of years, but in the end, all of them had returned in disappointment. How long had it been since Sis Cece had brought them into Shamama? In less than a month's time, She actually said that she had found old ancestor Hong Lan's Dao arena. Was this possible? Furthermore, old ancestor Hong Lan was a legendary quasi-universe lord that surpassed the universe sovereign. His Dao arena must have been built on the core dragon vein of the Shamama. It was the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the Shamama. How could he be in such an ordinary and lifeless valley? Ziyun, when have I ever lied to you, Sis Sisi? Old ancestor Hong Lan's dojo is definitely inside. Wait until I break the restrictions around the dojo. You will know. Yang Fann smiled confidently. Although old ancestor Hong Lan's illusion technique was powerful, even many top-level universe sovereign wouldn't be able to easily see through this valley. However, it was still too early to deceive Yang Fann. Did they really think that the illusionary divine pearl in her hand was trash on the street? That was a top-level quasi-universe lord, the illusion god ancestor's vital treasure, the Tao of illusion. The illusion god old ancestor was his ancestor, the illusion of old ancestor Hong Lan. Although he was also an illusion grandmaster, compared to illusion god ancestor. The current her, although she was restricted by her cultivation level and couldn't unleash the true power of the illusionary god pearl, Hong Long. Not to mention, after more than 3,500 eras had passed, the power of the illusion formation had been reduced significantly due to the lack of maintenance over a long period of time. As he spoke, buzz, a dreamy light rose from Yang Fann's body and turned into a pearl of the illusory glazed glass. The light was bright and it seemed that just a glance was enough to make one completely immersed in it. It was the vital treasure of the illusion god ancestor, the illusion god pearl. Break! Yang Fann's red lips parted as she shouted. In an instant, a dreamy light erupted from the illusory god orb and swept across the small valley in front of them. Poochie whoosh poochie. Where the dreamy light passed, ripples appeared in the space. The unassuming nameless valley seemed to have been stripped of its disguise, and it suddenly changed greatly. It revealed a huge cluster of palaces that were dazzling and resplendent. Boom 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 boom. Boundless divine light burst out from the palaces and spread across the entire Shamama. With the Shamama as the center, it spread rapidly in all directions. Ah, Shuttle Hall, Jen, it's really the Shuttle Hall. This, am I dreaming? That beauty called Ziyun was dumbstruck, feeling as if she had fallen into a dream. I really didn't think that their big sister would actually really find the legendary old ancestor Hong Lan's dojo. She got it, Sis Sisi, we got it. We got it. Unknowingly, Ziyun and the other three girls' eyes were filled with blazing hot light. This was the legendary quasi-universe lord training ground. Just by taking something out from it, it would be enough for them to enjoy it for the rest of their lives. If they could obtain the inheritance of old ancestor Hong Lan, they would be able to take the position of venerable. That was only a matter of time. It wasn't impossible for them to advance to the top-level universe sovereign in the future. Yang Fann laughed in her heart when she heard this. If it wasn't for the fact that she was enjoying the adventure and treasure hunting process, she might not even lower her head and take a look at the treasures in the training ground even if she took them out and placed them in front of her. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the illusionary divine pearl in her hand was much more precious than all the treasures in the shuttle hall combined. She still had a lot of precious treasures like the illusionary divine pearl. In the divine domain, Yang Fann had suppressed so many quasi-universe lord. Among them, the number of top-level quasi-universe lord was more than 2 hands. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base, there were very few treasures that could enter his eyes. Apart from Devil Emperor's Saber, the God's Tower, and Universe Lord's vital treasure, there were only top-grade universe treasures like the Universe Seal that could enter his eyes. The other supreme treasures, even high-grade top-grade universe treasures, were only of little value. It would not increase his combat strength by much. One had to know that when he was a high-grade low-level universe sovereign, the Yang Fann's divine body's defense had been able to catch up to top-grade 9 Revolutions divine devil bodies with the help of the 9 Revolutions divine devil body. Now that his cultivation base had broken through 2 grades in a row, his divine body's defense had steadily stepped into the ranks of top-grade universe treasures. Just thinking about it made people despair, even if it was a quasi-top-grade low-grade universe lord like the Heavenly Emperor. If it wasn't for the original treasure in his hand, even if Yang Fann stood there and let him fight for 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't be able to harm a single strand of Yang Fann's hair. As for these treasures that Yang Fann didn't care about, apart from a small portion that was given to Long Wu and the rest of his men, most of them had fallen into the hands of these girls. Their value was so high that even extreme quasi-universe lord was far inferior to them. Not good, the birth of the shuttle hall. Such a huge commotion would surely alarm countless experts and even universe sovereigns. Suddenly, the sovereign of Snow Yi, who was dressed in white clothes and had snow-white hair, who looked like a fairy in the snow, exclaimed in shock. Their goddess treasure hunting group's strength was not bad. All 4 of them were top dominator warriors, and their eldest sister, CC, had broken through to the universe sovereign stage with just a single step. However, to the real universe sovereign, this little bit of strength was nothing to them. As for old ancestor Hong Lan, he was a middle-rank quasi-universe lord. His inheritance was something that even top-level universe sovereign warriors would go crazy over. At that time, there would definitely be a universe sovereign that would come after hearing the news, and there would definitely be more than 1 or 2 of them. At this moment, if they wanted to seal the treasure light, not to mention that they didn't have the power to do so, even if they could seal it, they would still have the power to do so. It was already too late. Sis Cece, quick, let's go in. If we are late, it will be too late. Hearing this, the other 3 girls woke up one after another. Now was not the time to be in a daze. When those universe sovereigns arrived, not to mention eating meat, they might not even be able to drink a mouthful of soup. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger. While they were talking, the 4 girls quickly headed towards the shuttle hall. Seeing this, Yang Fann shook her head in amusement. Was there a need to be so anxious? It was just some universe sovereigns. What was there to worry about? She could just send them away. After billions of years of bitter cultivation, Yang Fann's cultivation had already reached the limit of the half-step sovereign. She was only a step away from breaking through to the next realm, and her actual combat strength had even surpassed many low-level universe sovereign warriors, catching up to middle-level universe sovereign warriors. This was still her combat strength. If she used all of her treasures, she could even fight a top-level universe sovereign warrior. Not to mention, she still had the many trump cards eldest brother and Yang Fann had given her. Even if Universe Lord were to come personally, she wouldn't be afraid of him. However, these words were just a thought in Yang Fann's heart. The 4 girls didn't know her exact identity. In front of the 4 girls, she was just an ordinary half-step sovereign. The next second, Yang Fann took a step forward and chased after the 4 of them. The Great Eternal World. This was one of the few eternal worlds near the Shamama. Its master, Venerable Gao Zhen, was a middle-level universe sovereign. Among the many universe sovereigns in the heavenly desolate Great Realm, he could be considered a middle tier 1. That treasured light, that direction is the Shamama. Could it be the Shuttle Hall? The Eternal Flame World. The Divine Palace of the Eternal Flame World. It was the Divine Palace that controlled the Eternal Flame World, Venerable Yan Zhe. Rumble. A terrifying aura of a high-level universe sovereign rose from the center of the Divine Palace. 3,500 eras, a total of 3,500 eras, the Shuttle Hall has finally emerged. I am determined to obtain the inheritance of Hong Lan. Xingjian Eternal World. Boom! A terrifying sword light that made even middle-level universe sovereign tremble tore through the sky and pointed at the Shamama. Finally, the day of Shuttle Hall's birth has arrived. Shuttle Hall, here I come.